Good morning, gamers, and welcome to Day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair here at SCG Con, Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Clomperens, and we are getting into the thick of things in our Modern tournament here this weekend. We've seen a lot of cool Magic so far, and more to come today.
Yeah, top of the standings has looked really cool. A lot of really interesting decks people are bringing to the table. Even the big bad of the event, right? That's the Boros Energy deck. One of our undefeateds is playing Mardu, showing that there are still ways that you can innovate on the best deck in the format, and all of those other decks showing that you can attack what people might think is the best deck in the format.
Yeah, we have something pretty innovative in that front for our first round today, but before we get to that, let's talk about what our players are playing for this weekend. There's some pretty significant prizes up for grabs. The winner will be taking home $10,000 American currency, as well as an opportunity to consult on a secret lair.
Yeah, and I can attest to it personally that working with the Secret Lair team is a dream. They just have so many cool ideas. They really just don't, they never throw anything out immediately. Right, this is a super experimental branch of Wizards of the Coast. It's really cool to get to work with them, and I could not be happier for whoever ends up winning this event and their opportunity that they're going to get to work with them.
Yeah, very cool prize. Top 8 pays out at least $1,000 as well as an invitation to the Pro Tour. Cash prizes going down to top 64, and top 128 is going to get that really cool Garrick Wildspeaker promo.
Right, $350 or more to a lot of players playing today. Not a bad Sunday, if you ask me, to play some Magic. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a fun time playing games and taking home a little cash for your trouble. And let's take a look at how our standings have shaked out after day 1 of competition. We had 682 players in attendance this weekend. We are down to 161 starting day number 2 here. At the top of the standings, we have Lee Webb on Mardu Energy, as you were discussing, and Burke Mathena on Azorius Affinity is our other 9-0 player.
Right, this is going to be our feature match for this round, but that really is not the whole story of what's going on this event. What I adore about this is, okay, I'm going to be a little generous here. That is 8 decks in the top 8 of our standings going into this. It is 7 if you lump together the Sacred Foundry Energy decks, and even if we give you that, I am thrilled to get to cover Magic, where you see such diversity among the players who are not only playing in the event, but doing a lot of winning.
Yeah, you see Spotlight Foundation's champion, Nicholas Odenheimer, there in 3rd at 8-1 with Boros Energy, a number of 8-1s down to 11th place. As you said, though, really diverse representation of different archetypes here. We saw Cody Lewis yesterday playing that Domain Zoo deck that looks very well positioned this weekend.
Yeah, and if we make it to the backup match, we're actually going to get to see him more, which I am thrilled about. I loved watching how Cody is really making the Domain Zoo deck multi-dimensional in the ways that you can play it, despite it looking pretty straightforward on the deck list sheet.
Yeah, really fun to watch him play yesterday. Played that super well. Also fun to watch playing well yesterday, Corey Burkhardt at 8-1 with that Grixis mid-range deck. Talk about tackling the metagame.
I know. We saw Kolagon's command in the feature match, and it was a real just sort of like, what year is it moment, but in a good way.
Right. And so we see all these different decks, but let's talk about the representation in the field. I believe we do have a metagame breakdown before we get to our match here. I think Nick
really
Miller has been
hard
at work looking at the deck list. I know starting day 1, there was a lot of Boros Energy, a lot of Is It Prowess, but for the day 2 conversion, let's see what is making it into a day number 2. We have Boros Energy at the top of the field, and I believe the day 1 numbers were 89 Boros Energy, 80 Is It Prowess. And take a look at this day 2 conversion. Boros Energy doing pretty solid, 34 decks. Is It Prowess took a big hit down to 12.
And I think of this sort of, a lot of this speaks to how the Boros Energy deck is able to pivot from matchup to matchup in a way that is not really as true of Is It Prowess. If players are trying to tackle the sort of aggressive front that Boros Energy is bringing with something like, say, Domain Zoo, by going a little bit bigger, I think Is It Prowess is going to have a harder time finding another way to play with its cards, whereas Boros Energy has cards like Static Prison, which can actually translate or speak to a longer game.
Yeah, we see some stuff in the more combo nature here. Amulet Titan, Mono Blue Belcher. Those are decks. Amulet Titan for sure we were expecting to see, and some good force this weekend. Definitely going to be here on day number 2. Domain Zoo, we've liked the way that deck is played. We like the position in the metagame there. And we've seen some of these other decks. Actually, 7 Azorius Affinity stands out as a higher representation than I would expect.
Right, and I think this is a really cool deck to see showing up this weekend with these sorts of not only numbers but win rate. And 7 doesn't sound like a lot, but having a lot of people actually registering the event when it's sort of a deck that it's not clear could hang in the modern era of modern, no pun intended. So it's the sort of strategy that has a lot of enablers and then payoffs, where I think recent eras of modern have more rewarded redundancy or being hyperlinear in a way that I don't think Affinity really is anymore, or it can really convert to every single time. A lot of times if you break up one or two of their pieces, they're left with a bunch of Mimknights and Ornithopters and so on. But looking at the decklist sheet for Burke Mathena heading into our feature match, there are a bunch of Mishra's Baubles, which kind of replace themselves as enablers, and then Kappa Cannoneer, which is an extremely resilient threat.
Yeah, I'm a little sad to see it, but you were saying that, it used to be Ornithopter would be the leftovers. The Ornithopter era seems to be at an end. We have Mox Opals, Mox Ambers, Mishra's Baubles as our 0, and Urza's Saga really doing a lot of work in a deck like this, I have to imagine.
Right, you also see Tamio, Inquisitive Student, as a card that does not say artifact on the type line, but the fact that a lot of times she is just creating multiple pieces of cardboard that count as an artifact over the course of a game is a great resource. And the fact that those can turn into quote-unquote real cards if the game does go long is something that I suspect this deck utilizes to a great advantage.
Yeah, Tamio and Emery, both going to be standouts for your Mox Amber, Mox Opal kind of package there here. We've seen a few different builds of how to approach this. This Azorius deck, do you classify this as more mid-range or aggressive?
I think one of the luxuries that it has is it can play both roles. I would lean a bit more in the direction of mid-range. Force of Negation is definitely the type of card that says you're trying to squeeze your opponent on mana a little bit, usually by either making sure that you don't die on the first couple of turns, or that you are taxing someone's mana who is trying to go over the top of you in the form of a deck like Amulet Titan. Tagging a Summoner's Pact is going to be great. I think a lot of what this deck has going for it is you see that copy of Lava Spur Boots in the top right. That's a card that helps this deck turn the corner on a dime. Cards like Emery and Tamio, while they're resistant to removal, interaction, and so on, they do take a little while to actually produce multiple artifacts onto the table, and having a way to be able to convert that into very fast damage with those Lava Spur Boots, which can be grabbed off Urza's Saga, is going to be a huge part of any matchup.
Sure, makes sense to me. On the other side of the table, we have Lee Webb on this Mardu take on energy. The discard spells are kind of the big pickup when you go into black. The 3 Thoughtseize, a little amusing that we have the 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil against an artifact deck. How is that really going to line up, though? Is discard going to be very effective against a deck that can play on the battlefield this quickly?
I think it really depends on the textures of the draws, and play draw in particular is going to be really big here. I know that can be true with hand disruption a lot of the time, but Dreams of Steel and Oil, the fact that it can tag something like an artifact land is just massive.
I didn't even think about that. That's wild.
Right. Normally this sort of card is going to say, well, I hopefully get a creature. Maybe I tag something like a Mishra's Bauble sometimes. But I think a lot of what that card has going for it is it's trying to attack Flage with the Exile Clause. The fact that it does have the, I don't want to say strip mine mode, but the mode where you can just cheese somebody if they keep a land light hand is not going to be worth 0 in a matchup like this.
And exiling Mishra's Bauble from Graveyard actually seems like it could matter against an Emery too, right?
Sure, yeah, right. And I mean, there are even a lot of degrees where this deck being able to gain life over the course of a game, I know that sounds silly. Life gain is nice, of course, obviously. But whenever you're playing against someone who is trying to chunk in for 5, 10 points at a time, hitting 25 or 30 life can mean getting an extra turn to play the game and try and kill your opponent back.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask the question that you knew was coming, the question we always must ask. These are our 2 undefeated players. Who do you think is going to pick up their 10th win? Who do you think is going to pick up their first loss?
I think this one is really close. I'm going to actually give the nod to Mathena on Azorius Affinity.
Okay.
That might be a little bit on the hopium side of things for me, right? Where I like to just see the artifact decks win from time to time. I think Thought Monitor is a really cool card. But also, this is the sort of deck that if someone has made it this deep in the tournament where Boros Energy was the biggest deck. I suspect that this is the kind of matchup that we're going to see Burke have a plan for. Even if something like their hand disruption spells that are going to be a little bit better, I don't know if that's going to change the entire texture of the matchup in a meaningful enough way.
Sure. And I think often when we talk about Affinity historically as a modern deck, the real thing you're looking at is the impact of sideboard cards. This is a deck that there's so many strong cards in the history of Magic that just dog on artifact-heavy strategies. The strongest thing in Web sideboard is 3 copies of Wear Tear, which is quite strong against Urza Saga. I will have to say that, but I think what you're saying about the matchup generally going into it, certainly for Game 1, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think this Affinity deck is the type of thing that you couldn't really do in the Underworld Breach era because people had a bunch of Stony Silence, a bunch of Wrath of the Skies, because those are the sorts of cards that just beat up the Underworld Breach deck pretty well because it also was doing the Artifact Engine thing. But now as people have kind of pulled back on that a little bit, we only see 1 Wrath of the Skies in Lee Webb's sideboard. Obviously no Stony Silence. Well, maybe not obviously, but so many, back in Old Modern, so many times that you'd see Affinity or Dredge or something linear like that be successful were the weekends where people really didn't pay it a lot of respect in the sideboard. And I feel like that's something that Burke has been able to capitalize on over the weekend. Yeah,
that definitely looks like it. And Webb, has some cards, but these Vindicates, they look a little slow when it comes to taking down this Affinity deck.
There isn't a true sweeper that can actually tag a Kappa Cannoneer either. The nice thing about that card, about Kappa Cannoneer, is once it hits the battlefield, it is on the battlefield, and that is what the game is going to be about. Either it is going to kill you, or you have to kill them before Kappa Cannoneer can deal enough damage on its own.
Yeah, even with this Wrath of the Skies, you really need your Guide of Souls to be doing some work to get that much energy.
Right, and how often if you get up to, say, 5 energy or something like that with a Guide of Souls, are you not turning something into an angel?
Right. And, when it comes to Dreams of Steel and Oil, the card has to be in their hand when you cast it.
Right, exactly. One of the nice things I love about this Affinity deck is how many good top decks that it has that can actually just sort of help it accrue more cards in the face of interaction. A Thoughtseize is not necessarily going to be good enough if your opponent drops their hand and they have Kappa Cannoneer and Imri.
Right, yeah, when there's just too many things to take.
Right, exactly.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get down to our match and see how it plays out. I'm pretty excited to see this. Azorius Affinity, we covered a lot of energy yesterday, you and I. I'm sure that Jim and Corey did as well.
Right.
So we're going to see more of that, but it's been a while since I've cast. Thought Monitor is a big upgrade on ThoughtCast. Back in my day, 2004,
I remember when they invented the Affinity mechanic.
I cast a lot of ThoughtCast.
Yeah.
Really high dopamine card.
Oh, yeah.
I would describe it as, and putting a 2/2 flyer on it.
Yeah, it's nice, right? Where it does cost a little bit more mana, but you do sort of get a third card in some ways. And it's a card that is able to attack and block. It can pick up some of the equipment that we see out of this Affinity deck. We have the Lava Spur Boots, and there's a copy of Shadow Spear, which is going to help with racing. That's sort of that one-card game plan. We've seen Urza Saga be a few different times now. The fact that it can turn those constructs that are already large into lifelink and trample attackers is going to be huge against all the chump blockers that Boros Energy is able to make with something like Ocelot Pride.
And I think that the combo finish, you talked about the efficacy of Kappa Cannoneer. If you can just race, great. How can you possibly race a Cannoneer with a Shadow Spear?
Right. That's the point where, especially even if you're attacking with Tomio, you make a clue. That is a trigger on the Kappa Cannoneer.
Unblockable. It's bigger.
It's modified.
Yes. It is also refreshing to see cards with Affinity in the Affinity decks. There's a period of time where that just wasn't true. But anyway, we've talked about it enough. Our players are ready. I have heard that there's some mulligans, but we'll get down to the match to see exactly what is going on and how it's going to play out. All right, welcome to round number 10 at Magic Spotlight Secret Lairs, our first round on day 2. Both of our undefeated players here, both Burke Mathena on Azorius Affinity and Lee Webb on Mardu Energy on 6-card hands, as Mathena still has a quite explosive start. We see a Bridge, a Mox Opal, Mishra's Bauble.
Shadow Spear.
Okay, Shadow Spear is less exciting than the rest of this stuff, but it's still a play.
I was about to say, I think this is a deck that is just happy to get onto the table and make sure that it's spending all of its mana every turn.
Yes. And we're talking about trying to cast a Kappa Cannoneer. Every artifact to help you cast your spells counts.
And the nice thing about Racer Tide Bridge is it is indestructible. So this is something that's a little bit more insulated against the various wear tears of the world.
Webb at a bit of a permanent deficit, 1-5, but is going to start with the Surveil land, fetching up Elegant Parlor.
Well, a deficit of permanence. It's hard to tell what the permanence of this deficit is going to be. You know.
Very meaningfully, Mathena's second land there is Urza Saga with the Mox. Construct mana already would be online when we get to Chapter 2.
In a lot of ways, the fact that Burke has not cracked this Mishra's Bauble is a real sign of strength.
Yeah, doesn't need it. Wants the artifact. Speaking of wanting something, Webb's going to keep a card on top, and Mathena's going to take a look with that Mishra's Bauble now.
Fair enough. I love the Kaladesh Invention Mox Opal. It just looks so nice.
Oh, yeah. Another thing making me reminiscent for the Ornithopter era. Another beautiful masterpiece.
That's one of those cards I just want to have to look at.
Yes. Webb's going to shock in a Blood Crypt as land number 2, the Mardu energy, or Mardu mana rather, in online. Goblin Bombardment. And that's going to hit a Metallic Rebuke from Mathena.
Ooh, Shadow Spear? Tapping for a mana, sort of?
You can use your artifacts to help you cast this spell.
Little Fallout Spire of Industry, pass the turn. Why would Burke need to play anything?
No, those constructs are waiting in the wings.
As 4/4s.
Yikes. Potential to gain lifelink also available with that Shadow Spear just hanging out.
Yeah, and again, I cannot emphasize enough how strong both lifelink and trample are in this matchup.
Yeah, you end up with a lot of tokens with the Mardu deck, but chump blockers are not going to be what the Doctor ordered. We'll see what Webb can present as he'll crack an Arid Mesa down to 16. Contemplating the ramifications of finding a shock land here.
Right, I think we're seeing Godless Shrine is the card that he's peering at.
Also considering a Surveil land.
So much to do, so much to see, so he's fetching Shadowy Backstreet.
Lands on black-white, goes with the Surveil land, the Shadowy Backstreet, as you referenced.
Wow, wow.
Gonna Surveil one here before deciding what to cast. If anything.
In a lot of ways, this is just something where if you know you're going to do it anyway, kind of getting a more informed version of your turn is helpful.
That makes sense. Ocelot Pride, Surveilled to the bin. Here comes a Johnny. Johnny often looks very strong, but here comes that 4/4 construct, like you said. Urza Saga is going to go to Chapter 3. We're going to see a second construct with that on the stack, it looks like. Not too surprising there.
Whew. All right, so 5 5s, about to be 6 6s.
With the Shadow Spear already on the battlefield, there's a few more options for takes here. I assume the default, we often see something like Mishra's Bauble. Here's Lava Spear Bootstow hasting up that construct.
Right, this is that one card game plan, the ability to turn the corner on a dime. Burke has not declared an attack yet, right? Lee is at 16. Being able to give the fresh construct haste for a single mana is going to give it, what, a 7th power? This is a crunch for 13?
Yikes.
Okay. Okay.
There's that equipment. Here is the attack. Webb will elect to chump block with the cat token.
Hey, this is maybe the only time that Webb is going to get to chump block.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that Shadow Spear is waiting. 6 points comes across. Webb down to 10. Johnny will transform.
Webb lacking a red permanent at the moment, other than the Ajani itself. So not that the token ability is too shabby. Getting a 2/1 every turn, pretty nice, but hard for it to do much.
Speaking of pretty nice, here's the backup Mox Opal, and here's Portable Hole on that Ajani.
Ooh.
In the games we watched yesterday, Ajani was really taking over all of them. Ajani was convincingly less impactful than just that Urza Saga in this game.
Right.
See what Webb can do to try to claw his way out of this.
3 mana. Seasoned Pyromancer is really all that plays here. Flage is not close to enough life gain.
No, especially just playing the front side. Webb's going to crack a Bloodstained Mire down to 9. See if we're looking for a mana-producing land or maybe another Surveil. It's going to be a basic mountain.
Yeah, pretty sharp of Webb last game to not go for the shock land. And identifying pretty quickly, oh, I can't actually check that Ursus Saga immediately. I might need to start thinking about my life total.
Right. Yeah, that portable hole also increasing the size of the constructs.
Casual 15 sitting on the table.
That's
no
it?
creature spells cast this game.
Right, here's Seasoned Pyromancer. Webb will discard 2 cards. Probably really wants 2 tokens here. Flage.
Okay.
Right. Like, is that 2 Flages on the discard?
Yeah, that's 2 Flages. Something like an Arena of Glory is a way to actually gain a ton of life if Webb were to find it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Webb gets another turn. You know, this black-white land being untapped suggests he could have something like Fatal Push, try to get through. Not just die outright to this Shadow Spear.
Fatal Push is crucial. Though, Lava Spur Boots giving Ward 1, huge in this spot.
Oh, yeah.
We might see Fatal Push go after a construct just to reduce the artifact count by 1.
It isn't pretty, but you do what you got to do.
Listen, 1 life is so much more than 0 life.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to talk about a 1-point difference in life total. 0 to 1. Really the most significant one. All right, Webb considering the options here. Perhaps thinking if he has to act now with that mana. Already been Metallic Rebuked once this game.
Right, there's also the point where if you think you might just have to go after the construct to reduce things by 1, you might just want to cast another creature for a white mana instead. Something like a Guide of Souls.
Sure. Back over to Methina. Start things off with a Thought Monitor.
1 mana, draw 2 cards, get a 2/2. Does that sound good to you?
That sounds pretty good to me. Pump the constructs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 artifacts.
We appreciate?
We appreciate putting Shadow Spear on our Ward construct. That one's going to be 10 power now by my count.
Give or take.
Right, another Mox Opal's going to Legend Rule itself into play.
Oh.
Webb's going to respond to that with Fatal Push, taking care of the other construct.
All right, construct down to a 9/8 now.
When you're Stockcast, oh yeah.
Why settle for 4 thought casts?
Methina has now drawn 5 cards this turn. And here comes the robot. Construct chucking in, I believe, 9 power now after that other construct was destroyed.
It's a working person's attack for lethal.
Yeah, you got to block with something. And that trample from the Shadow Spear will make it not that enticing of a proposition. Webb blocks with the Seasoned Pyromancer. Down to 2. Methina jumps to 29.
There's something liberating about a game being about one thing. Where you just know, okay, here it is. This is the construct. This is good enough or it is not good enough.
Right. The land for Webb is Arid Mesa, no Arena of Glory, but will be escaping this Flage.
It is not clear to me if Flage even could attack if there were an Arena of Glory.
Yeah, that makes plenty of sense as Webb goes up to 5, and that Flage is looking like it's on blocking duty, as you're kind of suggesting there.
But this is the strength of the card and why Flage is so strong in the deck, is it is really good at life totals. in general. Sometimes it is about grinding and killing creatures, but so frequently, this is what, going to soak up 9 damage here?
Well, it would have if not for this Ether Spell Bomb, as Berg Mathena going to convincingly take down game number 1 there.
Oh, Aether Spellbomb being the card that wins the game for the Affinity deck is just, oh, take me back.
Very satisfying stuff as players are going to reach for their sideboards. So it looks like Lee Webb on Mardu Energy might need a little bit of help. What's he going to reach for here?
I think a lot of what Webb really cares about is being able to slow down the game and actually break up some of the things that are actual heavy hitters on Mathena's side. I know we've talked a bit about redundancy and raw cardboard, but Mathena does not have a high card count of cards that can actually win a game. Right, so Urza's Saga, Kappa Cannoneer are great things at dealing damage, but everything else is kind of what we affectionately refer to as air, where they just don't actually contribute it to anything but giving you more cardboard. So I think things that check those cards are going to be big. Those are cards like Fatal Push. I could see Dreams of Steel and Oil being huge at exiling Kappa Cannoneer specifically. Wear Tear is a card that's really good at checking Urza's Saga and a Construct token, so is Wrath of the Skies. I could even see a world in which Orm's Chant comes in at just blanking an attacker for a turn. I think it is somewhat unlikely, but I don't think it's completely outlandish. I suspect there are a lot of cards in the space of Ragavan that we're going to see Webb really just want to get out of his deck.
Sure. Do you see any argument for a card like Vindicate in a matchup like this, or?
I think you could reach for it if you really want to, but for the most part, I think it's 2 mana inefficient a majority of the time. If this were an Urza's Saga deck without Mox Opal, there are worlds where when you are on the play, you can tag an Urza's Saga that way if you think Urza's Saga is the most important card. But given that, just like last game, we saw Mathena able to just say, okay, well, I'm going to play Urza's Saga, only have one other land in play, and comfortably start cranking out constructs. I don't really think we're going to see Webb go for that here.
Sure, and certainly if this was a game 3, seems way too slow on the draw.
Exactly.
On Berg Mathena's side of things, for Azorius Affinity, sure seems to be positioned against these energy-style decks. How much is going on the sideboard for him?
I don't think very much is going to change here. There are some cards that I suspect we're going to see Mathena trying to get out of the deck, so there are a couple of main deck Force of Negations that don't really play against the quote-unquote zoo-esque, we'll say vibes of the energy deck that Webb has. So I kind of expect to see Force of Negations get cut, Whip Flares come in, and Mathena try and just have the second burst be the same as the first.
Seeing some pretty cool stuff in Modern this weekend, and I'm pretty intrigued to see the impact that we might see from the upcoming Magic release. That's going to be Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. I'm so hyped for this.
Oh, yeah. This set's just really cool. I also love, speaking of a little artifact package, Cloud, really giving you the ability to play a bunch of different artifacts, even in Standard. So sick.
I'm kind of wondering if it might be Hammer time with Cloud hitting the scene.
Oh.
Not my kind of deck, really, but yeah, exactly. You can pre-order Final Fantasy now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-Fin. Fine? Probably shouldn't pronounce it fine because it's spelled Fin. Anyway.
Yeah, that one's complicated. I started to say, no, it's not that, but it is Final Fantasy, so.
It's Final Fantasy. You see players consulting deck lists here for day number 2 of competition in these tournaments. We get into open deck list territory. Day 1 was closed deck list.
Yeah, I really love the package that we have for Urza's Saga out of Mathena's deck. I think there are a bunch of really cool one-ofs, a bunch of them that we saw in that last game just getting drawn the good old-fashioned way, like Aether Spellbomb and Shadow Spear. There's also a copy of Haywire Might. So this is a card that there aren't actually any cards that I'd say have a green color identity in Mathena's version of Affinity, but between Mox Opal and Spire of Industry, it isn't that hard to make green mana over the course of a long game. And I think one of the ways that we see these energy decks turn the corner, really on a dime in their own way, is Flage. That's something we've seen a lot, and Goblin Bombardment. So having a way to reliably answer the card Goblin Bombardment that doesn't really cost you that much is pretty attractive.
Yeah, and we actually saw Mathena act really quickly using a Metallic Rebuke on Goblin Bombardment in Game 1. The life totals never really looked close in that game, but
Sure.
to your point, Goblin Bombardment is one of those cards that can really explode a lot of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, and you speaking about the life totals never looking close, I think actually does a good job of segueing into something where the life totals aren't always the whole story, right? Where I talked a bit before about a lot of the deck just sort of being air and a lot of the power of this affinity deck being concentrated into individual threats. If Webb had been able to say, Fatal push a construct token that had the Shadow Spear on it, all of a sudden there's a Flage in play, Webb has 9 more life, Mathena has 9 less life. The game looks pretty close in that world if it weren't for the Ward 1. So I don't know, I can really see Goblin Bombardment, especially if you do the block sacrifice song and dance, doing a lot in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Been really enjoying being a part of the Spotlight Series this weekend, and if you're enjoying watching and you think that these players are having fun playing, I'm sure that they are, you might consider joining us for another upcoming Spotlight event in SCG Con Orlando, where we'll be featuring Planetary Rotation. This is going to be the release of Edge of Eternities. We're going to see a big rotation in Standard. It's going to be a fresh format. It's going to be very exciting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, one of the best parts of these events in general is how an open field can lend itself to a broader range of deck diversity. That's cranked up to 11 right after Standard Rotation. These events are awesome. People are bringing all kinds of new brews, maybe something that was held back by a card or two that was in the format for a long time, now rotates, and all of a sudden you can think to yourself, you know, I think these cards from Bloomburrow that didn't rotate, like maybe it's time to dust off this rat deck or something like that, and you have a good time.
You can find details on that at StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. Of course, plenty of fun side events. You can meet and greet with various artists as well. Plenty of artists here in attendance in Indianapolis this weekend. See players getting ready for game number 2.
Looking over on website, I think something that he was really missing in that first game was just finding a way to stick a threat on the battlefield. Missing something to do for the first turn or two really put him on the back foot on top of being on the draw.
Right. The turn 1 Surveil land on the draw against opponent has already played 4 cards.
Right.
That's tough.
Right. And, you know, both players are on a mulligan. I understand why you kind of get in while the getting's good. But really what we want to see from Webb here is something like an Ocelot Pride on the play. You could even talk me into Guide of Souls, and then being able to say cast a Wear Tear on, or one part of Wear Tear rather, on 2 into another interactive spell on 3, follow that up with a threat or 2. That sort of mix of both pressure and disruption is really the make or break for these energy decks.
One of the most commonly referenced piece of Magic strategy content in the history of the game is, of course, Mike Flores' Who's the Beatdown? And I think that oftentimes we see that distilled into conversations about a matchup, who's the beatdown. When you're playing a deck like Mardu Energy and what you're talking about, this combination of pressure and disruption, it's really an example of how who's the beatdown is not a question about just an opening hand and the matchup. It's something you have to consider turn over turn and what's happening in the game at that time.
Yeah, something I really love, speaking about old writing, I really love a lot of Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa's articles on fairies in particular. There's one that I want to say it was from the extended fairies era back in the day, where he talked about a turn in which he cast a Vendilion Click, and over the course of a stack fight, who was the beatdown changed 3 times.
I love that.
And it was just so sick to think about. Like, okay, no, the best players are considering this. Not always just every turn, but a lot of game actions where you go, oh, actually they Cryptic Command and they bounce one of my lands. I probably need to figure out how to extend this game to make up this resource deficit a little bit.
That's actually reminiscent a bit of some gameplay we saw from Corey Burkhart yesterday, where we see him trying to he's playing this Grixis mid-range deck, and his big plan to actually close games, you know, he has some Snapcaster Mage stuff going on, but really Psychic Frog is kind of the core of the deck. And the question is, all right, if I have Psychic Frog on the battlefield, am I trying to attack with it? Do I need to fight over protecting the Psychic Frog with my counter spells, or do I let my first Psychic Frog go just to stop you from overpowering me?
Right. It's really nice where that card does demand an answer, so it then gives you sort of the opportunity to say, all right, am I using this as a piece of cardboard that's going to trade for one of my opponent's interactive pieces and a chunk of their turn, Or is it time for me to enter the sort of protect the queen phase of the game?
Players set here for game number 2. Webb is on 7 cards on the play. Mathena down to 5 off of some mulligans. And Webb will open with an Ocelot Pride.
All right, I mean, that is step 1. This is almost exactly what we said a few minutes ago.
Shocking for Sacred Foundry for the cat, down to 17. And Mathena will answer that one with a portable hole. Also has a Mox Opal. Hollowed Fountain was the land, so Mathena is at 18.
Interesting to lead with the Opal without a way to use it. This signals to me that Mathena might even have another Opal in hand and is hoping that this Opal might catch some sort of greedy removal spell from Webb.
Yeah, that tracks. And when you're on 5, you kind of really have to pray for those spots.
Yeah, right. This is exactly this sort of, all right, giving your opponent an opportunity to make a mistake.
We will go to Webb for turn number 2. Going to shock in a Blood Crypt down to 15. The Mardu deck definitely long on things that can happen on the second turn of the game.
All right, well, how about Dreams of Steel and Oil?
All right, well, that one certainly seems strong against an opponent that's mulligan so low. We see a second Portable Hole, a Dispatch, and a Darksteel Citadel are the holdings.
Which patch?
So are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No.
I don't even want to acknowledge your jokes. I'm too excited about the idea of making my opponent discard their land.
Hey, exile it. Just heads up. It's Dreams of Steel and Oil. No part of that discards a card, so I just...
Oh, so we're going with a second joke that I'm not going to acknowledge, as the Darksteel Citadel will be exiled.
That wasn't a joke. I am telling you what the card does.
Oh, thank you. And we will go to Burke Mathena. Ooh. Well, that's a good pickup. Another land. It's going to be Urza's Saga.
It's a land. It's an enchantment. It does it all.
It does it both.
Ooh. Okay, this pause from Webb here, announcing I have Wear Tear. Do I want to get 1 or 2 cards?
Oh no.
Luckily for Webb, he does know the holdings for Mathena are just a Dispatch and a Portable Hole at this point.
Yeah, the coast is clear if you want to fuse that Wear Tear.
I can't say if I do, but I have some amount of confidence that Webb do.
Well, land number 3 is Elegant Parlor. So no Wear plus Tear mana on this turn.
That does make it a more interesting decision there if you're in Webb's seat, where if you don't have the 3rd land lined up, you might even want to think, okay, but if I draw a threat, I also want to cast my threat, which Blood Crypt is not really good at doing unless you still have Ragavan in your deck. Yeah,
especially with leaving 1 mana stranded on the previous turn, not committing to the battlefield. Yeah, it's just going to be Wear on the Urza Saga.
I do like the show of patience here at this point. It doesn't feel like Webb can get that punished for it.
Once again, Mathena draws a land, Spire of Industry, but nothing doing on the battlefield. Another Surveil land for Webb. It's Raucous Theater. Going to put a Fatal Push into the bin. We'll see if Webb can start committing some threats here now with some mana he can more freely use. I believe I scout in a Johnny in the hand.
Ooh. The pariah himself.
And there is a Johnny. Going to bring a cat token friend. Something to consider. Mathena does have that Dispatch in hand, but only 2 artifacts on the battlefield.
Right. The holdings for Webb at this point are Fatal Push and a Wear Tear. So it was weighing, do I want to hold up hitting an enchantment with Wear? Or do I want to hold up this Fatal Push? And at this point in the game, it's pretty unlikely Webb wants to cash in just the enchantment part on something like Urza's Saga.
Nice pickup here from Mathena. Here's Tameo.
Makes holding up this Fatal Push look really smart.
Yes. Spire of Industry is going to be activated. Putting Mathena down to 17. Here is that Portable Hole. Going after the Ajani proper.
There is an interesting decision there from Athena where you could go after the actual token instead of the Ajani because if this portable hole gets destroyed, then we're going to see Webb actually net a token in this exchange. But I have a feeling Athena might be in the spot where he feels priced into actually trying to just attack what's on the table rather than in hope that Webb might just have a land or two in hand or something that can't be done yet.
It's also not clear which of the two threats under the portable hole is stronger between Ajani and Ocelot Pride. Here is that Fatal Push on Tamiyo.
And, you know, Fatal Push being the card in hand, if Athena had that read portable hole going after the token, Webb could even Fatal Push the token to transform the Ajani.
Oh, yeah. Cat's going to rumble in. Life totals are 15 all as we go back to Athena. And Webb not applying too much pressure, giving Athena a little bit of time to try to draw out of this mulligan situation. The draw is just Razor Tried Bridge, though.
Right, and this is the spot that kind of highlights why Webb really wants to have pressure to back up the disruption, because outside of the card, I would say Flage, for the most part, I think Athena's deck being so linear and so many cards in the space of Thoughtcast, Thought Monitor, and so on, I think a top deck war slightly favors Athena, assuming a lot of the lands that they're able to pick up are things like the bridge that are artifacts as well.
Webb's going to fetch up a shadowy backstreet, immediately bins an Air Mesa. Don't need more of those. Cat rumbles across again, Athena to 13.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought that was a count of the graveyard from Webb for a second.
Let's see if Athena can have a big draw step here. Looks like the answer is no. Quick draw and a pass back. Cat continues to go to work.
Listen, it's a game of cat and mouse.
It's a game of cat and
You
cat.
never want to be the mouse in that relationship.
Well, what if it's a Tom and Jerry type beat?
I mean, Athena would like that.
Here's Arena of Glory for Webb.
Notably, land number 6. This is getting to the scary part of it almost feeling Splinter Twin-esque, where you can cast Flage for 3 mana and then play your 7th land and escape the Flage with haste, and it just hit your opponent for 15 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, Flage is already among one of the stronger top decks for Webb, but it's getting to the point, as you're saying, it would be immediately game over. Cat attacks again, Athena to 9. Land number 7 for Webb, but not going to be any Flage shenanigans this turn.
I believe we also know there is still a Wear Tear in Webb's hand.
Athena draws up to 4 cards in hand. We know there's been a dispatch there forever. Not excited to use that on the cat. It's going to go with a 3rd portable hole. All right. We don't really need to keep that cat under that, but that is what it targeted. Right, back to Webb. Uh-oh. Exerting Arena of Glory.
Ooh.
Three mana. Looks like a Seasoned Pyromancer, and it is. That one's going to have haste from the arena, discarding a Dreams of Steel and Oil and a Galvanic Discharge, brings 2 elementals, and draws 2 cards.
Okay, so there wasn't a Wear Tear then, but one did come off the top now.
Yikes. Pyromancer rumbles across, Athena to 7. Time in this game slowly ticking away, though Athena is currently up a game.
Athena really just looking for any draw to effect to get the sort of chain started.
Whip Flare cleans up the battlefield, kind of. You see 5 lands still on tap for Webb.
We might be getting to the point. I am low confidence this Bloodstained Mire has a card it can grab anymore.
Oh, that's an interesting consideration.
Oh, no, there's probably a Godless Shrine.
Well, we're about to find out. Webb believes there's something anyway. Fetching to 11. There's only one basic mountain.
Yeah, there are only 6 lands that Bloodstained Mire can fetch, but Godless Shrine is the 6th.
Perfect. Shocking down to 9. Looks like exiling that Seasoned Pyromancer for those 2 tokens will be the play.
It's not bad. I think that's a Motive that card that's been a little underutilized on the weekend.
When you get into a game like this, you know, when there's just attrition turn over turn, you're chunking in for a little bit of damage all the time, this is a source of a little bit more damage. Source of some good way to fight through attrition.
2 of them.
Mathena to 5. And Webb does have more action. Here comes a Johnny. Represents a lethal squad for the following turn. So Dispatch is going to exile the Ajani.
Which patch?
Dispatch.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, I didn't know that that one was in the Fallout decks.
It looks cool.
That's very cool art. Is that Shadow Spear?
That is Shadow Spear.
That's Mishra's Bobble. Neither of these cards are really doing anything here just yet. Mathena's going to take a look at Webb's top card.
Cleaning up the table a little bit. Shadow Spear is actually a pretty important draw here. So it's funny where it does not look good this turn, but I suspect the games that Mathena wins from this point likely involve the card Shadow Spear.
Sure. Yeah, just needs to get a creature to hook it up to.
Right, right.
Here is Wear and Tear, though, going after the portable hole with that Ajani. Ooh, Mathena has Force of Negation.
Ooh,
And
okay.
needed to be Force of Negation, not Metallic Rebuke, because Webb had 3 mana.
All right, draw off the Bobble. Back to Webb.
Webb has 4 power on the battlefield against Mathena on 5. So here comes 4 points. Mathena down to 1. Mathena giving it to a whip player in hand. Ooh, Ocelot Pride. Another creature to get swept up. Some good news for Mathena. That Mox Opal meaningfully providing the red mana for this whip flare. Yeah, get those out of here.
Okay, all of a sudden, this is a genuine top deck war.
Yes. Mathena needs a creature. Does not have it this turn. But, like you were saying, if you can get something hooked up with that Shadow Sphere, it could be huge. Webb just draws and passes. Mathena draws. Is it action?
I want to call out how good that Force of Negation was when your opponent has haymakers like that. If you think the game's going to go long, I think Mathena might have cut Metallic Rebukes.
Oh,
on
wow.
the draw? I can see it.
Sure.
If
Tougher to leave up mana when you're on the draw.
And if you don't know how many Wrath of the Skies your opponent has.
Big tap. Oh, is this Kappa Cannoneer? There it is. Kappa Cannoneer on the stack.
Trigger.
Yeah, did you know that when Kappa Cannoneer enters the battlefield, it triggers itself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
That's a 5/5.
No, that one came up a lot when testing MH3.
That's why the card says it now.
It's modified.
Yes.
That was a big theme in Neo.
Shadow Spear equipped to the Kappa Cannoneer. If this thing gets to attack, that might be game over in the other direction. Webb still might have outs with a Flage. You're talking about that Arena of Glory. That's something to watch here. Big draw step for Lee Webb. Needs something here because Webb is down a game and now finding himself for the first time in Game 2 on the back foot.
Oh, my God. 1 point. 1 point. This is the thing where if you are a Sacred Foundry player, you lay awake at night thinking about the 1 point.
This is the stuff nightmares are made of.
Where did I miss a point? Where could I have gotten one more attack? When could I have played a creature a turn sooner, a turn later? This is maybe, think back to turn 2, turn 3, when Webb did not commit the wear tear. Could not then develop a Johnny on turn 3 with the tapped Elegant Parlor.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wear tear on the Shadow Spear. Okay, that changes the life gain part of the equation. Or wait, we can pay the ward on the Kappa Cannoneer. Maybe go that way. Yeah, from the physical gesturing, I think it might have been pointed at the Shadow Spear, but now we're talking. What are we actually targeting? We'll get confirmation on that. And this looks like Kappa Cannoneer. Yeah, more than enough mana to pay for the ward.
Right. Normally that card has legally distinct hexproof.
Right.
And in this case, that distinction is extremely legal.
Yes. Yeah, those lands finally doing something. No action. Oh, and there is Flage. All right, Lee Webb is able to tie things up. We are going to see a game number 3 here as our players fight for possession of sole undefeated player on the weekend.
Oh, that was an unbelievable back and forth game. It took the 3rd wear tear to actually get there in the end.
Burke Mathena on the draw on 5 cards there.
Yeah.
And it was still so
close.
It was
really competitive. That was when we also saw a lot of player sideboards come out to play. Right? We saw 3 copies of Wear Tear. We saw a Fatal Push. Unclear where that may have started the match, main board or sideboard. We saw Dreams of Steel and Oil. We saw both Whip Flares from Mathena. We saw Dispatch. Just both of these players' decks are doing what they want to do in the matchup, and that's why these games are so intense.
Oh, yeah. And players certainly looks like they're reconsidering sideboarding some stuff with play and draw. You were talking about how it looked like Mathena may have boarded out those Metallic Rebukes, had those Force of Negations in on the draw. You suspect that maybe that's what he's looking at, or is there anything else to consider here?
I really think that after seeing the texture of that last game, at the point that you're putting Whip Flare into your deck, the more I'm running it through my head, I'm thinking Mana Leak is a much harder pill to swallow whenever you're trying to play 5-6 turns of a game.
Sure, that makes sense. Well, if you're interested in keeping up on all things Magic, as I'm sure you must be if you're joining us here this weekend, go ahead and subscribe to the StarCityGames.com newsletter. It's free.
Right.
And you can keep up on all of Magic's upcoming releases, upcoming events, Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy on the horizon that I'm very excited for.
Oh, yeah.
SCG Con Orlando coming up at the end of August, as well as any sales on the website. All this great information you can get at StarCityGames.com/newsletter. It is, I cannot stress enough how free it is.
Literally free. You get all kinds of writings from Nick Miller, from John Hall. Great friends of the broadcast, friends of ours. And it helps you stay up to date on all kinds of different Magic news, from preview season to a rules change coming up with Final Fantasy to the Saga mechanic. All kinds of interesting stuff.
Players taking some time to consult those deck lists. Day number 2 is open deck list. And that really does make the Spotlight series a really good testing ground if you are a player who is looking to level up your game. If you're trying to make it to the regionals championship and see success in that open deck list field. And we're coming up on some modern RCs here.
And honestly, I've really loved how this Affinity deck has looked in the hands of Burke Mathena over the course of this match. This is something that I can imagine, assuming I could play RCQs and if I did not have the job that I do. I could easily imagine myself taking this down to an LGS, playing an RCQ, and just absolutely cakewalking over a bunch of Energy players.
Oh, yeah. Urza Saga is one of those cards where we saw what happened in Game 1, Carmen. Did any other card matter, or was it all Urza Saga?
Yeah,
Refresh my memory.
It sounds to me like your memory is pretty pointed. But no, Urza Saga, really big card. We made a joke where it was, turn 4? We saw a crunch for 13 after Mathena had not attacked the whole game or cast a creature spell.
Yeah.
And it was just, okay, I'll make a construct on your instep. It's a 5/5, about to be a 6/6, untap. Make another construct. They're both now 6/6s. Fetch up Lava Spur Boots so I get to attack with both. And then the ward mattered, too.
Right.
Every little bit of this sort of Rube Goldberg machine matters.
And there's only so many decks that can really take advantage of Urza Saga, and I don't have enough wrinkles in my brain to pilot Amulet Titan. So this is the people's Urza Saga deck.
Oh, I feel you. No, I like to think of my brain as cute and smooth like a marble. Ooh. Oh, those Vindicates are in for Webb.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. I mean...
On the play?
On the draw?
They're less good on the draw.
Yeah. But we saw Portable Hole do a lot for Mathena that last game. So if you think the game is going to go longer, I think having something that versatile, there is a case to be made here.
Actually could have paid for the ward vindicating Kappa Cannoneer in that game.
That would have been vindicating.
Players looking at 7-card hands. See if we can get both players on 7 for the first game this round. And we do. Mathena opens up. Shocking and Hollowed Fountain. Shadow Spear?
Pretty nice. We've seen how important that card has been in this match. Both times where you go, oh, wow. If that ever does an attack or helps a creature attack one time, it's huge.
And Webb going to open things up with Ragavan. The first time we've seen that from him in this match, fetching and shocking for it. And we're not in the Ornithopter era. We're not in the Memnite era. So this Ragavan could be pretty strong. We'll see what Mathena can do about it.
How about a land, an Urza's Bobble land?
And nothing. Could have something up, but not doesn't have Metalcraft for Dispatch. So it's a little tough on that front.
Well, one of the nice things is that a lot of Mathena's cards are not really disastrous if Ragavan flips them over. What happens if Webb flips over an Imri, a Kappa Cannoneer?
Yeah.
Lands don't count. Mox Opal's not very good.
Portable Hole is pretty good, though.
Ooh.
Something I also want to point out, it's not really going to be a thing on the first hit, but Ragavan making that treasure, if we see Webb cast this Portable Hole as well, starts to have a threshold of artifacts to take advantage of Affinity and Improvise.
Sure.
Here is a Thoughtseize. We take a look at the holding for Mathena. It's going to be Whip Flare, Thoughtcast, and 2 Kappa Cannoneers.
Okay, so it looks like the thing that Mathena was really considering last turn was if it was time to Whip Flare Ragavan.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Webb, so the Kappa Cannoneers are kind of Thoughtseize proof, right? I don't know if there's any consideration for taking either of those when there's 2 in the hand. I could be wrong, but what are you looking at here?
I think the Whip Flare is really the thing that Webb is going to care about. We saw how important pressure was last game, and I think Webb's hand is a little land light, so continuing the sort of tango of develop and disrupt you is going to be hard when you're choked on mana.
Whip Flare is the take. This is big, though. No second land for Webb, and the treasure is used to cast the Portable Hole.
Hard not to get in while the getting's good on that one.
Ooh, another Portable Hole off of this second Ragavan hit. Mathena to 14, and it'll be the land for Mathena was Urza's Saga, so that's pretty scary, but Webb does have land number 2 here.
Ooh, and Webb also has Vindicate.
Oh, baby. I like Stone Rain and Urza's Saga.
Yeah, no, and we also see Webb with Showdown of the Scalds in hand. This is something where we can see Webb say, oh, I thought the game was about one thing game 2 and adapt in a big way game 3.
Yeah, I love that. I certainly find myself in that position. It's a matchup I've played maybe once or twice, maybe never, and figuring out, all right, this is what I think it's about in game 2, and readjusting for game 3. I love that.
Right, I find myself thinking about that sort of thing a lot whenever I'm sideboarding in particular, or excuse me, whenever I'm in a top deck war, I'm thinking about how I'm going to sideboard because nothing else is really happening a lot of the time. So what are you going to think about there?
That was Vindicate on Urza's Saga. Mathena just draws and passes back. Ragavan now has hit 3 times.
Oh.
Razortide Bridge exiled, treasure created. Here's another Thoughtseize for Webb. Right, so Metallic Rebuke was picked up, was in addition to those 2 Kappa Cannoneers and a Thoughtcast.
Oh, is that the card that Webb's going to go for? Interesting.
That is the, okay, it's going to be, the pick is Thoughtcast. Webb decides, all right, I already have my Ragavan. I know about the Rebuke, so I don't have to play too hard into it. As here is Guide of Souls.
Webb notably having that second land last turn, this is exactly that I'm disrupting you and I'm developing a threat in the same turn that Webb really wants to see.
Guide of Souls does resolve. Mathena wanted to use that Mishra's Bauble, does. Looks at Webb's top card, draws 2 cards, plays Otawara. Is that Tormod's Crypt?
That is Tormod's Crypt. I suspect this is left in the deck so Saga can KO something like a Flage.
Right.
This is one of the issues where if you have too many bullets in your deck, it's unlikely you draw any one of them. But if you have 5 cards that are like this that you don't really want to draw, you are somewhat likely to trip over 1 or 2 of them over the course of a long match.
Ragavan and Guide of Souls rumble in. Mathena at a 9, a Metallic Rebuke exiled. Additional treasure created, and here's a second Guide of Souls. Webb now making some energy, gaining some life.
Up to 13.
Kind of some funny texture exiling that Rebuke. Webb's a little bit greenlit to cast a spell with the ability to possibly actually cast that Metallic Rebuke to fight over it.
Whoa.
It's like putting a Ragavan on the stack just to trigger these Guide of Souls post-combat. Gonna get 2 energy and 2 life for that. Rebuke permanently exiled as we go to Mathena, who really needs to do something about this battlefield. Gonna start with Pithing Needle?
That is Pithing Needle. Again, another, I can imagine why it's in the deck, right? If your opponent has Goblin Bombardment in, then you might want to grab it off Urza's Saga. My suspicion is Webb cut those.
Yeah, we certainly haven't seen it in this game as the Guide of Souls going to turn sideways with that Ragavan, going to use that energy. One of the Guide of Souls grows to a 3/4 flyer. We have 3, 4, 5, 6 points coming across. Mathena down to 3.
Oh, Pithing Needle's an Ajani card. Great. That makes way more sense. It's not going to help here.
Webb's going to drum up a basic mountain here. Little conversation about Ragavan making a treasure token. A card was exiled, and you cannot half resolve an effect.
Sure.
So you cannot miss a trigger that you have acknowledged.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So there is that 3rd treasure.
Can't reveal to your Dark Confidant and not lose the life, you know?
Right. But we are going back to Mathena. And does not have it. Lee Webb. And this innovative take on energy, the Mardu energy spin with those Dreams of Steel and Oil, coming in clutch against this artifact deck, is now our sole undefeated player in the field.
Yeah, I actually really liked how Lee Webb navigated a lot of those games, and especially the sort of rebuilding how his deck is built. Just in general, making sure, hey, if this is what the games are going to be about, especially when you see the force of negation from your opponent, who you can probably expect knows the matchup a little better than you, there's some amount of saying, okay, I'll follow your lead. Let's make this about grinding, bringing in those Vindicates, which we saw do awesome work in Game 3. So this is exactly the type of thing I like to see deeper in a tournament. You see players making really bold calls on things that even we in the booth were a little skeptical of, but it paid off in a big way. There is a reason that Lee Webb is 10-0 at the Magic Spotlight here.
Yeah, talking about that sideboarding and adapting going into game number 3, I believe you scouted Showdown on the Skulls in Webb's hand at the end of the game, and the only card that Mathena, one of very few, I don't know about only, but Whip Flare is really what he was looking for. There was a couple of crucial turns that could have been really good, and Showdown would have turned things right back around.
Yes.
So Webb had him covered even if he had the outs. So I really love that approach. It's working out. Lee Webb is now undefeated, but that's going to do it for coverage of round number 10 here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. But don't go anywhere. Carmen and I will be back in just a bit for round number 11. Howdy gamers, welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair here at SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf, she's Common Clarence. This is day 2. We are coming up on round number 11. We've seen already a lot of great Modern matches, some pretty cool decks, and we have one undefeated player remaining in the field at this point in time.
Listen, I try not to be too meta about it and, break down roles and all that, play-by-play, analyst, all that, but my play-by-play friend, are you ready to say Asmarina Mardukadai in a Kuldakar?
We'll find out when we get to it. First, let's look at the standings. That's going to be Lee Webb at 10-0 on Mardu energy. A lot of Boros energy in the field. Not surprising to see Nicholas Odenheimer there in second place on the Boros build of the deck.
Very good at playing with aggressive red strategies.
Yes.
We saw a win at Magic Spotlight Foundations earlier this year. I believe that was with the Leyline aggro deck and Standard. Very nice deck.
When it comes to non-aggressive red strategies, Corey Burkhart at 9-1 with Grixis midrange, some spell snares, sideboard Kolaghan's commands, but we take those.
Listen, anything to get it in the door.
Oh, yeah. We saw Burke Mathena picking up his first loss last round at 9-1 on Azorius Affinity. Yinan Wan, Is It Prowess, going to be the best performing player currently with that archetype. That deck took a big hit going into day 2, but Wan still very much in contention here. A lot of archetypes really in contention here. D'Anthony Davis on 5-color creativity. Oscar Christensen, Esper Blink at 8-1-1. I would imagine Charles Ayler.
I believe they were paired last round,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Another Azorius Affinity deck, actually.
I mean, we saw that deck does have the ability to kind of hang in a really long game with its card advantage tools.
Yeah, number of players at 8-2. Jeskai Control there, Broden Large. Cody Lewis we saw yesterday on Domain Zoo. That deck looks quite good on the weekend. So we see who might also be 8-2, looking at page 2 of our standings. 8-2 still very much in contention with 5 rounds to go here.
I believe 12-3 is a pretty comfortable top 8 here, but don't quote me on that one. There might be a couple of 36-point folks on the outside looking in.
We'll burn that bridge when we get there.
Of course.
Nerd Rage Gaming Series stud, Raja Suleiman on Esper Blink at 8-2 in this weekend.
I know. I've seen a lot of people playing the Esper Blink deck. I think I actually saw him on social media referring to it as Esper Ketramos, where it is mostly just the sort of Orzhov Blink deck that we've seen develop over the course of the last 6 months or so, where it is able to have Psychic Frog and Ketramos as a sort of wombo combo, where you immediately are able to utilize the fact that Ketramos I'll say is an extremely above-rate creature if you're able to sort of fulfill the quest of unlocking its godhood.
Having another what year is its moment as we see Ben Weinberg.
Oh, yeah. We're in the Midwest. It's day 2 of a Magic tournament. Here he is.
Oh, yeah. It's somebody I covered a lot back on my days with the SCG Tour. Great to see him performing with the Boros Energy deck here.
The only time I have ever seen Ben Weinberg miss day 2 of an open field event like this one, I then watched him, I would say, run backwards into the end zone with a Kethis combo deck in a huge standard PTQ on Sunday.
Nice.
Which is to say, dude is always winning at Magic, always a great guy to hang out with and get to play with.
Very accomplished player over a large number of years.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the great things about Magic and modern and eternal Magic in general, is that you end up being able to sort of create conversation around, oh yeah, I remember it. Didn't you play Grixis midrange at SCG States back in 2017?
Right.
That was really cool. I like that deck. Ancestral Visions right after it got unbanned.
In this building.
Yeah.
So we have some pretty cool decks, some stuff that certainly you and I haven't covered, and actually even the kind of familiar archetype is pretty spicy as well. So let's actually start there. We have Gruul Broodscale. So this is going to be that Basking Broodscale Blade of the Bloodchief combo deck, trying to make an arbitrarily large Eldrazi creature. And the Gruul, we did see some Eldrazi line breakers yesterday, but not in this combo archetype.
Right, so this is a version of the deck that is doing a combo with Basking Broodscale, Blade of the Bloodchief, just like you said. I think we saw Matt Nass originally doing a lot to popularize this. He said, I won an RCQ with a Pauper deck.
Yeah.
Right, the deck is not legal in Pauper anymore, but this is a deck that makes an infinitely large Basking Broodscale and infinite mana between those two cards, and then generally finding a way to win from there is not super hard. We see it utilized in black-green a lot of the time, sometimes doing a sort of hybrid song and dance with Yawgmoth combo, really leaning into the sort of graveyard elements with Agatha's Soul Cauldron and the like. Here, no Soul Cauldrons. This is almost like half Eldrazi aggro, half combo deck.
Yeah, and this is another Urza's Saga deck for the people.
Right.
I might be able to play this one.
Okay.
On the other side of the table, we have Sam Brown on Sultai Food and Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar type beat.
All right, we have two casters that can say Asmo's full name, and I'm hearing the players are ready.
Well, let's get down to the match. We'll certainly have a lot to talk about with this game. This deck takes a lot of game actions.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited to see it. This is a Sultai version of the deck.
Utilizing 4 copies of a Tarkir Dragonsort card, Nature's Rhythm, which is quite good at drumming up that Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar.
But
Buyers on the play with Eldrazi Temple as we are underway here in round 11 at Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair.
And, you know, your opponent leading on Eldrazi Temple is one of those stomach drop moments for me a lot of the time, especially if they pass.
Right. Something scary is
You go,
coming.
oh, this person is not, they are up to no good, and I am sitting across from it.
Sam Brown's going to shock in a breeding pool for a turn 1 Underworld Cookbook as we go back to Wesley Byers. Land number 2 is Beseiju, and the play is Glaring Fleshraker. This card can snowball very quickly.
Right, and this is one of the cards that does not necessarily need infinite mana, but you aren't going to complain about it, but utilizes the infinite creature fall that comes from the Basking Brood Scale combo to kill the opponent.
Speaking of combos, Sam Brown discards Oval Chase Daredevil to the Cookbook, makes a food token. Daredevil, back to hand. I'm going to do my very best not to call it Ovaltine Daredevil today.
I mean,
I've already failed.
I would happily drink this deck in.
Second land for Brown is Verdant Catacombs, going to fetch up Overgrown Tomb. Shocking. Down to 15.
Okay, and one of the cool things this deck does, we see Finale of Devastation for 0, which is going to get that Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar onto the table.
A lot of 2-mana tutors to put that right onto the battlefield. Gotta love that from Brown's composition. As here is Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar. There is second Underworld Cookbook.
And against a creature combo deck like this, I think we could end up seeing Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar be even more important than normal because it does have that sort of face-up removal element at the bottom of her text box.
Yeah, forcing a creature to deal 6 damage to itself by sacrificing 2 foods. And the cookbooks, those are going to make a lot of foods, especially with that Daredevil already in tow.
Once you get cooking with the book, that's it.
And Brown's not going to be lazy. Going to just discard this Daredevil, get another food. Kind of shortcutting here up to 3. Daredevil back in hand.
It's always nice whenever the players can kind of just go, hey, we know what's happening here, right? Like, are you going to make me do the whole thing over and over?
I have demonstrated a loop. All right, we'll see what Buyers can do about this. Already a ton of material on the battlefield for Brown.
Right, this is one of the things that we've seen with Mox Opal do a lot since its unbanning, where you see a big sort of synergy component where a lot of stuff is happening and moving around, but at the end of the day, if you look at Sam's side of the table, there is one card that matters.
Are you trying to get me to say Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar?
No, I would never try and trick you into saying Asmarana Mardigadiced in a Kuldakar.
Thank you. Land number 3 for Buyers. Cavern of Souls. That's got to be on Eldrazi. An attempt at a second Glaring Fleshraker trigger.
I mean, this is sort of the beatdown component of this deck that we talked about a little bit before, where even without threatening the combo, this is a lot of damage. This is 2 bodies and 4 points of damage for every colorless spell that gets cast from here.
Yeah. Eldrazi spawn showing up there. I like that Eldrazi spawn. It's a cool little sketch.
Oh, yeah. Really, really cool. I love people with sort of being able to customize their tokens.
Looks like a Brood Scale here.
Ooh. And this is one of the absurd things about the deck is I'm all of a sudden going, wait, hold on, is Sam dead? Okay, Ballista for 0.
We are lining up the stack. I believe these dice are representing Fleshraker triggers. Love this communication by buyers.
Two very, very mechanically complex decks.
Yes. And here is Malevolent Rumble for buyers. Oh, sorry, that was a Walking Ballista on 0. That was the creature cast there.
No big deal, just the Dark Ritual for you mode.
Yeah, Sam Brown's at 7.
I think about to fall to 5.
Yeah, this additional Eldrazi coming in off the Rumble is going to deal 2 more points.
Malevolent Rumble really doing a lot in Modern the last few months.
This card is deceptively powerful. If you think it's powerful, you're right. But you might be wrong about how powerful it is.
Right, exactly. No, you think we are agreeing at each other. I think Malevolent Rumble is strong in the bespoke way.
Taking a look at a couple lands, looks like Stomping Ground and Grove of the Burnwellows, as well as a Writhing Chrysalis and Emrakul, the Promised End. Already quite a few card types here. You have Artifact, Creature, Sorcery on its way. One of these lands is going to be there.
In a lot of ways, this is the beauty of being able to play this sort of aggro combo deck if you're in Wesley's seat, where Sam had this Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar that could have sacrificed 2 foods to go after Glaring Fleshraker during Sam's last turn and didn't because you think, oh, well, what if I just die to Basking Broodscale?
Well, what if you just died a Walking Ballista?
Right, exactly. Oh, it's actually being cast for mana this time.
Yeah, 2 spawns sacrificed. It's going to be 2 more Fleshraker triggers here. So there's 3 colorless creatures on their way.
This is lethal.
You got to do something about this.
You can see Sam kind of realizing, oh, I think I need to use my Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar.
Well, that's what he came to do. He came to activate his Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar, so I would like to see him activate his Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar.
Right, that's the joy of registering Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar.
You get it. Finally, somebody gets it. All right, so you see, once again, buyers lining up the stack. So those dice represent those triggers on the Fleshrakers making Eldrazi spawns. There's going to be some damage coming in. Brown thinking about what to do with that Asmarina Martika Dice and a Kuldakar. But if this stack resolves, there is lethal damage on the way.
Correct. And this is the moment where you can almost see both players, where Sam is going, wait, is this lethal? Yeah, I think Sam might have let one too many things resolve.
Ooh, and Brown's going to reveal the master plan. Going to tell buyers what he was cooking. Was trying to line up a Time Sieve combo for the next turn. Let a little bit too much damage through, and it's going to pick them up.
Oh, that's so tough. And Time Sieve, one of those cards that it comes in and out of Modern, but it's so sweet when it works.
Time Sieve, one of the first major Magic events I ever traveled to was when Time Sieve was legal in Standard, and there was a match that went to time, one of the players on Time Sieve, and that's how I learned that you play 5 additional turns, and it doesn't matter who plays them.
Sure.
The Time Sieve player took all 5 additional turns and won the game on turn 5. Players are going to be taking a look at their sideboards here. We'll see if Sam Brown has any help against this Eldrazi deck. There's actually a pretty common form of help here.
Ah, yes. Consigned to Memory. One of the most important cards against any deck playing Eldrazi, really. But especially in one like this, it's going to be colossal.
Yes. Anything else looking particularly impactful here?
It's not hard to talk me into Harbinger of the Seas. All of a sudden, I feel like I need to go check what types of lands Wesley has brought. There aren't a ton of fetches to really help get out from under it or preempt it in a big way. There are a couple of wooded foothills and a couple of forests, but other than that, I think Harbinger of the Seas could do great work in a matchup like this one.
For Wesley buyers, probably a bit less familiar what's going on in Sam Brown's deck, but there is an open deck list and did see a few of the marquee cards already. I see at least one loud card in the sideboard here. What do you like for buyers?
Right, so I really like Pithing Needle. This is a card that kind of rounds out an Urza Saga package, if that's what you want your deck to be about, but being able to turn off Underworld Cookbook is a really, really big deal and a card that's pretty attractive to me in a matchup like this one. I think Dismember is also a pretty nice one, where a lot of Sam's combos don't exclusively involve creatures, but they usually ask you to have one in order to get there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I think Thought Knot Seer is a card that anytime your opponent is super big on doing things from their hand, like Oval Chase Daredevil, like breaking up those synergies is going to be a really big deal too.
Sure. I want to thank everybody at home joining us this weekend. I also want to thank our sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield, for helping to make the Magic Spotlight Secret Lair here at SCGCon Indianapolis possible. Huge fan of Dragon Shields. If I was playing this weekend, that is what I would have my deck sleeved in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing where we've played with Dragon Shields. I know both of us, a combined 4 or 5 decades. I can't believe I said that out loud. Oh. But that is because they are awesome. They're one of the best sleeve companies that helps keep your cards protected, and it's something where I can play an event and confidently feel like I am going to get to play the whole event with those sleeves.
I've played multiple events since I've been kind of back playing Magic again. I'm a little RCQ grind. Dragon Shields will get me through a lot of those little 5-round tournaments.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can play a lot of weeklies.
Something else I also kind of like out of Wesley Byers' sideboard is I like these copies of Thief of Existence. It's strange where there aren't a ton of non-creature permanents that Sam Brown is going to be presenting, or actually non-creature, non-land ones. But cards like the Underworld Cookbook and Time Sieve are so important that being able to tag them is pretty nice. It's also just a pretty reasonable attacker. It isn't super clear to me that Wesley needs to just try and completely combo the opponent out every single time. And I think this is a card that can help with that one.
We're talking a little bit about who's the beatdown last round. And when we talk about kind of combo-y decks with combo-y finishes squaring off, I think that a really important thing is who is faster in assembling their combo, just texturally, and then how the games play out. This disruptive stuff happening in the sideboards clearly is a factor in that equation. We saw how game 1 played out. Byers explosive on the combo front there. In these sideboard games, who do you think is going to be able to execute more quickly?
I think in general we're going to see the nod go to Wesley Byers a bit, and something I just want to I want to sidestep the who's the beatdown thing a little bit. So in general, that article is talking about if you want your deck to be more successful in bigger games or in smaller games relative to a matchup. Given that so many of Wesley's cards play so well individually, at the end of the day, a lot of the Eldrazi are just creatures that can attack and block on their own. I think Wesley is going to be more successful in a lot of smaller games, which implies that they want to be the one that's attacking, kind of shrinking the game most of the time and breaking up their opponent's combo. Sam, on the other hand, goes so far over the top and can do a lot of things that can be described as infinite as well, but it is things like infinite turns, which is so much harder to beat, right? Because all of a sudden Wesley is literally not allowed to take game actions anymore. So I think Sam is really the person who is trying to grow the game over time, actually get more draw steps over the course of a game, and try and win that sort of thing.
I also want to call attention to something that's pretty loud on Brown's deck list. We've been focusing a lot on the combo elements. What we saw in game number 1 was, of course, Underworld Cookbook, Oval Chase Daredevil, Asmarana Marketplace, and a Kuldakar. But a really big card in Brown's deck, especially if we're looking at a sideboard game where there's all this disruption coming in, this is a 4 Psychic Frog deck.
Yes.
So Brown could just be the quote-unquote control with that kind of card, too.
Right. There's only a suite of instance, one of Consign, to Memory, Fatal Push, Metallic Rebuke, Spell Pierce, etc. in the main board. But sideboard, there are significantly more tools, those Consigns we talked about, these Fatal Pushes you can see on the screen. It is not that hard for me to imagine a world in which Sam says, okay, fine, let's play fair. You got it. I'll see you there, bud. Thief of Existence, a really interesting card in the matchup where it's going to struggle a little bit more in the games that aren't really about comboing. So I'm still waffling a lot, and if we think we're going to see that one come in from Wesley.
Yeah, I think that the big thing about it, when you think about a card costing 3 mana, that can disincentivize you to have it, but when you're cheating with Eldrazi Temple, it costing 2 makes it a little bit easier to justify.
Right, you go to 3/4. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
How bad can that be?
We see players looking at opening hands for game number 2. Wesley Byers up a game with this really cool Gruul Brood Scale deck. Didn't see any line breakers in that game, but I'm a huge Eldrazi line breaker fan.
Oh, yeah. It's just something that contributes so well to whenever you want to be a beatdown deck.
All right, Sam Brown on the play. Going to start with a Hedge Maze. Take a look at that top card. It's going to be going to the graveyard. It was a Verdant Catacombs. Over to Byers. Urza's Saga.
Turn 1.
Turn 1.
Turn 1 Urza's Saga. I'm sure it's up to good.
Oh, yeah. Surely.
Definitely. It has to be. Come on.
Casting Springleaf Drum, another perfectly innocent card.
You think people just register Springleaf Drum to beat their opponent? You think they're reducing people's life totals to 0?
Sam
in
Brown
Indianapolis?
Gonna be doing some reducing his own life totals. Gonna fetch a Windswept Heath for an Overgrown Tomb down to 17. I almost had 3 different numbers there. 17 is the correct one.
I mean, really, there's only a spread of 20 of them. So
I narrowed it down.
Yeah.
And there is Psychic Frog.
Ribbit.
Could be a big deal, but we'll see exactly how much no good this Saga and this Drum are up to.
It's so nice on the play, especially if Sam gets to untap with something like this and just back it up with any form of protection. It would be huge.
Cavern of Souls, got to be an Eldrazi. Wesley Byers going to play that Basking Brood Scale. Urza Saga's on Chapter 2. Byers representing a combo very quick here.
And this is something we've seen how versatile Urza Saga can be just in the last couple of rounds. Beatdown, control card, combo installation. We see Amulet Titan do this a bunch.
Brown's going to attack with that Psychic Frog. I would be very surprised to see Byers block, but maybe the Springleaf Drum represents some kind of spell. Right, no action. Frog connects for 1. Brown draws a card. Byers to 19. See if Brown wants to commit anything else to the battlefield, if there is any kind of play. Once that Frog is online and connecting, also when you're face up against the combo represented, it seems like there's a lot of argument for Brown to leave some mana up here.
Okay, well, how about cracking a fetch land right now immediately?
Well, you know, that's also an option.
No, I don't. Basic Forest representing the Harbinger of the Seas being an option. That could be a reason to go ahead and tap out now.
Doesn't have double blue at this time, but that would be a really big play if it was an option. It's going to be a cookbook, discarding a cookbook, make a food. All right, and here, this explains why we're doing that quickly, is it's Mox Opal. Metalcraft online because of the book and the food. And here is Asmarana Mardukadice and a Kuldakar.
Ooh, and the nice thing about Asmarana Mardukadice and a Kuldakar is it is a face-up way to check the combo.
Also, immediately tutors up another cookbook, which represents a second food. Exactly what you're saying, checking that combo with those double food tokens.
And one of the nice things about Psychic Frog in this deck, outside of Psychic Frog just being an extremely strong magic card, is when you in the games you don't have Ovalchase Daredevil, it does just put you up raw cardboard to feed the cookbook.
Right. We go back to Byers, draws for turn. Urza Saga up to Chapter 3. It's time to think. Probably pretty confident that Asmarana Mardukadice and the Kuldakar would break up an attempted combo on this turn. So do you want to just make a mana with the Saga? Do you want to find the Blade? Do you want to pivot to a different target to tutor for? A lot to think about here. It's going to be a floating of the mana, as Byers will tutor for an artifact. It will be the Blade of the Bloodchief.
And so far, I think I like this play. One of the things that it does is it more or less forces Sam to go ahead and commit another card to making a food.
Yeah, we do not see a Daredevil this game, so it is going to be a real resource.
Right. Every time that Byers does something like this, it is eating real material from Brown.
Grove of the Burnwellows is land for turn. Love that Buyers has the Future Sight version.
Oh, yeah.
And here is Equip of the Blade. It's going to be a response here. Cookbook, discards, Finale Devastation. Lining up to make a second food. Does Buyers have a response?
Oh, is this the Dismember?
That would be massive.
Oh, that would be game, or that would be infinite mana at least. That would just be game.
Tapping of the Grove. Okay, looks like we are adapting our Brood Scale in response.
Okay, this is nice. This is basically just making sure you at least get the mana rebate, or at least get a body on the Brood Scale, which you can then tap the spawn to the Springleaf Drum.
And Fatal Push is going to respond to that.
Mm.
Buyers are going to use that drum. Veil of Summer.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wait.
Oh my god.
That counters the Fatal Push. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but Asmarana Marketized in a Kuldakar is a black permanent.
Oh, I would never correct you about Asmarana Marketized in a Kuldakar. You know so much about her. Oh my god.
So here is the spawn from adapting.
Okay, so this is interesting. Now all of a sudden, there's the question of, does Veil of Summer make it so you can't target the fresh Eldrazi spawn?
Right, because it enters the battlefield after the Veil resolves. All right, so it looks like we have the Blade on the Brood Scale, and there is Dismember on Asmarana Marketized in a Kuldakar. And the Brood Scale has a 6 on it. And okay, yeah, we executed the combo.
Yeah.
That is Emrakul.
Oh my god, and it was the Dismember. Oh my god, what? That was navigated so well.
Yeah, I was excited to see Eldrazi Linebreaker, but the combo potential of this deck, Wesley Byers just didn't need any stuff like that. It's like, all right, what if I just executed a full combo on turn 3? Game 1, it wasn't like a full combo, but it was a lethal string of game mechanics.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in some ways, the Eldrazi were the line breakers we made along the way or something like that. No, but
like that
I
indeed.
really cannot emphasize enough just how strong Wesley Byers was at navigating that final turn, where I think if any single game action were made differently, they don't win there. And instead, they set up, they kind of have the read on what is in hand and go, oh, no, I can win through 2 layers of interaction. I've seen the deck list sheet, and I know how to convert.
I really like Sam Brown's deck. We'll see if we see more of that. Those players were 8-2. We have Wesley Byers advancing to 9-2. And the Brood Scale combo deck, it was the first time that we covered any build of it this weekend. It looked really good.
Yeah.
And I imagine we'll be seeing more of Byers this weekend, but that's going to do it for now for round number 11 here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment for round number 12. Howdy gamers, welcome back to live coverage of Day 2 of Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair here at SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf, she is Carmen Clemperens. I want to apologize, I lied to you all just a moment ago. It's still round 11, but the good news is we have more Magic to cover.
You think you know someone. They say Asmarana Mardica Dystina Kuldakarta you perfectly, and yet.
I contain multitudes, as does this round of Magic, as we have some players. We actually are going to be joining a match underway. We were talking about Ben Weinberg on the standards on Boros Energy this weekend at 8-2 and up a game against Judah Taylor on Esper midrange.
All right, and it looks like that the deck that she's brought this weekend is pretty close to something that we've just affectionately referred to as Esper Frog.
Yes.
Over the last few months, so this is largely a blue-black mid-rangey deck with a Psychic Frog, Murktide Regent, over Abhorrent Oculus, and a lot of the other unearthy graveyard stuff. Splashing white for Prismatic Ending and Pest Control.
Taylor shocking in a Nihil Spellbomb in the first turn, and Weinberg will be opening up. Fetch shocking for Regavan.
Now Spellbomb, a card that we've actually seen do great work in this exact matchup, this like all weekend.
Yeah, being able to cover those flages. Also just replacing itself. The floor is pretty high on the card. And here is Psychic Frog.
Ribbit.
Taylor fetch shocking to 15 for the very powerful Modern Horizons 3 card.
My son.
See what Weinberg can do. There's only so many clean answers Boros has to a card like Psychic Frog.
Right, it is the type of thing where it even feels risky to go for something like a Galvanic Discharge, because I suspect Psychic Frog is often worth more than 2 cards out of hand.
Right.
And that might feel like a favorable exchange, but when the Frog is also going to accrue cards...
Yeah. It's not bad to mind rot your opponent. The problem is the Frog does just kill you.
Exactly.
And redraws the cards.
Right.
As somebody who has been in the situation of contemplating how many red damage sources I want to put in a Psychic Frog, what I'm doing with my life, it's a very stressful situation.
Have you ever Lava Darted a Psychic Frog?
Listen, you know I have.
Speak, child.
Weinberg is going to fetch up a Plains down to 16.
Notably, this is game 2, and it appears that Weinberg did pick up the first game.
Yes. Voice of Victory. The big pickup for Boros from Tarkir Dragonstorm is the play on turn 2.
With Weinberg's list also playing 3 copies in the main deck. That's a loud proclamation.
Yeah, the big interaction for Voice of Victory. Of course, it plays well with Goblin Bombardment. Also very well with a Johnny and a Coddle Pariah that give them those red token permanents. Psychic Frog is going to rumble across.
Ribbit.
Weinberg will go to 15. Taylor will draw a card. A sign of strength, I would think, to attack with the Frog here.
Right, it's also a spot where even if it eats a card, it's not clear that it's going to hit a bunch of creatures or it's going to be that favorable in exchange if Weinberg is still able to get in for 5 or something like that. There's also a degree where if you don't want to trade 4 cards to keep it alive, you might as well just attack with it.
Preordained for Taylor, 1 top, 1 bottom before Prismatic Ending is going to exile the Voice of Victory.
Okay.
Regavan currently unchecked. And Weinberg will rumble across with the Legendary Monkey. Marsh Flats exiled. The Weinberg will get a token, a treasure for the trouble.
Gotta be something Taylor's excited to see off the top. Whenever you're playing in a fair mirror like this one, you are somewhat worried about how good Regavan is going to be at utilizing the cards off the top of your own library, and especially in a matchup where you're playing creatures and removal.
Right.
It does come up a lot.
A Fatal Push would have been disastrous.
Exactly.
Guide of Souls added to the battlefield before another Voice of Victory for Weinberg. It's going to be worth a life and an energy immediately. Next turn, that could be very scary.
Ooh, and look at this. You can actually see how those 2 cards interact and stack so favorably. Voice of Victory, you can stack the triggers with Guide of Souls, where you get your 2 tokens, then 2 energy and 2 life for your attack, which then gives you an angel, or the energy to, we'll say, make an angel.
Let's see what Taylor can do about it. They will start attacking with the Psychic Frog.
I love this brave attack from her.
Weinberg back down to 15. Ooh, and here's Pest Control. Answer is the scarier of the 2 of 3 permanents for Weinberg.
I think you're less worried about Voice of Victory when it's just kind of Borderland Marauder.
Right. Notably, Taylor also cracked that Nile Spellbomb, so it didn't just get swept up by the Pest Control. Wasn't able to draw the card. That's fine. You just want to manage that Flage resource count for cards in graveyard.
Right, right, right.
And then Tameo, a pretty nice follow-up as well. Back to Weinberg. The Voice and 2 tokens will rumble across. That's got to be good for 2 damage. Taylor blocks the Voice. 2 points come across. Taylor to 11.
There are a lot of these where I really appreciate that Taylor is more or less just playing this face up a lot of the time. I think there's a temptation to try and get cute a bunch.
Huge follow-up, something that's not just cute. Goblin Bombardment for Weinberg, and that gets to finish off the Tameo with those tokens that were dying anyway.
Right, and this really highlights why the deck has embraced Voice of Victory so hard. Weinberg is making great use in of the card and identifying that that Voice of Victory plays well with Goblin Bombardment, plays well with Ajani. It just makes your best cards better.
Taylor once again attacking with Psychic Frog. See what she can do about this combination. The Bombardment and the Voice of Victory. It is scary stuff for a blue deck. Murktide Regent is going to be the play.
Okay, that's big.
Yeah, a lot of cards that don't puppet and a few that do. 3 counters on the Regent.
Listen, if a 6/6 flying creature for 2 mana isn't good enough, then neither am I. Psychic Frog notably able to modulate the power and toughness at really strange times with Murktide Regent as well.
That is true. And depending on the number of cards in Taylor's hand, she could be presenting lethal in the following turn.
Right, it does not look like lethal at this point, but I don't think it is hard to envision a world where we see Taylor discard 2 or 3 instants and sorceries, and all of a sudden this is a surprise 14.
Weinberg is going to attack. Here's a big Galvanic Discharge. Bombardment. All that's going to go at that Murktide Regent.
Whoa, okay.
No attempt to grow it from Taylor. Here comes the Voice connecting for 1 point. Ocelot Pride added to the battlefield. And we go back to Taylor.
It's entirely possible. One of the funny things about Psychic Frog attacking as much as we've seen them attack with it this game is that it looks like a sign of strength a lot of the time, but it's the sort of Dragon Lord Ajutai conundrum where if you think it's time to block, it's probably time to attack because you need something else.
Right. It also makes a lot of sense that it could be a sign of weakness specifically because of the Voice of Victory.
Mm-hmm.
If Taylor's sitting on counterspells, those don't play at all right now.
Right, and she does have a bunch, at least in the main deck. We're not positive how she sideboarded, but 4 counterspells, some Force of Negation, Spell Snares, all in the deck.
Prismatic Ending is going to exile that Voice of Victory. Surveilland also puts a Polluted Delta into the graveyard as we go back to Weinberg.
Oh, and Ocelot Pride getting to attack here would be massive.
Coast might be clear. Weinberg has never had a 3rd land in this game, so quite far from the City's Blessing, but this is how it starts. Ocelot Pride's going to turn sideways.
Yeah, okay. That's a life gained.
Taylor to 9, Weinberg to 14. And a Arid Mesa back down to 13 for Weinberg. Something like a Seasoned Pyromancer would be absolutely massive right now. There is a basic mountain. Tap a 3, and that is Seasoned Pyromancer. Discards Flage, Regavan, 2 tokens.
Oh, you're saying Flage and the 5th other card? Is that what you were saying to me right now?
I am saying that, yes. And 2 draws towards that 4th land as well.
Oh my gosh.
Cat token. Quick count on the city's blessing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost. As we go back to Judah Taylor. Down a game.
Weinberg started with 2 lands, a creature, and a bombardment in play, and then produced like 30 more permanents that turn.
It was less than 30. It was, in fact, less than 10 because he still does not have the city's blessing. But your point is well taken.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
I have been tasked with accurately calling the action this weekend.
Thank you.
See what the play is for Taylor. She needs something big. Pest Control is a real card.
That counts. Though Taylor's life total is starting to look a little shallow.
It's not high.
I do think there's a really interesting choice here for Weinberg on if you want to start poking the Psychic Frog with all your material that's going to go to the graveyard anyway. All right, fine. You want to sweep up 4 of my cards? I'm taking 2 or 3 of yours with me.
Definitely worth thinking about, especially depending what those last 2 cards in hand and what your confidence on escaping that Flage would be if you made that attempt. Looks like we're all going upstairs. Taylor to 5.
And I love sending it all upstairs because that means the Pyromancer plus the Flage in the graveyard is lethal, which means that Taylor's having to hope Weinberg fades lands.
And mini spells.
Correct.
Frog stays home, I believe, for the first time this game. Weinberg draws. Three cards in hand now for Ben Weinberg. 5 damage to deal.
And this is the spot where you can almost feel the gears turning for Weinberg, where you think, okay, I'm so close to winning this game. I just need to not mess it up.
2 Ocelot Prides.
Whoa, okay.
Counterspell on the second one. And there is Marsh Flats. Weinberg paying respect to that counterspell and being paid off for it.
And at the point that you see Taylor pump the brakes a bit on the Psychic Frog, Weinberg also has the luxury of playing a bit more patiently as a result. Looking at the deck list, I don't see a ton of ways for Taylor to really gain life. So all of a sudden, they have to play extremely conservatively.
Right. Looks like just a draw and a pass as we see Ben Weinberg fetch up that Elegant Parlor, going to surveil. That is the 4th land to escape the Flage. Plenty of cards in the graveyard at this point. Add 1 more. Looks like an Ocelot Pride was milled. Weinberg will draw for turn.
Wow, and I love how Weinberg is actually utilizing Flage as a sort of tempo black hole for Taylor at this point, where Taylor is now priced into committing counterspell mana or having it up basically every turn.
And here's a check for it. Flage is trying to escape. Taylor does meet Flage with a counterspell.
Love the Mercadian Mask counterspell too.
Same.
Very stylish.
Right, Flage didn't work. The attacks aren't good. Weinberg will pass. And end step Orcish Bowmasters for Taylor. Gonna go after the Ocelot Pride. Weinberg will respond with the bombardment, so no token made. Taylor to 4.
Might be getting somewhere.
Yeah, making a little bit of inroads.
I mean, this is what winning a game from here for Taylor looks like, is being able to actually play to the battlefield, have something that can block.
Huge draw step. Nile Spellbomb. That Flage, no longer a problem. Taylor also able to draw the card this time.
Okay. Okay. This is the point where I think we're going to start seeing Taylor discard cards to Psychic Frog. She needs to end this game.
It is a good way to cross the finish line. Here is a preordain for Taylor. Looks like 2 cards to the bottom. Flooded Strand is the land for turn.
That is a painful land.
You don't love that one. Psychic Frog is attacking, though. Looks like some discarding. A Kaito discarded, so the Frog will connect for 2. Weinberg to 10.
Sure.
Taylor draws, and we go back to Weinberg.
And the awkward thing about this Bowmasters is now any creature for Weinberg, because of the bombardment, is able to clear it out of the way.
Yeah, that 1/1, not that hard to answer.
Gosh, or Pyromancer can just force a chump block. Oof.
Yeah, Taylor does not have life to play with right now. As Guide of Souls enters the mix for Weinberg. Looks like a Thraben Charm targeting the Bowmaster. Spell Snare, okay, that's something.
Any port in a storm at this point.
Oh my, Taylor thinking about fetching down to 3. Right. Pyromancer attacks. The block's pretty well forced at this point.
You have to, I mean, you don't have to, but you have to block.
I urge you to block.
You are not legally obligated, but...
You need to live your own life, but a block makes a lot of sense.
Right.
And the block is tendered. See what Taylor can do to try to climb out of this one. 10 points is just too much for a Frog to deal unless the grip was already full. I don't think it was that many cards.
So getting to untap here is a blessing because that means that Taylor did not have to sacrifice the Flooded Strand to get a refresh on mana.
Right. There's a Fatal Push on the Guide of Souls. That's going to be thrown upstairs. Taylor to 3.
This is tight. This is getting to the point where I can kind of see a light at the end of this tunnel for Taylor.
Taylor's going to fetch down to 2.
Whoa.
Finds a basic island. Big tap of 4 for a Kaito. Going to stun the Pyromancer. And you just pray that there's nothing off the top for Weinberg. Frog's going to rumble across for 3. Weinberg to 7.
Any creature, any land is lethal.
Right, because the Pyromancer can just be flashed back. Shock a Sacred Foundry, and it's just what you were saying. Pyromancer upstairs, exiled from the graveyard. That's good for the final point, and Ben Weinberg going to win 2-0 over Judith Taylor, advancing to 9-2 on Boros Energy.
Wow, and I think that really just shows the strength of the energy deck and the way that Weinberg has constructed his deck specifically to maximize Goblin Bombardment. It basically was the game there.
Yes, yeah, the 3 Voice of Victory is so that you're alluding to really maximizing Goblin Bombardment. 3-season Pyromancer. We've seen some Fable of the Mirror Breaker from other players. That's not what Weinberg's doing. And the Voice of Victory actually really seemed like it mattered a lot against this blue control deck. There was multiple turns where Taylor was attacking with Psychic Frog, and it didn't look like a sign of strength in retrospect.
Right, it's so interesting where a card like Grand Abolisher is something that I think gets written off by a lot of spiky or 60-card players. It's not the most strong, where it can come up in some combo senses. We see it in the Azorius Omniscience decks in Standard, for example. But Voice of Victory just gets to have that text on top of a card that it really looks like the energy deck already wants to be playing with.
Right. A bit vulnerable to something like Fatal Push, but you're a deck that's long on creatures
Dies to removal.
anyway.
Okie dokie. We're not blanking that one.
It also dies to Lightning Bolt and Galvanic Discharge. I'm just saying these cards cost 1. That's it.
Yes, you are.
That's it.
Okay, well, I'm
That's
glad
it.
you got it out. Speak, child.
But it didn't die in that game, not quickly enough. And Ben Weinberg does advance to 9-2.
Yeah, it's Sunday for him.
Yes. He's here to play Magic on day 2 of the main event.
I'm always saying this about him.
That's going to do it for round number 11 here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. But don't go anywhere. Carmen and I will be back in just a bit for round number 12. Hello gamers and welcome back to live coverage of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair here from SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf, she is Carmen Clemperens, and we no longer have any undefeated players in our field here.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I was here with you, and the fact that you're throwing me under the bus right now is a little suspicious to me.
Last I heard, there was an undefeated player, and now you're changing the script. So, okay, okay.
Again, my job is to accurately call the action. I'm doing my best to do my jobs. But I believe we have some standings up which could maybe tell the story here, get everybody caught up to speed. Lee Webb on that Mardu energy deck is now 10-1. Burke Mathena, the player who picked up first loss that put Lee Webb to being the only undefeated player, also at 10-1. So both of those players doing a really good job at pacing the field right now. D'Anthony Davis, who we will be watching this round on 5-color creativity, joining them in third place at 10-1.
Yeah, and I won't get too much into D'Anthony's version of 5-color creativity just yet because, like you said, we are going to talk about it a little bit more. I don't want to gloss over how good a day Oscar Christensen and Charles Eiler are having so far. They drew round 1 and then won round 2, or rounds 10 and 11 rather, today. So they're looking pretty strong so far.
It's the kind of thing where for a lot of the tournament, a draw is as good as a loss, but you get this close and you see that it's actually pretty nice at 4th and 5th place here.
Yeah, in some ways it's at the point where we've talked a little bit about how many wins you need in order to punch your ticket into the top 8. Sometimes we say, okay, or this many with a draw, which that with a draw is actually just the strongest tiebreaker you can have.
Right. Nicholas Odenheimer on Boros Energy and Corey Burkhart on Grixis Midrange, falling to 9-2, but if we cut the top 8 right now, they would be in the elimination rounds.
Yeah, these are two players who picked up their losses pretty deep into the tournament, which means they are going to be looking at the top of the, really the top of the standings of anyone with similar records to them.
couple Is It Prowess players on the outside looking in. And then we see Raja Suleiman did pick up a win, up to 9-2 on Esper Blink, creeping up the standings.
Yeah, I see 3 different Blink decks on our top 16, with 2 of them being that Esper Frog Ketramos sort of combination to get the 3-mana 4/4 lifelink menace indestructible card advantage engine online.
Right, and we'll go to page number 2 of our standings. We'll see how deep these 9-2 records go. Actually, not that far. Just down to 9-2, there is Ben Weinberg. We just saw him pick up his 9th win with Boros Energy. Ryan Hayes on Esper Reanimator also making a run of it this weekend.
And Esper Reanimator is the one, you know, we like to have fun here in the booth, and between rounds we were saying, oh, what do you hope wins this weekend? Esper Reanimator, the Goryo's Vengeance deck, is always my little pet pick, you know, a little bit of vanity. I worked on a lot of the cards that happened to be in that deck, was on a lot of those set teams, so I'm really happy to see it kind of planting its flag a bit this weekend.
We do have Hayes on backup this round. We may get to his match against Mason Grody on Ruby Storm, another deck we have not seen yet this weekend, but that is one of the scarier, more explosive decks in the modern format.
Right, really one of those linear strategies that it feels like how good it does on any weekend is based on how much the room decides they are willing to respect it.
Right. Some players at 8-2-1 here. Tony Fritzius and Jeff Mullen.
Jeff Mullen, old school cat from North Carolina.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Very much in contention here with a few rounds left to play. But our match this round, you said we were going to be watching D'Anthony Davis's 5-color creativity deck, though this is something that has been in and out of Modern for a little while now. Of course, the namesake card, Indomitable Creativity, and probably the most significant card in this deck is actually Dwarven Mine to really make this all work, the 5-color Mountains Matter deck.
Yeah, the nice thing about Dwarven Mine in this sort of deck is whenever you put a card like Indomitable Creativity on your deck list sheet, you are kind of wanting to make sure that this card is always going to work. Dwarven Mine does give you that amount of redundancy to say, hey, any fetch land I have is going to be able to turn into a token for Indomitable Creativity to do the sort of polymorph trick where you don't know what creature you're going to hit. It could be anything. It's always going to be the big creature because it's the only creature in your deck. And a lot of your deck building choices ripple out from wanting to have fetch lands, from wanting to have a redundancy of mountains. So we see Wrenn and 6, we see a bunch of red lands that are going to be entering tapped. And something I want to call out about Davis's list that I love is its emphasis on 1 mana plays between Lightning Bolt, Leyline Binding, and a bunch of main deck copies of Spell Pierce.
And I really like these 3 main deck pop patch formation, just a way to kind of insulate your combo, get you a token that's not a creature to try to go off. The 3 reprieves. I love that this is a 5-color deck, and we can play anything that we want, but we have the white version of Remand. Of course, it can answer uncounterable spells, so a little bit upside over Remand there, and we're going for Leyline Binding anyway, going white there. It's very charming to me to see Reprieve being the pick.
And I think Reprieve actually does matter a lot. You know, we talked about it being, oh, you know, it isn't technically countering the spell, it just returns it to hand. We've seen Cavern of Souls look really good making spells uncounterable. I want to say in like half the rounds you and I have covered this weekend alone.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've seen a lot of Cavern of Souls on Eldrazi. We won't be seeing that this round, though, as we have Burke Mathena on this Azorius Affinity deck. This deck looks like a really nice pick for the weekend. Mathena obviously doing very well. Both these players are at 10-1. This is a pretty weird matchup, though. We see stuff like Portable Hole. I don't know how well that's going to line up here. I mean, there are some nice targets, but what are these games about? What does it mean that they're going to be trying to do here?
Yeah, you mentioned Portable Hole. I think most of the time that's really only going to be able to tag a Wrenn and 6, but other than that, something I really like about Mathena's deck in the matchup is that this Azorius deck, it's really good at accruing a few resources for a couple turns and then turning the corner on a dime with cards like Lava Spur Boots, Urza Saga, Kappa Cannoneer in ways that can be pretty hard to interact with. I think the matchup is pretty close overall, but at this point I am going to kind of have the advantage bar a little bit in D'Anthony Davis's 5-color creativity's favor. Yeah,
previously when we watched Mathena play, it seemed like Shadow Spear was the big get for the Urza Saga package. Gotta feel like Ether Spellbomb is the big one in this matchup.
Yeah, Ether Spellbomb likely going to be doing a lot of work, but one of the luxuries of playing this creativity deck as a sort of Naya control deck, as weird as that sounds, is you can just hit land drops and start casting Archon of Cruelty.
Oh, yeah. Eventually you get there, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker can do a lot of work on that front. 4 copies of that one in the deck list.
Something else that I saw in D'Anthony Davis's sideboard, 3 Brotherhoods End. I think you and I maybe disagree a little bit on how good that card is, but it is the type of thing that I doubt Methena really had on their radar coming into the weekend.
Right, and I have to figure for D'Anthony Davis, this is not actually targeted at the Affinity deck either. This is an answer to Corey Steelcutter,
It just happens to be fine.
Yeah.
Right.
It plays here.
Yeah,
it's going to come in here.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it will be impactful.
Yeah, the times when it mops up most of an Urza Saga, it feels really good, but when it does that, it's also frequently taking Portable Hole, Mox Opal, etc. with it.
Right, right. But yeah, it sounds like our players are ready, so we will see just how impactful those will be as we'll get down to the match. Starting in on round number 12 here at Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair here at SCG Con Indianapolis. We have D'Anthony Davis on the play with 5-color Creativity against Burke Methena on Azorius Affinity. Fetch landed a pass for Davis. Methena's going to open up on a bridge and a couple Moxen. Maybe. We're going to hold on the Opal here. Ooh, Davis actually going to Spell Pierce that. Love it.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is that whenever your opponent is playing out cards like Moxen, in some ways, Davis's hand is really forced. Spell Pierce drops off a cliff when your opponent plays a couple of 0-mana artifacts that produce mana as well.
Serious diminishing returns, like you're saying. Also, if Davis wants to use the mana on future turns, spending the Spell Pierce now is certainly ideal, as you see a shock for stopping around a turn 2. And there is Renin 6. Going to pick up that Bloodstained Mire right away.
Renin 6, a card that's fallen out of favor a bit in Modern, but it's no slouch.
Yeah. Once you have that fetch land, it's sort of drawing a card every turn, right?
Right. It just means that you are going to hit your land drop every single turn that it exists in the game.
Another bridge for Methena, and here is an Emery. Going to mill 4. See Urza Saga, Captain Cannoneer, I believe a Lava Spur Boots, and a second Emery milled.
Dare I say that's the combo.
Here's a nice one. Pithing Needle, part of that Urza Saga package. Going to be cast and named that Renin 6.
Yeah, having main deck sort of bullets like this can really pay off in a big way where you aren't usually going to sideboard this card in to try and tag something like Renin 6, but if you draw it, you know, dog will hunt.
Davis going to play that Bloodstained Mire again. Fetch shocking. Actually already down to 12. All 8 points self-inflicted.
Yeah, this is the type of matchup where it's pretty rare each player is attacking for 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. It's usually chunks of a ton of damage where you do get to kind of be a little bit, I'll say, a little bit more laissez-faire with your life total. Just a little loose.
On the attacking for 2 front, here is Fable of the Mirrorbreaker and a Goblin Shaman as we head back to Methena. Going to start with a Tormod's Crypt and is going to Emery back Kappa Cannoneer. The man is just there. The Crypt got him there.
Okay, here it is. This is the point where Davis is threatening Indomitable Creativity, but also needs to have Indomitable Creativity.
Right, well, here's 2 more looks as Fable of the Mirrorbreaker will go to Chapter 2. Davis going to contemplate some rummages. Makes sense to discard that Renin 6 and another card. Here's 2 more on the way. Notably, even if 1 Archon shows up this turn, the Emery is probably going to soak that up.
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. If Davis is able to make a swamp here, an untapped swamp, Davis can Leyline Binding and pay ward on Kappa Cannoneer.
That is true, yeah. And here comes the Goblin Shaman. There is a treasure token for Davis.
Ooh, and I love no blocks from Methena because this is also Methena's way of paying respect to just a lightning bolt.
Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying, the mana is there to pay for ward. Also, like you were saying previously, that 2 points of damage, it's not what the game's about.
Right, right. Though, on the other hand, the Shaman sticking around maybe represents an additional Archon of Cruelty.
True. You know, there are 2 tokens on the battlefield. The
Oh!
play is second Fable.
Well, assuming there's another turn, that represents a bunch more looks at more copies of the Indomitable Creativity for Davis.
Right. Methena will draw for turn. Davis is at 12. Kappa Cannoneer starting as a 5/5. Here is Thoughtcast.
That's a nice 5 to start with.
Only for 1 mana here. Mathena draws 2 cards. Here's another Thoughtcast.
That's not bad, but Mathena really does want artifacts to try and just grow this Kappa Cannoneer.
You need at least 1 to get it unblockable, right?
Yes.
All right, Thought Monitor. That's nice.
That counts.
Once again, drawing 2 cards. The Kappa Cannoneer grows to a 6/6.
Now we're at the point where Mathena is trying to weigh if this Imri is going to be better by generating mana, recruiting Mox Opal, something like that, or Lava Spur Boots for extra damage.
Right, Emery brings back Mox Opal. Cannoneer up to a 7/7. Mathena plays an island as land for the turn. With 2 Thoughtcasts, a Thought Monitor, and a draw step, he has drawn 7 cards this turn. Here comes the Kappa Cannoneer attacking for 7 unblockable damage. Davis down to 5.
Okay, so notably, Mathena does have Metallic Rebuke mana available now.
That's bad news for Davis, who will fetch down to 4.
And this is the luxury of playing a deck that is just trying to attack like Mathena's, where I would not say Mathena's doing a synergy thing, but not exactly a combo thing, where you have to assemble the critical mass of specific parts. In this spot, we saw Mathena with a lot of gas and 1 match. And this is just an explosion of damage.
Davis going to surveil with Elegant Parlor. Going to bin an Archon of Cruelty. That's actually kind of tough, because there's only 3 copies in the deck. As those Fables are going to go up to Chapter 2 and 3.
Appreciate the playing it up like this instead of just automatically flipping the first Fable.
Once again, the double rummaging, reflection of the Mirror Breaker online.
Oh, it's also correct for stack reasons, because now you have priority with a creature in play.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Okay. Tight.
Gives you that window to fire off the creativity. Arid Mesa. Both the Shamans rumbling in. 2 more treasure tokens.
This matters a lot. This pays for the first Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah.
Oh, not trading a Thought Monitor for a Goblin Shaman? That has me thinking that Mathena might have 2 Metallic Rebukes.
Can be tough to pay for that. Davis going to fetch down to 3.
Okay, so it looks like this is just the pass back and then upkeep effects.
Xander's Lounge on the battlefield. That one not of any consequence here. We'll see what those upkeep effects are.
All right, so this is a Leyline Binding from Davis. Notably, Davis doesn't have to pay for Ward until it has resolved.
Force of Negation, though. Yeah. Davis will pick them up as Burke Mathena going to win game number 1 here. The Azorius Affinity deck. Kappa Cannoneer really putting in work this weekend.
Right, that card is so powerful. I know originally it took a little bit to get a foothold in Modern, and there was some talk maybe it sees more play in Legacy because you get things like Mox Diamond and other free artifacts, but Mathena's made it look good.
Yes. And you're talking about how Mathena's not really playing a combo deck. It's more or less a quote-unquote fair strategy here. Davis was also, unfortunately, executing a fair strategy there. But Fable, pretty slow in the heads up. What is D'Anthony Davis going to reach for in the sideboard here to try to equalize that affair?
In some ways, I think Davis might even just be looking to get some cards out of his deck. We talked a lot about thinking that the card reprieve is cool going into the matchup. I don't think it's what this matchup is going to be about. Paw Patch Formation is another one where it notably hits enchantments and not artifacts. It also hits creatures with flying, which, yes, you are legally allowed to have it in your deck for cards like Thought Monitor and Tamio. Those cards have probably already gotten you at least a card in that exchange. So Davis really looking to have those cards hit the showers as far as cards to bring in. We already touched on Brotherhood's in going into the match a little bit. I think Veil of Summer is a card that looks pretty nice here. It's just a way to fight through some of the counter magic that I think Mathena is hoping to capitalize on, given that Davis is actually planning to tap out a lot for cards like the aforementioned Creativity.
Sure. Do you like consigned memory here, or is there too much blue stuff?
Yeah, so ironically, consigned to memory normally pretty good against their artifact deck, but we just saw a blue artifact was the thing that took it down. And I guess you could try and tag something like the trigger off of an Urza Saga to hit Chapter 2 and get another ability, but I don't think that's what this is about. One of the things I'm really interested in seeing is either if Orum's Chant is something to do here to just prevent combat for a turn. That is a way to kind of buy a little bit of extra time for Davis that doesn't ask him to pay the ward cost on something like Kappa Cannoneer, which is fairly attractive in my mind. I'm also interested in seeing if Iona comes in. This is the matchup where I don't think Mathena is particularly interested in keeping any of the cards like Portable Hole in the deck, because it really only goes after, not Urza Saga, excuse me, Rin 6 most of the time. So Iona just saying you can't cast blue spells anymore is somewhat interesting. I'm not really sure if that's what the games are going to be about. You don't want to hit Iona when a Kappa Cannoneer is already on the table. But you do put that card in your deck with quote-unquote monocolor decks in mind.
Right, the Cannoneer being the blue card that you would have to preempt. Also, a lot of the blue stuff you care about is counter spells, which if Iona is in play, that means they're not there anyway. But of course, Mathena will be reaching for some more counter spells in the sideboard, those Force of Negations. Is there anything else that stands out?
I think Force of Negation is really the big thing that Mathena is going to be looking to here. I think most of the tools that Mathena has brought are trying to tackle pretty specific archetypes that are not really this one. Consign of Memory more for the big Eldrazi decks, Damping Sphere for Stormy decks, or anything that's trying to tap for multiple mana in a turn. This sideboard looks like Mathena is pretty worried about the Eldrazi-esque go-big decks, and I don't think that these are going to do a ton here, where Creativity is almost a mid-range deck with a combo finish.
How do you feel about Dispatch?
I think you could talk me into the first copy, maybe two. It is nice that it is able to go after some of the big things in this sort of deck that Davis has that really does not have that many real game-ending threats, but I don't love it most of the time.
We have some more events coming up here. If you're liking what you're seeing, you may want to come out and test your chops here on the Spotlight Series. We have 2 more of these open events. If you just have a deck list and you want to play, come out, see us on SCG Con Orlando or SCG Con Baltimore coming up. And if you're interested in the more serious competitive grind, find yourself a qualification for the regional championships at SCG Con Houston and SCG Con Las Vegas, also coming up later this year. Yeah,
and all of these events award Pro Tour invites. So if you really want to just kind of plant your flag, show that you can hang, you are among the best of the best, these are the best places to do it. Spotlight Series, just like you said, Ryan, you don't need an invitation to that. They pay out 8 Pro Tour slots each. But these regional championships, they each pay out 4 times as many invites per event. I cannot undersell just how great this is at making it to the Pro Tour.
A lot of fun side events, a lot going on, and to find more details on that, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. As players taking a look at opening hands for game number 2.
Looks like Davis, I presume, on a mulligan.
Have that confirmed. Looks like Mathena on 7. See if Davis can keep 6, now down a game. I have to figure that the Creativity deck does a decent amount of mulliganing.
And I think being on the play is so different for Davis, right? This is a spot whenever you're trying to cast spells up the curve, just getting to play the first land is colossal.
And Davis does keep on 6. Here is Jetmir's Garden. As Mathena will start with a Mishra's Bauble and a Bridge.
Oh, is that Japanese foil Mishra's Bauble? Whew. Whew.
Land number 2 for Davis, Wooded Foothills. I also want to call out some nice aesthetics here.
I was about to say signed and Onslaught. Yeah.
Signed, Onslaught, original printings, all the fetch lands and shock lands we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can't go wrong with lands illustrated by Rob Alexander.
No.
Like, that's modern to me.
That man probably struggles a lot playing Magic with how many lands he draws. Lightning Bolt's going to take care of a Tamiyo, and Davis is going to crack that Wooded Foothills down to 19. I would expect a Surveil land here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on the texture of Davis's hand. Xander's Lounge would kind of communicate that Davis has something like Leyline Binding.
Stomping Ground is defined. Smells like a run in 6.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with you.
Athena's going to use that Mishra's Bauble. Takes a look at the card that Davis draws for turn here. Shocking in a Steam Vents. That's different. It is Ren in 6, though, leaving up the mana for the Jetmir's Garden. And then Ren in 6 will pick up the Wooded Foothills.
Lightning Bolt, the main thing we can expect Davis to have available.
Here's a Mox Amber from Athena. Pithing Needle will be attempted. Gonna name Ren in 6.
Whoa.
No second land.
This Mox Amber, just playing it out, could be a huge liability if Davis has a Brotherhood's End.
Just a land in the past, though, for Davis. But Athena needs to get something going.
Davis is probably in his happy space if he just gets to play a land and say it is your turn.
Right. Spire of Industry from Athena, so at least makes a land drop this turn, but no further action as Davis will crack that Wooded Foothills. Down to 16 here. Dwarven Mine entering the fray.
Ooh, maybe it's time?
It's at least time for a dwarf token. I'll tell you that much for free.
Oh, yeah. Off to work it goes.
Hi-ho, David draws for turn. Oh, here comes the dwarf.
I love the posture from Davis. You see, put the cards in one hand, lean forward, combat. Oh, that's the posture of someone who plays Magic.
Ooh, and here is an attempt at Brotherhood's End.
Oh, with Veil of Summer up. I think Veil of Summer mana up.
Jeez. Metallic Rebuke is attempted, and there is Veil of Summer. All right, force a negation to catch that.
Whoa.
Gonna pitch Thoughtcast.
I mean, this looks like a really successful turn for Davis.
Yes.
You got 3 cards out of the opponent's hand that just needs a lot of rectangles to function.
Mm-hmm. And Athena is still just not on the battlefield in any meaningful way. Once again, just a draw and a pass as we see Davis crack another Wooded Foothills. We're going to turn up the beatdowns? No, we're going to surveil. One dwarf is enough for now.
I respect getting the first one.
Yeah. Wooded Foothills surveilled to the graveyard.
There's also a point that I really have a lot of respect for Davis there where it's pretty clear he's planning several turns into the future, right? Could have just jammed Brotherhood's End. It feels to me like he did not know how that turn was going to go and wanted to sandbag his only surveil land when he had more information about what the game looked like to inform that surveil.
Just another draw and a pass from Athena. Does have 5 cards in hand, but nothing doing as the dwarf continues to go to work. Athena to 17. Attempt at an Indomitable Creativity targeting that dwarf. 2 mana up for Davis. Kind of challenging Athena to have the rebuke here. There's the rebuke, and that does just work.
Okay.
Here's an Emery from Athena. That's a real card.
That's a big game.
2 Cannoneers, a Dispatch, and a Thoughtcast milled. A little ways off of getting those Cannoneers back, but if the Emery gets some activations, this is a real card. Lightning Bolt will take care of it, though.
Oh. Are this beta?
I believe they are beta. Athena to 16 as the dwarf continues to go to work, and here is another creativity. How many counterspells can you have? And it's actually going to be Dispatch on the dwarf token.
Okay. You know, I was a little skeptical. Dispatch has looked like it is good here.
Yeah, it's less good if you have to go for an Archon, but if you can get the dwarf there, you know, that exact play there.
Right. Especially when your opponent might have things like Fable that you do just need to check at some point.
Here is a Mishra's Bauble from Athena. And just a pass.
This is getting close to that casting Archon point of the game.
Yes, and this Fable of the Mirror Breaker actually makes that even just all that much easier. Here is the Goblin Shaman.
You sit down and I'll tell you a fable.
A little thinking at the end step, but Mathena will just draw for turn. Mishra's Bauble still intact. Here is a Swiftfoot Boots and a pass.
Ain't Swift, that's lava.
Lava Spur Boots.
Got spurs.
All right, Fable went to Chapter 2 and just no discards. Goblin Shaman going to work. Treasure token on the battlefield.
Being this deep in the game and your opponent saying, no, my hand's great.
Yeah.
So tough.
I haven't made a land drop in like 4 turns, and this hand is nice.
Yep.
Mishra's Bauble is going to take a look, see how nice the top card is.
All right, Brotherhood's in, mops up all the artifacts on the table.
Bad news for Mathena.
Renin 6 is back online, too.
Oh, yeah, I got to pick up the land because that needle was gone. Mathena draws, plays Urza Saga. Is it too little, too late? There's Mox Amber and a pass. Mathena is at 13, which is a life total where a Goblin Shaman, a reflection of Kiki Jiki, can cut through that pretty quickly.
Sure. Okay, look. The Xander's Lounge came out over another Dwarven Mine. I do actually think Davis has Archon in hand.
Well, that was a 7th land, and this treasure token's mana number 8. Wooded Foothills picked up another shot at it as well. Davis fetching to 13. Is it time to hard cast our man? There's Dwarven Mine. Even just the 5 power on the table looks strong. But yeah, here's the big tap.
Archon of Cruelty looks so good here. I mean, obviously anytime
Here, there, everywhere I've ever seen it. And that resolves. Thought Monitor discarded. Mathena to 8. Facing down all kinds of trouble on the other side of the table.
Whew.
Mathena will draw for turn. The Azorius deck does not have a lot of way of tools to play from behind, and there's nothing here. The Anthony Davis is going to force a game number 3.
And that's a really nice one where we saw Davis basically leverage his combo as a sort of tempo black hole for Mathena and just made it so he was forcing Mathena to respect the fact that he could make an Archon of Cruelty turn over turn, and we saw Mathena having to just hold up Dispatch, hold up Counter Magic, and not really play at the battlefield in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I liked what the Dispatch add in terms of texture of what the Azorius Affinity deck can do, but there is a lot of pressure to actually do something proactive, and you were really calling out those Brotherhood's ends as being a powerful tool for Davis just to keep Mathena off the battlefield, and they sure look strong there.
Yeah, in the post-board games in particular, this feels like it gets a lot fairer and more grindy, and Davis just having a card that says, this will get 3 of your cards every time I pinky promise is worth a lot.
So we're not really seeing anything in the way of Tarkir Dragonstorm cards in these decks, but we have been seeing quite a lot of Tarkir Dragonstorm and the impact that this set has had on Modern this weekend. Of course, also a quite impactful set for Standard as well. If you're interested in picking up some Tarkir Dragonstorm, why wouldn't you be? Look at these cards. This set is awesome.
Right. We saw Voice of Victory clean up an opponent in the hands of Ben Weinberg just, half an hour ago or something, and looked amazing. We've seen Corey Steelcutter tear up multiple formats now, and we're watching a 2 Mox deck play right now. You can see Mox Jasper hanging out.
Waiting.
Great. The mana part of that card is covered up a little bit because of the graphic, but we know what goes there on a Mox. I feel like that card it's like Mox Amber, where it's a win and not an if.
It is a matter of time. And you can order your Tarkir Dragonstorm now at StarCityGames.com/TDM.
I also love that Art of Craterhoof Behemoth. I think it was Magali that did it. It's just gorgeous. I know I traded for one yesterday when you and I were just walking around the hall.
So I have a question about Mox Jasper.
I might have an answer.
Yeah, so it costs 0.
Not a question.
Well, I'm building to it. The card Corey Steelcutter cares about casting 2 spells a turn, so a 0 mana spell plays really well with it. Was there ever any consideration to the cutter making dragon tokens?
No, we figured that card was good at dragging the opponent through the mud. And that was just like all you really needed it to do on that front. So, do you think it needs to be stronger in Standard?
Well, no. Anyway, we're underway here for game number 3. Mathena will be opening up a really strong start here. Turn 1 Tamiyo and a Mishra's Bobble. Davis plays a Wooded Foothills. Mathena will immediately cash in the Bobble, even though that card is very unlikely to be drawn. So just going for the churn there on his side as Urza's Saga is land number 2. A very nice start so far. Tamiyo goes to work, makes a clue token.
And this is basically the ideal start for Mathena.
Immediate cracking of the clue and transforming the Tamiyo.
And the nice thing about this is it also means that once this Tamiyo gets rolled up here in a second, it's insulated from Lightning Bolt.
Yes. 4 loyalty here. And there is a Mox.
Especially when you know these games are going to skew more reactive post-board, just building Tamiyo up either towards that ultimate, which is extremely real, or just saying, oh no, we both know that I'm about counter spells post-board. You saw them last game. Happy to have this just put Force of Negation or Metallic Rebuke into my hand.
Davis fetches up a Jetmir Gardens, immediately back into the deck with another fetch land down to 18. It's going to be a Xander's Lounge, though. No Renin 6 on this turn 2.
Unfortunately, it looks like Tamiyo may have strayed too close to the ley lines.
Yeah, Leyline Binding is online from the Double Triumph.
Oh, and I love, there we saw Davis pick, are you playing around Force of Negation or Metallic Rebuke? But the Metallic Rebuke, in the world where Mathena has it, means that Mathena also doesn't get to play their turn because they are forced to tap both of their lands and their Mox Opal, which eats the whatever value Urza's Saga would have done out of making a construct that turn.
Right.
Love that from Davis.
Here is Spire of Industry. There's a Saga to Chapter 2. Construct token waiting in the wings. We go back to Davis.
Oh, wow.
Pop Patch formation going to take care of Urza's Saga. Maybe.
Okay, I mean, this is something that we talked a bit about being more skeptical about Pop Patch formation in this matchup post-board. On the draw, this actually looks kind of nice as it's sort of just doing the turn 2 strip mine thing.
Yeah, earned a Force of Negation.
Right, this is 2 cards, no matter how you slice it.
Cena also gets that construct. Big deal here, though. No third land for Davis. This is a deck that cannot operate through the full game under these circumstances.
Right, this is the situation where really Davis needs to have something like Land Brotherhoods in to continue playing the game.
Right. At all.
Right.
Mathena is going to make that second construct and is going to find a 4th artifact here.
Double checking what this is about.
Yeah, we've seen Pithing Needle be a factor here. We talked about Aether Spellbomb being a good find. There's plenty of value finds here. And Lava Spur Boots.
Made for walking.
Oh, yeah. That's just what they'll do. Metalcraft online, so the mana already there to equip the boots. Mathena possibly able to contribute some more artifacts to the battlefield before combat, though.
Right now, you can tell that Mathena is thinking about a really sequencing-intensive decision.
Land is Urza's Saga, equipped with the boots. Here are the beatdowns.
9?
That's half of Davis's life total. And here is Emery. Back to Davis. Even with a third land on Brotherhood's End, I like that that Emery kind of splits up what the Urza saw, what a theoretical end would actually be able to disrupt.
Yep.
It's land number 3 for Davis does show up. It's Arid Mesa. Does he have a play?
He has to do something from here. I doubt he kept the hand on the back of Binding Paw Patch formation 2 lands.
Right.
It begs the question, what are the other spells that he kept? And there's also the interesting question where you have to ask yourself, if this isn't Brotherhood's end, how is Davis supposed to navigate from here?
Davis definitely going to give it a think. If there's a version of this game that he wins, how he plays this turn is going to be a fundamental aspect of it, as he will fetch down to 6.
Right, this is the match. Whoa.
Sacred Foundry found.
Okay.
And a pass up to something, some kind of instant speed shenanigans, perhaps, as Urza Saga ticks to 2 from Athena.
All right. So, Thought Cast, the first thing that Mathena's going to kick things off with Autumn's Chant kicked the follow-up from Davis. Okay. I don't hate it.
Yeah, then that resolves. There's going to be no more spells, no attacks this turn.
Especially when you're on the draw, it really feels like Davis is just saying, no, I just need to get my Archons into play. And if I can maneuver a game to that point, I think things will be fine, and the number of cards we each have doesn't matter as much.
So no more action there. Mathena passes back, does have mana at the ready to make another construct. See what, if anything, Davis can do here. He's already missed a land drop earlier in the game, but here is a land. He will fetch to 5.
All right. Dwarven Mind the Get, and here's the dwarf off to work. Creativity.
There's a real question as to whether one Archon is enough at this point. As you see, the creativity does resolve.
Hope it's not Iono for Davis's sake.
There is Arcana of Cruelty. Going to be a shuffle that will put a trigger on the stack. Emery pretty quickly goes to the bin.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it's not nearly as large as the constructs.
I'm not sure what Davis is looking for. I think Davis is facing lethal.
Sure looks like it as a third construct enters the battlefield, and yeah, that is all Mathena needed to do. Burke Mathena advances to 11-1 on Azorius Affinity, pacing the field here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair.
And I really appreciate what the Azorius Affinity deck does. What Mathena has brought this weekend is something where it does feel like it has that combo element sometimes, but in reality, it's almost a tempo-y aggro control deck in a lot of games where you kind of have this sort of, was it Mike Tyson who said everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face?
Right.
Right, where this is something where he just says, I don't know, I'll play a couple Urza Sagas and put 10, 12 power into play, and you will run out of life. Yep. Right? And I think we just saw that is exactly what happened that game, where Davis missed one land drop, and that was the make or break.
The deck punches hard, and this small counterspell package, there's enough interaction to really get you a turn when you need it as well. So really like that approach. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of Burke Mathena today.
Oh, yeah.
And we do have more Magic for you this round. We have a backup match where we're going to be able to watch from its beginning. We have Ryan Hayes. This is going to be the Esper Reanimator deck. I know a deck that you're a big fan of, against Mason Grody on Ruby Storm. How do you feel about Ruby Storm? How do you feel about this matchup?
So a lot of this comes down to how many Force of Negations you find in the main deck of Esper Reanimator, and it looks like Hayes has opted for 3 copies, which is a good sign. Notably, also 2 copies of Spell Snare, which is one of the strongest cards against the Storm deck. Modern Storm in particular leans on, historically has leaned on at least, varying ways of casting cards like Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, and discounting those cards in order to build its own Dark Ritual, the 1 mana net 3, or net 2 by getting 3. Now it's doing it with 2 mana spells like Ruby Medallion and Rouse, so I think those Spell Snares are going to be a big part of the games.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I'm a big Spell Snare fan too, but we have that match ready to go, so let's go down and see how it plays. This is our backup match here in round number 12 at Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair. Mason Grody on Ruby Storm against Ryan Hayes on Esper Reanimator. Hayes on the play, leads with Flooded Strand.
And notably, day 2 of this event is open deck list. So these players do know what they're playing against.
Grady's going to fetch up his Steam Vents and Shock for it. This is actually a relatively recent development for these Ruby Storm decks. You have blue for some preordains, 3 copies in the main deck. And there is one. You also get a Baral as kind of a 5th rail. It is much weaker, so that's why it's the 5th one.
Oh, yeah. Go Baral. Nothing but respect for my chief. I mean, not that much respect.
Some,
like,
yeah. All I have, what little I have, is respect for Baral.
Yeah. Right.
I believe 2 cards kept on top for Grody as Hayes will fetch with that Flooded Strand. And that's going to be for an Undercity Sewers. Hayes will Surveil.
One of the big pickups of this deck got was actually being able to use more parts of these Surveil lands than a lot of other decks do. Obviously, the selection element is nice, but anytime you get to bin a Traxa or something, it feels like you're cheating.
Yes, that high roll is the nightmare scenario every time I play against this deck. Land number 2 for Hayes is Polluted Delta. He will pass back.
And despite being explosive, his deck does really want to have 3 lands in play, 2 for the Goryo's Vengeance and 1 to use the card Ephemerate to get to keep the creature after it gets done attacking.
Makes sense. Grody is going to crack a Wooded Foothills down to 16. Ruby Storm's always trying to do something on turn 2. That's going to be a Ren's Resolve. Exile the top 2 cards that can be played next turn. It is a Baral and a Valakut Awakening.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a Baral and a land drop.
That's an entire turn, right? Tap
Right.
land, creature. Looks like a Faithful Mending end step for Hayes. A discard outlet.
This one going in and out of the deck a lot. I know Tainted Indulgence is another card that the deck usually plays 4 of. I see 4 copies in Hayes' list as well. But with Faithless Looting getting unbanned recently, I think Jerry Thompson was a big proponent of going the full 4 colors in these Goryo's Vengeance decks.
And 2 large creatures heading the bin. Atraxa and Gristlebrand are the discards. Maybe not, though. Hayes giving it a second think. Actually going to be Gristlebrand Polluted Delta.
So what that tells me is that Hayes likely has a Force of Negation and not another blue card in hand.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, here's a Goryo's Vengeance, and there is Gristlebrand.
This is a deck that you also kind of know you can just pay as much life as you want with Gristlebrand, and you will probably be fine.
Right. The first one is literally free.
Yes.
You get to attack for 7 and gain that 7 life back.
Right, so if you have the Goryo's Vengeance rolled up, which Hayes does, now you get to chunk in for 7 more with the Gristlebrand. Going to go up to 18, and then have 14 more life to play with, up to 14, of course, where Hayes is really just looking for an Ephemerate to kind of have this Gristlebrand be the world's best insect elaboration.
Hayes going to fetch up basic planes. That's got to be what it is, and there is Ephemerate. Gristlebrand will be sticking around.
And now, I would guess we're in Hayes' discard step.
Yes.
With Gristlebrand decks, a lot of the times, you don't even pick what you're discarding. You just pick what 7 cards you want to keep, and then drop the rest in your graveyard and wish your opponent good luck.
Right. Yeah, maintain what you were alluding to. A Force of Negation and a blue card, at least. Grody's got to figure something out and do it quickly. The Ruby Storm deck is a combo deck that can win starting from just 2 lands.
Mm-hmm.
And here is a 3rd land. It's going to be Arid Mesa. Makes sense. The Valakut Awakening, a tap land, is not going to be a meaningful part of this game.
Right. This is Grody realizing the time is now. It's not ever going to get better for you. Hayes is probably going to gain some more life or get looks at 7 more cards for any of those counter spells we've seen before. And notably, Hayes does not actually have mana for a card like Spell Snare.
Here is Baral. I believe a tracker for mana reductions. Here's an attempt at Manamorphose. That does meet Force of Negation. And nothing Grody can do about that. As we go back to Ryan Hayes, now untapping with 3 lands and the Gristlebrand. Going to start by drawing 7. Some possibilities to just get a Trax and attack for lethal this turn, right?
Right. At this point, Hayes, if he can find either a Goryo's Vengeance or an Emperor of Bones, Both of those represent a haste creature in the air, which would be enough to seal it in Hayes' favor.
As if the 14 looks at additional Force of Negation was not enough. And here is that Emperor of Bones, and that's going to be game number 1 in favor of Ryan Hayes.
What a nice deck. Guess what I do on the weekends and play at F&M. Oh, I know why he discarded that. We are also looking for Emperor of Bones. Don't worry.
Well, we didn't really see too much of what Grody's deck does in action there as players go to sideboarding. Is this going to be a spot? I do see some meaningful cards in the sideboard. What is Grody going to reach for?
So I think the big thing that Grody is trying to do is basically break up Hayes combo. Hayes a lot of the time is going to be a little bit faster at doing the thing, which sounds weird. Ruby Storm will literally kill faster, but Hayes' combo only needing 1 or 2 cards to get off the ground is extremely noteworthy here. I would expect these copies of Flusterstorm to come in. I don't think very much else is going to be happening. Magus of the Moon is a pretty nice get if it does end up working. It's not the most reliable because Hayes does have access to the card Solitude, which is a no-mana way to get a creature off the table, but this is one of those situations that I think this is actually a pretty bad matchup for Grody, and it somehow gets worse post-board.
Yeah, on the topic of things getting worse, let's take a look at Ryan Hayes' sideboard. A little bit of stuff that's already good in the main deck and some more tools at his disposal as well. Yeah,
in general, a lot of Hayes' sideboard. This is one of those awkward situations where you have a bunch of sideboard cards with really popular decks in the format in mind, and I think Grody might be the victim of a bunch of splash damage, where a card like Consigned to Memory could theoretically go after the Storm trigger if Hayes just wanted to go at the end of the Storm, right? That's going to be better against something like the Storm Scale, Scion, smaller game draws that Grody could reach for if he wants to fight through a little bit more disruption. Orim's Chant, that Force of Negation, these are both cards that are really, really strong at turning off the combo as well.
Oh, yikes.
Thoughtseize, a card that can break this stuff up before Grody even gets off the ground. I really think this matchup gets pretty bad for Grody post-board. That first game was the game that he really wanted to try and win.
Bad news on the horizon for Mason Grody. Good news on the horizon for Magic players and fans of Final Fantasy.
Yippee!
As Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy is releasing very soon. I am so stoked for this set. I've pre-ordered the Commander decks. I'm making my list of all of my favorite characters. I have intentions to develop a Final Fantasy VII themed cube.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you think you could have one of the archetypes be about the first disc? That would be so good for me.
I drafted Disc 2 Control.
I don't remember. It might have been on air, but yesterday it was you and I have talked about this set a lot over the weekend because we were just kind of geeking about the cards. But I could not actually play all of Final Fantasy VII when I was a kid because I couldn't afford a memory card. So I've just played Disc 1 so many times because the game's sweet. It's a lot of fun, and I know that part of Final Fantasy religiously. And that is what I know about Final Fantasy VII outside of the big story beats that I will not spoil.
Good. Appreciate that.
Of course.
And you can pre-order that set now on sorcerygames.com/MTG-Fin. Apologies.
I've always really liked Aerith. I really
Carmen.
I want good things for her.
Carmen. I need you to stop.
Do you not like Aerith?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. We are underway for game number 2. Mason Grody is going to start us off with a Wooded Foothills. Looks like once again fetching down to 17.
I'm really interested to see how Grody navigates in these post-board games because I think that there are a lot of ways that things can look bad on the deck list sheet, but Storm in particular lends itself to mastery of the archetype so well. I know this is something that I played back in the day for like a year straight or something when I used to write for SCG. One of my longest articles was just breaking down how to play the deck, and you could win some really unwinnable games if you just understand what a matchup can look like, what you have to navigate and play through. And Grody is 9-2 Right, this is a long event. There's no way he hasn't faced hate to get here.
Right, preordain also a high agency card in terms of setting up those games. A big variable in that consideration, though, trying to play a long game, is how much time Hayes is going to give him. In game one, it was not very much.
Right, absolutely.
Just a Flooded Strand and a pass for Hayes. Grody is going to fetch up a Mountain as the second land, and once again, turn 2 Ren's Resolve. So far, the game has been going exactly the same as the first for Grody, hoping for something better after that. Almost the exact same hits on the Ren's Resolve. The Brawl and a fetch land showing up this time.
Hey, untapped land.
That's different.
Untapped land.
But he also played a fetch land as the third land last game.
Listen, it's complicated. All kidding aside, there are a lot of rituals in Grody's hand.
That's good.
So this is something where we could see Hayes put to the test pretty quickly.
Hayes is going to crack that Flooded Strand. Give it a think on the land, probably choosing which Surveil land, I would have to imagine. You know me, I don't have much of imagination. It is just meticulous archive.
Well, you have a meticulous imagination.
You flatter me.
Okay, yay.
Hayes will keep on top and draw for turn.
Whenever you're playing against a deck that's a bunch of just hate cards and cards that are like A plus B and your opponent leaves on top with a Surveil land, does not feel good.
Yeah, the Nightmare scenario is milling over the Atraxa, right? But keeping on top is also its own form of nightmare, a more mysterious one. As Hayes plays a Flooded Strand and passes, we see Grody play that Bloodstained Mire for exile. He's going to crack it right away.
Good sequencing. Just making sure that if Grody plays the Brawl, there isn't a window for Hayes to answer the Brawl with the fetch on the stack before Grody can make use of the mana reduction to maybe try and get off the ground.
Yeah, shocking in a Steam Vents. Wouldn't be surprised if there was something like a Flusterstorm in hand just to counter whatever Hayes is up to here. As here is Brawl. And it's going to be met by Spell Snare. And Grody is just going to cast a Preordain.
Pretty nice whenever you get to use the mana either way. You say, okay, look, I'm comboing, or see you next turn.
Yeah, the Spell Snare is not ideal, but it also means that Hayes is probably not immediately comboing this turn. It's hard to Glorious Vengeance from this position. We'll see what this fetch land does, though.
I was about to say, I have a feeling the Undercity Sewers might find a rather villainous fellow.
Undercity Sewers is fetched up. We'll see what Hayes sees this time.
Ribbit.
It's not an Atraxa.
Ribbit.
It is kept on top. So we go back over to Ryan Hayes. Tainted Indulgence at sorcery speed.
Whoa.
Low-key, love it. Atraxa goes to the graveyard. Warning light going on for Grody here.
Right.
Pluto Delta, go.
You start to hear the Jaws theme in your head.
Dun-dun.
Dun-dun.
What can Grody do? Is going to start with Rail Monsoon Mage.
Ooh. Grody, I think, really needs a land drop here.
Yeah, the tapping of the Steam Vents there could be a little disastrous. Looks like we're just setting up our mana counters. In the previous game, there was some setup just tracking cost reducers. You see the instants and sorceries tracking your rail count as well. Desperate Ritual, desperate indeed. Storms at 2. 1, Instance and Sorcery cast. 3, red mana in the pool. Wins the rail flip, probably not transforming immediately.
It's always so funny. We see Force of Negation from Hayes pitching a Psychic Frog where you have to let your opponent go through the motions of getting all their counters out because you don't want to say it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful.
I would have liked to see Grody put Storm at 3 and pass. Here's a Thundering Falls.
That's your way of kind of getting Hayes back a little bit, where you get to say, okay, Storm counts at 3?
Yeah.
Without just acting like, of course, yeah, no, I needed that spell. Thank you.
All right, now things are really scary as Hayes is going to find the 3rd Surveil land, the Shadowy Backstreet. Takes a look. Atrax is already in the graveyard. Psychic Frog added to the bin.
Oh, that really strong standalone threat is not what you wanted? Oh, okay. No, for sure.
Swamp is the land. A tap of 2. And that is Goryo's Vengeance. Here is Atraxa. Hayes is going to look at the top 10 cards. Oh, boy. There's already some pretty nightmarish stuff here. It's going to be probably a Solitude picked up. There's Ephemerate in the spread. There's Orum's Chant, Thoughtseize, Mercy Me.
Nothing quite feels the same as when you're playing Storm and Orum's Chant is the 2nd best instant your opponent can draw. That's just...
Yikes.
It's really tough.
Yeah, Solitude, Thoughtseize, Orum's Chant. Not Orum's Chant, sorry. Ephemerate and Polluted Delta picked up.
All right, got the attack in.
Here is Ephemerate. More Solitude, more Thoughtseize. This time we'll pick up the Orange Chant.
Hey, a sorcery that happens to be a white card. Does that sound good for Solitude?
It does sound good. Yeah, Prismatic Ending. Picked up there. So Hayes just has tools to disrupt everything Grody has going on. Tons of card in hand. Yeah, just gets to fire off a Solitude straight away. Get that rail off the table. Not even thinking about letting Grody have a turn with that. Lethal attacker on the table for next turn. The upkeep Orum's Chant. You cannot cast spells this turn. Can you win by doing nothing? You cannot. Ryan Hayes is going to advance to 10-2 on Esper Reanimator.
Whew. Sorry, I know I try not to be biased in the booth most of the time, but I really do like that deck a lot. It's explosive, it's fun, it can have a lot of really intricate stack stuff. It really makes sense that it is kind of the nightmare for a Storm opponent to play against, where you're both a combo deck, but they get to play a lot of disruption, and you need a lot of different cards in order to win, which can just be sort of on a macro level really tough.
Yeah, the most represented deck in the field is Boros Energy. I think that that's a deck that Storm could really take down.
Yes.
But we've also seen a lot of Force of Negations in the field, and that's a big problem for a combo deck like Ruby Storm.
Right, especially whenever you are trying to cast 2-drop into, all right, great, here is my one thing that gets me off the ground to start storming. Force of Negation slams the door on that. And a lot of the decks playing it are backing it up with pressure, which is really just the nightmare scenario for anyone trying to play a redundant combo deck.
Yeah, Ryan Hayes, though, looking really good in this tournament. That's going to do it for round number 12 here at Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair. We're going to get Corey and Jim back in the booth for round 13 in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Modern action.
Hello and welcome back to SCG Indianapolis. Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We got round 13 coming up. I'm Jim Davis. Corey Baumeister, partner in Prime. How you feeling, Corey?
I'm feeling really good, you know? Got a nice night's sleep. I watched that coverage in the morning with Carmen and Ryan, and looks like we got ourselves a nice tournament shaping up here for the end of it. I'm excited.
Yes, we got a lot going on. Obviously, a huge day. We're now deep in day 2. We got players looking to lock up those top 8 slots. Very important top 8 this tournament because that's where all the good stuff is. Pro Tour invites and money and more. But we got a metagame breakdown for you. Let's take a look and see what converted from day 1 into day 2 and what decks are doing well. So what's the big surprise here, Corey?
You know, I think there aren't a ton of surprises, except if I'm looking at yesterday's metagame, Neoform, a deck that, you know, won in a total of 4 turns, you know, in the first couple matches that we were commentating, nowhere to be seen. It has went all the way down to the other category here, which is really, really wild to me. Otherwise, we still have what looks like to be the top 2, but Eldrazi Ramp didn't have that good of a day 1. That one fell quite a bit. Otherwise, I mean, I think the coolest storyline from this is you can kind of play whatever you want, you know? I mean, we got a lot of different decks that are still doing really well. Boros Energy definitely had a very solid day as well. Kind of no surprise. I mean, it's the go-to deck for a reason, but healthy metagame, a lot of fun.
Yeah, one big thing to notice here is it Prowess. Was second most played deck, almost as many decks as Boros. So Boros is 89 decks. Is it Prowess at 80, but a big drop-off there. Why do you think that is?
You know, I guess it's just not what it's cut up to be here as it is in Standard. You know, I mean, it is absolutely dominant there, and rightfully so. But Modern, I think it's a very, very normal power level deck. It's just a solid one. You know, Prowess has been a good deck here for quite a while, but nothing really to write home about. Nothing too scary.
All right, well, we got standings coming up here so you can see what players are doing well and what players are going to be in contention. And no one's pacing the field anymore, right? There's no undefeated players. We got one player pacing the field. Burke Bethina, we've seen on camera a number of times playing Azorius Affinity.
It's looked so good.
Yeah.
It's looked so good. You know, this was kind of the Mox Opal deck that I didn't think was going to be maybe the best out of all of them. You know, there was a lot of Narset ones. There's the Corey Cutter, all those kind of lists. But it proves that just, you know, simple, solid affinity draws that can back itself up with, you know, metallic rebukes, different counter spells from the sideboard, ends up being the way to go, and it still has a pretty fast clock with the Urza Saga, with the boots and stuff like that, as well as Oscar, my buddy from Denmark here in second place. You know, traveled this far, I guess you better be doing that good, huh?
I'd hope so.
And just a lot of great players doing well. 10th place, Raja Suleiman, phenomenal player. Ryan Hayes in 12th place, another really, really strong Magic player. And then Nicholas Odenheimer was 9-1, lost the last couple rounds, so maybe not ideal, but that is our Atlanta Spotlight winner here earlier in the year. And X and 3, normally at these style of events, dead when it comes to top 8. Not here. Not here. There's a little bit less players than we see from our traditional RCs, those kind of events. So these players still live.
We also see a pretty interesting metagame thing here. We got 9th place and 11th place, Gruul Brute Scale. Not like we saw too much on our breakdown. Talk about that deck.
Yeah, Brute Scale, I'm wondering how much red is actually in that. You know, I mean, I know they play Grove of the Burn Willows, probably has some, you know, removal for that. But Brute Scale in general has just been a very solid deck. You know, another Eldrazi deck. Another Eldrazi deck that can kind of pivot and have a combo finish. I like that deck quite a bit. I think it's very, very powerful. Yeah,
I just saw it take down Corey Burkhart in the last round of the side feature match. And those Urza Sagas look pretty good. So
good card.
Hop on to page number 2 here, and let's see who else is doing well. And there he is, speaking of a devil, Corey Burkhart, still alive here in 17th place, our kind of Grixis mid-range hero, playing Snapcaster Mage and Kolaghan's Command. But what else do you see here?
You know, not a ton else there. Jack Potter there in 30th place, playing Amulet Titan. That is always fun to watch him go. House of Mana. But yeah, Corey Burkhart, his breakers have got to be great since he started off winning a lot of matches. So still hope for our Grixis mid-range gamers out there.
All right, so we're going to hop down to our feature match area where we're going to have Oscar Christensen playing Ketramos, a little Orzhov, into Ian playing some Domain Zoo.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see some ley lines.
I think we need to see it. Last time it was just a normal draw, nothing too crazy. So, yeah, we'll see if you get the sign of Draco leyline combo.
They're in there for a reason. So let's hop down to the feature match area and see what we got. All right, so we got Oscar Christensen on the top, S for Blink, 10-1-1. A little draw there as well. And then Ian on the bottom, 10-2. Great records here. Both players in fantastic shape for top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw them both on camera yesterday do some good work. Yeah, Oscar, I would think, is kind of favored in this style matchup. You know, you're playing against an aggressive deck where most of the time the Scion of Dracos are just like really, really hard to deal with. Not really the case from Oscar's deck. Being able to solitude and deal with that tricky permanent, as well as if you ever run into problems where, you know, the number one problem is there's a ley line on the battlefield and you have Scion of Draco. That's not game like it is in a lot of matchup. Oscar has Witch Enchanters, has Flicker Wisps to blink out the ley line. Even if it's momentarily, you know, that opens the window to deal with the Scion of Draco. So my guess would be Oscar has a pretty good matchup here.
All right, well, no ley line here. Unfortunately for our Domain Zoo players, once
it's
again.
right there. It's the white card.
Yeah, all right. Corey.
Yeah.
Let's pull it together here.
Okay, okay.
Turn 1 swamp, turn 1 Thoughtseize, looking at a couple lands here, as well as a Flage, a Leyline Binding, a Fable the Mirror Breaker, and a Tribal Flames, it's a classic card.
Oh, baby.
Fable's going bye-bye, and we see not a lot of aggression here from Ian's hand. Is Ian the beatdown here?
I would think so. Yep, absolutely. Anybody that is playing Ketramos is looking to see turn 7 very often. And, you know, Ian's hand's still very solid. That Fable kind of tied the room together. But cards like Tribal Flame, well, they are pretty awesome. You know, 2 mana, 5 damage is above rate for most burn spells. Not amazing here, and wouldn't be too shocked if we see that kind of burn spells get sided out. But like Leyline Binding, to be able to have an answer for Ketramos, that's what I'm looking for from this deck.
All right, so land pass from Oscar. We see a Triumph in play, and now a fetch for Ian. And trying to get that domain together. All those land types. Of course, 1 Triumph and 1 dual land will get you there.
And usually a couple of combinations that you can do that. You know, usually play 2 Triumphs and then some form of duels, but not in this list. Just the Adatha Triumph, and then you pair it with Steam Vents, and that's how you get domain on turn 2.
All right, well, Ian saying domain isn't that important right now. I want the Sacred Foundry. Going to fetch Shock. We'll see what Ian's got in store. So no full domain just yet. Little shuffle action. And looking like we see a Ragavan here. So we got a Dash Ragavan coming in.
Okay. A solid draw there. We'll see Oscar has a plethora of cards that can answer this. You know, no Bowmasters. I think that's kind of the card that has looked really good to me so far. Or maybe it's just because, well, Corey Burkhart just keeps winning with it, you know, at least when we've been seeing it. But still plenty of answers. Fatal Push amongst the most common one.
So we're going to see a fetch and a surveil. Maybe look at that top card. Maybe Oscar taking a hit here and trying to mitigate the damage.
Or surveilling first to see if it's worth killing this Ragavan. I would assume even just the mana advantage you'd want to deal with it, but not always the case. And if you're not going to kill Ragavan, you got to get that Thoughtseize out of there. That is for sure.
Yeah, that is a very powerful sequence. So we see a Fatal Push on Ragavan. Ragavan goes down, back Oscar's way. And threat-wise, Ian, you know, that was threat off the top. Still some more work to do in that regard.
Yep.
Floodstrand pass for Oscar, back Ian's way.
This would be a fantastic turn for Fable, but that Thoughtseize took care of the one. Unless Ian were to draw another one, it's going to be an incredible card in this matchup.
Thundering Falls comes down, sends a land to the bin, little surveil action, and any more threats on Ian's side. Wants to get in the board, wants to get things going here.
We know we have Leyline Binding, Flage, and the Tribal Flames. None of those are great right now. If we had untapped land number 3, you know, getting a Flage down, that's going to be great. We've seen matchups where Ian played yesterday where Flage, that was the main thing. Flage, Arena of Glory, not really going to be the case here from Oscar. It's still, of course, a phenomenal card, but it's not the number one thing you want here.
All right, well, Ian doesn't have too much going on. Going to pass back to Backstreet's back. Oscar going to do a little end-step surveilling, and Oscar has to love the texture of this game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything that you're not getting really, really hyperly pressured, if you give yourself a ton of time to draw some things, that's what it's all about. You know, if Oscar can ever get to that spot where, let's say, you know, he's about to hard cast an Overlord or is able to go impending Overlord and then Flicker Wisp, that's the kind of thing that Oscar's looking for in this matchup, and kind of every matchup.
So we got a missed sideboard here, right? These relics can't be in the main, right?
Not a chance. Yeah, we're going to have to go stop this match, absolutely.
So what's going on with this relic?
So Relic is just a good card in the metagame. You know, it's already awesome at dealing with your opponent's graveyard, but when you have a Ketramos in play, it is tap, exile, your opponent exiles a card, you draw a card, and you lose a life. So it has a lot of utility, and how bad can a card be if you just pay 2 mana, cycle it out, get rid of your opponent's graveyard?
Sounds good. All right, so foothills for Ian. Ian really looking to get on the board here. Pretty hard to remove the relic as well.
Yeah, and
right.
Flage is kind of taken away as far as it goes for, you know, being a relevant card whatsoever, especially when Oscar's already Thoughtseize and saw that. You know, he's not going to pop this aggressively to try to find something, for instance.
And it looks like a bolt added to hand as well here. So a lot of reactive cards from Ian, which is not really what he's looking for.
No, not at all. You know, I mean, the Leyline Binding sure is going to be excellent against, you know, Ketramos. Like, this is by far the best Ketramos deck, and Ketramos is a heck of a card. So being able to utilize that to its full potential in Modern here is phenomenal.
However, Oscar's deck is one of the few decks that can really remove a Leyline Binding pretty easily, right?
Yeah, it really can. Yep, you can remove that. You know, any kind of permanent where normally your color pie can't deal with it, this black-white deck, I think, can pretty much deal with any type of permanent. Prismatic Endings, Witch Enchanters for artifacts and enchantments, just Flicker Wisps to blink things out, as well as Fila to do the same.
All right, so more draw go here. End step fetch. Gonna surveil. And looking like Ian has finally found a card worth keeping. So end step relic, goodbye land. Or I guess it was in Oscar's end step relic. Sure. Why timing on that?
Yeah, that is kind of strange to me. I don't know if they're maybe just F6 equity.
Oh no, it makes sense because the Ian chooses.
Yeah.
So you always want to do it when the graveyard has the least amount of choices.
Sure.
So here's
I like F6 equity more than that.
That is also reasonable too. So here's Flage coming down.
Okay.
And can do a little lightning bolt action, a little gain 3 life. And it is going to the graveyard where it is now vulnerable to the relic.
Yep. And we'll see Oscar will kind of play this game where you exile a card, and if, you know, Ian's getting close to escaping it, then we can pop the relic. But no need to rush to that right now. Just kidding. We should rush to that immediately.
As soon as possible.
As I was saying, do it right now. That is the way to do it.
So Oscar, that's a statement about Oscar's hand, right? Saying that I want this card. I want to get something going here too.
I want a card, and I already got my value of eating one of these Flages. You know, I mean, there's multiple in the list, but yeah, makes a lot of sense. Oscar is definitely looking to find maybe an Overlord here as soon as possible.
So a very slowly played game on both sides. Both players have not done very much, which is kind of weird because both of these decks are definitely on the board decks.
Yes, they absolutely are. And I mean, I think this game, the texture of it changes so much if it wasn't for that turn 1 Thoughtseize. Thoughteize to take the Fable. You know, there's only 2 Fables in Ian's list, but that kind of mid-rangey card, you know, it's a little brutal against the hyper-aggressive decks like Boros. It's not that good against the combo decks. It's a little too slow, but this mid-range style battle, it's exactly what you want. Ian would have loved to have 4 in the deck for this match specifically.
All right, so Oscar thinking about getting on the board, saying, you know what, think about this for a second.
Yeah, Oscar's just drawn a couple cards with all the permanents that he's played, or, you know, a couple 1-for-1s here and there, so has to have a pretty stocked-up hand.
All right, here comes an Overlord. Going to mill 4 for the impending costs. So we see Etramos, Ophelia, Psychic Frog, and a land. Pretty good spread of cards there.
All the choices.
And one important thing to note here is that Oscar is at 11. Not much has actually happened this game.
Yeah.
A lot of Thoughtseize here, a few fetches there, the Flage going upstairs. So that is life total of it. Is a little vulnerable to things like Tribal Flames.
Effectively 6, because we know about the Tribal Flames, and there's no instant speed counterspell, anything like that to deal with it. So if I'm Oscar, I will do everything in my power to not take 1 damage, because a second Tribal Flames is not that far out of realm of possibilities.
Which is tough because Ketramos likes to take 1 damage.
Yes, yes.
Some definite tension in here. And
I want to attack first, and then I'll take 1 damage.
Yeah, pretty sure we have 7 cards in exile. So Ketramos is a creature, 4/4 menace, lifelink, indestructible. There's a fetch land. Impending goes down. And end step, lightning bolt. I mean, Bolt Flames.
Boy.
That would be 11. This would be a crazy game.
Or another Flage. I mean, there's a lot of outs here to just win this game on the spot. And also, Ian didn't go for the end step leyline binding, maybe respecting Ephemerate here. If I'm Oscar, that lightning bolt just made me like eyebrow raise to the max.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Imagine a game like this where you feel like Ian hasn't actually done anything.
Yeah.
All right, Tribal Flames going upstairs. That's 5 points of damage. Oscar down to 3. Now, of course, Lifelink is on the menu here as well. There's a binding, but like you're saying, Ephemerate could be a possibility.
So if I'm Ian and I don't have the win right now, I am not binding during my turn because if the worst case is there of Ephemerate, you know, you're wrecked. But if you at least do it, oh, never mind.
Tribal Flames upstairs.
So the only thing that can happen is Oscar can solitude his own Ketramos to stay alive, but that doesn't feel good.
That's the only thing he could possibly be thinking about, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if it doesn't happen, he's just, how did I get here moment.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so here's Solitude, the old Swordsman creature, and the binding in response, very, very well set up by Ian here.
Yes. That's what we call checkmate. Wow.
Wow, that was an awesome game from Ian. A game that looked like Ian was not even playing.
Yeah.
You know, just not playing any threats, not doing much, and then all of a sudden, a little fast lift total there.
I guess when you're not doing much, you're racking up some burn spells there, huh?
Yeah, 5 + 5 + 5 + 5. That's all it takes, right?
Yeah,
so
I guess.
On Oscar's side, let's look at our sideboards here. We got 2 Clarion Conqueror, 4 Consigned Memory, 2 Noon, 2 Temporary Lockdown, 2 White Orchid Phantom, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. How's Oscar going to avoid this fiery death that just occurred?
Honestly, I would still expect, even though that looked so good here from Ian Starkbaum, those burn spells I still think are going to be trimmed. You know, so I don't know if I want to like overly adjust to what that game was. I think this is a very clear case of, especially now that day 2 it's open deck list, to adjust to what you're going to see in the next game, not to the burn spells. It's not like we have, you know, healing solve or anything in the sideboard anyways. And, you know, to answer your question, I don't love a lot of these cards. Maybe you want some White Orchid Phantoms. You do a basic check. There are 2 of them, but, you know, I mean, you can mess up a 5-color deck's mana base pretty well with a White Orchid Phantom and an Ephemerate.
All right, so on Ian's side, you know, if we're saying that burn spells are coming out, what's coming in? We got 2 Clarion Conqueror, 3 Consigned Memory, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Nile Spellbomb, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Wear Tear, 2 Wrath of the Skies. Not a lot of those 5 mana, you know, Planeswalker for the mid-range matchups kind of cards here. So what's Ian to do?
Yeah, you know, there's not a lot of cards that are actually amazing in this matchup. I might still consider the Mystical Disputes. Like, sure, there's not a lot of blue cards. It hits the Frog on turn 2, but just 3 mana counterspell might be okay. Maybe not as good when you're on the draw as you can't counter a Ketramos, but I guess I like the Wear Tears. They look pretty decent. No, I guess they're not amazing either. Not a lot of sideboard from either player, to be honest. Not expecting these matchups, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the counterspell is one of the clean ways to answer all this ETB value stuff. You know,
Yeah.
where if you're trying to, you know, kill a creature if it's already ETB, did something, it doesn't feel very good, but countering it is the clean answer. So
maybe you want the consigns for that reason from Ian, as consign on a Solitude or something is decent, but that's just okay as well.
All right, so we'll get shuffled up for game number 2 here, but I want to remind you all, of course, about a big upcoming event, our next Spotlight Series. Planetary Rotation, and this is an extremely exciting event. This is an event where we're going to see a big actual rotation in Standard, Planetary, Standard, and otherwise. Standard rotation, week 1 Standard, always an absolute blast, both to play in and to watch. Going to be great. SCG Orlando, a bunch of other great events there as well, August 29th to the 31st. Hashtag SCG Orlando on social media. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for all your information. We'll see you there.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Gotta love Florida as well. You know, that's always a fun place to be. It's, you know, towards the end of the summer, won't be as hot. You know, it'll still be pretty hot, but, you know, not too bad, not too bad.
I will be extremely disappointed if in the winner's interview, Nick Miller's doing the interview, and the person who wins does not say, I'm going to Disney World.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, that's actually the Secret Lair prize for that one. We send you to Disneyland. Yep, absolutely. That is not true. Please don't call me on that.
And we're fired.
Exactly. We had a good run.
It was a good run. It was a good
not
run.
Bad,
you know?
not bad.
I'm proud of the work we did. All right, so shuffling up for game number 2 here. We'll see Oscar on the play. And again, I agree with your assessment that this matchup looks pretty good for Oscar.
Yeah.
Ian's deck is not extremely fast, barring, the really good ley line draws. And if you give Oscar a little time, in theory, the value should add up.
Yeah, I would agree. We just didn't see Oscar did a great job of picking apart the early start here from Ian, and was really starting to, get to the battlefield, but just didn't do it fast enough. And, you can't really play around. Ian drawing only burn spells. It ended up looking pretty good.
There only are 3 Tribal Flames in the deck, the 4 Lightning Bolts. I guess Flage also being burn spell adjacent is pretty good as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's just surprising out of nowhere, It's like a shrapnel blast of old.
Yes.
You never want to go to 10 because they always got 2.
Absolutely. Always afraid. And if you're on the burn side, you're like, yeah, keep, crack that fetch land, take 2, no problem.
Oh, Thoughtseize, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, so both players draw on their openers. They seem relatively pleased.
Not a lot of pressure down below, and I'm not sure at this point with how many times we've seen Ian on coverage that ley line, is just in the deck. I don't think we've ever seen him draw one. I don't think we've definitely never seen one in play as a pregame effect. So, maybe a typo.
When I was walking around earlier, I heard a few players musing about, players said that they had played however many rounds at this point, 12, 13 rounds, and had Leyline twice.
Yeah.
So maybe Leylines are just not for Indiana.
I guess so, yeah.
Not a place for Leylines,
Absolutely. It's a place for basketball, I hear, but not ley lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, it is a place for Lucky Man's Paradise, Gemstone Caverns.
Oh, yeah?
And unfortunately, Corey Burkhart last round in our side feature match got Gemstone Caverned, and it was a pretty fast draw. And those luck counters, pretty powerful.
Hey, Corey gets to say, never lucky.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what he said, actually. So. All right, so down 6 for Ian, looking for that ley line, looking for a better hand. We do see Tribal Flames in the hand, so the burn plan is still online.
And I see a Ragavan and a Scion of Draco, so as long as there's some lands to go, that's perfectly reasonable. Looks like Tribal Flames was sent to the bottom. And did see a Clarion Conqueror as well that was brought in. That makes sense. That's a pretty good one.
And so no pregame effects. Didn't need it last game.
Yeah.
All right, so fetch lands on both sides. Oscar's going to pass. We're going to see Ian crack at Foothills. I imagine Ragavan will be hopping into play here.
Yep, makes sense to me.
Of course, for Ian, these 5-color like domain zoo decks have always had this mana-based puzzle where you're trying to assemble all 5 types in like the cleanest way possible. Shocklands, Triomes, but you got to have A plus B plus C plus D plus E in the right order. So fetching here is not trivial.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the hardest part of playing the deck.
Yep.
All
right, so we can see a Steam Vents. Here's Ragavan. End step fetch for Oscar. And we're going to see a removal spell here or a Scry.
That is the question. Oscar is, of course, a Pro Tour caliber player. Played on the Pro Tour plenty of times. Had some solid results. And, came all the way wearing that Amsterdam shirt. He is from Denmark. So representing over the seas. And just one of the nicest guys ever.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely love him. He's a good guy.
Love the play the game, see the world.
Yep, 100%.
So awesome, myself included, and then other players as well. Just going to places you would never normally go because of Magic, and then you're there and you're like, wow, I'm here. This is awesome.
100%.
I'm in Japan. I'm in Hawaii. I'm in wherever I might be. So.
And to look back and just think like, oh, I have so many good friends that live in Denmark. Just something that I would never think of when I started playing Magic, that it would take me there. I would gain those relationships from people that, live so far away.
Good stuff. So just an archive here from Oscar, a little scry action. Keeps card on top, plays the swamp, says go. I got to imagine at the top here in the passive mana means Ragavan is probably not long for this world.
Yeah, probably not. Oh, well, it might be.
Okay.
Oh, man, if Ian didn't play a land or something, thinking that there wasn't just a flash threat, this could have been a huge blunder. I did see a Leyline Binding, so if we see a post-combat land, Lush Portico, okay, that would not have helped.
All right, so the very risky removal spell here, the 2/2 flash blocker, which could have gone wrong a number of ways. But does not. Ragavan is down. The dog goes down as well.
And there's the cost, in these Domain Zoo decks. The lands are not free. There's a lot of them that come into play tapped. Sure, they might surveil, but even you get to add some extra greediness to the mana base, playing a tapped mountain half the time with Arena of Glory, 2 tapped surveil lands, a tapped Triome. Your deck can get off to a slow start very easily.
Makes the 1-drops awkward too, right? Where a lot of times you want your 1-drop to be that 1 Triome. Because it gets you most of the way there, and now you can fetch shock the rest of the way. So when you have Ragavan, it means turn 2 can be a stumble like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Oscar thinking it through. Deciding how he wants to get on the board best here. Ragavan problem solved, but got to assume there's more problems on the way. There are some pretty big threats in Ian's deck. All right, going to go for an Overlord. Let me see a bit of a pause here. Consigned to memory on the Overlord trigger. So not stopping the 5/5 itself in a number of turns or a possible blink, but no immediate trigger.
Yeah. So that's why Consign is solid against Esper Blink. I figured Ian was going to bring him in, but it always counters half of a card unless you can get Solitude. If you can get Solitude and there's not an Ephemerate, then all of a sudden you 2-for-1 your opponent. So, that can be really big game.
So cool tech sideboarding here for Ian.
Yeah.
We see a fetch. We see a shock. And Oscar's start, I think that the turn 2 Philia must block line says that Oscar's hand is probably not the greatest. So Oscar pretty unhappy here, I would assume, to not get a card off at Overlord.
Or just doesn't have a lot of removal. Must be a lot more proactive, And after the last game where he died to not being proactive enough, of course, results-oriented thinking is not, what players should do or do often, but maybe that's in the back of your mind a little bit. I just need to be more proactive so Ian can't just sit back and then eventually burn me out again.
All right, so you see Clarion Conqueror coming down, this recent Tarkir Dragonstorm Dragon, 3/3 flying for 3. Turns off activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers, so no relics.
No relics.
Sorry, Ketchamos.
No Emperor of Bones for the adaptability.
No, Psychic Frog.
Yeah, and no Psychic Frog. So this card actually looks really, really good here from Ian.
Also hard to Fatal Push. It's possible, obviously, but a little more awkward than usual. So Conqueror comes down. We're seeing a lot of Ian's sideboard here.
Surveil that frog out of there, huh?
Yeah, get this frog out of here. This thing does not work at present. So frog goes away. We're going back Oscar's way. The flying body also pretty good. There's a lot of ground stuff happening for Oscar. Being able to fly over is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Flicker Wisp, kind of the main one that can do a nice block. And speak of the devil.
All right, that is a very powerful turn for Oscar. So Flicker Wisp comes in, going to target the Overlord, going to exile it. It will come back in the end step. And comes back as a creature. It is no longer impended. So we're going to see cards hit the bin. We're going to see cards back to hand. And now a phenomenal board for Oscar. A blocker for the Dinosaur Dragon, same thing. and then a 5/5 in play that demands an answer.
Yeah, Jim, that's what we call a combination.
So we're going to get back a Philia.
The good dog comes back.
And, of course, Philia, Flicker Wisp. There's a lot of potential here for a lot of blinking and looping on Oscar's side. So back Ian's way.
If only Yorion was still around, huh? I think we'd add 20 cards to this top deck.
Yeah. That could be a thing that could happen.
Yeah, we'd still be in round 6, though, with how much Yorion slowed down the format.
Exactly. Yeah. So better off the way things are.
Yeah, I'll agree.
All right, so Ian has a lot to work through now. Doesn't really have any clean attacks. The Overlord is a card you must answer. If the Overlord gets to attack, that doesn't feel like it's game over, but it feels like it's a big hill to climb. Yeah,
when you're not playing a combo deck, when you're not going over the top of it, it really does feel like game over. The value that you get, you just get swallowed up from that card, and it just hits for 5. It is a gigantic creature.
All right, so we see Kabu coming down from Ian as well as a Leyline Binding on the Overlord. So deals with the Overlord, but it already got some good value.
Yep. And, that Leyline Binding is not the catch-all, be-all against this deck. If Oscar were to just go land for Witch Enchanter or something, this looks, really, really brutal. And even if you just Flicker Wisp or Ephemerate your Flicker Wisp to then blink out the Leyline Binding, get your Overlord back, and then at end step you lose it again, you're still gaining card advantage on that exchange. So still perfectly reasonable from Oscar if he has nothing else to do.
Yeah, this game looks a lot more like what I would expect from this matchup.
Yeah.
That game was obviously super weird. This, much more what I think. Some creatures from Ian's side, and then the value from Oscar really started to pile up turn after turn.
Yeah. Totally agree. Ian, hopes that this game would look a lot like last game, but, not necessarily the case so far. But still a very solid board here from Ian. Oscar will have to deal with this powerful 5/5, which has the ability to do some looting, as well as Clarion Conqueror. Not amazing, but it is shutting down a decent amount of cards.
Yeah, Kava get to work on the graveyard a little bit too, right? So maybe mitigate the Overlord damage a bit, but things are piling up here on Oscar's side in a variety of different ways. Resources in hand, resources in graveyard, and then that kind of, the fear of that binding being temporary too. So going to think it all through.
And Oscar hasn't played a land this turn. More than likely, that's because we don't have one. Could be slow rolling it a little bit. So Oscar has a ton of options here available. Ketramo's coming down, but 0 cards exiled. Okay, a few cards exiled now.
All right, so here is the Ketramos comes down. Fili gets exiled. Solitude coming down. Going to exile the Kavu. We're seeing some draws from Ketramos here. Of course, whenever one or more cards put into exile from your graveyards and or the battlefield, draw a card, lose a life, and it doesn't take many of those activations to start feeling really good about the game.
Yeah, and just being able to Solitude one of your opponent's creatures while you get some value here is excellent. And I think the big, thought process there from Oscar is, okay, which one do I actually hit? The creature that's going to hit me harder, or the Clarion Conqueror that's shutting down a relic that may or may not have actually been in Oscar's hand so far?
Yeah, and
could have drew that one.
If it is the 5/5, for damage-based reasons, Oscar highly valuing staying alive.
Yeah.
All right, so back Ian's way, and again down to this, the single dragon as the offensive force. We see a Scion of Draco come down, so still no ley line in sight, but Scion's still pretty potent. So Scion's going to give the white creature, what is the ability again? It's not Vigilance?
It is Vigilance,
okay.
Yep.
So
Vigilance for white.
So not lifelink.
Not lifelink. It feels like it should be lifelink. I'm with you on that.
All right, so land 5 for Oscar. And just going to pass the turn back. So Clarion Conqueror is doing some work here.
Definitely.
Turning off the relic, turning off the engine, kind of a big deal.
Could still be, maybe a Solitude to just hard cast at any point. Maybe Oscar would consider Solitude, deal with the Clarion Conqueror, then tap the relic to get some card advantage going. But we shall see when the Scion of Draco attacks. That's when we're really going to start finding stuff out.
All right, so Dasher Ragavan getting aggressive. So Ragavan to the red zone, Scion of Draco to the red zone. Reminder, the Ketramos is not currently a creature. There are, I believe, 2 cards in exile. So the only available blocker is Flicker Wisp, which does not have a good block right now.
Yeah, not really. And the buff from Scion of Draco's first strike, which is relevant right now. This Flicker Wisp will not be able to trade with Ragavan as it stands, but something like a Solitude here, and it's a house of cards that starts falling away from Ian, but no! Oh no.
Okay, so we got a hit for 6. Ragavan hits. It's a fatal push. Great card hit for Ragavan, right?
Yes.
That pressure can be immediate revolt. And Oscar's got some spells to cast. Oscar needs to do something here.
Yeah, definitely needs to do something here. Now, you're forced to do the fatal push where you're forced to essentially blink first, as we like to say in the business here, where if there is an Ephemerate from Oscar, maybe Oscar can play around it a little bit. But,
good catch.
Yeah, that is definitely something I saw as well, that Clarion Conqueror is a universal effect.
Modern day Magic card, a universal effect?
Yeah, right.
It is, yep. Okay, so Ian missed it. I missed it.
I did as well.
All right, so.
It's a big deal. I mean, that is huge. Getting to keep Flicker Wisp around or Philia to stay on the battlefield is gigantic. And now Oscar has a couple nice lines available. You can attack, get rid of that Clarion Conqueror, and then Relic to start drawing some cards. Now, you can't do it in such a way where you can get enough cards in the graveyard to then attack with Ketramos as well, unless you do something, proactively to deal with this Clarion Conqueror.
Yeah, a lot to work through here.
Yeah.
A lot of possible blinks. And then the end step blinks get weird where it not comes back on the end step, and if you blink it at a different time, and so on and so forth. So lots to work through. Oscar going to tap 2 and get an Emperor of Bones going as well. So really getting those engines online.
Yep, absolutely. Also shut off right now. Not able to do anything with that besides exile some cards. But the free exile on Emperor of Bones does trigger Ketramos as well, which we're getting to the life point when you're at 11. Double Shrapnel Blast, Jim.
Yeah. We saw it last game. We did see one go to the bottom for Ian this game. So Ian's got A few cards in hand. So, exile Solitude, trigger Ketramos, lose a life, draw a card down to that magic number of 10.
And this is pretty nice. So Fila can attack, exile the Conqueror, then you could adapt the Emperor of Bones, get a Solitude into play, exile the Scion, crack the Relic, so you can block with Ketramos. There's a ton of game and a ton of options that Oscar has here.
All right, so goodbye, Dragon. And now all of these cards are free to use their activated abilities once again. 5 damage coming across.
The treasure is online as well here from Ian if there is something available.
That is true.
Maybe a, Stubborn Denial, something like that.
Ian is thinking about it. Obviously no blockers available, so thinking about, nope, just going to take damage. Okay. So take 5. And now Oscar's got a lot more available options with the Dragon out of the picture.
Yeah, and now it'll be very interesting how much Oscar wants to respect double Tribal Flames, something along that lines. Or just, regardless, there's going to be 7 damage in the air presented to Oscar next turn. So, that's terrifying even if only one of them connects. If you deal with the Scion and you take 3 from the Clarion Conqueror, not as bad because you're at 6, but while I say that, if you deal with the Scion of Draco with the Solitude, you still lose a life as well, putting you to 5. 5 is a scary number.
Yeah, even 6, combo draws of just Lightning Bolt plus Lightning Bolt or Lightning Bolt plus a Flage. So
yeah.
We saw last game, this sort of surprise combination of burn spells. So Oscar kind of towing the line here a little bit, on the edge of a knife.
Agreed.
Exciting place to be.
But it's, also the same point, I don't think Oscar has the ability to go adapt the Emperor of Bones, Solitude your own Emperor, sack the Solitude. That feels pretty bad too because these flyers are already going to deal some damage. So killing your opponent's creature is kind of the same as you gaining life at this particular spot in the game.
All right, so tapping 1. Maybe we're looking at just going to pop the Relic. Okay, so Relic goes away. Not wanting to use it twice, just wanting to use it the one time. All the cards go away. Ketramos is now on. We'll see a draw. We'll see life loss.
And you draw cards when the Relic goes, and then the rest of the cards go.
So draw on 2. And Oscar, that felt a little bit desperate.
It really did, because that is a lot of life you're losing. Now, Oscar hasn't played a land, so you do have the ability to, oh, God. Oh, man, another 2 damage?
The ability to go to 5.
Yeah, the great honor of going to 5.
Yeah, all right. Not happy about it, but
no.
Howl Fountain comes in and shocks, untapped, 3 mana available.
And we know Ian mulliganed this game and put a Tribal Flames on the bottom. I haven't seen his hand since. I'm not sure if there's still one there, but.
All right, so we're going to see consigned to memory on the trigger that would return the Clarion Conqueror.
Spicy.
Very cute use of the Stifle ability there.
So now we consider with the Emperor of Bones when to adapt. If you go to adapt, you can respond to this, right? If we deal with this creature, Solitude would be gone. And all right, now we are definitely going to see, is there a Tribal Flames because the game is over.
Oh, boy.
Do you think that one was drawn?
I hope so. There is nothing like it.
Okay.
Actually, we had the full 10. So,
yeah.
Wow, what a finish. Ian, Tribal Flames master here. Had 10, only needed 5. What a way for these games to finish.
Wow.
That game really felt like what I expected until the end.
Yes.
Where it felt like Oscar's deck is just going to blink stuff and kill stuff and draw cards and do all these kind of cool, grindy things that are normally really good against kind of a slower aggro deck. But then everything went on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Tribal Flames just absolutely destroyed that game. And the one thing I will say is with the version that Oscar is playing Esper, that's maybe not the go-to Ketramos style. Black-White, is maybe more popular, where you get to play a little bit more basic. You get to cut the Hallowed Fountain, you get to cut the Meticulous Archive, and just maybe play Swamp Plains. And that can help minimize the damage a bit. But, hey, we had overkill there with 2 Tribal Flames, so really didn't matter there.
man, when that card shows up on time, oh yeah, there's nothing like it. You know?
Yeah.
It's funny. It reminds me of when I first started playing Magic.
Mm.
I saw the card Lava Axe. You know, I'm a 7th edition starter kit, and it was like 5 damage. All I have to do is cast 4 of these, and I win.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the most broken thing I've ever seen. So, you know, for 5 mana, sorcery, it's a little much. But for 2 mana, that is pretty nice. So,
pretty good.
Let's hop down to our feature match area for our backup match and see how it's going. All right, so we got Justin on top playing Is It Prowess? A deck that has kind of faltered in this tournament. Has not done particularly well so far.
No, not
except
really.
in Justin's hands, of course. And then D'Anthony Davis on 5-color creativity. I know you were excited to see this deck, right?
Love it, love it. Just saw him a little bit a couple rounds ago as well on coverage. And big fan of just the smoothness of D'Anthony, how he plays and stuff. I was really impressed when I watched this match a little bit earlier today.
All right, so D'Anthony's on the play here. We're going to see Fetch Land and a pass. Justin's got Dragon Rage Channeler. Here's the bobble. Milling over a Lava Dart. Another card that is a absolute banger.
Ryan Overturf just had like the hairs on his neck stand up.
Yep. He's having lunch right now. So ooh, I felt a disturbance in the force.
Exactly.
All right, so you see the bobble, and then Justin deciding how to use this bobble. We got a fetch from D'Anthony, getting a Triome. Definitely funny because the creativity decks where they're playing all mountains.
Yeah.
But they're also playing a bunch of other land types too. Leyline Binding, I believe.
Yeah,
so
5-color mountains basically is kind of the plan in these decks. And I will say we haven't seen this matchup in a while because, well, 5-color creativity has well and truly fallen off, you know, as far as popularity of a deck. Is It Prowess wasn't even that popular until Corey Steelcutter as well. So we haven't seen these two decks interact in a while, but historically, Is It Prowess basically removed this deck from the metagame. A lot of pressure, spell pierces. I mean, that's a good recipe to beat the 4-mana sorcery combo deck.
Seems very reasonable. So we got a land here from Justin, and do we have a cutter? Yes, we do. So there's the cutter. And I'd assume there's a free spell coming here as well if the bobble was played on turn 1, unless it was drawn, of course.
Yeah.
But wait, nope. Let's take a reprieve. Oof. Back to hand, maybe next turn. Here comes the Dragon Rage Channeler. Going to be only 1 damage here. No Delirium just yet. So pretty good turn for D'Anthony there. That's a nice time walk.
Any time that reprieve is on the stack, it's a good turn for this deck. I mean, that card is just perfect in this deck. Buy you some time, continue to draw, because, well, you really don't care about delaying what your opponent's doing if you're just putting into play 2 Archons and attacking with them. Your opponent can cast that next turn if they want, all they want.
All right, so D'Anthony now thinking about turn 3. I really like where fetch landing is challenging. The lands, you kind of put them together in the right order, and we'll see just tap Blood Crypt for D'Anthony. Back over Justin's way. Would not be surprised to see if his turns start with a store with a Corey Steelcutter.
Yep.
And this is a spot where if D'Anthony has another reprieve, you just pack up your cards.
You just head out.
Go play a different game.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Just go to the next round, maybe go get lunch.
Oh.
Well, all right, let's go get lunch.
Lunchtime.
We're out here.
All right. So, yeah, double time walk. And then, again, we saw in the Surveil, no Delirium either. We will see a Surveil from the Surveil land here, Thundering Falls. Really wants to get Delirium. Artifact, instant, and land in the graveyard. So any other type, I imagine, would just go in the graveyard no matter what it was.
You would think so. You know, you can get a little frisky, too, if you want to, like, let's say, sacrifice a land for Lava Dart, but that's another instant. That is just another 1 damage. And this could be the turn. A fetch land plus creativity, and we're ready to go. And that's the power of this creativity deck. It's basically a 1-card combo because you don't really count your lands as a combo piece.
Yeah, being able to fetch the Dwarven Mine.
Yep.
Dwarven Mine, is that the name of it?
Dwarven Mine, yep.
Cool. And fetch it up at any point is great, but we see a Fable instead. So Fable of the Mirror Breaker comes down. Also a white mana up for D'Anthony, so a little more interaction possibly. Goblin Shaman to play. And right now, this Dragon Rage Shaman can't even get through this Goblin Shaman.
Yeah. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And D'Anthony also representing Leyline Binding here. Looks like we have the full domain.
All right, so Justin going to start out with not Corey Steelcutter. This time I'm going to start out with another Channeler.
I mean, it hasn't been working so far, so I get it.
Pick a different path.
Yeah.
All right, and then casting.
Looks like Expressive Iteration, if you're taking a pain there, would be my guess.
All right, so.
Little off camera, we can't really see it, but that's okay.
So a few Surveils from these Channelers. And going to keep the card on top. Looks like it was a Lightning Bolt. So wants to get this Shaman out of the way. And there's your land. card goes to the bottom. So imagine we'll be seeing fetch land here into a Lightning Bolt double Surveil. And now we do have Delirium. We have the sorcery added to the graveyard as well.
Big deal.
Huge deal.
Now the clock gets to begin. But now kind of the big problem is these reprieves have just bought D'Anthony so much time that even if now Justin did fetch up a blue source there, had a Spell Pierce to, back up his creatures, D'Anthony could have just attacked with the Shaman and then pay, So the Spell Pierce, really aggressive starts are just not that impactful anymore.
All right, so Goblins that get bolted, get out of here. More Surveils on Justin's side. And we'll be seeing an attack coming in, but shields are down. And shields are down last turn too.
Yeah.
So if Davis didn't have it last turn, maybe not having it this turn, but Fable, the great equalizer.
Oh, yeah.
How about 2 more cards if you don't have it yet?
2 more cards, check them out. It also could have been we just didn't have the land, to be able to have a target for creativity, and maybe that Shaman and the treasure it was going to create were the 2 targets, but I do think I saw Leyline Binding when we saw a quick glimpse of the hand, so we'll see if D'Anthony Davis wants to, aim at the one that can attack.
All right, so here's Bobble, some more Surveils. That graveyard's getting pretty full here. Second Lava Dart. And here comes Channeler. And Davis says, nope. Let's binding it up.
I like that.
Bobble goes off. Top card for D'Anthony. And passes the turn. So D'Anthony Davis, this game has been looking phenomenal for him.
Yeah. But, this is the type of deck where, you can have a great setup, but this deck needs so many things to go right. You need a good setup to buy yourself some time. Then you need the creativity. You also need to not draw too many Archons. It's a fine line of things that can go wrong, and then your deck looks less than impressive.
All right, discard here on Valakut Awakening and a Bloodstained Mire. So 2 new cards. So almost a whole new hand here for D'Anthony. And Justin, you can see here, kind of staring off, like, I'm going to watch this other game over here. Not much for me to do.
Yeah.
Let me know when my turn is up. Hopefully no Archon.
Okay, that is not the chance to have an Archon here at all. And the taking of the damage, representing needing 5 mana available, is pretty interesting to me. The Valakut Awakening was already discarded. There's some Paw Patch formations, as well as Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, 5's kind of an odd number, right?
Yeah.
All right, so, Stomping Ground's in. The shocks happened. Both players at 13.
Could be representing the one of Beseju, to be able to Beseju the Corey Steelcutter.
All right, so Justin, another fetch here. And here comes that cutter. So, tap 2. Get a Surveil going. And you're going to need a good follow-up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to get this going. Doing something like a 0-drop to get the Monk going and then cast a couple spells. As great as Dragon Rage Channeler is, it doesn't scale that well. Once you get to that 3, that's where it's staying outside of any Monstrous Rage or anything like that. So those Lava Darts in the yard would look devastating if you had 2 prowess creatures, for instance. But with only 1, it's mild.
So Slingshot Show-Off hits the bin. Pretty interesting. It has a card capable of a huge amount of burst damage. We're going to see Preordain. We're going to see a Monk. We're going to see a Surveil. So looking for something else.
The full 4 Slickshot Show-Offs here in Justin's list.
And with those darts in the graveyard, the Show-Off is representing a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we can play 1 Slickshot Show-Off here, with the 2 darts, you're already getting 7 damage, essentially. Counting the 2 darts, as well as the Monk, gets beefed up by a couple as well. So I can't even count that high, Jim.
So why would Justin not want the Slickshot Show-Off? Because it looks great to me here. You just cast it, dart, and go nuts.
Maybe you just look and you represent, or you just understand that there's probably a good amount of interaction here from D'Anthony Davis, and you're trying to find more interaction yourself. Because, creativity is amazing. You can still interact in a plethora of ways. Counter the creativity, kill the creature that it's targeting, kill the Fable, the reflection side. So leaving 2 mana available for, let's say, a Bolt and a Spell Pierce looks better to me than tapping out for a Show-Off that is very unlikely to win the game this turn.
Sounds good. All right, so here comes the crew. Dragon Rage Channeler for 3. This monk is currently a 2/2 because the preordain was the spell that created it. And Beseiju on the Steel Cutter. This is after attacks, though.
Yeah.
So this could have been done pre-attacks, denying the haste, correct?
Yes, it could have.
That would be, I guess, in the beginning of combat steps. I couldn't play the main phase stuff, so.
Yeah, that would have been much better.
Okay. So monk getting in here, 1 point of damage. We're going to see Justin shock in the steam vents off the Beseiju. So statement of I got something to maybe spend this mana on, or a little posturing.
And D'Anthony's hand is quite bad. Sacred Foundry, Spell Pierce, and Leyline Binding, which he also did not deploy proactively on this other channeler, which is definitely a choice.
All right. So Justin says, I'm cool with damage, or you? D'Anthony says, nope, here's a Binding. 2 mana up.
I think this is end step.
Oh, damage already dealt?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked on that.
All right.
You know, it seems like in this matchup you just want to conserve your life total as much as possible. So, I mean, I would have probably thought about Leyline. If my hand was Leyline Binding and Beseiju, I would have probably Leyline Binding that DRC on my last turn, sorcery speed, just to stop that amount of surveils, all those free surveils that Justin got, as well as the Lightning Bolt, the Lightning Bolt, the 3 damage that he had to take.
All right, well, we have Reflection of Kiki Jiki on the battlefield. Little shady there, kind of hard to see, but it is there. Tap Sacred Foundry, and there's creativity, so just going for it.
Yep.
Creativity is here, and it looks like that Beseiju mana might end up mattering. So, Bolt in response, D'Anthony Davis has a Spell Pierce. It does not matter with 2 mana untapped. Goodbye Reflection, goodbye Creativity, and perhaps goodbye D'Anthony Davis. Yeah,
no kidding. I mean, there were so many great turns for D'Anthony. Turn 4 and turn 5 where Creativity would have been amazing. Drew it a little late, and, that's sometimes the problem of this deck as well. And, D'Anthony Davis also has the 3 kind of landmines of drawing. Like, if you ever draw the Archons, it's pretty bad. It's not impossible to cast, especially with help from Shamans and stuff like that.
All right, so we got a Preordain. We got a Mutagenic Growth. Buffing up this monk. Might see a Chain of Lava Darts here as well. And that Beseiju really was the card that gave Justin the extra mana needed for the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, so true.
Dart, and there's the win. So Justin takes it down. Wow. That was a crazy game 1. A lot of really, really weird, tough spots, of planning and so on and so forth. But Justin, when you got Lava Darts and you got some Prowess creatures, not too shabby. So
cast them. That's right. When you got them, cast them.
And listen to me. if you want to look cool to your friends,
you
got to have
the
Judgment Lava Darts just like Justin has. All right. So if you have some regular ones, you want to get rid of those, some other cards, you can sell them. StarCityGames.com. You can go right here to the booth at any event you are at, or of course online at sellyourcards at StarCityGames.com. You can sell your cards for cash if you'd like, or store credit. 30% bonus on that. You can bank up a little bit of a bankroll and say, you know what, 4 Judgment Lava Darts, put them in the cart, mail them to my house. I'm awesome.
I do not own them. Am I not cool?
Yes, you are not cool. I'm sorry. I own 4 Lava Darts, Judgment. I never even played them before, but I own them, and they are really cool.
You are pretty cool, too. So, all right. I'm going to work on that.
That's my secret. So, check it out. Sell your cards at StarCityGames.com. Back over to game number 2. And if you're D'Anthony, that start was so good.
Yeah.
And to have that game kind of fall apart like that, it's kind of, you got to feel that a little bit.
D'Anthony needed to win that game. I really think that was a brutal one. As we are now, the Spell Pierces come in. Other pieces of interaction come in as well, and it gets a lot trickier. And D'Anthony was just so set up, so ready to go, that if he had even a mildly good draw there, it was going to be a trivial game. 1 Archon, you just can't deal with that, from the Prowess side at all.
Yeah, kind of like Standard, where the game 1 is a Prowess. It's pretty linear, but those blue cards on the sideboard, very, very nice. So we see Triumph here from D'Anthony, as well as a Steam Vents untapped to take 2. Just a fetch from Justin, no 1-drop. Justin definitely wants to get in the board here and be as aggressive as possible. Maybe a good Steel Cutter or Slick Shot draw. Going to see a Surveil. And, once again, Reprieve.
Oh, it looks so good.
Wouldn't be too bad here.
Now, would Reprieve or Remand look better here?
I mean, I'm kind of a boomer. I've cast a lot of Remand in my day.
Same. I've cast significantly less reprieves.
Yeah.
But.
All right, so we see Surveil. See a land go to the bin. Back Justin's way. Turn 2's a big one. I'm going to think this one through. There's a lot of planning in this deck as far as like sequencing out how you want to order things with your triggers and everything else.
Yeah, if you have everything going on and it's easy, you got the turn 1 Swift Spear into the Cory Cutter, into a Bobble, like sure it doesn't look as hard when you have that absolute nut draw, but yeah, when you got to piece things together and you don't have it perfect, that's the way to do it.
All right, so very nice Mirage Mountain, also very classy.
Oh yeah.
You sack a Mirage Mountain to a Lava Dart, you are doing it.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to see a plot here. So playing around the Reprieve. And,
Reprieve that.
Yep, setting up for a possible future turn. Back D'Anthony's way. Arid Mesa, pass turn. And we got Scalding Tarn.
Oh.
Plot number 2.
Okay.
So I love the combo element of this deck, where when you have this like double plot draw, you're setting up for this big like 1-turn burst damage combo kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like we can't see a Fable or something from D'Anthony over here. We got to see mana up for interaction. So here is the Elegant Parlor, little Surveil.
But even 1 mana here from Justin is plenty, in the face of being able to interact with the creativity turn. I mean, fetch land creativity is available for next turn, but it's the most fragile combo you can possibly have. Even the Lava Darts in the yard, being able to interact with this is quite devastating for D'Anthony.
All right, so there's a naturally drawn Dwarven Mine. Going to make that Dwarf token with 3 other mountains in play. And just going to be a passive a turn. So a free creature, free as in all of your lands are going to be mountains, and Gimli, Son of Gloin, ready to go here.
It's no goblin though, huh?
It is no goblin, that is true. So anytime we see a fetch from Justin, we see an untapped Sacred Foundry. What do we got on the board here for these white cards?
Ooh, yeah, we just have Wear, Tear, and Prismatic Ending. Nothing in the main. So just representing being able to deal with some tricky permanents. But yeah, very minor splash for sure. And I did see a peek at D'Anthony's hand. The creativity was there. Creativity was there, but it didn't look like we had another land. There was a Spell Pierce, so something like a fetch land next turn, creativity for 1 with a Spell Pierce backup, that looks pretty good. But man, if we just have like a, one Lava Dart, you feel like this game could just be so far out of reach for D'Anthony. And this is just really showing kind of how bad this matchup really looks.
All right, well, it's Slick Shot time. Bolt them off the plot. Here's an iteration. Here's a DRC. And potentially a pretty large attack here. Now, this is into D'Anthony's 4 open mana. Often when you're plotting Slick Shot, you're trying to play around removal spells and find like the right turn. But Justin is going for it here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best ways to play around removal is to just have 2 of them, so just being able to represent the fact that you got to have basically 2 Leyline bindings, and we don't even have full domain, so you got to tap out for your 2 bindings here.
All right, so it looks like our round has gotten pretty quickly, actually. So it looks like Justin will take this game. We're going to pop out here and hop into our next round. And tournament's running really smoothly, actually.
Yeah.
Perhaps too smoothly.
Yeah. Can we slow this down? We wanted to watch the ending, but we, of course, don't want to ruin any live coverage here. So, yeah, Justin did take that down.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good.
It was looking
honestly,
pretty good,
so.
yeah.
All right, so Justin is our winner in the Is It Prowess vs. Creativity matchup. And we have the next round coming up in just a second. Hello and welcome back to Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair. We're getting into the really, really exciting rounds. I'm Jim Davis. That's Corey Baumeister. Round 14 is coming up, and we got to peek at our standings here. We've got players now locking up top 8 spots.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got big news from our tables. Our number 1 and number 4 ranked players, they ended up playing. Burke already locked at X and 1, as you could lose the next 2 rounds and still make it in. And yeah, Burke conceded to the 4th person in 4th, so that should be our first 2 players locked up into the top 8, ready to go to the Pro Tour. So anybody that is at that 11 and 2 spot, so we should be seeing 2 matches of those, 2nd and 3rd, 5th and 6th, winning in. Should be able to win in and then shake hands the following round. Now, of course, that doesn't always work perfectly. Sometimes you win your round and the opponent next round, you're playing down, they can't draw, those type of things. But it looks pretty solid for 4 players in this round in some win-and-in matchups. And basically everybody on this screen, all top 16, are looking pretty decent to have a chance at least. X and 3, if you can win these last 2 rounds, you're probably going to be good to go.
Yeah, gotta win, and it feels so good to lock that up. You know,
yeah.
You really, really want to get it in. If you can get it in this round, great. You're going about last round, a lot of pressure on that last round winning in, but that's also why these are awesome, the super exciting rounds. So let's hop down to our feature match area, and let's get in and see if we can send someone in. Up, never mind. Let's do our second page of the standings, and these are players that if you're 10 and 3. You are potentially playing for top 8.
Yes. You know, looking a little brutal when we go down to 29th place. We got Robert Cedar there. Probably breakers too low. But, hey, one big thing that we've seen a lot of tournaments, Robert Cedar's always, doing well at the tournament, and no draws. No draws, Jim.
No control either, right?
Oh, okay.
Or is blink. But, yeah, and these players, of course, playing for still a lot of great prizes.
Yeah.
We got that Garrick promo and, of course, some cash money as well. A little different feel than the RCs, right?
Yeah.
Where the RCs, these players are all playing for Pro Tour invites.
Yeah.
And this event, it's top 8 only. This is an open field event. Didn't have to qualify to get here, so making top 8 so important.
So important, that top 128 players getting that really sweet Garrick Wild speaker. One of, my favorite cards ever. My first tournament win when I was a wee tyke.
Aww.
When I was 15, when I won a state tournament. That was kind of my first moment where I'm like, hey, I wanna feel like this forever. So I just kept playing Magic tournaments, but getting that, definitely worth some value for sure. And, of course, top 16, even if you can't make it to the Pro Tour, top 16, you're walking away with a lot of money, and you still feel pretty good about your finish, even if you're a little, you're really close to making that top 8.
Always something to build on,
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So these players have been playing all weekend now.
Yeah.
Long day yesterday, 9 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of rounds today. How do you approach this match? So you sit down, you have a win and in, or you're close to a win and in, or you need to win 2 in a row.
Yeah.
In one of those spots where you're 10 and 3 and like, hey, my breakers are pretty good if I win 2 in a row. How do you approach that?
I mean, the best way to do it, and it's way easier said than done. I think we both had it times in our career where we weren't able to do this with nerves getting to you and stuff. You treat it like any other match. It's just like round 1. It's just like if you and I were playing at a kitchen table, getting ready for this event. It is just like a low-stakes match. That's how you want to approach it. Now, of course, there are factors that you cannot control. Everybody gets nervous. If you're this close to the top 8, we probably throw you under the lights, which, adds that extra bit of stress. You want to make sure you don't screw up when you got friends, family, loved ones watching you and stuff. But
no pressure.
No pressure. At least they can't hear us. So I'm not building up their pressure too much. Should we go to the feature match area and just say, hey, no pressure, but you got everything on the line.
Just so you're all aware of the feature match area, no pressure, okay? There is none, 0, not a little bit of pressure. So let's see some deck lists here and see what we're looking at for this big matchup. So we got Justin once again. Is it prowess? Lava darts. Those are the wrong lava darts on the screen there. We'll try and fix that if we can. But this is a deck that, was heavily played on day 1. Didn't have a great conversion to day 2, but Justin's doing great.
Does that mean our directors are not cool as well if they're using the wrong lava darts?
I definitely was not going to say that one. So
okay.
Keep my job. But yeah, so talk to us about this deck.
Yeah, so the go-to prowess deck here, Corey Steelcutter really turned this deck back into a viable force because, well, without that, you didn't have that threat that just didn't die to, well, a Fatal Push, a Lightning Bolt, those kind of things. So, this is kind of the standard deck that we see dominating ported over to Modern. And the thing in Modern, you get a lot of free spells, so it's not that turn 3 Corey Steelcutter plus 1-drop. You can do that on turn 2, and you get to add some mutagenic growths and stuff like that. So a really fast, aggressive deck that's trying to win the game on turn 3.
And now we just saw this like against Combo. But now
Yeah.
we're going to see it against the polar opposite. Raja, phenomenal player. Been around forever. Very, very well accomplished playing Esper Blink. And this is kind of your quintessential opposite of Combo. This is slow, grindy, draw a bunch of cards kind of magic. What's going to happen here?
Yeah, I'd be feeling a lot worse here if I was in the Is It Prowess seat for sure. Raja is just phenomenal. I've played against him a lot, and I do not have a good record against him, I'll tell you that. But he is very good at these kind of grindy decks, and I think this matchup is kind of brutal for the Is It Prowess side, but looking at the main deck configuration at least, like, there's a lot of one-ofs, and there's not a ton of ways to deal with a Corey Steelcutter. I'm not even really counting Witch Enchanter as a viable way to do it because, like, the fastest you're getting that into play is turn 3 if you can, like, blink it with a Flicker Wisp. That might just be too slow, especially if Raja's on the draw. So while this seems like it's going to be a lot worse for the Is It Prowess deck than our last matchup, it doesn't look absolutely detrimental.
Yeah. I can definitely see Corey Steelcutter being the card, right? It's going to revolve entirely around that. This card that can produce more than one threat, kind of mitigate removal spells and play that longer game. So
yeah, totally agree.
Let's hop down to our feature match. We've got a nice little win in here. Let's do it. All right. We see Raja on top at 11-2, Esper Blink on the bottom. Justin, Is It Prowess 11-2 as well. And ideally, the player who wins this match can draw in next round. Not a guarantee, but ideally. And Raja on the play with a tap land. And we got Raja on 6 and Justin on 5.
Oof.
So the decks are also feeling the pressure, not just the players themselves. So Tisphere in for 1 on Justin, back over to Raja's way.
And, you know, honestly, that sometimes comes up in a feature match. Like, a lot of times, especially with a deck like Is It Prowess, where you're like, okay, I keep a lot of one-landers on the play or the draw, really. When you're in the feature match, like, you get that little extra pressure, be like, man, if I don't play my second land, like, I'm going to embarrass myself on camera. Some players can get that in their head, and that is a detriment. You know, you should still just keep whatever hands make sense, you know?
All right, so we see a tapped MDFC land here, the backside of Witch Enchanter.
Yeah.
As you were saying, possible turn 3 Flicker Wisp. This could answer a Steelcutter. So back Justin's way.
Big game.
Justin's going to take a second and think about this.
And there's no real interaction with the 1 mana except Solitude Ephemerate it. So, you know, if Justin does go for like a slick shot show off here, could be train wreck situation where Raja could clean them both up if he does have that. And, you know, I like this play a lot more. It's just much safer in the face of that. It doesn't have the 0-drop, though, to get it really going.
Yeah, very modest draw on Justin's side. Just, you know, this is a standard legal draw right now. Steam Vents, Cutter, and Tisphere. So no extra trigger. Not too fast, and now Raja's way. We're going to see Marsh Flats, and we could see possibly that Flicker Wisp play or just a passive turn.
A lot less exciting. I think Raja would love to make sure that Corey Steelcutter doesn't get any free value here, as you don't have a very good way to interact with it. At instant speed, there's only 1 March of Otherworldly Light, and I think this would be a sorcery-style play from Raja if he had it.
All right, so Justin has successfully navigated the minefield to get Corey Steelcutter active, assuming there's multiple spells, which if there isn't, Justin's got a real problem.
Yep.
So I'm going to take a second and think it through. Big match, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, could easily be, you know, these players are at the top of the standings as far as having very good breakers, so winning into a Pro Tour, whether you're, you know, Raja, who's been to the Pro Tour multiple times, plays at the RIW store, that has just sent out a ton of amazing players. Connor Mullally, Corey Burkhart, and they have the pedigree of being around for a very long time. It's still exciting to make it to a Pro Tour, whether it's your first or, you know, your 15th Pro Tour. And Justin, maybe not as well known to us, but still, a Pro Tour could mean absolutely everything to him as well.
All right, starting off with a Tisphere. And that experience really helps in this spot, right?
Yes.
When people ask me, you know, I made my first top 8, I was so nervous. It's like, well, your second one won't be as bad. You know, once you've done it before, the more you've done it, the more comfortable you feel. So we'll see Tisphere here. We'll see a nice Lava Dart. Trigger Steelcutter. And again, Justin kind of navigating the minefield of like what Raja could have at instant speed here, what next turn could look like as well. So you see the dart, and we see a pretty modest attack. This is 6 damage.
And now here's the big question. Solitude Ephemerate, I just saw one Solitude when Raja flipped there. Solitude Ephemerate was not a good play next turn. You know, Raja definitely wanted to get as much value as possible. It's a great play right now.
Yeah, whenever you're able to pop off 2 creatures and keep the Solitude, it is absolutely backbreaking.
Or you could kill all 3 creatures, gain 3, and that's how this turn could end, with Raja going to 18 and sweeping Justin's board completely. All
right, so we see a fetch here for a Swamp, which would not really be part of that Solitude equation. So let's see what Raja's up to. 1 black mana, Fatal Push on a Spear. That's 1 down. And otherwise, she's going to take the 4 damage. So, taking the damage. And end step, we see a Philia. So, trying to get that blink setup going. And coast is clear. Justin is tapped out. Only 1 Lava Dart in the bin, unfortunately, not 2.
Yeah. And does have the ability of just, even if you're not doing any blink shenanigans with the Overlord or anything like that, just attack, kill a monk, good value.
Philia's so good.
So good.
Unbelievable 2-drop.
And it's even cooler that it is the likeness of one of our buddies, Michael Majors' dog.
Yes, that is really cool.
That is really sweet.
All right, so mana for Raja here. A lot of great options with Philia in play. Philia cannot bounce lands, though. Yeah, non-land permanents.
Yep.
So couldn't hit that the Witch Enchanter. But
yep.
Overlord, a fine constellation prize. Gonna mill 4, pick up a creature. And Solitude or Ketramos, both excellent choices. So this turn's definitely going Raja's way.
Absolutely. And we can get another Overlord activation. So depending on how many white cards you have in your hand, you could do something tricky like attack, blink out the Overlord, Solitude before it comes back into play, and then return the same Solitude.
That is very, very powerful, yeah. And again, we're going to have a 5/5 left over, too. So this Overlord being able to come in as an actual creature for 2 mana is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And again, Justin's draw was kind of modest here, you know, kind of a standard power level draw almost, missing a 3rd land, too. So a lot of uphill battle for Justin coming forward.
Definitely. And, I mean, definitely modest in the sense that, remember, we mulled to 5. You know,
that is
always brutal there. And Raja with a mulligan as well. But Raja's going to be mulliganing to a lot more interaction. You know, there's cards like Relic, Psychic Frog even, Thoughtseize, even Emperor of Bones. Like, these are cards that are good Magic cards, but they're not the thing you need to power mulligan to in this matchup. You want to mulligan to your Solitudes, your Overlords, and your Fatal Pushes to deal with the early onslaught. All
right, so here comes the doggo. Going to blink out the Overlord. I believe we should get a counter there too, right? When it comes back.
Yep.
There we go.
When
so
it comes back.
It'll be a 3/3. So we got 5/5 Overlord in play. Some more cards going to the bin. Ketramos goes to hand. Emperor also in play. So.
And Emperor got to eat a Lava Dart, which is not nothing.
It was too soon for me. I couldn't
it hurt you? Yeah.
Couldn't process my grief there.
That's
you know?
fair.
So now it comes Justin's way. Now Raja is at 8. You know,
yeah.
And this deck is capable of putting out a pretty crazy burst of damage, you know, things like mutagenic growth or like that. Is that possible this turn?
Definitely possible here, and especially with all the slick shots we knew about, you know, with the Lava Dart, you know, being exiled, that makes it a lot tougher to go off. But, I mean, even slick shot, mutagenic growth, that is 5, you know, so you are so close to winning this. And, you know, we kind of saw this in our match with Oscar. Like, Oscar had what we thought was a pretty good matchup against that domain aggressive deck, but the Blink decks still take a lot of damage from your lands.
And they take time, too, right? They're getting engines going, getting these cool things happening, but not necessarily winning the game outright.
Yeah, exactly. And while Ketramos has that indestructible lifelink body on it, it's not just, you know, a Baneslayer on the battlefield. It's a make-your-own Baneslayer. You got to work for that.
All right, it's Justin taking a long time here to ponder options. Going to figure this one out. Trying to find a way out, kind of in the squeeze where if Raja gets another good turn here, I mean, we're talking Overlord triggers, blinks, Emperor of Bones, Solitudes, all sorts of stuff happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And could just, you know, maybe finish this game off if you can exile the right creature in the yard, which I'm not sure exactly. If that's another Overlord right next to the Ketramos in the yard, you could eat the Overlord, adapt, put an Overlord into play. That's 9, 10, 11, 12, 17 damage that Raja can attack with next turn while simultaneously blinking out a blocker from Justin. So Raja is setting up for the win next turn.
Yeah,
if Justin's not too safe, you know.
Yeah. And feeling against these monks is very good. You know, the ability to kind of eat a monk, kind of undo the damage that Corey Steelcutter is doing.
Yeah.
In a kind of a weird way, you know, just a 2/2, but it does negate the card in that manner. So here's Preordain. Going to take a little peek.
Might be a dexterity error with the Ponder, or, you know, maybe wanted to keep one of the cards but already put it on bottom. Just double check and make sure they do not make a mistake. And, you know, hey, this is another moment where nerves come into play. I mean, this is a huge moment in both of these players' career.
Big difference between paper Magic and online Magic, you know, where you are physically handling cards. You know, things happen, things fall, you know. No chaos or dexterity stuff going on. That would be pretty fun. But, all right, so.
That's a word for that.
All right, so Spear number 2. Cutter's going to trigger, so a little bit of an army here. You see the proper monk moving into place. So there are 4 viable attackers, and they are all currently at 2 power.
So now the 1 mana, we could have Lightning Bolt. We could have Lava Dart number 2. Could have Lightning Bolt plus Mutagenic Growth. You know, I imagine Justin doesn't have that many cards left in hand, though. It looks like just 1 with the way he flashed it there.
Yeah. All right, working through it. Really looking to find a win this turn because things get ugly next turn.
Yeah, just lethal. Oh, all right, my goodness.
There's Lava Dart. I love me a good Lava Dart. 1 damage on Emperor Bones.
And I know I saw 2 Solitudes in hand for Raja. You know, if you have to exile the other one to the one, at least that 1 Solitude is available.
All right, well, listen, I called my shot here. Sack Mirage, Mountain to Judgment, Lava Dart.
Oof.
I am a happy man. So more prowess triggers.
And you got to separate it a little bit. The ones on the right have 3 total prowess. Those ones have 2. That's what it looks like here. So 1 blocker. The most you can block is the Swift Spear on the farthest right. Take 4 from the monk. Take 6 from the other one. So this is well and truly lethal even with the Overlord blocking. But with the 1 Solitude, this should be enough to keep Raja alive. But losing the Emperor Bones meant -9 damage from Raja next turn with the hopes of winning the game next turn.
All right, so Overlord's going to jump in. And Justin's out of cards here, so there's no more potential mutagenic growths or anything like that. Just going to eat Swift Spear. And then, like you're saying, we got Solitude coming in. And it looks like, yeah, you are correct. 2 Solitudes, only 1 white card, though, so only 1 Solitude available. And there goes Ketramos.
I like keeping the other Solitude. That makes a lot of sense.
So take out the larger of the monks.
And I guess they're the same size monks with the Corey Steelcutter, but the Swift Spear on the left is the only 3-power one, so.
All right, so taking out the one that has Trample, which is possibly relevant for future turn. Makes sense.
And it already is equipped, so, you know, Justin would have to use that mana to move the Corey Steelcutter over.
All right, so we got 5 damage across total. 6 damage, sorry, with the prowess trigger. All right, down to 1 on Raja's side.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Justin's all in here. And, honestly, I like that play.
Yeah.
You know, like, this game, the longer this game goes, the worse it gets. So just get in, do your thing, and hope you can finish it off.
And now, you know, a couple options already available. We could attack with the Overlord, get back a Solitude, have Solitude available. You could Solitude your own Overlord, gain 5 if there is a burn spell on top. Or you could attack with Fila, kill the monk, leave back a blocker for the Swift Spear, force Justin to have something if, let's say, Raja drew a white card already, and then could Solitude his own Overlord if need be. Yes. That's just the face-up options. We don't know exactly what Raja drew, so plenty of things to do.
There's also the permutations of what Overlord can hit as well, too.
Yep.
So, all right, so we're going to see a Impended Overlord here. Flicker Wisp, Solitude, a couple lands. All right, there's Solitude number 2 to hand.
So pretty big game here because now you could attack with both. Fila bounce out the Overlord that's impended to be able to get a blocker, get another Solitude. I guess then you would have to Solitude Justin's creature unless we find like a 2-drop to play, like a Psychic Frog.
All right. Here's a Pulling out the white card, pulling out Psychic Frog.
I think getting something that can be put onto the battlefield here is more important than the third Solitude. Because now Raja has to point a removal spell at one of these 1-power creatures unless I guess we already have it locked up to get one more Solitude. So this is perfectly reasonable. Now we have 2 Solitudes available, and now Raja can react to a burn spell. That's exactly what he's lining up here. If you have to be proactive, and then if Justin, has a burn spell that he can just cast in response to a Solitude, that's how Raja loses this game. But the fact that he can now Solitude a creature, block with the Overlord on the other one of Justin's threats, and then if Justin goes to, let's say, Lightning Bolt Raja's face, then Raja can Solitude his own Overlord.
All right, so we're going to see a Solitude now, it looks like.
Okay.
So Solitude pitch cast. No, maybe not. Tetrabo's going to get out of here.
Okay.
And goodbye, Milesair's Disappear. It's going to be a little bit of life for Justin, who's now at 10. Going to 11, it looks like.
And now this is Raja saying, yeah, if you have a burn spell, I can Solitude my own tapped Overlord, and if you don't, I get to win the game.
Yeah, so covering
well played by Raja.
Right, covering all the bases.
Yeah.
Right? What's Raja said, okay, what do I lose to here? What's the fear? Burn spell, the creature in play. And let's see what Justin drew here.
Yeah, and I don't know,
some sort of combo draw of maybe a cantrip into something, or probably not Mishra's Bauble.
Probably not that. I would think the best thing would be is it's not going to work, but preordain into a Lightning Bolt or a Lava Dart, something like that.
All right, so Raja takes down a really, really close game 1 at 1 precarious life point.
Yeah.
And is 1 win away from locking up his top 8 spot.
And that was on a mulligan to 5 from Justin, too. So let's keep that in mind, that game looked tough with Justin only having 5 cards.
Yep, so looking at Justin's sideboard, we see 2 Abhorrent Oculus. Now that's for the grindy matchups.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Then we got 4 Consigned Memory, 3 Prismatic Ending, 1 Spell Pierce, 2 Spell Snare, 1 Surgical, 1 Heat, and 1 Wear Tear. How is Justin going to approach these more grindy games?
Yeah, I think I like the Oculus. That looks pretty solid to me. Consigned to be able to counter the Solitude ability looks pretty solid. But at the end of the day, these prowess decks are kind of like, is it Phoenix and Pioneer, for instance? You do not want to adjust your deck too much because then you take away the core of the deck and all of a sudden you're not aggressive enough. And Raja's deck is better at being that mid-range style deck already.
And then on Raja's side, we see a true mastery of the game here. Only 9 sideboard cards. Doesn't even care. I'm in. I'm going to do my thing. So 4 Consigned Memory, 1 Strategic Betrayal, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Vindicate, 2 White Orchid Phantom. And then let's look at our sheet here. We also see 2 High Noon, 2 Wrath of Disguise, and 2 Clarion Conqueror.
Yeah, he does have all 15 cards. Our graphic is just wrong on that. I was going to say, if Raja is, playing a win-in with only 9 cards, just give him the trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's confidence.
High Noon is the card that was definitely excellent here in Standard to answer these decks. It ports over very well into Modern for these style of decks. Wrath of the Skies looks pretty solid to me as well. That's probably the main thing that I'm looking at from Raja's side.
All right, so before we get into game number 2 here, we're going to look at our flash sale, folks. And it's ending tomorrow, so you got to make sure you hop in and get at it now. Select Magic promotional singles, 10% off on StarCityGames.com. Love these flash sales happening during the event. You're watching right now. Don't be shy. Hop on and check out the cards and see if there's something there you want.
Yeah, absolutely. What promo cards live under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. All right, so I can't promise those are on sale. But check it out, StarCityGames.com. 10% off flash sale. Ends Monday. All right, so we see open deck lists here, both players. Checking out the lists, checking them twice, and making sure that they got something nice to do in sideboarding. And a lot of pressure here.
A lot of pressure. And, we'll look at the clock here, 32 minutes. Is it Prowess is not going to time that often, but that was a long game. And you know what happens when you're under the lights, you're playing a win-and-in? The clock becomes almost not real to you during those like at least first game and a half. You kind of don't even think about it. You're so hyper focused on not making a mistake on camera that all of a sudden you could be making the biggest mistake of them all by not playing fast enough, you know?
Yeah, we've seen it a lot actually. In past Spotlight Series events and RCs where the late rounds, the clock creeps up and we're like, let's go here. This clock is ticking, folks. We do not want to take a draw, especially winning in the last round where you have to win. You cannot draw.
Yeah.
So very, very important. And this is a big one for Justin too here. Where you're playing a win in, you're on camera, you mulligan to 5, you play a game, you get your opponent to 1 life. Those are all just like we're all human beings. And that you feel that like, oh my God, is this not my day? Is it my day? And you gotta push through.
Yeah, absolutely. And we all got to kind of remember Emperor Bones chomped on 1 damage.
Oh, Lava
Exiled
Dart.
that Lava Dart.
That is right, yep.
And you got to think, Justin only had 2 lands at the time, but if we sack that, we played land 2 after that. I mean, it was almost 1 billion% not correct to sack it, but that's the razor-thin margins that we were on for that game.
Yeah, it's a very common refrain to hear of like, did I miss a point somewhere? They were 1, did I miss a point? And when you have Lava Dart in your deck, that is the point a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And can equate to a lot more than 1 point half the time as well.
Yes. All right, so we will see Justin on the play here, which is obviously huge for this Izzet deck. This is a big-time play draw deck. We saw it in Standard, where one of the biggest issues in the Izzet mirror was trying to break serve on the play because it is that powerful on the play.
Yeah.
So Justin going to be on the play. Now, of course, if Justin does win this game, we'll have to win a game on the draw as well. So much work to be done.
Especially with this sideboard configuration. High Noon, when you play it as your second, or when you play it on turn 2 after your opponent's already Corey Steelcuttered into a bobble, sure, it's still good.
Yeah.
It's still good, but it is not amazing. But you play it before Corey Steelcutter comes down, that's real good.
Yeah, definitely night and day. What's Raja thinking here? I'm kind of focusing on Justin, Justin's, what Justin's got to do. Raja's been here before, right? So this is business. This is kind of business as usual on a day at the office.
Yeah, absolutely. Raja's been to the Pro Tour plenty of times, dominates other circuits out there as well on a regular basis. So, yeah, this is normal. Be in the feature match. He's always very cool, calm, and collected. He's been doing this for years. So, I think he is just thinking, what do I need to prioritize in this match? Like, he's thinking about the game for sure, and maybe Justin is as well, but I've been in those spots where I'm very nervous, where I'm focusing on like, okay, God, just please don't let me mulligan again. I'm thinking about those thoughts instead of like, all right, these are the kind of things I should be looking for. I should be trying to make sure X, Y, and Z doesn't happen. You do that kind of thing. That's the more healthy thoughts to have at this moment.
It's a big part of the game too. You see Justin take a mulligan here. A big part of the game is managing yourself. I'm always been a big proponent of the mental game. Of you're not just playing against your opponent, you're playing against yourself too. And when you get to these spots in the tournament where things are getting tense, it's those encroaching thoughts. Oh, here I am mulliganing again. I'm sure everyone watching has played a game on Arena or in paper or whatever and says to themselves, "Oh, mulliganing again." You know? And it's a very dangerous line to go down where you start thinking like that and you stop thinking otherwise. Your brain power is going towards the wrong thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've been in this spot from Justin so many times. I just lost a game where I mulliganed to Oblivion. And then I take a mulligan again, and it's just like, why? Why me?
Right.
You get those bad kind of toxic thoughts going in your brain instead of just, hey, I saw a hand. I made the correct mulligan decision, and that's what you should be taking away from that. And looks like Raja Suleiman decided to take a mulligan as well.
That does feel better. It does feel like there's some fairness in the world. Well, I mulligan, you mulligan too.
Yes,
you're on even footing. So
gentlemen here.
Yep. It is eating to clock time though. All this shuffling. We are now sub 30 minutes with potentially 2 games to go.
Yep.
So keep an eye on that one.
But to be fair, the games Justin win, they go pretty quick most of the time.
That is true. All right, so let's try it again. Both players looking at 6 cards. Justin, of course, first to act here on the mulligan train. Looks like cards going to the bottom, so 6 for Justin.
And I saw High Noon up there, as well as an Emperor of Bones. Temporary Lockdown as well, is that what I saw? Maybe I'm just so used to seeing Temporary Lockdown answer Standard Izzet Prowess. But no, it doesn't look like those are in the 75.
It's burned into your brain.
Yes. But High Noon, Emperor of Bones, I think there's a Fila as well, so a solid start here from Raja.
It is going to be cool to see the difference, between Standard and Modern, where High Noon on the draw against the deck playing the free spells with a cutter, like you're saying.
Yeah.
So we could see a bunch of power already in play with High Noon before High Noon can come down. So
yeah, it would also change the texture, especially when Justin's on the draw. Like, you think about if you have 2 baubles, and you're on the draw, you have Corey Steelcutter, 2 baubles, 2 lands, for instance.
Yeah.
Are you like, oh no, should I just play these to get my cards, to get my value, maybe sacrifice them, look at the top of your deck, try to find a Spell Pierce to answer it? There's a lot of that stuff that would happen on the draw. On the play, though, you wait for turn 2, you just fire them both off. Pretty easy peasy there.
all right, so turn 1, Preordained from Justin. Not the start that this deck's looking for. Really wants to get on the board. Hopefully it's going to be a good turn 2. We're going to go Raja's way. We see a Delta and a simple passive a turn.
And now Justin kind of wins either way if he plays a creature here. The fact that Polluted Delta would take 3 damage to Fatal Push a creature, or, if you don't, Raja just gets to only take 1, do a Surveil. So this is a good turn to do some pressure. Preordained to start it off is definitely not what Justin wanted here.
Yeah, however bad Preordained on turn 1 is, it's got to be a lot worse on turn 2. Justin's certainly the beat down here. So that's a nice mountain. Preordained's a great card. Was obviously banned for a long time, but now just passing back, we see a Surveil land for Raja, and Raja giving Raja time to set up.
Yeah,
is scary.
And it's High Noon time. There's no way Raja's not playing that High Noon right now, as it just looks phenomenal on this battlefield. Every single card in Justin's deck looks a lot worse. Slick Shot Show Off is going to attack for 1, maybe 3, 5 if you Mutagenic Growth it, but every single play is going to be so much more measured from Justin.
Yeah, and unlike in Standard, there are no Into the Flood laws.
Yeah.
If High Noon's in play, it is going to stay in play. There are Spell Snares and Spell Pierces in Justin's board, but of course 1 mountain up here, so it's High Noon, partner.
Yep, and the one thing that we do actually have from Justin that's even better than Into the Floodmaw is these Prismatic Endings and Wear Tears. So remember, Day 2 is an open deck list event. So, if you see High Noon, what else are these Wear Tear and Prismatic Endings for? So I bet they are coming in.
All right, so here's Iteration. So a lot of setup on Justin's side. Not a lot of threats so far. Going to get a couple cards here. We see a Bubble go to Exile, and that one is not castable.
Oh, the classic expressive iteration when you need a 3rd land, and when you don't hit it, you just feel horrible.
Yeah, and usually Bobble's the buyout there.
Yeah.
We're like, all right, I hit a card I can play, whatever, it's fine. Not this time.
Yeah, so High Noon has already replaced itself. So it's already fantastic. It's already countered a card from your opponent. And now Raja does not care about playing 1 spell a turn, and looks like he's going to have that end step Fila. And the nice thing about that is, well, Justin's going to play something, right? So Fila can't die at Raja's or at Justin's end step, almost assuredly. So yeah, there can be a removal spell during Raja's turn, but that's when he can also have cards like Ephemerate to protect it.
All right, looks like another expressive here. And found the land, which I guess is a little bit of a sigh of relief for Justin. But
and the white land. So if we do have Wear Tear, that kind of thing, that could be the best possible hit.
All right, so Sacred Foundry goes in untapped. So possibly signifying the Wear, the untapped Sacred Foundry.
Yep.
Maybe a removal spell, but here comes the Doggo. No action available to Justin on his turn because we are under High Noon. But passing back to Raja, looks like an upkeep pause here maybe?
No, I think Raja has drawn. Okay. I think Justin thought about it, so there's probably some interaction. But, if Raja goes like Impending Overlord, well, if you get to Lightning Bolt the dog, now there's no response Raja can have. High Noon does have that ability to prevent that as well.
All right, so there you go. There's an Overlord. Picks up a Ketramos. 5 counters on. I imagine Raja's going to combat, and Justin will have something to say about that.
I would think so.
All right, so goodbye, Doggo. Lightning Bolt fries him. And no spells for Raja. We are under High Noon, so 1 spell each. Overlord goes to 4. And now back Justin's way. And Justin has some work to do, but has has a lot of cards.
Yes.
You know, those early turns were a little rough as far as not doing anything proactive, but that was a lot of setup.
Agreed. Now we're going to be looking for the white cards here, the prismatic endings, the wear tears. That's how Justin wants to start the turn because, well, if you start with anything else, that's how your turn ends.
Well, a shocked Steam Vents here screams that this is going to be a decent turn for Justin.
Yes.
So thinking it through, a lot of cards in hand, and there you go. Prismatic Ending is the first spell. High Noon, no longer High Noon. It's about 1:30 now.
Yeah,
1:30 in the afternoon.
Half past.
Yeah, tea time. So High Noon's gone, and now Justin is unlocked with a lot of cards in hand.
But man, High Noon already just did a great job. Like, I mean, it prevented a monk, it countered a bobble, and it just slowed down Justin enough where Raja's untapping with 18 life after this fetch land and 5 mana. I mean, that is exactly what he's looking for.
All right, so here is said fetch. Going to go down to 18. I don't see a Surveil of some kind. We got 2 Surveil lands in Raja's deck, or just 1?
Let's see.
So
usually they play 2.
Always an interesting number.
2 of them, yep.
All right, so a little Surveil. So valuable, you know, having how many Surveils do you have in these grindier games? So, I don't think about it, though. And we are, you know, time is ticking a little bit. This is definitely a much slower pace game than expected. And, I mean, if Justin gets to deal with the High Noon, get set up like this, we could see a big burst of damage on future turns.
Yep.
But, you know, definitely a slower game one than would be anticipated. But here's the archive. Here's a Surveil.
I did see a Slick Shot show off as well in Justin's hand, and I think I saw Corey Steelcutter number 2.
All right, that is a lot of explosive stuff.
Yes. Kind of awkward. You know, they don't work the best together when, you know, which one do you play first? You get the boost with the Slick Shot. Do you get the extra monk? You know, it is not the most, you know, cohesive as far as them working together.
Still the power cards.
Still
though, right?
great.
Those are the cards that you want.
Definitely.
All right, card stays on top. Back Raja's away.
I think that might be High Noon number 2.
That would be, there only are 2 copies. So Emperor Bones is going to start. We're going to see exile Philia and go right for it. So adapt the Emperor. Here comes Philia, coming in first sneak attack, exiling the Overlord, getting him a damage, and that Overlord's back and doing a whole bunch. Mill 4 more cards. Get another creature.
My goodness.
And most importantly, Overlord's just big.
Overlord's large. So, I mean, I think this comes down to the turn. If Raja has a Solitude here available for a Slick Shot show-off, the game's over. Raja's looking good to advance to the top 8. If he doesn't, Justin needs to have a heck of a turn and probably has to win the game right now with that Slick Shot. I don't even know if it's possible. So Philia goes to the exile.
I mean, this is like capable of putting out a lot of damage. So now, to be fair, I'd imagine some of the more like linear cards, like Mutagenic Growth, are probably not in the deck for game 2.
I would think those are probably the more commonly taken out cards, but I think the number one thing is Violent Urge. If that's left in, that's the card we would be looking for. But yeah, not starting with Slick Shot show off. Those might not be in the deck as well. So just hoping to get these monks going. But man, the Emperor has already done some nice work.
Yeah, so Preordain here. Here are the monks. The fact that there's a 4/4 and a 5/5 on Raja's side is a monumental amount of things to get through. Hard to remove, too.
Yeah. You know, easily possible with a Mutagenic Growth here to be able to, you know, pressure the Overlord or even eat the Overlord. So I almost, no matter what Justin has in hand, I want to see him turn these sideways. You're not winning the game by just chilling, and maybe you have to do a little bluff. Sure, it's risky, but even like a Lightning Bolt and you get to at least kind of 2-for-1 yourself, lose a monk, but also kill an Overlord.
Takes some serious gall to be bluffing against a great player, winning in on camera, down a game.
Yeah.
Would love to see that. All right, 2 more mana.
Probably not going to happen when you plot a Slick Shot show off, though.
Right,
I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, if the attack happened now, that would be an incredible bluff. But
yeah.
But yeah, so going to plot and try and go for next turn, which is tough.
And we're down to 9 with 9 power.
Yeah, that is the number of damage that Raja's looking for. 2 things to get through here, of course. Raja goes for a drop. Looking to lock up top 8. Another in a long line of top 8s in Raja's career. Trip back to the Pro Tour. Not too shabby. Couple bucks. maybe a trophy.
He takes those.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. He accepts them.
Chance to design a secret lair. All right, we're going to combat. In for 9 points of damage and an Overlord trigger. Here are 4 cards. Ketchermos, and it's a March. And a March. It's just Ketchermos is the only creature.
Looks like it. And yeah, you know, there's Emperor of Bones in there as well. And even if this is not winning on the spot, which it definitely looks like it's not, Solitude to be able to blink these out wouldn't work the way you want, as Justin would gain enough life to get out of range. But even just one chump block here looks great for Raja's chances.
All right, so we're going to see a Phantom take out the Sacred Foundry. Going to go get a land taking white spells out of the equation.
And this is maybe not the best card in the matchup, as the lands don't matter that much. But the keyword in that card, first strike.
Yep.
Having a first striker, and then we're back to high noon.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Saddle up, partner. You got a long way to go.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a shuffle, and that's a 1-2 punch, right? Because the white cards are what get rid of high noon.
Yeah.
So the turn would probably need to start there.
That was a devastating turn for Justin, especially, you know, as a choice to plot the slick shot show off. Totally could have been reasonable. But, man, now this flying first striker eats the show off, too. Like, man, everything is coming up Raja this game.
18 is so much.
So much.
So much life.
I think this is too much to overcome.
Justin's going to figure it out. It's going to take a second here. Everything on the line. Trying to see, is there some way out? We're going to tap 3.
Okay.
Is this an abhorrent Oculus?
Yep, I suppose it is. That would be the only thing that makes sense.
A really powerful Magic card, but not really what this game is looking for. It's kind of weird because this is a card that would be good normally in a grindy game, but we kind of want the burst damage cards.
Yeah.
You know, like.
But that being said, Oculus is, you know, 2 blockers.
All right, well, there's a Solitude. There's Raja locking up top 8. High noon, yeehaw, partner, right? Great stuff. Other top 8 in a long line for Raja Suleiman. And taking it down, Justin's not dead yet. Justin's got 1 round to go at 11-3. Not necessarily, you know, a locked-in chance, but has 1 good chance to win and possibly make top 8 as well. Mm-hmm. I love seeing players make top 8.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's what it's all about. And yeah, Justin went into this round in 3rd place, 62% breakers, so still looking good. Has that chance to win next round and kind of knock and hope these tiebreakers are enough. But Raja looks like it'll be one of the 4 players that have a very likely chance of just shaking hands and advancing to the top 8 and heading to the Pro Tour.
That's bad news for other top 8 players, right? Seeing an accomplished player like Raja in the top 8, you kind of go, all right, if I want to win this thing, I got a little more work to do. So
yeah.
Congrats to Raja. Great stuff. And we're going to pop down to our backup match here. Let's see what we got over here. We got Hunter Livington against Ian once again. You've seen Ian on camera a bunch of times already. Ian with the Domain Zoo deck against Hunter playing Basking Brood Scale.
Okay.
A little Eldrazi combo action, and should be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and these were 2 players that were at X and 2. Maybe could have thought about drawing, playing the next round or something like that. Usually what you don't want to do going into that last round. But yeah, this is a very clear win. This is one of those 4 players. You win, you're likely shaking hands next round.
All right, so we're going to hop into game 2, it looks like. Let's get into the feature match area and see where we're at. And it's Raja again.
Let's run it back. That was such a good game. I want to see it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's run it back. All right, we're going to get the right one up there. As much as that game was incredible, sponsored by High Noon, we'll check out a different match.
Yeah, partner. Let's try that one again. In just a moment. That's okay. All right, so we'll get this set up, and while we're waiting.
Yeah, while we're waiting, get back to that Raja match is what you're saying.
Let's go Raja one more time. So let's check out the newsletter, of course. You want to stay up to date on sales, most importantly events, too. Don't miss an event. You know, got to make it out to these events. They're so much fun. Flash sales, Final Fantasy pre-orders. You won't miss out if you sign up to the newsletter, all right? I've been on this newsletter now for over a decade.
It's a long time.
Old school.
You're old.
Open series events, SG Tour events, and now, of course, the SCG cons. And great stuff. Sign up. Just go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. And I am someone who absolutely hates signing up for things like this.
Yes.
I hate getting emails like that, but It's like once a week, and it's super informative every time. Also kind of Magic news, see what's going on in the Magic world as well. So great stuff. Sign up, check it out.
How else are you going to know your SpongeBob SquarePants counterspells are on sale? 10% off, right now. I mean, come on.
Don't miss out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, so. All right, so we're going to hop back down to hopefully the right match here in game number 2. Let's get started. All right, there we go. Raja's gotten enough face time right so far. So we're actually going to be going into game 3 here. We have Hunter on top, Gruul Brood Scale, and Ian on the bottom, Domain Zoo. Game 3, all the marbles, and it looks like we got some shuffling on our no mulligan. So
yeah.
What do you think about this matchup? We have not seen Brood Scale. We haven't seen it on camera at all. We have seen Ian a few times, and Gruul Brood Scale, kind of merging the Eldrazi, rampy stuff with this combo element, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is really just the mono green Brood Scale that we have seen. I would say Matt Nass was probably the main proprietor of these, Brood Scale decks. It's an extremely fast combo deck that can really do some aggressive stuff. Now, it used to be kind of that Mox Opal deck. That was kind of the main plan. Not exactly here. We have Writhing Chrysalis in the main.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We have a Leyland sighting.
Oh, my gosh.
It does exist.
It's finally here. And I would say out of all the matchups, this is the one where it matters the least. Scion gaining some life. It does not matter when you go infinite, where you cast an Emrakul, where you do that kind of thing. So Ian just did a great job of getting it exactly when it mattered the least.
All right. Well, it is there. So I'm happy for Ian.
Yes,
so,
me too.
So we see a Grove of the Burnwolves. That's a classic for an Ancient Stirrings on turn 1. Hunter playing. It's an Eldrazi Temple. One
Looks
of the most,
like it.
most important lands in the deck.
Must be Punishing Fire now, right?
Yeah, not quite. That's super old school. Here's a Rumble, one of the best cards in the entire format.
Yeah.
Revealing an Emrakul, another Rumble, a Forest, and is that bottom card a Writhing Chrysalis?
Yep, Writhing Chrysalis. That is a 4 of in these new Gruul decks. So, you're really combining the power of your Eldrazi package to go big without being so leaning into the Eldrazi stuff where you're just very susceptible to consigns. Consigns still good against this deck, don't get me wrong, but maybe not as impactful as it is against the normal Eldrazi ramp decks.
All right, so Big Mama Emrakul goes to hand. And it is cool to see the mix between the ramp and the combo stuff and a lot of avenues of attack here. So going to see a Surveil from Ian. So a Surveil, not a Triome. Going to look and see what's going on here. And a lot of pressure on Ian, right? With the combo looming, and if the game goes too long, Emrakul looming.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, just a lot of pressure on both these players, Maybe rather unknown players as far as maybe haven't been on the Pro Tour a long time, that type of thing. So this could easily be their first Pro Tour that they're playing for one game of Magic right now.
All right, so basic planes and a pass of the turn. Urza Saga for Hunter. I get to play Urza Saga and the combo stuff and the big Eldrazi stuff.
Yeah. The constructs themselves are not that amazing in this Brood Scale deck. They will do the job if your opponent is attacking your combo too much, but it is just very good at searching up your Blade of the Blood Chief.
All right, so Terrasoul Okabu, the first creature, coming down for Ian. And we're going to see the other K command, a Kozilek's command. Looks like we're going to see a draw and... What else we got going on here?
Looks like we did have the ability to Arena of Glory that Kavu, if we so chose, but didn't want to get that in there. I mean, it isn't that amazing. You're just attacking once, getting a loot, and then you don't untap your land, but it was an option.
All right, so that was a draw make Science, not caring about the Kavu itself looking like a scary setup turn.
That's when you're always just terrified.
Yep.
And now we start doing an Emrakul count. We got instant, kindred, sorcery, land, creature.
Sorcery. Stirrings, right?
Sorcery already counted with the Rumble.
Oh, sorry.
So that should be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have it. We just have 13 right now, unless I'm miscounting.
So, Corey, I got to ask you, is Emrakul good?
I guess it isn't.
Oh, all right, never mind. So
we didn't go for it, or I can't count. One of the two, and they both are probably very likely.
All right, so you have a Brood Scale instead. Brood Scale going to come in. Is that a Brood Scale?
No, that's the
Thief.
Thief.
I'm sorry.
The Thief of Existence, being able to exile the enchantment. Now, if the Thief of Existence goes away, Ian will draw a card.
My mistake.
All good.
Dismember coming in to kill the Kavu, so Kavu already had an answer rolled up anyway.
Yep.
And now we see that was a pretty devastating turn for Ian.
It really was, but, I mean, with Emrakul being the card that you could have played, you know, you could have done that as well. To be fair, you know, I mean, this is post-board. We jumped right into the post-board games. A consign could have been there, so you could either counter the and there it is.
All right.
The consign could have either countered the Emrakul or the take your opponent's turn type plan.
This is a classic representation of what these, you know, multifaceted decks can threaten, where it's a combo, or it's an Emrakul, or it's a this. If you can't do this, then you can do that. So being able to kind of do, you know, answer a few things, draw out the consign, and now Emrakul once again looms.
Yeah, and man, this game looks so brutal for Ian to win. You know, I mean, just no pressure. Hunter's got a lot of life. Has Emrakul ready to go. Now, that being said, Ian could be holding off one consign to counter and replicate to deal with both modes from Emrakul is excellent.
So we see a Soul Guide Lantern gotten off of the Urza Saga.
Okay, Flage Insurance.
And now we are counting types in the graveyard. Fortunately, this Emrakul is not super ominous, as Ian doesn't know about it. It was off the Stirrings, too, so.
Was it? Wasn't it off a Rumble?
Was it off Rumble?
I think it was, but I could be wrong.
Face
yeah.
up either way, right?
Okay, yeah. So definitely does know about it.
All right, so we see another Rumble, Walking Ballista and a couple of lands. Taking that Eldrazi Temple.
Okay.
That's 2, 4, 6. A lot of mana. Here comes 3 damage from the Eldrazi. And well set up here, because Hunter, you know, Hunter has the board right now.
Yeah. And now, I mean, Hunter has the choice, you know, do I just keep getting some chip shot damage in with the Thief or just go for Emrakul here? The big advantage of waiting is you keep taxing Ian's mana, so.
All right, goes for the Emrakul and gets consigned. So,
yep.
So Emrakul, trigger and all, is out of here. Now, Hunter's still in a good spot, but that was a great exchange for Ian.
Yeah, and with Hunter not having, like, Veil or anything to push through the Emrakul, I like just jamming, because what if you draw a second Emrakul? You want to be able to go for it here.
All right, here's the Stirrings. 5 cards is a lot. Kozlov's Command. I almost said Kolaghan's Command.
Yeah.
Kozlov's Command goes to hand. And we do see a binding on the Eldrazi here.
And, man, look at Ian's mana base. It went from being perfect with the ley line to just abysmal.
Oh, yeah.
So bad now.
All right, so this is a command. We're going to see some more cards.
Oh, that was Emrakul on top. Yeah, the farthest left card is the second Emrakul, so we're going to keep that one on top. That is for sure.
Yeah. And now we have this is a scry of all of these cards and then a draw of a single card. So it can be a big setup here. And a top can't feel good for Ian.
I was like, did those all go to the bottom? I was like, that seems like madness to me, but I think that was an Emrakul drawn, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I hope so.
Yeah. Hard to deny that one. Even a Writhing Chrysalis looks great here.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it is, just a 4-mana creature that is, just a 2/3, but you're creating 2 more Scions. You're able to sack 7 of them and just all of a sudden make it a gigantic threat.
Okay.
Oh, that's huge.
All right, so Clarion Conqueror comes down and says these Scions are now no longer able to make mana, but it doesn't even matter because Emrakul is castable off of just lands.
Wow, is that true?
Is that
4,
2,
5, 6? What?
I'm not sure about how many types are in the graveyard. Yeah, this is.
I mean, I guess you can have 7. Yeah, the enchantment got added from Urza Saga, so yeah, it is because the count was at 6 before.
All right, so Emrakul comes in. Extra turn for Ian, but the first one is controlled by Hunter. We see Clarion Conqueror, terrible attack there into the 13-13.
Would not have recommended that.
Yeah, and then we see he had a Bolt, Flage, Tribal Flames, and Ragavan, a bunch of red cards. We're going to see Bolt going to Ian's face, it looks like. Now, Ian will get another turn after this. So,
but that Emrakul cannot be dealt with in any meaningful way.
Yeah. Leyline Binding or Bust here, it looks like. And then Leyline Binding is it is castable. There are 3 types in play. So, Ian's got 1 shot, and Flage is probably not it.
Yeah, I mean, it gains enough life to buy 1 more turn. So Hunter Ovington is looking real good here.
All right, Stirrings again. Maybe some more Eldrazi will take this down. But Emrakul looking ready to roll. 5 more cards. I think I saw a Flesh Raker in there, which could maybe cobble together lethal
Okay.
after the Emrakul attack.
And the thing is, Ian doesn't even have the ability to like draw an untapped white source and Flage from the yard. Like,
And there it is. Hunter Ovington takes it down. Emrakul, not a bad card when you're trying to make top 8 of a major tournament, right?
yeah, yeah.
Excellent, excellent stuff. Hunter will be almost assuredly in top 8, and Ian's not dead yet. You're seeing a lot on camera. You know, now X and 3, 1 round left. Tiebreakers will be in the mix. It's no guarantee.
Yeah.
But Ian does control his own fate a little bit. If he wins the match, he can have a chance still.
Yeah, and it was pretty cool from Hunter there. We cut away, right at the moment. He just sat back and he's like, wow, I think I might have just did it.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than those reactions from players. Like, that is what I live for as a commentator, just a spectator, just a fan of the game in general. So nice to see when those players have that moment where they realize, like, hey, I did it.
Yeah, making the Pro Tour, whether it's your first or 100th, like you were saying,
Yeah.
just always feels so awesome.
So
Pro
good.
Tours are unbelievable, and just the pinnacle of magic and feeling like, wow, I spent 2 days doing this, and however many hours and hours and hours before this moment, and now I'm here. That's awesome.
So good.
Great stuff. So we got 1 round left. We're going to have a few more win and ins, lock up a few more players in this top 8, which is going to be phenomenal. Very, very exciting stuff. We'll see you on the other side in just a little bit. Don't go nowhere.
Good afternoon, gamers, and welcome back to Day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair here at SCG Con Indianapolis. I am Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Comparens, and we are at the final Swiss round. That means we are determining our top 8 for this weekend's event.
I know, listening to the feature matches on the loudspeaker, hearing that a couple of tables have already drawn is so exciting.
Yes, so we have confirmation tables 1 and 2 did draw this round. That means we have 4 players have already locked their top 8. That means those 4 players have earned a Pro Tour qualification, and now we are determining 4 more to round that top 8 out. Let's take a look at our standings, see where we're at in the event. So those top 4 players there, Burke Mathena, Christopher Kral, Hunter Ovington, Raja Suleiman, those 4 players have all drawn with some combination of each other. Those 4 players are in our top 8 already.
And these are all players that we've had the opportunity to watch this weekend that have made their decks look good. And notably, look at it, no energy.
Yeah, Esper Blink, Gruul Broodskyle, Orshav Blink, Azorius Affinity. Azorius Affinity, a really surprising deck for the weekend.
And a ton of room to innovate in this format. I loved watching Gruul Broodskyle. Sorry, that one's a little bit of a tongue twister. kind of dismantle somebody in an earlier round where it kind of went, hey, guess what? I'm a combo deck. Actually, I'm going to aggro you out game 1. And then successfully combo in a really impressive way through a bunch of interaction in the post-board games. I loved watching that deck, and I'm glad we're going to get to see more of it in our elimination rounds.
So those players were all 12-2. In 5th place, Jeff Mullen on Orshav Blink, 11-2-1. That's a record ahead of everybody immediately behind Mullen. However, not meaningfully in terms of trying to get a draw this round. Jeff will be playing in a win-in here along with players Lee Webb, Joseph Puglisi, Ian Starkbaum, Jess Williams, and Justin Schabel. When we get down to there, we kind of have 3 matches that we are looking at as clean win-ins, and then we're going to have a lot of players with 12 wins, seeing which one of them can come on top in terms of a tiebreaker fight.
Right. In a lot of ways, 36 points is the must be this tall to even be in the conversation, but you can see a wall of 11 threes here. These are all people that are hoping to punch their ticket into the top 8, but there are only 4 slots that are not kind of solved already by those top 4.
Right. The thing is, can get weird with draws. We'll see how much of a tiebreaker jump there are, but then when you look a little bit further down the standings, I think we're going to see players looking on the outside, looking in, looking for a top 16, top 32 cash finish. Still a great weekend for them, though.
Right. And looking a little bit further down our standings, we see a couple of more players that are going to be in that 12-3 scrum if they're able to win this next round, but their breaker is not looking so great so far.
Heartbreaker for me, checking back in with Corey Burkhart.
I didn't want to say it, but I definitely, I was finishing my sentence and I went, that's tough.
Really cool Grixis mid-range deck. Could not quite convert this weekend, but sitting at 23rd right now, still a really solid performance for Burkhart.
Right, a bunch of players here that we're kind of used to seeing at a bunch of these events, right? We've seen a bunch of those players make deep runs in our regional championships, but we've got a couple players who are making deep runs today.
Yes, we have Ian Starkbaum versus Joseph Puglisi. Some decks that we've seen a little bit of this weekend. We'll start with Ian Starkbaum on Domain Zoo. This is a deck that we saw very early in the tournament, and it looked like a great pick for the weekend. Talk to me about this deck, Carmen.
All right, so Domain Zoo is something that's largely trying to prey on a bunch of the, I'll say, small ball aggro decks of the format. Boros Energy is something that I think falls under that umbrella, where it's trying to double spell a bunch, play an almost Zoo-esque role, not to be confused with the one on our screen, where this deck is going over the top of a bunch of small creatures. We see Scion of Draco, good at applying pressure, and a bunch of threats that are a little bit less efficient, but a lot more in terms of rate and what you get pound for pound.
Got to imagine very significant card here is going to be those Stubborn Denials. As the other side of the table, we do have a very linear combo deck. Joseph Puglisi on Mono Blue Belcher.
Right, and this is something that we saw struggle a little bit in some of our earlier rounds whenever you saw pressure backed up by counter magic, but I'm not confident that there's actually enough counter magic on the Domain Zoo side of things.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The Mono Blue deck does have some ways to fight back in a counter war, so I imagine play draw is going to be a factor, the texture of hands, of course, but our players are ready, so we don't have to talk about it. We can find out.
All right, so let's find out now.
If you're just joining us, you picked a very good moment because this is round 15, the final Swiss round here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. These players are in a win-in for top 8. We have Joseph Puglisi on Mono Blue Belcher against Ian Starkbaum on Domain Zoo.
Ooh, play draw, really going to matter a lot here. We see Ian Starkbaum kick things off with a Ragavan, which is the perfect first turn.
Fetch shock for Ragavan. That's going to be finding some extra cards, making some treasure tokens, and meaningfully getting in damage as well. It does it all.
Notably, it's the only 1-mana threat in the deck. This Domain Zoo deck that Starkbomb has brought this weekend is something that goes a little bit bigger than a lot of other aggro decks in the field. It's planning to play big, impactful 2- and 3-mana spells instead of trying to get out onto the table on the first turn most of the time.
Puglisi also with the ideal start, suspending that Lotus Bloom on turn 1, lining up for the turn 4 Belcher.
Well, Ragavan connects pretty quickly.
Not going to be a lot of cards that play as far as Ragavan hits, as you see Stern Scolding there, permanently exiled, but getting a treasure every time is nice.
Right, the treasure is a pretty big deal whenever your threats aren't that efficient. A lot of what Starkbomb is trying to do is present a clock that is going to pressure Puglisi a relevant amount, where you can't just give a hyperlinear combo deck all the time in the world or it will literally kill you. And then you're done tapping out, you just have a wall of counter magic, and you hope dealing 5-6 points of damage to your opponent turn over turn will be enough.
Pretty interesting decision here on turn 2 for Starkbomb. Plays Flooded Strand as a second land, but is going to leave that up. Actually cracks the treasure off the Ragavan to cast Territorial Kavu. I imagine this is signaling the intention to fetch a Triome, just really needs to fix the mana somehow.
Yeah, it's either going to be a Triome or a Surveil land. If Starkbomb was just happy to keep a linear pressure-laden hand in a situation like this, I can see a world where he might want that Surveil land to find any sort of disruption, like a counterspell. But if Puglisi plays one of the quote-unquote cantrip creatures, then you're going to want to have a way to actually pave the way for this Ragavan to continue connecting. So getting a more informed Surveil makes a lot of sense to me.
Puglisi is just going to tick that Lotus Bloom down into 2 counters, play a Jawari Ruins as the land. Really not having any of the modal dual face cards, just leaving the spells face up, but these are lands that tap for blue mana.
That counts.
Starkbomb's going to go ahead and fetch, and good read there on the Surveil land being the find.
Yeah, I don't think 4 and 5 is making a massive difference at this point, but whenever you need very specific cards to actually make it to the 4th, 5th turn of the game, the selection is worth a lot.
Seems like Starkbomb found the specific desired card as the Surveil land was kept on top. Arid Mesa is the land for turn. Here comes the Ragavan and the Kavu. The Kavu is going to do some rummaging.
Ooh, and I think I see 3 disruptive elements.
I apologize. The Kavu is not going to do some rummaging. It's just going to exile the fetch land from Starkbomb's own graveyard. The hand is made.
Yeah, okay, so I think I saw from Starkbomb, it looked to me like it was Leyline Binding, Consigned to Memory, and I think the last card was Stubborn Denial.
I don't know how beatable that hand is.
Puglisi is about to show us. This is a spot where Leyline Binding being able to tag Lotus Bloom during the upkeep is really going to come into play in a big way.
Puglisi down to 12 off of that hit. Lotus Bloom to 1 suspend counter. Here is Thunder Trap Trainer. Going to be 4 looks for Puglisi. Can find quite a lot of different things with the trainer here. The modal dual face spell lands can be found, making this a quite powerful piece of utility.
It being able to trade with Ragavan is also very relevant.
Flare of Denial picked up. That's a way that Puglisi could try to claw through all this disruption.
That plays.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see this Arid Mesa from Starkbomb end up getting another Surveil land, but I am low confidence in that.
Puglisi giving the land a think. Ends up playing the Hydroelectric Laboratory tapped. As you see Starkbound crack that Arid Mesa down to 15. Though any number but 0 is the same on Starkbound's side of the life equation. I guess the trainer could attack. Another Surveil land here, notably a blue source in that Thundering Falls.
I think that one was maybe a light reference to the Holmes novel where Holmes actually dies.
I cannot begin to expand on this reference.
Oh, yeah, I mean, me either. I was just making stuff up. Who knows?
Ragavans are veiled to the graveyard.
Yeah, If this Thundertrap trainer is colding the first Ragavan, hard to imagine that the second one is what Starkbomb's looking for. Really finding something to apply a little more pressure, especially if it's quote-unquote fast pressure, like a Tribal Flames would be massive here.
Starkbomb actually really giving a think here on Puglisi's end step. Might be looking at firing off a removal spell on that trainer.
Yeah, I could see Leyline Binding.
Yeah, me too, because he's casting it.
Yeah, really interesting. This is when you know your opponent has the Flare of Denial in hand, this is basically forcing your opponent to quote-unquote trade the resource that lets you cast a free counterspell for the removal spell. So this way, Starkbomb is actually kind of removing the agency from how Puglisi gets to use that interaction piece.
Binding takes care of the trainer. The Starkbound untaps. 6 power rumbling across. This is officially a 2-turn clock. Ooh, and Flay rummaged away. Another Stern Scolding off the Ragavan, but the Ragavan hits are not what the game is about.
No, not at all.
Lotus Plume off suspend.
Oh, and that was a fast draw from Puglisi. That means that Starkbomb doesn't have another Leyline Binding.
We know about a Flare of Denial, but there's no blue creature on the battlefield for Puglisi. Definitely got some information with the way that Starkbomb fired off that Leyline Binding. These are open deckless rounds, so Puglisi has to be thinking about the threat of Stubborn Denial.
Wow, I don't think I'm seeing any Pact of Negations in Puglisi's deck. That's something that you'll see from time to time out of the Blue Belcher deck, since they can play something like main deck Consign to Memory to counter their own trigger to make it through the upkeep.
Yeah.
It's such a big deal here when trying to fight through this wall of counter magic.
Right, you would need something like Disrupting Shoulder to really make it work. And then that requires having the requisite mana value of spell to pitch. So that stuff all makes it tough mudding for a combo. What does a turn where Puglisi tries to just tread water through look like?
All right, I think we're actually about to see what Puglisi's doing this turn. There's not a ton that he's able to do on the opponent's turn. Baying Veil maybe buys some time, technically.
Yeah, a little mini fog-ish effect.
It's
sure.
ugly, but cards like Tameshi, Reality Architect being in the deck, that having to sacrifice your Lotus Bloom is not actually game over.
Sure. Here's a Soporific Springs tapped for Puglisi. Looks like he has landed on trying to find a fancier way through the turn, not going for a combo just yet. Not clear if he has the Belcher.
That's interesting.
It's a possibility.
Right. No, we've seen a couple of looks and digging for something, but at the end of the day, this deck doesn't do a ton without the namesake.
Back over to Starkbomb. Has lethal attackers already on the battlefield. Here they come. Forcing action from Puglisi. Kavu is going to rummage, get rid of this ley line. That makes sense. And here's that Baying Veil. -2, -0 your team.
Oh, because there aren't that many land types in play, I think this means the Kavu will only hit for 2, which means Flage isn't lethal.
Starkbound is going to use a Stubborn Denial. This is ferocious.
Sort of. I mean, yes. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Puglisi would prefer it wasn't.
Lotus Plume is actually going to cast the Flare Denial.
Well, if the alternative is dying, it really doesn't matter how bad it looks.
It does seem better than just losing. You are absolutely right. And the Baying Veil has resolved, so just 2 points coming in right now. And we are back to Puglisi. All of the mana sources now are blue with that Lotus Veil in the graveyard. So you can't immediately do anything with Tameshi, right? You need white mana for that?
Yeah, I see there's one copy of Razorgrass Ambush in the deck, which does have an untapped white source on the back. It costs 3 life. Puglisi does have exactly 3 life to play with here.
But it looks like he does not have the resources to continue fighting this game, and Ian Starkbaum is going to win game number 1.
Okay, and, you know, that is one of the games for Starkbaum that it feels like you have to, or a little bit that you got away with something. that was a spot where we saw Starkbomb able to actually find the main deck interaction that they have access to, which is not a given in a deck that does not have a ton of selection.
Players going to sideboard here. Joseph Puglisi now down a game. What can this mono blue Belcher deck do to improve its odds against Domain Zoo?
One of the first things that sticks out is Harbinger of the Seas. This one's really interesting, where with Leyline of the Guild Pact, you can end up in some strange situations with it that I'm not really going to unpack the layers of how all of that works.
I can tell you this much. They're like onions.
And Unable to Scream is one that would actually be pretty good against big creatures as well.
Another flavorful shout.
Right, exactly. Snapback, something I could see if Puglisi really wants to just attack the pressure that Starkbomb has access to. Whenever you're playing a card like Lotus Bloom, anything that gets you an additional counter off of that suspend is something that's pretty valuable. So I do like that one. Stern Scolding is a card that I think some people would think, oh, I'm playing against a creature deck, I should bring this in. Looking at the deck list, Ragavan is really the only creature that this counters, so I would expect the ones that we saw from Puglisi might even hit the showers going into the post-board games.
Makes sense. If you're liking Snapback, I have to imagine Into the Flood Maw plays as well.
Yeah, I think both of those do a good bet here.
All right, we go over to Starkbomb's side. What is our Domain Zoo player going to reach for?
So, Clarion Conqueror. This one is a pretty nice get from Tarkir Dragonstorm. This is one that is has Null Rod, just on a creature, turns off both the namesake in Belcher and the mana from Lotus Bloom. Awesome card. Deafening Silence, another one that can buy a turn once Lotus Bloom comes off suspend. That is the spell that Puglisi gets to cast that turn. That is all. Mystical Dispute, another one, all the cards in the deck or blue, or making the opponent tap 3 lands on their combo turn can be the difference between living and dying. And finally, I think Wear Tear, just being able to tag a Lotus Bloom during the upkeep has a bunch of value.
Consigned to memory, countering the namesake cards.
Right.
Just more counter spells.
Any amount of counter spells are just going to be great here. Starkbomb in general has a bunch of stuff that is kind of meant to attack creature decks. Getting those cards onto the sidelines is something that they're really going to be interested in. I don't think you can muddy the deck up too much. I could even see play draw dynamics coming up a bunch here.
It's kind of everything you went over there. It kind of feels like our player who is up a game is gaining a little bit more from the sideboarding here too. So from everything I'm hearing for you, I think we're on the advantage Starkbound.
I do really like Starkbomb's position from here. I did think game 1 was the spot that Puglisi was just going to be fairly favored overall, but having that perfect mixture of pressure and interaction from Starkbomb. I also really like Starkbomb just attacking that blocker with Leyline Binding and valuing pressure a bunch in that position.
Oh yeah, I really like that play as well. And something else I really like, Live Magic, and I really like our sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield, for helping to make that possible, for keeping my Magic cards in the exact heavily played condition I bought them. I like HP cards.
Oh,
it's the key from getting worse in my Dragon Shields.
No, I think you and I are totally aligned on this, where I love a card with a story, where you see it, but you do have that risk of them becoming not sleeve playable anymore.
Right.
These are the sleeves that keep them playable.
Yes, keeping them playable in my Dragon Shield sleeves, playing my 30-year-old Magic cards for, here's what, another 30 years.
I know. You've heard me say it off the broadcast at least a dozen times this weekend while we're just perusing the floor, looking at a card. I love it when a card has been on a journey. It's been all over the place for 20 years, and it has made it into this room with us now. And Dragon Shield is part of what makes that possible.
Absolutely. As players are now shuffling up for game number 2. Joseph Puglisi back against the wall, mono blue Belcher. This is round 15. The stakes for this weekend could not be higher. Pro Tour invite on the line.
Oh, speaking of Dragon Shields, that is a nice placement of the deck.
Yes.
Right in the middle of the mat, just a little off center, rotated about 45 degrees.
Showing off those art style sleeves.
You know I love them.
I think the green is very fitting for a zoo deck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Little biased, but love Jade.
Joseph Puglisi going to be on the play in game number 1. He did have the turn 1 Lotus Bloom. Not there this time, but Nice find for Starkbound. Here is our turn 0 Leyline of the Guild Pact.
Yeah, why wait till you have to take a special action on your main phase?
Thundering Falls is land number 1. Going to surveil away a Wooded Foothills as we go over to Puglisi.
Bit of a more standard curve from what you'd expect from the Domain Zoo deck.
Tap land into maybe 2-drop.
Right, exactly. Interesting thought from Starkbomb if you want to fetch here. I do like them going ahead and doing it. If the follow-up here from Puglisi is something like a Harbinger of the Seas, if there's a basic land that Starkbaum is able to get here, that would be great at making sure something like a Territorial Kavu doesn't just get stranded as a 1-1 forever.
Great call. Yeah, Basic Plains is the find. Also, Basic Plains very meaningful for ever being able to cast a Leyline Binding through it. Still costs a lot of mana, but is literally castable.
Who's to say? And, you know, you say it costs a lot of mana. Puglisi did not have that turn 1 Lotus Bloom, so this game could go a little bit.
That's true.
War of Invention may be something that Puglisi can surprise combo with, but...
Territorial to Kavu means a Spell Snare.
Whew. Whoa.
No 3rd land for Puglisi, so no Lotus Bloom, no land. I think that's going to be really tough for the combo deck's development here. As Scion of Draco shows up for Starkbaum. Here is a Thundertrap Trainer, though. That's 4 looks at a land. And 1 is found. There is this Sink into Stupor, or rather the Soporific Springs.
Do you know what soporific means?
I don't.
Me either.
I could have tried to make something up, but this match is too serious, Carmen.
Thank you.
Starkbound is going to go ahead and fetch, find another Surveil land, I believe a Lush Portico. Portico. You can fetch Lush Portico. Gonna give a think to that Surveil.
Well, you know it's tough if you're in Puglisi's seat. Usually you can kind of figure out or get some idea of what your opponent is looking for. It's rare they have to tank in this sort of matchup.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. As an Arena of Glory is the land out into the battlefield for Starkbound.
That one's really nice. The fact that Arena of Glory is able to also haste out something like Scion of Draco is not nothing in this matchup.
No. I'm getting word from our director, Jeremy Knoll, that soporific means tending to induce sleepiness or drowsiness. I can use it in a sentence. I find Ryan Overturf's voice to be soporific.
Oh, sorry, what?
Starkbaum, giving a think. I imagine every turn now there's going to be consideration to exerting that Arena of Glory, whether to do that or not.
Right, so often is getting that extra attack is basically just turning a creature into a sort of Tribal Flames.
Territorial Kavu without haste is the play.
Okay. Yeah, I think this makes some amount of sense, especially if you think you might end up in a counterspell fight. You don't want to run into a spot where you don't have mana on a turn you thought you were going to have it, or that you might need it and the whole game depends on it.
Yeah, makes total sense. Here's an attempt at Harbinger of the Seas. Starkbound's sideboard is long on counterspells. Here's a Leyline Binding, though. Actually going for the Thundertrap Trainer to play around a Flare of Denial, I imagine. And Lightning Bolt on the Harbinger.
Okay. Starkbomb's been known to float red mana from time to time.
Flusterstorm is going to counter the Lightning Bolt, though.
Okay. I mean, this is a window for Puglisi.
Pretty big attack, though. The Kavu and the Scion coming across. I suppose the Kavu's not as big as it once was.
Hey, but it's as big once as it ever was.
That is true.
Okay, it looks like there was a think at the beginning of combat. Puglisi gets the attack through, rummages with the Kavu, foothills to yard.
Attack's going to connect. Yeah, you are not interested in trading that Harbinger. Puglisi to 7. All right, Falagi Archaeologist. Puglisi has his work cut out for him to combo, right? We need to get a Charbelcher on the battlefield, and we need to have 3 more mana on a future point from there. Struckbound actually really thinking about this Archaeologist.
It's an interesting spot where you're not sure how many times you're going to get to interact with the opponent in a meaningful way. If you don't think your opponent's going to actually get to do anything really this turn, it makes some amount of sense to just try and keep them off the table, make sure they don't get to smooth their draw at all.
And Mystical Dispute. Going after the Archaeologist.
Oh, the Kabu's a 5/5. Because the Plains is every type. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, because it's not affected by the
And
Harbinger.
that looks like it is the match.
Yeah, Ian Starkbaum, 2-0 over Joseph Puglisi. Domain Zoo, making it look pretty easy against Mono Blue Belcher. And when you think about Domain Zoo, the big domain cards, you have that giant territorial Kavu, you have the tribal flames, but the counter spells. The counter spells have been fundamental to the success we have seen from Domain Zoo players this weekend.
Right, and in a lot of ways it feels like it sounds silly to say, oh yeah, it's really good at interacting with creatures, and it's really good at interacting with spells. Where you go, well, yeah, of course, that's most cards, thank you.
Right.
But the fact that it feels like this Belcher deck does kind of need both of those things in order to hang in a game against Domain Zoo means that Domain Zoo is generally, in the hands of Starkbaum, going to be able to say, hey, I have a Bolt, a Leyline Binding. Those will each go after a creature. I have 1, maybe 2 counter spells. Those will each counter an important spell. So without that level of redundancy on one of those things, it kind of means all of the cards are live, and that gives Starkbaum the opportunity to have them line up in a way that will have them fighting in the top 8.
And locking up a Pro Tour invite.
Ooh.
Congratulations to
yeah.
Ian Starkbaum, and
yeah.
good luck in the coming rounds. But we have more win-and-ins to go here at round 15. We have Lee Webb, we've been watching quite a bit this weekend on that Mardu Energy take, and against Jeff Mullen. This is going to be Orshav Blink, a deck that I know that you're pretty familiar with, and I imagine you like quite a bit.
Yeah, Orshav Blink is one that I play against at home a whole bunch, and Jeff Mullen is actually someone that I've known for well over a decade at this point. Old head from the North Carolina scene over in the Tri-City area, so no stranger at the Pro Tour level.
Well, our players are ready. I'm ready. What do you say we get down to the match?
All right, let's do it.
All right, we are here in round 15 of Magic Spotlight Secret Layers. This is a win-and-in. These players are looking to lock top 8. We have Jeff Mullen on Orshav Blink against Lee Webb on Mardu Energy.
Lee Webb notably was our final undefeated player, sitting at 10-0 at one point, had a rough couple of rounds, but is still in prime position to punch his ticket to the Pro Tour.
Going to start by fetching with the Bloodstained Mire. Webb on the play, finds Godless Shrine, down to 17. Could be Guide of Souls, could be Ocelot Pride. Both good ways to start a game. Could be Thoughtseize.
Right, this is the spot where the players do know what the matchup is. I lightly expect some playing to the battlefield, but I don't think Thoughtseize is wrong on one.
If it's wrong, can't be by much.
Right, how wrong could it be? Here is that Thoughtseize from Webb.
Thoughtseize taking a look at Mullen's hand. We'll take a look as well. There's a Plains, there is a Swamp. There is an Overlord of the Balemark, a Flickerwisp, Ophelia, Recruiter of the Guard, and is that March of Otherworldly Light?
Sure is.
Nailed it.
Oh yeah, and Recruiter of the Guard, an interesting inclusion from Mullen. This is one that you generally see paired specifically with Aether Vial because it costs so much mana. But with this sort of deck, if you think you're going to be playing for a long time, I think it's pretty good here.
Yeah, a nice value card to go along. So this Thoughtseize is facing down a lot of interesting value cards. This pick makes a lot of sense to me, taking care of that Overlord of the Balemark.
Right, any other card you take with it, the Overlord can just rebuy.
Yes, that is a pretty serious problem. When you put it that way, yeah, complete agreement with that pick. Just the Plains and a pass from Mullen. As we go back to Webb, who's going to crack a Marsh Flats. We'll see what Webb has going on turn 2.
Most of this game is Webb trying to be the aggressor, while Mullen tries to assemble some sort of card advantage engine. Overlord of the Baelmerk is the most obvious one of those things, but Philia, Exuberant Shepherd is another example of something that can just help you get the same enters the battlefield trigger over and over and over, with theoretically you accruing some amount of value whenever that enters trigger resolves.
Webb's fetching up Sacred Foundry down to 12. Orshav Blink is very much a creature deck, but not really a beatdown deck. You can play with your life a little. Are we comfortable at 12, though?
No.
Okay.
No, I started to say something, but when you have cards like Guide of Souls, Ocelot, Pride, Flage, you are able to recover a bit.
Yeah, here's something pretty comfortable. Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride, immediately gaining a life to 13 in energy, and would make a cat if not for this March of Otherworldly Light, but forces the action here, I think.
Right, so we see March of Otherworldly Light pitching Recruiter of the Guard, going to go ahead and take care of the Ocelot Pride. And that's a really big deal because all of a sudden, Guide of Souls is just sitting by itself on the battlefield, and it's not really the card that you want to hang your hat on if it's the only thing you got.
Right. Yeah, that one needs some help. There are plenty of good follow-ups. We'll see exactly how that shakes out as Mullen now plays that Swamp as his second land. We know about a Flicker Wisp and a Philia in hand. Would not be surprising just to see a pass here. But actually has picked up and will impend a fresh Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Paying a lot of respect to possible removal out of Webb's deck in general. Something that we've talked about a little bit is that Webb isn't playing any copies of Static Prison in the main deck, instead opting to have Fatal Push. We could have seen Mullen flash in Philia, untap, cast the Overlord, and then immediately blink it. But instead, Mullen really wants to say, okay, I assume this deep, my opponent's going to play reasonably and probably be able to check Philia. I should play for the game that's going to be harder for me to win and win within those margins.
Overlord mills over a couple options. There was a second Philia or this Oracle of Bones, which is the take. Notably, the Overlord could not pick up the previous Overlord in the graveyard. It cannot select avatar creatures.
Very true. Emperor of Bones really nice because it's a card that rewards you just hitting land drops. Especially when you have this Philia in graveyard. Earlier today we saw Raja Suleiman, who is already in top 8, do this sort of 1-2 punch of 4th land, Emperor of Bones, exile my own Philia, get it back, blink my Overlord with the attack, good luck.
So we head back Lee Webb's way. You mentioned the lowly Guide of Souls needs some help to get some work going. We'll see if the help has arrived or not. Arena of Glory is the land. Here's some help. Seasoned Pyromancer, actually a really nice follow-up to the guide.
Oh, wow. Okay, including another Seasoned Pyromancer among the cards discarded.
Thoughtseize as well, so that's going to be 2 tokens. It's going to be 3 energy and 3 more life.
Holy.
Guide of Souls rumbling in, and yes, Webb will spend 3 energy to turn that into a 3/4 flyer.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Whenever you think that you're going to pretty reliably be able to quote-unquote do the thing with Guide of Souls, just making sure you don't miss out on an opportunity to do it is huge.
Mullen to 17 as we head back Mullen's way. We know about an Oracle of Bones, a Flicker Wisp, and a Philia in hand.
And Mullen is facing down so much pressure now.
Land was picked up. I believe that one is at the cost of 3 life. And here is Flicker Wisp. Going to target the Overlord. This is a pretty significant swing.
Right. This does 2 things. One, it's significant in that it's creating a 5/5 card advantage engine. Cannot undersell that. But there's a point where a lot of what this Blink deck is trying to do is just repeatedly use the card Solitude over and over and over in order to get a foothold in a game like this, where most of what's going on is creatures on the battlefield.
Some not horrible news for Webb as a Solitude's not milled over just yet, but a Flicker Wisp is picked up by the Overlord.
Another Flicker Wisp here is bananas. Assuming that Mullen gets to untap with Overlord of the Baelmerk, it represents, what, 8 more looks at Solitude next turn, because it means that Mullen can comfortably attack with the Overlord as well.
Mullen actually reconsiders and goes with Witch Enchanter. We do know that the development so far has been light on lands. It also kind of makes sense to keep that as a spell to try to insulate against a Goblin Bombardment that could steal the game.
No, you're totally correct. And also, if you attack with the Overlord, and you can just give back the Flicker Wisp.
Yes. The option is there later.
Right. This is Mullen saying, okay, well, if my Overlord dies, I don't think Flicker Wisp is actually doing very much for me.
Right. And if the Overlord doesn't die, just like you said, the value train, that just keeps on rolling. So now we're back over to Lee Webb. Let's say Myers the land for the turn, but Webb officially has his work cut out for him.
Right. And at 12 life, which is something you brought up a couple of turns ago, Mullen has 8 power in play. Mullen has 5 power in play. Galvanic Discharge takes down the Flying Flicker Wisp.
2 energy to spare there. I imagine a big part of the motivation here is to recharge that Guide of Souls, try to get some flying damage in.
Absolutely correct.
Players doing some conversation about life totals. Yeah, I think that the life gain off the season Pyromancer and tokens was not marked previously,
Oh,
so
sure,
Webb
sure.
is at 16.
Right, we've talked about it a couple times. Even if the energy is the exciting part, you can't pick and choose what parts of the trigger resolve if you do remember it.
Right. Okay, here's an attack with the Guide and the Pyromancer. Naturally, the Guide wants to jump the Pyromancer, so this is 7 points of flying. Mullen to 14.
And both of these creatures are something that even if Mullen gets back a Flicker Wisp can't exactly trade with either of these in combat.
Yeah, they both have 4 toughness. Whether it's by the draw step or the Overlord, you have to imagine Mullen is digging pretty aggressively to find one of those solitudes, something like that, to really just clean up this battlefield as we head back Mullen's way.
And with that Arena of Glory on the table for Webb, he has a lot of draws off the top that represent a bunch of damage that's pretty hard to account for if you're in Mullen's seat.
Here's an attack with the Overlord. Big look for Mullen, and there are some solitudes. One is quickly picked up.
Big deal. Big deal.
We already know about a Witch Enchanter in hand, so that makes the pitch cast possible. Currently just 1 black source on the battlefield. If a second one were in hand, we could see Oracle of Bones get busy as well. I suppose it's too late in the turn, actually, for that. That's some forward thinking.
Just give it a second. Just give it a second. We'll be there in a moment. Emperor of Bones will get its person in the graveyard.
The Overlord does connect Webb to 11. Definitely like no blocks there. 5's a lot of damage, but these elementals, they have a lot less work to do on the way back. We'll see what Mullen wants to do with the rest of his turn.
And this is the part where things are really tough whenever you're in the position of someone playing the Blink deck. When you have 5 cards in hand that add up to 15-ish mana and you have 3 lands on the battlefield.
Right. I think what you're getting at is the complication of what to do this turn, and you really want to figure out your next turn as well.
Yes.
As the Witch Enchanter is played as the tapped land, the Witch Blessed Meadow. We're going to see Lee Webb fetch up an Elegant Parlor and Surveil on Mullen's end step.
Webb praying for a Flage here.
That would be ideal.
That would be unbelievable.
Well,
it didn't get binned immediately.
Doesn't look Flage adjacent. Webb, in fact, okay. Will Millet, Dreams of Steel and Oil. Okay, I see why you would think about that. It would force the action on the Solitude.
Right, right. I could see that one going either way, but given that Mullen did not do it on his turn, unlikely that that would go that well for you if you were to pull the trigger, especially after you spent a draw step on it.
Right. Arid Mesa is land number 5 for Webb. Time to do some math.
There is well more than 7 on the battlefield.
9 by my count.
Right. Webb trying to figure out if Mullen has the Ephemerate. And if Mullen does have the Ephemerate, can Webb even win from that point?
Yeah.
And if Mullen does not have the Ephemerate, what does the game look like?
Webb seems confident in attacking with the Flyers, giving a think to the Elementals. Being at 10 off of that fetch, now you really do have to seriously consider chump blocking the Overlord, as Solitude's going to be pitch cast, going to exile Ophelia.
All right, good no attack on the Elementals is that Ophelia was face up.
Season Pyromancer exiled, Webb up to 14.
Whoop.
And Ephemerate on Solitude,
Whoop.
the disaster case for Webb.
Webb, not the face of someone who is going to be able to prevent this.
Yeah, Webb's been really light on cards on hand, in hand for turns.
And notably, Solitude and Overlord of the Baelmerk, both creatures that are really good at getting around a fatal push.
Yes. Yeah, the magic number 5. See Webb cracking this Arid Mesa in response to 13. I believe this is just a exile Season Pyromancer in response to get those 2 Guide of Souls triggers.
I think that is what we're about to see. I like the Stamped Mountain.
It's a nice touch. Yeah, it is just exile the Pyromancer. So this will get Webb up to 15, put 2 energy in the pool. But Mullen is still maintaining that Overlord of the Baelmerk. The Solitude's on the battlefield. I kind of doubt that Mullen's really even going to blink it again with the Ephemerate. He could. It's an option.
I have a feeling the Overlord is what'll get blinked.
Yeah, just get that value that way.
Yeah, when the opponent's at 16, just drawing a full creature card sounds nice, especially when there's Orcish Bowmaster, this Flicker Wisp to let you keep riding that value train into the sunset.
Definitely makes sense to me. So we have 4 Elementals for Webb as we head back to Jeff Mullen, who might have some more end-step action if it's not bad enough already.
I mean, Mullen also is at a pretty low life total. So this is a spot where if Webb finds something like a Flage, that would be a really big deal.
Flage definitely swings the life total quickly.
Mullen very hungry for that one of Boggart Trawler.
Mullen ends up untapping, is going to Ephemerate. And actually does blink the Solitude, just going to get rid of one of those elemental tokens.
Okay.
Webb to 19.
A sign to me that Mullen is very interested in basically trying to put Webb into the abyss.
Definitely spending some time thinking about what the draws Webb has that can get him out of this. I think, like you, is thinking about Flage, thinking about the big life swing there, and seemingly valuing attacking with the Overlord of the Baelmerk, partly for that value, and also partly because it's the fastest way to close the game.
I mean, attacking the Elementals also makes a bunch of sense when you think about some of the cards that the energy decks are able to use to get a bunch of reach. These are Ajani, these are Goblin Bombardment, things that say have a bunch of bodies in play and you can convert them to damage.
Overlord attacks. We see a mill of 4 cards. Only creature in the spread is Oracle of Bones, but of course the Overlord gets to reach into the entire graveyard. One of the things that makes the card so powerful. And Philia is picked up. Elemental token will chump block. As far as life totals, Webb's got a big number there, 19, but that's 7 on Mullen's side. Looking like a daunting number with just these 2 elemental tokens. Okay, Webb is going to crack a Bloodstained Mire here.
All right, quick fetch. I believe there is a Raucous Theater, so it's possible that Webb just YOLOs the Flage off the top.
Yeah, really looking for Flage. There is the Arena of Glory on the battlefield. A Raucous Theater, that is. I believe just one card in hand for Webb. When the energy deck gets into positions like this, really just looking for something to go upstairs, and with so little material, there's maybe some turn stuff you can do, but Flage is pretty much exactly what Webb needs.
Right, we are really entering Flage or bust territory for Webb.
Guide of Souls will be the play after milling over Ocelot Pride.
Oof.
Pass back to Mullen, who's going to flash in that Philia.
A bit surprised to see the Guide of Souls cast here without a way to give a third energy immediately.
Yeah, the face-up Philia can just blink the Solitude and answer it.
Right, right.
There is the question, though, how possible is this game to win by doing nothing? I hear what you're saying. Webb could have tried to wait. Denir's Fatal Push anyway.
And this is exactly the kind of game that Blink wants to play, where it gets to a low but somewhat comfortable life total, and from that position is able to just kind of out-card quality the opponent.
Yeah, once you really get going with Overlord of the Baelmerk, if you have some other value thing, you can blink with the Philia. It kind of felt, I mean, even blinking the Overlord, that things got bad there. That Ephemerate Solitude turn, it felt in a lot of ways like the game was over then.
Sure, sure. Ooh, and look at this. Philia is actually just going after an Elemental token and not even blinking the Solitude.
Yeah, just trying to close the game. Overlord's going to mill 4 cards, a couple Flicker Wisps, another Solitude in the spread.
And this is an attack for 10.
Solitude picked up. Elemental jumps in front of the Overlord. 5 points come across. Webb to 13.
This is notably the point where Flage is probably not good enough anymore because the Solitude is in hand and Webb is ready to go to game 2.
Yeah, draws one last card. It is not going to be enough. Players are going to be going to sideboards here in round 15. This is a win-and-in for top 8 of Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair. Jeff Mullen, our Orzhov Blink player, now up a game. Does he have stuff in his sideboard to help the Mardu Energy, rather, match up even more?
Honestly, I don't think there's a ton that Mullen is trying to do to his deck to change the matchup a ton. I think Wrath of the Skies is a funny card that both players might actually end up reaching for a little bit, but for different reasons. For Mullen, a lot of time, despite his deck not really having an energy component, this is something where just having a 2-3 mana way to mop up everything the opponent has is really valuable. It's not that good at checking the card Ajani once it is turned into a Planeswalker, but otherwise we saw that last game, one of the ways that it looked like Mullen almost lost the game was just Guide of Souls, a bunch of tokens, and there being more on the table than just 1-for-1 spot removal can keep up with.
For Lee Webb on the Mardu Energy side of things, now down a game, back against the wall, tournament life on the line. What tools does he have in the sideboard?
I think Webb is going to pretty quickly identify that attacking on the ground is pretty difficult in this matchup, so things that are moving away a bit from the blisteringly fast aggro draws, things like Ragavan look a little bit more suspect in this sort of matchup to me. Maybe not in the play. We'll see how Webb wants to position himself going into the game, but cards like Celestial Purge stick out to me if you're that worried about Overlord of the Baelmerk. I think Showdown of the Skalds is an absolute slam dunk. I could actually see a world where Hand Disruption, I think, could go either way, and I'm really curious to see how Webb wants to position himself going into these games, where, pound for pound, Mullen's cards are stronger. That's just kind of true. So that's the spot where you pretty frequently do want to have hand disruption to pull it apart, but it is such a bad top deck later on that maybe having those cards go to the sideboard and seeing cards like Graveyard Trespasser come in to break up some of the Overlord stuff sounds a little thin to me, but I could see that being the direction that Webb wants to go.
You're definitely painting a tense picture there where you have this beatdown plan where you're saying you're going to get overpowered this way. You have this discard plan where you think, well, once the game goes long, this gets dead. And I'm not saying there's a contradiction. I, in fact, don't think there is a contradiction. I think what you're saying is this matchup is just really hard for Webb.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. This is what we saw the Blink deck last format when Underworld Breach was still legal come and prey on was these energy decks. It was almost... I started to say rock, paper, scissors, but it was more like Underworld Breach beat all of it. But when we saw Blink be fairly successful at the regional championship in Portland at the beginning of the Modern RC season, where energy was a very large portion of the room, and this matchup is a lot of why the Blink deck was so successful.
These players are playing for the top 8 of this Spotlight Series. They are playing for a Pro Tour invite, and if you at home are chasing a Pro Tour invite yourself, and I have some events that I recommend that you check out coming up here on the Spotlight Series. We have SCG Con Orlando and SCG Con Baltimore coming up. These are events that you can enter without a qualification. All you need is a deck. Top 8 players from those events does qualify for the Pro Tour. If you're more invested, if you're playing every weekend on the RCQ grind, or if you're interested in LCQing and really going on hard mode, like hero Jesse Robkin, for example.
Right.
Head check out the regional championships at SCG Con Houston and SCG Con Las Vegas.
You know, Baltimore is one of my favorite cities to go to. I think its food scene is a little underappreciated.
Completely agree.
Yeah, like I think a lot of people, make jokes about Old Bay and stuff like that, but it is in the Inner Harbor area. I think I'll have to double check. That's usually the venue it's held at, but that's walking distance from a little Italy over there where you get extremely authentic Italian food. I cannot recommend it enough. Just some of the best food I've had in my life.
For food recs, hit up Carmen on social media. For events
You have
details,
no idea.
go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Players taking a look at opening hands for game number 2. Looks like Webb is on a mulligan to 6. Mullen on a full 7. Webb shocking 18 for a turn 1 Ocelot Pride.
First strike, huge.
Shocking for Godless Shrine to 18 and passing for Mullen. Ocelot Pride attacks. Not surprising to see action. Yeah, Fatal Push will take care of that one.
Can't believe Mullen didn't shock for no reason.
Bloodstained Mire is land number 2 for Webb. He's seeing a Johnny at the front of the hand. Maybe thinking about which land to fetch more than anything. Looks like it is going to be a fetch land. You see 15 as Webb's life total, or a shock land rather.
Step 1, fetch. Step 2, shock.
Step 3, cat. Step 4, cat. Godless Shrine is the find.
I think we're going to see Webb we've seen Webb grab shock lands more aggressively in general. I really don't think that's going to change in these post-board games. Something we didn't talk about during sideboards was White Orchid Phantom as a card I could see coming in for Mullen. Whenever your opponent is on a low number of basics and is trying to hang their hat on something like Flage, going after Arena of Glory or just the black sources is not that far off, especially when White Orchid Phantom can just hang as a creature.
Yeah. Swamp go for Mullen as we head back to Webb, attacking with just the cat token, hanging back a Johnny, respecting Ophelia. And there it is.
Woof.
And that's going to be hit by a Galvanic Discharge on Webb's end step.
Cat people, rise up.
1 energy left over. An uncracked Arid Mesa is the land for Webb as we head back to Jeff Mullen.
I think Webb has a Flage in hand, and I love that he didn't just cast it there. There aren't very many cards in the graveyard, and I think this is showing that Webb wants to find a little bit something else, maybe grabbing a Surveil land with the Sacred Mesa on the end step, but also really prioritizing value and clearing blockers with the Flage.
And specifically paying a lot of respect to Philia. It wasn't just hanging a Johnny back, it was leaving up Galvanic Discharge, because if you have a turn cycle of Mullen, Flash, and Philia, and penned Overlord of the Baelmerk, if what you did was play Flage, the game is over.
Oh, yeah, you are so right.
You just Flicker Wisp for Jeff Mullen, get rid of that cat token, and that doesn't kill it. It merely removes it from existence. So Johnny is seemingly unbothered and untransformed.
Listen, that cat has 9 lives.
It's
eight in the bank.
It's just living him somewhere else now.
Yes.
See Webb fetch up Elegant Parlor. Is going to Surveil here. 14 all for life. And Webb keeps the card on top. Arena of Glory. That's a nice land. Here's a Thoughtseize to start things off.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I dig it. This is the spot where you start to hit the 5 mana cards that you're worried about. Oh.
Strong oldies here. We have Overlord of the Baelmerk, Orcish Bowmaster, and 2 Oracle of Bones.
How do you feel about 3 different creatures that recur a creature if you put them in the graveyard?
I feel not super thrilled to be Thoughtseizing, but I like this take of Overlord of the Baelmerk at the very least.
It is something you are more or less priced into, it feels like.
And Johnny attacks and gets the trade with Flicker Wisp. So we go over to Jeff Mullins, going to cast one of those Oracle of Bones. Exile a Johnny, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a fine get.
It appears that this is on the stack yet. Mullen's going to shock in the Witch Meadow Grove. Bolt in, I suppose.
Something like that. Feels like he's weighing if he wants to cast another the other Emperor of Bones, just get 2 cards out of the graveyard.
Yeah, double Emperor Bones that is. Exiles his own Philia as well as a Johnny.
Oh, okay.
So we head back over to Webb. Draws for turn.
Now Mullen is the spot where if he gets to untap with either of these, he just gets to go absolutely bananas with Overlord as well.
Oh, yeah.
Holy.
Viewer, you're talking about maybe a Flage being in Webb's hand against 2 Emperors. That's just not. You got to kill both of them.
Right. Okay, well, step 1.
Flage takes down the Emperor that had the Philia.
That is the first one you have to go for.
Right. But it just has to pass back to Mullen.
This Flage is representing a ton of damage under Emperor of Bones.
Oh, geez, yeah.
It's also just kind of an instant speed removal spell hiding under it.
Jeez, that is strong. Just the attack for 2, though, and the Marsh Flats and a pass. See what Lee Webb can do to try to get out from under this Oracle. He's going to start with a Johnny and a cat token. Pass back. Mullen's going to crack this Marsh Flats. We know about an Orcish Bowmasters that's been in hand.
Okay, so Celestial Purge, the response for Webb. Targeting the Emperor of Bones. Jeff going to evolve Emperor of Bones. Recur the Flage. Targets the Ajani.
Going to gain 3 life. Up to 13. Players talking about where the Flage is going to go on the resolution here.
I know it feels like it came from the graveyard, but it is going to go to exile, given that A, it was not escaped, B, it should have a finality counter on it.
Yeah, finality counters do one thing. They exile the things that have them when they die. And that is where Flage goes, to exile.
If they would die.
If not when. Sure. We're here to learn about Magic and Grammar.
Well, more the rules. One of them is a replacement effect. One of them is a trigger, actually.
We're learning 3 things. Shadowy Backstreet is going to surveil away a plains. Orcish Bowmaster is going to clean up that cat.
Running out of lives on these cats.
Yes, that one did just die. As Bowmaster and Army come across, Lee Webb actually got 11 from that aggressive fetching earlier. It's a pretty solid draw on this battlefield. It's Ocelot Pride.
Lines up pretty well.
Question is, does it line up with Mullen's hand and Recruiter of the Guard?
Well, his library is in his hand now.
That's tough. That's a hard hand to compete with.
There's the greedy part of me that just wants to get busy with a Bowmaster, but Mullen has shown so much patience in this match. I'm really curious to see how it is he wants to position, what he wants the rest of this game to look like, and how he'll position himself to get there.
Yeah, I think it's really natural to immediately think about Bowmasters, right? There's one on the table already. There's 2 lands on tap. All right, this makes sense to me. But you kind of look at the combat equation and what you're saying, trying to play with a little bit more patience. 2 1-toughness blockers check Ocelot Pride pretty effectively.
Right, like just getting another Emperor of Bones like this. It sounds like the really nice patient play to make.
And that is the line. Oracle, sorry, the Overlord exiled. We're getting some pretty loud announcements here in the hall, so apologies if you can hear that more clearly than us.
With 37 as well in 5th position, George.
All right, Recruiter of the Guard number 2.
6th with 36.
Yeah, the Recruiter number 2 looking even stronger than Ocelot Pride number 2.
Yeah, not so bad. It helps that Recruiter of the Guard number 2 probably brings something number 4 with it.
Philia back to party.
Recruiter of the Guard getting a blink effect just feels like watching someone play the old Legacy.
Something that I've kind of always known, and you see it play out in this match. Dogs looking pretty advantaged over cats.
Okay, well, we can fight about it later. Way I see it, all dogs go to heaven.
And Philia, at least, goes to the red zone. Gonna blink the Bowmaster. 2 points comes across. Webb to 9. Bowmaster comes back. Get that Ocelot Pride out of here.
Ooh, Philia and the Army getting a counter.
And that's going to do it. Lee Webb does not have anything. Jeff Mullen advances to 12-2-1. More importantly, to our top 8. Locking up that top 8 at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. Locking up that Pro Tour invitation and playing deliberately, crisply well and really earning it.
You know, not to get too personal about it, but North Kakalaki represent. Let's go. No, really, I think Jeff Mullen played that matchup extremely well. There are a lot of points where I think a lot of players would have fallen for the temptation to get some immediate value on something, but the way that he played with his cards, played with tutors, played with his cards, just really showed that he had a very defined idea of what a long game looked like and how he won it most of the time. And that is what we saw happen.
And we are going to continue to see Jeff Mullen play with this Orzhov Blink deck because he's in the top 8. We also watched Ian Starkbaum lock up his spot in this top 8. We just heard the top 8 announcement. Maybe you heard the names, maybe you didn't. But we'll be going over all of that and watching the top 8 play out. Carmen and I are going to take a break here. We'll be back very soon, though, for the top 8 of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. Don't go anywhere. Hello, gamers, and welcome to Top 8 coverage of Spotlight Series Secret Lair here at SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Clomperens. We had 682 players battling this weekend. We had 161 on day 2, and now it is time for an 8-player playoff. Let us see who our players are. Let's see what our matchups are. The 1 versus 8, we have Burke Mathena, the Azorius Affinity player, against Andrew Bailey, the 8th seed on Esper Reanimator. Talk to me about this matchup, Carmen.
Oh, it's going to be sweet. These are two of my favorite decks in the top 8, though I could say that about 8-ish people in the top 8.
Fair enough. Raja Suleiman on Esper Blink will be squaring off against Jeff Mullen on Orshoff Blink. A Blink mirror. Raja having some blue, Raja being on the play.
Yeah, that one, I think it's pretty interesting where Raja's version of the deck is more synergy focused. It has a lot of stuff going on with Psychic Frog and with Ketramos, whereas Jeff more is kind of playing an inevitability mid-rangey game that's hoping to prey on the energy decks in the field. Notably, 0, count 'em, big donut, no energy decks in this top 8.
Pretty wild to watch the field get whittled down in that way, with it being the strongest representation on day 1 and day 2. Our 2v7, let's jump to the bottom here. Christopher Kral and Orshoff Blink against Justin Schabel on Is It Prowess? Is It Prowess actually making it into the top 8?
Right, that was our number 2 deck in the field, and one that I'm not surprised to see in top 8.
All right, and then we have our 3 seed Hunter Ovington against the 6 seed Ian Starkbaum. This is where we are going to be starting our top 8 coverage today. That's going to be Gruul Broodscale, the combo deck with some red aggressive stuff going on against Domain Zoo, a deck that you and I were pretty impressed by as a choice for the weekend.
Yeah, and I think Domain Zoo is one of those decks that was really good at feeding on the super low to the ground aggressive strategies that are trying to win with small ball creatures and things that we would think of as a more traditional Zoo deck, bunch of 1 and 2 mana spells, so Ocelot, Pride, Ajani, that sort of thing. But Domain Zoo is going over the top with that, trying to say, no, I'll spend 1 more mana for my threats, but get a great bang for my buck. We see a lot of cards like Scion of Draco that are able to go really far over the top of cards like Guide of Souls.
When it comes to the Broodscale combo, though, against Domain Zoo, that's what we're going to be watching. What side do you like?
I actually like the Gruul Broodscale side of things. It's also going a little bit bigger, but it has that combo finish where I think the redundancy can end up being a lot of trouble for the Domain Zoo deck, which is trying to really just have 1 or 2 interactive pieces while its threats go over the top of what the opponent is doing. I'm not sure that the threats from the Domain Zoo deck are that good at going that far over the top of the Eldrazi. Generally speaking, the colorless tentacle monsters are the biggest things that really most of Magic has to offer.
Yeah.
But also there is this combo finish that Starkbaum is going to have to respect basically the whole game. So I think that Ovington in general really has the ability to kind of dictate the pace of the game and has a much more punishing clock.
Sure, well, our players are ready. Let's go ahead and see how this one is going to go. If you're just joining us, you picked a great time. Welcome to Top 8 coverage of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We're starting here with our 3 seed Hunter Ovington on Gruul Broodscale against our 6 seed Ian Starkbaum on Domain Zoo. Ovington opening up on a Soul Guide Lantern, not the most significant card in the matchup, but notably an Eldrazi Temple. And on Starkbaum, we have the turn 0 Leyline of the Guild Pact, just an Arid Mesa for turn 1.
Ooh, how about a second Eldrazi Temple?
It's a lot of Eldrazi mana.
Notably, no Thought-Knot Seers in the main deck for Ovington.
Yeah, with this kind of mana, we're really looking at just something like Glaring Fleshraker, which would be pretty strong.
And the Soul Guide Lantern is not at its best, but it is the kind of card that can check something like Flage, which I would say is just the biggest thing that Starkbaum is generally capable of.
Ooh, and how about this? A Haywire Might is the play.
Oh, no green mana, however.
It gets lightning bolted anyway. So we head back to Starkbaum.
Ooh, was that a mistrigger?
Yeah, no 2 life gain there.
Ooh, I mean, that matters, right? This is a spot where I think Starkbaum is really trying to be more incremental in the way that they're interacting.
Planes go for Starkbaum. You see Ovington crack that Soul Guide Lantern. And Urza's Saga's land number 3.
Ovington really missing colored mana at this point.
Yeah, all colorless sources here. It's a tap for just 2 for a Walking Ballista on 1. So far, every play Ovington has made has been this kind of like one of mostly the Urza Saga package stuff. You mentioned missing colorless mana, definitely a factor here, I'm sure. So we're going to see Starkbound crack that error base at a 19 for a Thundering Falls and Surveil.
I think something that we're seeing Ovington really capitalize on is the fact that he does a great job of forcing Starkbound to respect the fact that he might die out of nowhere. Right, I think Starkbaum in general probably kept something a little more interactive, did not just have a turn 2 threat or something like that to start applying pressure, which means that Ovington is able to really just play a slower game and accrue resources over time.
Starkbound is going to surveil away a Triome as we head back his way. Giving a think to his options. Gonna read Eldrazi Temple.
All right, feels like Starkbaum is really trying to figure out if how that card interacts with Kozilek's command.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's my intuition at this point.
It is kind of a weird one. Yeah, that Kindred sorcery, so you can tap for 2 to cast that one.
Okay.
Sorry, instant.
Does Eldrazi Temple work with it? Does the exile mode hit things other than creatures? A lot of questions that could be asked there. Yes, Eldrazi Temple does work with it. No, it does not hit things other than creatures unless they're in the graveyard.
Starkbound is going to shock to 17. Flage goes after Walking Ballista. Ovington will respond by setting that point upstairs. No life gain. 1 point will put Starkbound to 16. Go back to Ovington. Urza Saga goes to Chapter 2. Here's a third Eldrazi Temple. Glaring Fleshraker there into Walking Ballista. So that's immediately going to trigger the Fleshraker. Spawn on the way. That and the Ballista entering will be 2 more points. Starkbound to 14.
This is a ton of mana. All of a sudden, I'm starting to think to myself, how close is Ovington to just casting Emrakul the Promised End?
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
Right, 6 off of Temples there. This Saga, when it goes off, is going to put a land and an enchantment in the graveyard. We already have Creature Artifact. Tribal Flames goes over the Fleshraker. That one just works. We'll see if there's anything else for Starkbound. There is not. We head back to Ovington. Going to draw and put the Saga on Chapter 3. And it looks like floating the mana.
Okay, I mean, if this gets a Springleaf Drum and Ovington has the land, that is Emrakul.
Well, this looks like a Springleaf Drum to me.
I believe you.
It's tapping the spawn, so it really looks like a Springleaf Drum now. Going to make green mana for Ancient Stirrings. And Kozilek's command is the pickup. Checks the box for being a colorless card.
That counts.
What doesn't it do?
It slices. It dices.
See Ovington looking at the graveyard. I think, as you kind of alluded to, might be time for the Promised End. Ooh, boy, it is.
Ooh, I actually did not count that the spawn is just a mana, so no land drop necessary with that Ancient Stirrings being a sorcery in graveyard.
That is wild. It looked rocky in the development, right? No colored mana. These Eldrazi Temple's not doing much, but all right, here's a 13 drop.
All right, you just say, Starkbaum says, can I see your graveyard? And Ovington says, check my math.
I'd say your turn, but actually what I mean is our turn.
Our turn, comrade.
Starkbaum has Lightning Bolt for Walking Ballista. Cashes that in, so Ovington can't just throw that upstairs at Starkbaum. In the hand, 2 Stubborn Denials, and Arena of Glory draws Territorial Kavu. None of this stuff is doing anything about this lethal Emrakul.
Well, bright side, this Arena of Glory exerted.
Yep. Right, this is going to escape the Flage with haste, and that Arena of Glory actually punishing for Starkbaum because Ovington just gets to eat the Flage with the Emrakul.
Right, and in this spot, Starkbaum doesn't gain the life because Flage is just, for some reason, going to end up targeting its caster.
For some reason.
I know, it's a whole thing.
Starkbound is going to draw. This is a really tough situation to get out of. And the 3rd Stubborn Denial, that does not do it.
Oh, and what an unbelievable first game, because I think that speaks to why it's so hard to tackle this Brood Scale deck if you're in Starkbaum's seat.
Yeah, you know, we talked a lot about that threat of a combo the entire game, and the threat of the 13-mana creature. That happened faster than you might have expected it to happen, and a quick game one goes in favor of Hunter Ovington.
Right, when you see the third Eldrazi Temple, you start to just have the moment of, oh, wait, okay.
So Ian Starkbaum now down a game on Domain Zoo. What is our player going to be reaching for in the sideboard here?
So, Clarion Conqueror, already up on the screen. Shout out to our wonderful director. This is one that is able to tag the abilities of artifacts and creatures. Notably, it also doesn't turn, or it does turn off mana abilities as well. So turning off Eldrazi spawns is something that can come up and matter a surprising amount, where it stops the combo in 2 different ways. So this is the first card that's really nice because it's disruption that Starkbaum can just commit to the battlefield and leave it there. And Consigned to Memory, wonderful card against any and all things Eldrazi. And I think those are the main things we're going to see. Hard to not want to bring Wear Tear into your deck whenever your opponent's on Urza's Saga. Wrath of the Sky is another card where, depending on how much disruption Starkbaum wants to have in their deck post-board, I think those are the things that they're really going to be looking towards. Post-board, so much of playing with Domain Zoo is trying to actually figure out what your threat to interaction ratio looks like.
That all sounds good to me. And then for Hunter Ovington, our Gruul Brood Scale player, now up a game at the top of the screen. Is his sideboard going to help him too?
Dismember, not bad whenever your opponent's just playing with fair creatures. It's a little shaky to pay that much life, but I think I could see him reaching for it. Nature's Claim, pretty nice against the Leyline and Leyline Binding, most notably. Other than that, I don't think there's a ton that you're that excited to be reaching for. I think you mostly just want to be able to execute on your game plan in this matchup. I think Ovington is going over the top of what Starkbaum is, and the more that you muddy your own game plan, the easier it is for Starkbaum to interact with it.
Yeah. You won game one really quickly.
Right,
Don't mess it up in the sideboard games.
Yeah, right. What's that, KISS, keep it simple, stupid?
Huge fan of that approach.
Yes.
You were just singing the praises of Clarion Conqueror, one of the hot ones from Tarkir Dragonstorm. A set really just ripe with bangers. This set's really been making its presence known in multiple formats. Voice of Victory, a big card we've seen in the energy decks this weekend.
Right, half of these cards we've actually seen playing in Modern. Storm Scale Scion, a card that some of the Ruby Storm decks are even swerving into with a couple of copies in the sideboard. If your opponent's going to pick your plan apart and you only can reliably cast 2-3 rituals, that card will put 20 power into play somewhat reliably.
We are still waiting for Mox Jasper, but we know it's coming.
Just give it a second. Look, Storm Scale Scion, it's right there. It's right there, people.
You figure it out. But pick up your Tarkir Dragonstorm today. You can order now on StarCityGames.com/MTG-TDM. As players are taking a look at opening hands for game number 2.
And I really appreciate that both of these players are playing decks that have a great plan against energy, but it feels like Ovington in general brought something that is, I won't say the level 3 deck, but the level 2.5 deck.
Sure.
Almost, where it explicitly also lines up against a lot of the things that on a macro level line up pretty well, or are trying to prey on the Boros energy in a more, I'll say, half-hearted way.
It looks like both players are keeping on 7. Starkbaum is going to start with a Triome as Ovington maybe doing a little bit more on turn 1, starting with the Wooded Foothills for a basic forest. And Ancient Stirrings. It's been a minute since I've seen an Ancient Stirrings.
Ancient Stirrings is so nice.
This card used to see a ton of play in Modern.
4 Stirrings, 4 Malevolent Rumble. This is a green combo deck.
So much selection in those 2 cards. As in a second, Wooded Foothills is the find.
Ancient Stirrings only able to grab colorless cards, unfortunately, which does narrow it to 52 cards in the deck.
You cannot Stirrings for more Stirrings. Starkbaum is going to fetch up a Steam Vents on turn 2, down to 17.
The full domain between the end of the Triome and Steam Vents.
A combo deck in its own right.
I love original art Steam Vents so much.
Oh, yeah. And Territorial Kavu comes down, the full 5/5. As we head back to Ovington. There's that Wooded Foothills.
And this is step 1. Just having the threat is nice.
Well, there's Dismember, back to step 0.
Well, square one now.
Step 1 to square 1.
Right. First you're on square one, then you hit step 1. It's a.
And then we move to phase 1.
Yes, thank you. I'm always saying this.
With the 4 life off that Dismember and this fetch for another forest, Ovington is at 14. And Grafdigger's Cage. That's not the card, is it?
No, it's Grafdigger's Cage. It turns off Flage.
Oh, yeah, you can't escape that one.
Yeah, I think this is fine. This is one where, especially if you're trying to tune your Saga bullets a little bit, you are going to draw them sometimes. And it's fine to put it on the table.
Sure. Here's Arena of Glory. That's not being exerted. Regavan just being...
Oh, no, the Arena of Glory was exerted.
Oh, yeah,
one of the
'cause
mana was spent on Ragavan, and then the other is spent on Scion of Draco.
Okay, yeah, that's really nice. Regavan finds a Walking Ballista. You probably just leave that one over there. Yeah, that's exiled. Not giving you the free creature in the graveyard. But really nice swing there. Ovington had 8 from that hit for 6.
And this is why casting the Dismember is so scary, and why it can be so hard to be on the draw against Domain Zoo. As we talk about this mix of aggression and disruption, sometimes the mix is all killer, no filler.
We'll see what Ovington can do about it. Eldrazi Temple is land number 3.
Hitting the colorless source was one of the boxes that Ovington likely needed to check in order to stay in this game.
Right now, the arena's not untapping, but you are facing down Regavan, Scion of Draco. With the mana available, I don't know that Ovington could really do any big combo thing here, right? Kind of has to figure out something over the course of 2 turns, most likely.
I think that is true, though this deck can do some really strange stuff, so I don't want to speculate too hard.
Sure. Walking Ballista X equals 1, that checks the Regavan.
I mean, this can block the Scion at this point. No, the Scion has flying. My fault.
Always flies. As we head back to Starkbound.
There are 5 keywords it sometimes has. It's a bit of an enigma.
Right.
And you are priced into passing with the Ballista, because you just feel so dumb if you ping the Ragavan and then Starkbound dashes another one.
Yes. And we're on open deck list. It's a domain deck, but there's no Gaia's Might. The Regavan's not going to grow out of range as the Scion of Draco rumbles across Ovington to 4.
Might get there.
That's a reference for me, and well, I hope Starkbound gets it, as there's Tribal Flames. A very much Gaia's Might get there style card.
Oh, yeah. I mean, same deck.
Yes.
That counts.
Oh, yeah. Starkbound now ties things up, also in very quick fashion.
Right, that was kind of the other side of things, where whenever the Zoo deck is on the play, Starkbound has the ability to kind of just say, no, I don't know, I have creatures, these play, these all deal damage, they all point the same direction. That is its own kind of redundancy.
These are untimed rounds. This is the top 8 of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair, excuse me. But these players not taking their time.
No.
They had stuff figured out pretty quickly there.
On time. No time like the present.
It looks like players just shuffling up, looking at the deck list, but not clear they're reconsidering the sideboards at all. Maybe they're thinking about cards that they're exciting for from the upcoming Magic the Gathering release, Final Fantasy, a Universes Beyond crossover that I'm extremely excited for myself.
What's your favorite upcoming card out of it?
I mean, I'm really into the cloud cards, white, anything that's really efficient. I like the way that these Universes Beyond creatures are statted for 2-player games, even if we're not talking about a constructed. You know, I'm a big cube guy.
Yeah, of course.
The fact that it's statted for a 2-player game means it's easy to curate an environment to play 40-card decks with the card. So I'm really stoked to get my hands on that set.
All right, well, 2 players, 7 cards, 1 Grove, 21 life for Starkbound, and an Ancient Stirrings.
Grove of the Burn Willows, also a card that used to see a ton of play in Modern.
That's kind of the nice thing about Modern in general. With any Eternal format, you just end up with a lot of history in all of the cards, where you go, wow, that's cool, I remember that. I love that this is back.
Ancient Stirrings picks up Writhing Chrysalis. That's a new one.
Oh, you know, it's almost a year old.
Don't say that. you cut that out right now.
Yeah, I think it is actually 51 weeks old. Next week.
Wooded Foothills for Stark Bombers to play on the first turn. So we go back over to Ovington. Urza Saga is land number 2. And a Malevolent Rumble is the play. Giving up a second life with the Grove. Stark Bombers at 22. Rumble picks up basic Forest, makes a Scion.
Very fast Forest, too.
And Starkbaum is going to fetch down to 21.
Appreciate playing the Forest face up. Don't usually see it that far away from the hand, though.
Right. It's closer to the graveyard than
right,
the hand.
this is, I go, ah!
You took that, right?
Yeah, right.
That's in your hand? Going to be a Triome for Starkbound. No Surveilling here, just getting that domain online. Wooded Foothills is land number 2. Starkbound fetches. I believe we've already registered a shock. Might be another Steam Vents and Dotha Triome combination, and it is. And there is turn 2, Scion of Draco. Ovington's going to shock in a Stomping Grounds here to 18. Tap the Eldrazi Scion. That's casting this Writhing Chrysalis. So 1 spawn becomes 2.
Real take a penny, leave 2 pennies situation.
And immediately goes to work with this spawn here, grows the Chrysalis, and casts Blade of the Blood Chief.
Okay, I do think we are starting to look at a threatening the combo situation, and Writhing Chrysalis is a payoff for it.
Yeah. Yeah, the combo goes off the combination, if you're not familiar. That's going to be Basking Broodscale equipped with the Blade of the Blood Chief, which you see on screen. That's going to grow the Broodscale every time you sacrifice a spawn. Put a counter on the Broodscale. You keep making a spawn every time it gets a counter. And that Writhing Chrysalis already on the table, that also gets +1/+1 counter every time you sacrifice a spawn. So that is just representing a theoretically arbitrarily large attacker on the following turn here. As Urza Saga goes to Chapter 3.
All right, looks like a flow to the mana with Urza Saga.
You see a colorless mana counter there. I believe that's one of RK Post's.
It is, yes.
It's a very distinct art style.
Oh, yeah. I love is it the Pro Tour version of Avatar of Woe?
Ooh. RK definitely did the original Avatar.
That's what I'm thinking of. Right.
Prophecy was the release. Haywire Might is the final with Urza Saga. That could get that Scion of Draco out of the way. And here is Basking Broodscale. So the pieces are there.
All right, and I believe that was with the colorless mana.
All right, here is Lightning Bolt on the Broodscale. An important box for Starkbound to check.
Right, this is the, okay, do this or you die right now immediately.
And you were right, that colorless mana was spent. Get that off the table. The basic forest finally joins the actual hand.
Okay, listen, it's fine. Be cool.
Blade of the Blood Chief is equipped to the Chrysalis, but yeah, no attacks here.
The nice thing here is this Blade of the Blood Chief on the Chrysalis, a lot of counters. Blade of the Blood Chief is one that you talked about being a cube guy. This one's been in my Proliferate Cube forever. It is astounding how strong this card is when you're not comboing. You kind of go, oh, you know, this is funny, this is cool, I like this card. And then all of a sudden it puts like 5 counters on something out of nowhere.
All right, we are on Starkbound's side of things. Arid Mesa is the land. Here's a tap of 3.
Is that Flage?
It often is. Starkbound's giving it a little bit of a pause here. It's a stressful spot with the blade already in the battlefield.
Right. This is the moment where you start to go, okay, I really need to not just die.
And it is going to be Flage. Is that upstairs?
It is upstairs.
You can't go after the Chrysalis, right?
No, no. This is one. I mean, you could if you really want to force the hand on maybe sacking the spawn and attack with the Scion or something, but the Scion of Draco, that is. But that isn't what's going on here.
Right. All right, back over to Ovington. Brood Scale is attempted again. Starkbaum's going to crack a fetch land. Needs something here. Looks like he has something.
Okay, what can Arid Mesa get? Sacred Foundry is probably the get.
Temple Garden.
Okay.
Leyline Binding, I imagine.
I can see that.
Temple Garden will be shocked in.
Or did it just enter tapped?
It may have just. Oh no. Was there no red source in the deck?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just an attack. Silent Draco had to jump in front and jump block.
All right, Writhing Chrysalis, presumably infinite power and
gonna
toughness.
say, I don't think those
Same with
sixes
Brood
mean
Scale.
6.
Right, right, right. That is the biggest number this cube has on it. And, I mean, the Haywire might also means Leyline Binding was covered.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
if it was that.
You're totally right. Yeah, the untapped Stomping Ground and then the Scion there to re-equip. Right, what can Starkbaum do to get out of this? It's going to take multiple cards from here.
And you can feel it. You can feel Starkbaum going, I felt so close. There's this Flage in the graveyard. Maybe that can go after the Haywire might. But that would take both of the white sources.
Oh, no.
And
he does
there
not
it
have
is.
it. Hunter Ovington on Gruul Brood Scale advances into the top 4 over Ian Starkbaum.
Cool.
Congratulations for Starkbaum on an excellent run, and of course that Pro Tour qualification for Ovington. Still his eyes on the prize, that $10,000 paycheck for first place, so one step closer to that, and of course the big first place prize, consulting on that secret layer. That's the name of the event.
Especially once you already have the PT invite, which I know for some players is the thing that validates a lot of the effort that players put into preparing for this sort of event, right? Once you have punched your ticket to that, the cool part of this is getting the chance to sculpt a secret layer. I am really excited to see how this Gruul Eldrazi deck does through the rest of the top 8.
Yeah, and the Brood Scale deck, we watched a lot more, you and I, we covered a lot of energy decks this weekend. That was the most representative deck. We saw it winning a good amount on camera, but there's none of that in the top 8.
No, everyone came prepared to beat it and showed that there is still something to do in Modern if you want to be Boros Energy. It can be done, and there are, 6 decks in top 8? You can do it a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and for Ovington, this Gruul Brood Scale deck, it looked
It's
really
nice.
real.
That deck,
won in multiple ways, too.
I am going home to build that deck.
Yeah.
It looks so sweet.
Doing a ton of powerful things there, and we have a lot more powerful things in our backup matches. So we are going to be going down to Burke Mathena, who's playing Azorius Affinity. This is a deck we've covered a few times. Mathena's really been looking like he picked a great option for the weekend. Matchup's going to be against Andrew Bailey on Esper Reanimator. This match is in progress. We are going to join these players, I believe, in game number 2. Looks like Andrew Bailey picked up the first one, broke serve as the 8th seed.
And this is a really interesting matchup where both players have a ton of synergy stuff going on, a bunch of disruption, and what they are doing is so swingy that the game can just end on a dime if you find a way to thread that needle.
So this is a top 8 match here from Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair. Andrew Bailey, SP Reanimator, against Burke Mathena on Azorius Affinity. In the early turns, Bethia's gotten on the battlefield. You see Tamio, you see Emery, you see an Aether Spellbomb hanging out, trying to check this Esper Reanimator strategy.
And Aether Spellbomb is one of the more important cards in this matchup, as funny as that can sound, because it also provides insulation against interaction for your Emery.
Yeah, and the Emery plus the Spellbomb, being able to churn that over and over. You got to do something about that.
Right, exactly. Again, it feels funny where you go, okay, yeah, but if they get the Retraxa, you get to bounce in, they drew a bunch of cards, who knows. But whenever you are trying to grind, something that the Affinity decks of old struggled against was just picking apart their one or two good threats. Having a Tamio in play and an Emery in play, and protection for both of them is so real.
You see Psychic Frog for Bailey. Athena's going to bounce that with the Spellbomb. I expect you're going to see that Spellbomb activated more than once in this game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really funny the way that any sort of unsum effect compounds as you have more of them.
May have spoke too soon, though, as here is an Evoked Solitude. That's going to be able to take care of the Emery.
Ooh, that's such a big play from Bailey.
Urza's Saga is the land from Athena. Here comes Tamio making a clue token. Passes back.
I mean, Urza Saga and Tamio are both one-card game plans that demand something from Bailey pretty quick.
Here's the recommit of that Psychic Frog from Bailey.
Ribbit.
Currently, none of the large Goryo's Vengeance targets in the graveyard, but the Psychic Frog can really go to work. As we head back to Methina. Crack the clue on the end step, and is now going to be setting that Urza Saga to Chapter 2.
Ooh.
Tormod's Crypt. Nice answer. Or, setup to insulate against the potential Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah, I was about to say this Urza Saga is ticking up towards a Tormod's Crypt, which is so crucial, and this could be the one turn that Andrew Bailey maybe has to do something, except here's the Crypt a little ahead of schedule.
Lavaspur Boots, another Saga-able drawn naturally. So it looks like that Urza Saga trigger was missed. So that's actually just hanging out on one for now as Tamio rumbles across and makes a clue.
2 MH3 threats, just kind of passing in the night, each drawing a card for their controller every turn. As far as the eye can see.
Psychic Frog is going to attack. Back over on Bailey's side. It's going to be met by Dispatch.
Which patch?
Metalcraft is online. There are 3 artifacts exactly here.
All of a sudden, I'm poring over Bailey's deck list to see if there's a way that this is just tapping something.
Bailey is going to respond with Taint and Indulgence. Going to draw 2, discard 1.
Looked like it was just a couple lands.
Yeah, I got a good look at 1 land. And Island is the discard. And Ephemerate is going to attempt and successfully save the frog.
This does feel like the spot where, more or less, Bailey is saying, okay, this is the most important card and the thing keeping me in this game.
Pluto Delta and a pass for Bailey as Bethina cracks another clue. We head back his way. Now the saga goes to Chapter 2. Here's a Mox Opal. Despite cracking all of these clues, just 2 cards in hand from Athena. But that Urza Saga is really going to accelerate his clock here.
Right, that's the type of thing where, we have called it the 1-card game plan basically all weekend. This is why. The fact that it can just make a construct here in a second, and then it could attack this turn with that Lava Spare Boots, or even next turn if Athena just made 2 of them. That's even more. It's so much damage.
Yes. All right. No aggressive constructs with haste here, just Tamio attacking and making a clue. Bailey with some option, could move in on the frog to block. Looks like he's declining that, though.
Yeah, I think at this point you really just don't want to do things that risk the frog.
Yeah, risk the frog. And also, there's just not that many cards in the hand. Looks like 3 for Bailey, having to discard 2 to actually eat the Tamiyo.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell if that's going to go particularly well for you.
All right, Shadowy Backstreet is going to be fetched up. Bailey will surveil. Given this what to think, looks like there's a second Ephemerate in hand.
All right, so Ephemerate, Tainted Indulgence, and I think that's a Solitude? My confidence is low.
Same. But Bailey keeps the card on top with that surveil.
Okay, and it looks like Mathena is now thinking if he wants to crack Tormod's Crypt on instep to make it so this Psychic Frog can't jump. I think not attacking with the Construct on Mathena's turn was his way of saying, I think I'm ahead on the table, and if I can just present a Construct, then you're going to have to keep committing more resources to this Psychic Frog.
Right, there was that hold, but no action on end step. Bailey will decline that Ephemerate on the rebound. No surprises there.
All right, combat announced.
Psychic Frog rumbling in.
Ribbiting in. Not, it doesn't have to make sense.
Croaking along.
Ooh. Splat.
And that will connect. Life totals are 18 all. Bailey draws a card from the frog. Tainted Indulgence during the main phase here. A little sorcery speed draw spell for Bailey.
Oh, this is interesting.
And a count of the mana values in the graveyard.
I don't think we're quite at 5 yet. Looks to be 3. So we have a 2, a 5, and 0.
Yep. Those are the 3 that I see. Pretty funny that the Ephemerate's permanently exiled from that declining. Of course, it is what you wanted to do. It already made up the card with the frog attacking, so.
Philology Archaeologist, the discard.
Another 2 in the bin. Still no setup for that reanimation, but of course you wouldn't want to dump it in the face of this Tormod's Crypt anyway.
And notably, the frog, there is a frog in play which can put something in the graveyard pretty quickly, and Gorya's Vengeance, one of the cards that Bailey chose to keep.
All right. Here we see Mathena making that construct, cracking a clue as we head back over his way. Urza Saga to Chapter 3, second construct made with that search trigger on the stack. I suppose the Chapter 3 trigger, as we will see what Mathena finds. Already has the Ether Spellbomb in the graveyard, already has the Tormod's Crypt on the battlefield. Already has the Lava Spur Boots.
I think there could have been a case for Pithing Needle to turn off the discard outlet from Frog. But I'm not even sure if that's in the deck post board.
Right, yeah. If Psychic Frog is what you're naming.
That's right, that's not. The Psychic Frog has already put Bailey up a few cards.
Right, yeah, the needle does not turn off the triggered abilities, just the activated abilities. And you see Mox Amber is the find, just increasing the artifact card count mostly.
I mean, it also is one of the strengths of these Urza Saga decks is frequently you have to kind of give up one of your mana sources whenever you lose the Urza Saga. The fact that you can just get a Mox to replace itself is really nice.
Speaking of replacing itself, here is a second Urza Saga. Swiftfoot Boots goes on that fresh construct. Tamiyo attacks along with the robots, makes a clue token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 artifacts? Does that count right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Checks out to me, so this is 15 coming across.
Oh, is that all?
Okay, I kind of thought it was a big
It's
number.
not even lethal.
Okay.
15 connects. Bailey down to 3.
This is a big turn in a lot of ways. Bailey really needs to try and find 2 ways to set up the combo this turn.
Yeah, you have to do something big through a Tormod script.
And even in the world where Bailey does combo, Mathena's at 18. That's not attack them down range.
Yeah, your combo also doesn't solve the construct problem.
Exactly.
This stuff attacks into Atraxa.
We saw a pest control is what happened shortly before we got here and mopped up a lot. There are a couple of Wrath of the Skies out of the sideboard that we could see Bailey reach for, but I don't think they're in hand yet.
Here comes Psychic Frog to try to find something like that.
If you think you have to block with Psychic Frog, it's time to attack.
And there is Wrath of the Skies. X equals 1. That mops up so much material.
Oh.
Right, Athena's going to fight over it. Here's Force of Negation. Here is a counterspell back for Bailey.
Mystical Dispute.
And oh my. Seems like the dispute is working as there goes Tormod script. But yeah, the Wrath of the Skies. They have come for their vengeance.
Oh my god. That was 8 permanents?
That's a big yikes.
No big deal. You know, getting caught Andrew Bailey by his initials, the way it got him from A to B.
And the land here is just Spire of Industry for Mathena. Nothing doing on his turn. Andrew Bailey discards Atraxa to Psychic Frog. Here's Goryo's of Vengeance.
Oh my god.
Get Atraxa back. Look at 10 cards.
Relax.
I'm going to destroy all your permanents. I'm going to draw like 6 cards, and I'm going to attack you for too much damage.
Ooh, unluckily, it appears to only be drawing 3 cards in this instance.
Ooh, real bummer.
I know.
Flooded Strand, back up Atraxa. Otherworldly Gaze?
Waterlogged Teachings doesn't sound bad. So some of this comes down to what's in Bailey's hand, but this Waterlogged Teachings can search up another Goryo's Vengeance in a second.
Yeah, could also just be a land, but it goes with the Otherworldly Gaze.
That's what they call me.
So the Atraxa is hasted. The Frog already has 2 power, so we have an attack for half of Mathena's life total here. And I believe from some time back, there was that second Ephemerate in Bailey's hand already. So that's not good news for Mathena.
And notably, this attack from Atraxa is going to gain Bailey back a ton of life.
Oh yeah, that 3? Let's call that 10.
Right, and that was sort of the scary thing here is 3 is a manageable number of damage to deal, where you can kind of scrap along and maybe end up dealing that. 10 is at the point where this is halfway back to start.
I love a scrappy game. You know this about me.
Of course.
You cannot play a scrappy game against Atraxa.
Okay, this Atraxa is not permanent yet.
Yet.
Well, okay. You've got me there.
Bailey is going to fetch the 9 for basic planes. Tap of the white mana. That is Ephemerate. A tap of 4. Okay, Otawara, bounce Atraxa, and a backup Ephemerate. Yeah, forget about that, and that is going to be the concession. Andrew Bailey, 2-0 over Brooke Mathena, advances to the top 4 of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair.
Oh, God, I love that Esper Reanimator deck. The way that it's able to kind of play a long game on the back of something like Psychic Frog, or even just a lot of its reactive spells, into how punishing it can be both early and late is so impressive every time we catch it on camera.
Yes. Congratulations to Burke Mathena on this Azorius Affinity deck. Deck looked great this weekend. Piloted well. Earned an invitation to the Pro Tour there. Top 8 here. Excellent work. We have seen 2 players advance to the top 4, though. We just saw Andrew Bailey do it with his Esper Reanimator deck. maybe your horse in the race. I know you like the deck quite a lot.
It's hard to say. I think both people who won here in our quarterfinal matches are people I would be thrilled to see win this event. I think this Gruul Brood Scale deck is something that feels extremely fresh on the weekend, and it's been really exciting to watch every time because it feels like it wins a different kind of game each time we watch, which in a lot of ways is the hallmark of a great Modern deck, which is surprising given this is one of the first times we're ever really seeing it in paper like this. Generally, you watch and you go, oh, maybe this is a flash in the pan, this is something people can adapt to, it'll probably fall off. That is really not clear to me. So getting to actually just watch the birth of a new deck like that is so cool, and if we were to see it actually take the whole event down, how can you not want to be a part of that?
Yeah, I completely agree. Really like Oventon's approach here. That just Eldrazi Temple, Eldrazi Temple, Eldrazi Temple, Emrakul game was just out of control.
Right. It's so funny. It does have that threat of the combo where your opponent goes, okay, I need to make sure I can break up the combo. I'm going to play a more reactive game. And back, 2-3 years ago when Yorion Elementals was the deck, those decks started playing Emrakul the Promised End because you cannot reactive game your way through her.
Yeah, really great way to go over the top of almost anything. In
whatever
Magic.
you want.
Yeah, that's what Eldrazi do. So we actually do have more top 8 Magic to bring you, if you can believe that. We're going to be going back into another live game. Let's jump right in. All right. We're going to get the graphic corrected here. This is actually Raja Suleiman. Actually, I hope we can correct the graphic.
It is Raja Suleiman up top, Esper Blink, Jeff Mullen on the bottom, Orzhov Blink. And it looks like it's game 2.
Yes, indeed. Raja Suleiman up a game. Perhaps that extra color offering an edge.
I mean, this type of matchup is the one where you are grinding each other to dust because you have so many cards that are frequently putting you up a card as long as your opponent doesn't play on your turn. And because all of your cards are generally some enters the battlefield creature, you are tapping out on your turn, which means everything puts you up a card, and you are both just trying to slog through each other's libraries.
We have dueling overlords here impending as Raja just picked up a Psychic Frog with his. A lot of face-up cards here from Mulligan. You see that Thoughtseize at the bottom of Suleiman's graveyard. Looks like Philia, Witch Enchanter, I believe Fatal Push and Ashiok.
Oh, yeah, I love an Ashiok Dream Render.
Exiling the graveyards against Overlord kind of a thing. Turning off fetch lands isn't nothing.
No, I mean, it really isn't. If there's anything like, if you think there's going to be something like Recruiter of the Guard from your opponent, that's a really big deal. I don't think that that's something we have in Raja's deck. We can double check here in a moment. But, like you said, fetch lands, that's honestly kind of enough.
Overlord ticks down to 3. Ashiok's just going to hang out at 5 loyalty. Makes enough sense. There's no creatures in the graveyard currently.
Yeah, something that you want to do with Ashiok whenever you're playing with a graveyard is roll them down, target yourself, and then exile your opponent's graveyard. That would be a bit of a liability if we were to see Raja just cast an Emperor of Bones.
Here you see Suleiman surveil over a Psychic Frog and commit the 1 in hand. His Overlord impends down to 3 as we head back to Mullen. Mullen will now activate the Ashiok. Couple reasons, there's a creature now, and that's that jump fuel for the frog. See what else Mullen wants to do. Has that Fatal Push that could just check this Psychic Frog. Gonna play on Marsh Flats and pass.
All right, Overlord down to 2. Almost missed it. Not quite.
So I believe that the Overlord enter an attack trigger, the mill 4 is mandatory.
I agree with you. Oh, I have decked out to that card a lot of times.
And that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah, I don't think it's a given that you can actually kill your opponent without running out of cards in library.
Fatal Push takes care of the Psychic Frog. And here is Ketramos.
A real creature.
Yes, yeah, the Ashiok made sure of that. And Mullen's going to flash in that Philia.
Ooh, I love Philia.
Mullen will crack Marsh Flats. Down to 15. There are multiple shadowy backstreets in the deck. That's going to be the find. Mullen will surveil. And really, what's wrong with taking the back street?
Wow, wow.
Mullen taking a look at that top card.
It's looking like it might be a graveyard kind of card.
I really like picking up the card and really just looking at it face up. Getting to know that Thoughtseize before discarding it.
Yeah, I think Thoughtseize is a really good one to think about, but this Ketramos is something that is really scary if you're in Mullen's position at the moment.
Yeah, that is one you're going to have to do something about, as here is Witch Enchanter.
Disenchanter.
There goes the Overlord. Ashiok's going to get rid of that one, plus 4 cards off the top and the rest of the graveyard.
Ophelia not really able to find an attack at the moment.
No, you could attack and blink the Ketramos.
This is the spot where Mullen really wants to find something like Solitude.
All right, Ophelia is going to blink Mullen's own Overlord.
Yep, and this is really just speaking to how badly Mullen wants to find the Solitude.
And gives up the Ophelia, but brings that Overlord back. Here is a mill of 4. Recruiter of the Guard, Ophelia, I believe Ephemerate and Fatal Push. Gonna pick up the Recruiter there.
That is a Solitude in a turn, which ain't pretty, but you do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and we'll see just how much Suleiman can do with this Ketramos.
Whenever your cards are all kind of putting you up a card, you end up in a spot where everything feels a little replaceable. That means the important cards are so much more important than they normally would be. In a spot like this, that kind of just means Ketramos.
Right.
Right? That's a card that can't really be killed, can put Suleiman up a ton of cardboard. So that's why we see Mullen making a play like that, where he is giving up a real piece of material in Ophelia, but saying, I just cannot let this stay on the table, and I will take really big risks in order to try and put myself in a position to win a game, because my odds are even slimmer if I don't make this play.
All right, another Overlord for Suleiman. Gonna mill 4. This is the entire graveyard. Does find a card. Here is Emperor of Bones.
Oh my god.
Actually picks up, that wasn't a land, that's a Witch Enchanter. I mean, it is a land, but anyway, it's a legal target.
What is it?
It's a Witch Enchanter.
Disenchanter. Every time. I'm sorry. If a joke's good, why would you only tell it once?
Why would you tell it fewer than 1,000 times?
Thank
Here
you,
comes
Disenchanter.
Ketramos attacks Ashiok. And Mullen looking at some blocks, actually double blocks. Witch Enchanter will be consumed by the Ketramos. And there's the Witch Bless Meadow on tapped as land for turn. The lifelink on the Ketramos makes that kind of easy, and here is Flicker Wisp. That makes it even easier, as the Meadow is going to end step come back as the Witch Enchanter.
Not before Ketramos draws a card for Suleiman.
There goes Mullen's Overlord. When we jumped into this match, I thought things looked kind of good for Mullen.
This just speaks to how important this Ketramos is. It did not look great last turn to make that sort of play with the Ophelia and attacking with it. That was one where it was what we will call polar, where it's low floor, high ceiling, where Mullen continues to be in a great position if it works out, but in one like this, it does look really bad all of a sudden.
As Witch Enchanter goes after the Overlord, Ashiok will once again mill for 4. Suleiman's Graveyard exiled. A lot of cards milled, but at this point, Suleiman looks far enough ahead where actually decking is not looking likely.
It is really tough at this spot.
I think this reinforces why you saw Mullen not activate the Ashiok immediately. I think a lot of players would just have done that immediately in that spot. Definitely credit to Mullen for that, reading that situation and what mattered. All right, and on our last remaining quarterfinal match, we just got an update that Justin Schabel did win the match 2-1 and will be advancing to our top 4. So we are looking for our last top 4 competitor here. Roger Suleiman is going to cast a Thoughtseize. We know about a Recruiter of the Guard in Mullen's hand. Hand a bit off screen, can't really see the other cards.
It's a rare or mythic.
The stamped card was actually the Recruiter. That one goes to the
Oh,
graveyard.
then I think it's a Flicker Wisp is the other
Yeah,
card.
I think so too. I think I see Flying as the legible word there, as the Flicker Wisp of Suleiman's will be entering the red zone along with Ketramos and Witch Enchanter.
So Flicker Wisp at Ashiok. Everything else upstairs for Mullen, who falls to 11.
The Witch Enchanters will trade. The Ashiok is finally off the battlefield, and Mullen just does not have anything left over. And Psychic Frog added to the battlefield for Suleiman. Things just looking better every turn on that side.
And this is one of the core combos that you see early on where you think, oh yeah, this is how you turn on Ketramos. That's why this card is in the deck. Also, that card is Psychic Frog. Right? but that is a real card.
Here's that Flicker Wisp from Mullen. Going to blink and then resurveil with the Shadowy Backstreet. It keeps a card on top, but you gotta wait a turn for it.
And this is just creating a flying blocker for the opposing Flicker Wisp. Mullen really starting to feel the pressure.
I have to imagine Mullen keeping on top means that the best possible draw is on top of the deck. I'm racking my brain to try to think of what it would be.
Perhaps an Elemental.
A Solitude.
Yes, one with lifelink and flash.
That would be helpful.
Yes.
Would it be enough? It's step
well,
one.
Right. It's one of those things where is it going to solve all of Mullen's problems here? No. But it is probably the first step to getting back into this game.
Well, here is Emperor of Bones for Suleiman. You see him taking a look at Mullen's graveyard. Now you know why.
It could also be Wrath of the Skies? Maybe?
Recruiter of the Guard, exiled by the Emperor. That's going to trigger the Ketramos. Suleiman draws a card, goes to 20.
Oh, and when it goes away at end of turn, the Ketramos will let Suleiman draw another card.
It just keeps getting better for
my
Suleiman,
gosh.
keeps getting worse for Mullen. Right, here comes the team. Do-do-do-do. Flicker Wisp jumps in front.
We may just be witnessing the next evolution of the Blink deck. This looks so convincing to me.
Yeah, just extra copies of turn value cards.
It so frequently felt like there were synergy pieces in the Orzhov Blink deck that you aren't always stoked to draw, but they do fit into your overall game plan. Getting to cut those for things like Psychic Frog, which just plays so well on its own, and now there is this synergy component with Ketramos, seems massive.
Been a really big weekend for blue decks in Modern.
Figuring out what threats it is they're trying to attack has always just sort of been the name of the game for playing blue spells in Magic.
Right. Once again, an impending Overlord. Yeah, Suleiman clearly not concerned about actually being milled. Picks up that Flicker Wisp. Ketramos and Psychic Frog gonna do some card draw here.
Sometimes you just see a frog jump and you're inspired. Gods are not above that.
The Frog once again turning through that graveyard. More Ketramos cards. Here's a basic Plains. Jeff Mullen draws. The card on top was Overlord of the Balemark. I guess it's a lot of looks at a Solitude is the idea. And there is a Solitude in the spread. Mullen's going to pick that up.
Yeah, Recruiter of the Guard is not the choice.
No. All right, here's Flicker Wisp. Mullen going to target his Overlord. Blink that back. Another mill trigger.
All right, I see another Solitude and a Flicker Wisp and a March of Otherworldly Light. Looks like Philia is the get.
End step, going to evoke that Solitude, get that Ketramos out of there. Finally answered that one, but Suleiman drew a lot of extra cards on the way there.
Oof. And now this is the spot where also Emperor of Bones can just go after the Solitude that Mullen found.
Just keeps tightening the screws. Suleiman looking at casting a Flicker Wisp. Targeting his own Overlord. Not in a rush to try to close the game.
No, this is something where it looks like Suleiman is really happy to just play the inevitability game.
And there's Fatal Push. And actually, au contraire, has the game rolled up. You see the Solitude there, clears out the blockers. That Psychic Frog, that is big enough. And Raja Suleiman, dominant performance there in that top 8 match against Jeff Mullen. He's going to advance to our top 4 on Esper Blink. Congratulations to Jeff Mullen on making it the top 8, earning that Pro Tour qualification. For Raja Suleiman, one step closer to that $10,000 payday and consulting on a future secret lair.
Yeah, I really love something that's going on in that deck where you have the Frog, you have Ketramos. I think shortly after Ketramos was printed, people talked about a sort of infinite combo with those 2 cards and Dark Blast, where you could theoretically mill a bunch and then grow your Psychic Frog with all of the cards that you've drawn and so on. But there, instead of playing a card that is a little bit lackluster in a bunch of matchups like Dark Blast, we see Suleiman just saying, what if I just played good cards, and sometimes I got to turn the corner on a dime with a card that is otherwise powerful and threatening on its own. I think that there's a lot of smart stuff going on in this list, that it's in the funny space of, oh, this seems a little obvious. Why hadn't we seen it yet? And it's just something where it is honestly doing it in a really tame and very methodical way, which I think is very in line with Raja as a player.
I love the analysis there. The question that always seems obvious in retrospect, but can take us a long walk to get there. What if I just played good cards indeed?
Right.
The answer for Raja Suleiman, at least in the top 4 of this event.
You don't need to do something infinitely. You just need to deal 20.
Yeah, just do something well.
Right. Every time.
That's all you need to do. But we have some more work to do here today. Carmen and myself, though, we're done. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get Jim and Corey back in the booth, and we're going to find out who's going to advance from the top 4 to the finals, who is going to win Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. Don't go anywhere. The most exciting matches are coming right up.
Welcome back to Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We have 4 players left in our tournament, and they are vying for some great prizes we'll see, as well as that trophy and that Secret Lair thing. We'll get to that too. But, Corey, it's been a long tournament, and we're almost here to the end. Talk me through the top 4 here.
Gotta love it. We got a very diverse top 4 different decks, a lot of great players. I'm antsy to just see who's going to take it down. I'm excited.
All right, so let's see a bracket here. We can see, do a quick recap here. We saw Andrew take down Burke. The 8 seed beating the 1 seed.
Gotta love it.
Very, very exciting. And Roger, the 4 seed, beat Jeff, the 5 seed. Hunter beat Ian, the 3 beating the 6 seed. And then another upset, Justin, the 7 seed, over Christopher.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. We were watching that one, and it did not look like Justin was going to win, but really clawed out a close game 3.
Yeah, I came back to the booth, and I was like, Justin won that?
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
Really, really exciting.
That was a nice one.
Brings us to our top 4. So we've got Andrew Braley on Esper Reanimator against Raja Suleiman on Esper Blink. 2 Esper decks with a bit of a different angle, right?
Yeah, definitely a different angle, but, whenever you have an Esper deck that, normally is just very good at dealing creatures, you would say huge advantage to Esper Reanimator. But when you main deck Relics, ends up helping a little bit there. So, yeah, that'll be a really close one. That'll be our backup.
That's going to be a battle, too.
That will be a battle.
That's going to be a long one.
Especially after Raja just had a battle of the mirror, basically. I mean, like, most of the top 8 was finished when they were heading to game 2, so that was pretty wild.
Yeah, decks were low. And then other side of the bracket is Hunter Ovington and Justin Schubel, seeing Is It Prowess versus Gruul Brood-Scale.
Yeah.
Bit of a faster matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit quicker. That one will be really exciting to watch here. I think that's about as close as it gets.
All right, well, that's the match we're going to be going into. And we're going to look at our prizes real fast and see what these players are playing for. I'm about a 5-figure payday.
Yeah, hey, not bad. These players are already locked up that 2,500 with that top 128 Garrick. Now they're just playing a casual match of Magic for 2,500, and then the next round playing for $5,000. So, yeah, a lot on the line.
All right, so real fast, let's see our deck list before we get down to the feature match area and see what these players are working with. We've seen both players on camera a number of times already, so we'll go over pretty quick and just see what's up. First up is Hunter's deck, this Gruul Brood-Scale deck. Honestly, this is like the most interesting deck of a tournament to me. It's kind of meld between this Eldrazi ramp deck and this Brood-Scale combo deck.
Yeah, really cool. So Brood-Scale with the Blade of the Blood Chief equipped. Whenever you sacrifice a Scion, you'll get a Scion. You keep doing that, you can make this infinitely large and either attack, maybe get in a bunch of mana and cast Emrakul, something like that, as well as it just has a really solid mid-range plan with Writhing Chrysalis, the K command being able to interact quite well, as well as Saga to crank out some constructs. I really like this deck.
Yeah, this thing is awesome. And
so cool.
On the other side, we're not playing Standard. But it is still Is It Prowess, Corey Steelcutter. What's up here?
Absolutely. So this is the fastest deck left here in the tournament. The go-to aggro deck, I would say, besides Boros Energy. So trying to get down one of these prowess creatures, cast a lot of spells, and win, as soon as turn 3. This is trying to kill you extremely quickly.
So as far as that goes, who has the advantage?
I would say the play is probably going to be the big one, which Eldrazi does have the play, but still close. I would say if they were just rolling to see who would start, slight advantage to Is It Prowess, but slight advantage to Eldrazi, knowing that he's already got the play.
All right, well, that's why they play the games. So let's find out. Head down to our feature match area for our top 4. All right, so we have Hunter on top. Gruul Brood-Scale on the play, as mentioned. Justin on the bottom. Is It Prowess? Let's rock and roll. Top 4 time.
Oh, I'm excited. This is going to be really fun. This has just been a great tournament, too. We have seen a lot of deck diversity. Boros Energy, absent from the top 8. I mean, that is truly impressive, to not see the go-to best deck even make it to the top 8. 3 Blink decks, I think, was a big story as well. Just overall, Modern looks awesome to me.
So, Hunter, we see a turn 1 Secret Lair. Is it a Springleaf Drum?
Springleaf Drum.
All right.
Yep.
Got it. Yes, nailed it.
You're ready with all these promos.
It's tough when it's the singleton one-ups for Urza Saga.
Yes.
It's like, oh, okay, we got a singleton, so.
Could be anything.
Yeah. Prefer the Lauren version, but that one's good on screen, so we can work with that. So, just a drum for Hunter out of the blistering start. And over Justin's way, Justin, I'm sure, is looking for a blistering start against a combo deck, obviously, really want to get going.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just this deck used to be a lot faster. You know, it used to be a Mox Opal deck, but now that it's kind of amalgamated into a bunch of Eldrazi and stuff like that, you kind of had to go away from Opals. So it doesn't have these crazy quick starts. It's just more of a solid combo deck that can play, you know, these Eldrazi's and really attack you from 2 different angles, which I really, really like just in a modern deck because it just puts the pressure on sideboarding. It makes it so difficult to sideboard, and if people are going to make mistakes and sideboard only for the combo, boom, Eldrazi, Writhing Chrysalis them.
And Emrakul, seen a number of those as well. So,
Yeah.
so we see a turn 1 Monastery Spear. Here's a Mishra's Bauble, 1 Prowess trigger, in for 2 damage. Gonna make sure you miss that. Don't miss that Bauble trigger, which is excellent.
Yes.
And Rumble Time. Look for top 4. Forest, Vexing Bauble, Ancient Stirrings, and I believe that's a, is it a Cavern of Souls? Looks like it
Looks
is.
like a cavern, but yeah, Vexing Bauble, you know, actually has some applications here. So, and you don't even have to sacrifice your Scion to play it. So all these mutagenic growths, these baubles, dead.
Yeah, that is, again, another one of these Urza Saga 1-ofs, right?
It's a good one to flip over with a Rumble, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and this is kind of what happens when you play against a deck with a lot of singletons, right? Where they kind of just draw them and makes for a very unique board state.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so Monster Spirit is going to come in here for a single point.
Uh-oh. Oh, I was like, do we not have a
yeah.
land? Okay.
That was my fear, too. So
Yeah.
there's Dragon Rage Channeler. We have land and artifact in the graveyard. Not quite Delirium yet. Fetch land and go. Hunter's side, we see Urza Saga, and we're tapping a whole bunch of mana here. Is this a draft?
Writhing Chrysalis. I mean, the draft Mythic Common.
Yep.
Anybody who played this limited format, you know, sees this card and you just want to heavy sigh, as it is and was completely dominant in that format for sure.
Yep. So makes 2 Scions come along with it. We're going to see what the Scion that was there sacrificed. Another Scion sacrificed. 2 counters on the Chrysalis. And it looks like a Walking Ballista.
Okay.
That's not too shabby when there's a 1/1 Channeler in play.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. And I also got to say, you know, I think we all made the mistake when it came to limited with this. That card, the word reach is hidden in there. So Dragon Rage Channeler forced to attack. Ooh, brutal.
Yeah, so looks like the Ballista's going to go after the Channeler. We're going to see a fetch in response.
Okay.
Maybe looking for Surveil land. I guess we need 2 types for Delirium, so it seems a little tough. But
Yeah, and even if you get Delirium, it's just attacking right into the Writhing Chrysalis.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Justin, we do have a red-white land, but no green-blue or green-red land to just, you know, cast mutagenic growth. Yeah, should be countered there.
Uh-oh.
Just to get some Surveil, maybe keep it alive.
All right, but it's an instant in the graveyard. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so unfortunately, though, not that 4th type Justin is looking for. Scalding Tarn goes to the bin off of Surveil. We still have a Walking Ballista trigger on the stack, dealing 1 damage to a Dragon Rage Channeler. And this is tough here.
This is pretty tough.
And this is, I guess the fetch. I'm not sure where the fetch is on this.
Yeah,
side.
that's what I was wondering, too. We should have a land in play, right? What are we missing here?
I mean, the fetch might still be on the stack.
The deck is not in your hand, so I'm curious about that. Vexing Bauble's not countering that or anything, right? Like
That would make that card pretty wild.
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I can only assume that this is the fetch is on the stack in some way.
That's what I would be assuming as well.
This one Vexing Bauble is certainly vexing Justin here. How about another growth? All right, so we see 4 life bait for literally 2 Surveils.
Yeah, 2 Surveils and the fetch is still going to happen, so you're not even actually manipulating. Like,
Yeah.
man, that one of Vexing Bauble just completely reshaped this game.
How about?
Oh my goodness! Everyone, if you have kids in the room, shield their eyes, okay?
How about the full playset?
Oh my goodness!
And this is I can imagine turns where Justin would be very, very happy to dump a whole load of these into the stack, but not like this.
The literal best Vexing Bauble one of I have ever seen in my entire life, and that's like including vintage. Like this was truly unbelievable. My goodness.
All right, so we see Justin just empty the clip to no avail. Channeler's dead anyway. Now you see that fetch resolve. Thundering Fall is going to surveil a lava dart.
Hey, at least we got a lava dart.
That
you
is
know?
true. We do have that going for us. It is a nice lava dart.
Yeah, but also
not-
gets countered.
Not nice enough. So an absolutely brutal game for Justin here. With Hunter, he just drew the 1-up Saga target and just happened to line up really, really well against Justin's hand. Oh, boy.
Oh, man, that was That was an absolute murder. That was insane for a game one. Really brutal stuff there for Justin.
I like Justin going for it, though. Casting it, trying to get out of it, get the surveils going. But we see going to go to the sideboard here. We're going to see 2 Board Oculus, 4 Consign of Memory, 3 Prismatic Ending, 1 Spell Pierce, 2 Spell Snare, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Unholy Heat, and 1 Wear Tear. What's Justin got to do here to make game 2 a little better than game 1?
Yeah, so number 1, Consign. I think this compared to these traditional Eldrazi decks, Consigns are not as impactful, but they're still extremely good. There's some Cavernous Souls in this list for Hunter, which can make Consign still pretty brutal, but 4 Consigns are definitely going to be coming in. I like pretty much any removal up against the Brood Scale side of this, being able to Unholy Heat, let's say, the Writhing Chrysalis before it gets the Scions, as well as that Wear Tear. Being able to blow up Urza's Saga looks pretty good to me as well.
All right, so on Hunter's side, we got 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 1 Gemstone Caverns, Lucky Man's Paradise, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pithy Needle, 3 Pyroclasm, 3 Thief of Existence, and another Vexing Bauble. Thoughts here?
The Vexing Bauble, Jim. The Vexing Bauble, I'm going to bring that in immediately. We're going to be on the draw, so if you're not bringing in Gemstone Cavern, that wouldn't make a lot of sense. I also really like the Pyroclasms. Can still clean up a lot of those monks if Hunter were to be able to survive that initial onslaught, which when you play Writhing Chrysalis, that kind of thing, you can slow down your opponent's draw pretty well. And the Dismember, you can kind of question those, maybe bring those in, as well as I don't know. The Damping Spheres look okay against the very go wide, trying to cast 3 spells in 1 turn, but you can cast 2 spells in the face of a Damping Sphere, and it doesn't look that good, so I'd probably leave those in the sideboard.
All right, sounds great. So they're going to shuffle up here for game number 2, take sideboards, and look at their face up. Of course, the deck lists are available, so take a little time and look things over. Well, we're going to remind you about a fantastic event coming up. Beautiful Orlando. And more importantly, beautiful standard rotation.
Yes.
Spotlight Series, planetary rotation. We're just going to see the standard rotation, which is awesome. Week 1 standard, always an absolute blast. Whether you're playing or watching, it's a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is our next event here, brought to you by Star City Games. So going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll have, of course, the regional championships after this one. But yeah, I cannot wait to head to space.
SGCon Orlando, August 29th to the 31st. First, all information on starcitygames.com/SGCon. All right, so the pressure, who's the pressure on here? Like, is Hunter trying to kind of just play defense, kill things, stay alive, play a longer game, or is Hunter trying to combo?
I think it is definitely stay alive. Like, I bet Hunter is going to transition into basically the control player, have Pyroclasms, maybe take out some of your, not so great cards, some of the slower stuff, probably Emrakul coming out. And I think it is just going to be the Brood Scale aspect of it. And, just trying to get Vexing Bauble in play as soon as possible. Clearly that worked quite well. And then just kill as many creatures as humanly possible and hope that Hunter can get past, turn 3 with more than 10 life. I think that's about going to be the line that he's hoping for. Well, the flip side, of course, Justin is going to try to end this game basically even before, Writhing Chrysalis comes into play. That giant reach blocker is going to be very, very good up against this Izzet deck.
It is comical how this was a draft common in a limited format, and the card is just seeing play all over Modern at this point.
Exactly. All over Modern, obviously all over Pauper.
Sure.
The best common,
Very
probably there. But, yeah, just a mythic common of epic proportion for that card for sure.
Because usually you see commons that constructed their cards like Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
They're usually the spells. The threats themselves are usually mythics. They're usually rares, the powerful high-end cards. So really cool to see.
Yeah, the fact that we have 3 commons from that set, the fact that we have Rumble, Brood Scale, and Writhing Chrysalis, this is a deck sponsored by MH3 for sure.
So Justin's obviously aware of the Bauble. Obviously very aware of it from game 1 there. Sees the second copy of the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Justin's going to cut down on some of the free stuff if possible?
I think the Mutagenic Gross already didn't look that amazing. And honestly, that's probably just one of the more commonly sided out cards from these Izzet Prowess decks. That's the card you want for game 1 to just really hammer home, be as fast as possible, and then usually shave those kind of cards to be able to react to your opponent. But also, if that just happens to you, I don't want to have 8 0 drops And especially I don't want to draw 3 of them and have a 4th in the graveyard there. That was brutal.
That was pretty wild. It's not often you see 4 of the same card lined up in order in a graveyard.
Yeah.
That's, unless you're talking about some sort of like extraction effect.
Sure,
like
sure,
that.
yeah.
But yeah, so the question will be, of course, will Justin think about that game and think about how bad the growths were, want to get it out for that, or is it more of a macro strategy? But.
And I think the other thing is, like, even we already saw Justin do it, play the bobble on turn 1 after the Swift Spear. I think you're especially doing it now when there's twice as many Vexing Baubles. Just at least get the value while you can, because I don't expect to see Justin trying to interact with the Vexing Baubles, bringing in prismatic endings, those kind of things. Because, well, if you ever go to destroy that and they get the buyout of being able to sack and draw a card as well, that exchange feels terrible. But, Justin would have to do it if he's got a bunch of zeros.
All right, so let's get into game number 2 here. Hunter looking to put himself into the finals.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad place to be. And Justin, we've seen Justin back against the wall a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no stranger and has come through over and over again. Here we are in the semifinals.
Yep.
So players check their hands out. I'm going to see how they feel. Both players not giving much away as far as the facial expressions go.
Yeah, and I will say we're probably going to see Hunter at the next spotlight. Number 1 because he's doing well. You want to keep it going, but also got a Miami hat on. Not too far away, I imagine.
It's a short drive. All right, so we got Hunter on 6. Justin keeping 7. Good sign for Justin. You've also seen Justin mulligan a number of times on camera as well.
We definitely did. Yeah, I believe we watched the round before winning in round where he did pick up a loss, so must have won after that. Snuck on in. Gotta love it.
It was a tough loss, too.
It was a tough one.
Yeah, so really, really cool to see the rebound. That is where your mental fortitude is tested the most,
Yeah, and lost to Raja, who's also on the other side of the bracket. Could be a rematch.
Ooh, that's exciting. All right, so Hunter, got to keep this 6. Start out with a temple and pass his turn.
So one thing I would be looking at as a big tell, and I mean it's kind of strange to think it would be a tell because it's only a 1-of, I would think Justin has a wear tear. Why else are you leaving that untapped if you're not going to do anything? You're hoping Hunter plays turn 1 Urza Saga to tear it there, but you never know. That's just my vibe.
Very fair. So we see this is a Thief
of Existence. Yep.
Existence has been stolen here. Steelcutter's gone. Shock in again. That's 3 shocks in a row is not free.
Yeah.
There's your ending. Thief goes away. Justin gets a draw, but definitely a pretty, not on the board draw for Justin.
Yeah.
Kill a thing. Cutter got removed. Want a little more than that.
Yep, absolutely.
So we see some Eldrazi mana. We're going to float an Eldrazi mana off the temple. Here's Cavern of Souls. Here's Brood Scale. Fleshbreaker here going to do some ping damage.
I thought for a second, Jim. I was like, 1 mana. Oh, no.
All right, so just a Haywire Might. And that's a lot out of nothing.
That was a great turn. Turn 2, Thief of Existence, and then turn 3, that. Like, this looks rough for Justin so far. My goodness, who's the beatdown?
Yeah, for sure. So Justin going to take a second here, take a draw, and you're going to ponder how to get out of this one. A lot of buys in play, a lot of damage too. That Fleshbreaker can do a lot of damage out of combat, and Justin took 6 damage from these Shocklands turn 1, 2, and 3, already at 10.
Yeah, if Hunter has any kind of follow-up, you just got to think like, geez, how can Justin actually piece this together? Even just on the battlefield, if you can adapt the Brood Scale, just the good old-fashioned adapt, make it a 3/3, another Scion comes into play, deal another damage. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, can put Justin to 3 already.
Hunter's feeling good.
Yeah.
You've got a bobble here from Justin. Hunter's, top card. I want to see it.
Sure.
That's coming for you next turn.
Take a sip of his beverage in his element, thriving.
Thundering Falls here. This is not a great start to return for Justin. A bobble look and then a surveil. Need to do a little more than these kind of like finicky setup cards.
Yeah. I got to say, Hunter's deck has just been really impressive. It's looked really awesome every time we've seen it.
All right, Prismatic Ending, so a little more interaction. There goes the Brood Scale.
That's big. That definitely shortens the clock by a lot. But Justin's got to do more than that.
Yeah, that being said, Justin's got to get on the board here, right?
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, that's the thing. That Corey Steelcutter, you had the ability to be able to start getting some monks going and at least got the Glaring Fleshraker off. So, all right, Good,
right.
good news. Now we'll see if I was right about the wear tear, because if that's there as well and you can tear that Saga, good news. But, oh, man, that would have been absolutely game with the Glaring Fleshraker still in play.
Yep.
So big game there from Justin.
All right, so love a good lava dart. So scions are made here. Cards are being drawn. This is a tough one because this is a lot of cards. So we got Scry here for 4, right?
Yeah, Lair for 5, it looks like.
5?
Yep.
Oh, Scion was sacked. Got it.
Yep.
So for 5, make 5 Scions. Scry 5, draw a card.
And now we'll see, if big cards like Emrakul are still in the deck, Walking Ballista, the cards that I would think maybe you don't want to prioritize as much. But, hey, we got a master here at work, Hunter, so.
Sack some Scions, Fleshraker, sack some more Scions, Damping Sphere. That's going to put a damper on a big turn from Justin.
Bravo.
Instead of they got a Scion as well, a little more damage. These damage is shipping in. And the things for Justin to kind of climb over here are really stacking up.
Yeah, I think you need, Bolt on the Fleshraker, that Wear Tear on the Saga, and then there's still a card on top that we have to deal with. This looks like an EI if I've ever seen one. Expressive Iteration.
And that is, once again, really tough with the Damping Sphere in play.
Yeah.
So every card cast after this will be taxed by 1, and then 1 more, and then 1 more, and it's not quite high noon, but it's close.
Yeah, yeah. And now that's the thing is, now Justin can only deal with either Glaring Fleshraker or Urza Saga. One will get to do some work, and that card on top was Scryed on top. So I would be terrified if I was Justin. Or at this spot where, it's just like, oh, if Justin were to lose this on the next turn, which is definitely possible, just at a spot where you just look back and be like, well, what could I have done? Sometimes even if you lose these matchups, it's just like, it wasn't close. You don't feel that bad.
Yep. All right, so fetch a basic mountain here. I believe Justin's down to 7.
Yep, I would think 7.
And there's a decent amount of power in play. And, of course, a little bit of colorless plus Eldrazi synergy here with the Fleshraker with these tokens off the Saga.
Oh, Jim, that's just a preordain.
Oh,
now
no.
Fleshraker and the Saga get to live. And I see Hunter doing some math there.
Yeah.
I think that's the classic. I think this is over.
All right. Justin tapped out, preordaining, setting up for next turn, a turn that might not come. Got to go to the bottom, pass it back to Hunter. Hunter will draw. Can Hunter finish this game off and go to the finals? Here's Soul Guide Lantern. That's going to be a Scion and a Ping. And kind of just going to add up the 1 plus the 1 plus the 1. Got to peek at the graveyard here.
Yep.
You're going to see the the Dragon Rage Channel is gone. Very important.
Yep. And then, hey, we have 3 more damage coming in, putting Justin to 3. The Construct puts Justin to 2. And then there are 3 lethal threats. You're going to have another Construct coming in. And you can go get the Vexing Bauble off the Saga. So, yikes.
All right, so Justin does get another turn here. So not done yet, but Damping Sphere in play. Lot to fight through. What can Justin do?
Yeah, step 1, you got to kill Glaring Fleshraker, and you got to deal with Saga, and then you also have to deal with the Construct. The only thing that can live right now is the Haywire Might, because Justin will go to 2 with the Construct coming into play in response to whatever removal spell. And the Damping Sphere makes Justin play in a certain way. Oh, no.
Not Iteration again. Oh, no.
There's a Bolt to deal with the Fleshraker.
All right, and a land.
Okay, and do we have a basic? We need another basic, almost assuredly. We do have one more.
All right, end step. Here comes the Scion. In response, we see the Bolt, so Fleshraker's gone, so no Ping, but still a lot more to work through. We have the Construct, we have the Haywire Might, a lot of mana. Saga's still there. We're going to see a Construct on the way out for the Saga.
Yeah, and I don't even know how you can beat the Construct here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, I guess you can Bolt it right now.
All right, get a mountain.
So it has to be a Bolt.
Ooh, man. Hunter is so close. And there's Unholy Heat.
Okay.
Okay. So the Construct, the Canis Hack, is now out of the picture. So Haywire Might representing half of Justin's life total.
Yep, but you can get the Blade of the Blood Chief. You can equip to the Haywire Might, sack some Scions, and we should be all done.
All right. It would be very fitting to see Blade end this game. There's the Blade. There's the equip 2 sacks, 2 counters. There's the handshake. Hunter Ovington takes down the semifinals, going into the finals with his Gruul Brood-Scale deck. Great run for Justin. We saw Justin battle back from a lot of tough spots, but that one was a little bit too tough. Few too many things to get through.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Hunter, takes down this tournament, number one, you got to frame Vexing Bauble for sure. Just get the full art, put it on your wall, because that was the best Vexing Bauble I've ever seen. And also, it was 21 minutes, and that included shuffling time, handing your deck list to your opponent. So, I mean, Justin's got to be thrilled with a top 4 finish, 2,500, going to the Pro Tour, all of that jazz, but an absolute beating.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm excited to see Hunter in the finals here, too.
Yeah.
I've really liked this deck a lot. I love when decks get kind of melded in. You try and draw out all the strengths from 2 different decks.
Yeah.
Cut some of the weaknesses out, too. So very, very impressive showing from Hunter. Really, really great stuff.
Yeah.
And we got more Magic, though.
More Magic. And
right.
I bet they're still playing, and I'm just getting word that they're still in Game 1. So most of the matches in the top 8 and the top 4 have finished the entire match, and then Raja's still playing Game 1.
Yep. So buckle up, folks. Grab some popcorn, and let's get down and see what's going on with Raja. All right, so we are in Game 1. Raja on top, 16 life, Esper Blink. Looks like an Overlord, a Doggo in play, and a Psychic Frog. Andrew at the bottom with a lot of lands, but no board. Of course, Andrew's playing Esper Reanimator.
Yeah.
We see an Atraxa in the exile zone there. And looks like Andrew has some work to do.
Yeah. And, man, Raja has just had to play some grindy ones here, I mean, just a mirror match, basically, in the top 8, where he won 2-0 in a very, very short hour and a half. And now playing against Andrew, this can be another very grindy one if Andrew doesn't do the thing and just kind of, Goryo's Vengeance, Atraxa win very quickly. But, Raja's deck is pretty good at dealing with the creature itself, the Atraxa trigger, and the Gristlebrand drawing. That's the things that really take down Raja and the thing Andrew is going to be looking for.
It's not a bad start for Andrew here. We got a Solitude coming down. Hard cast, taking out the Overlord, leaving Raja with just a Doggo and a Psychic Frog. It's a dog and a frog hanging out, having a good day here on a beautiful Sunday. And now Andrew going through the rest of the possible actions here. Just going to pass the turn. So 1 mana up. Ephemerate could be a possibility, maybe thinking about that. Goes Raja's way. Raja's got 5 lands, all untapping. So we have close mana here, 6 lands to 5 lands. So we're coming into this game mid-action.
And I really like the Esper Reanimator deck. I think it's hard to argue the deck of the tournament. I mean, the one individual Eldrazi variant that we're seeing in the finals, very cool. Could easily be the individual deck. But as far as the big picture, these Blink decks, I mean, 3 in the top 8. I mean, what was our initial numbers on these Blink decks? 18 going into the tournament, and 3 of them are in the top 8.
And it's looked really good.
I mean, that's incredible. It's looked amazing. And I think, there is something to say that this is a very tough deck to play, so the good players are going to play, basically this Esper Blink deck is Jund. Like it is a very Jund-style deck.
All right, so we see Emperor Bones from Raja. We can see that Solitude in the window of Raja's graveyard, and that's the card that's going to be exiled. And these Solitude battles, they can take a while.
Yeah.
A lot of light being gained, a lot of things going out into exile.
So that might be the card of the matchup as well. I mean, if you can ever steal your opponent's Atraxa and slap that one into play, that's pretty good. So Raja has 2 Emperors and 2 Relics in the main to be able to interact with Andrew's graveyard, which is really impressive.
We had a Solitude fight here, folks. So Solitude tries to take down Solitude. Andrew had the Ephemerate. However, Raja has another Solitude. So wins the war. Ephemerate's going to fizzle here and just end up in graveyard.
Yeah.
And now Raja's got a great-looking board. Philia, the 4/4 Emperor, the Frog. The Solitude would exile at end of turn, but can be blinked by the Doggo, which I'm sure we might see here.
Yep. Definitely possible.
Oh.
Values the Emperor of the Bones being able to keep rechecking Andrew's graveyard. That's really smart.
Yeah, it is very fortunate when the main parts of your strategy just line up so well against what your opponent is doing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so pretty solid attack here. See the Frog coming in also. No discards for the Frog. And then the Solitude will go into exile. So we got Emperor, a 5/5 Doggo, Psychic Frog against a board of Nothing. Just lands.
We are starting to get to the spot where Andrew can just start looking at hard casting some of these things. You know, some of the lists for the Reanimators don't play a green source. This one does. It is a tap green source to be able to hard cast an Atraxa.
That's when you know you're into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for the grindy matchups.
Yep. All right. 2 mana for a Frog of Andrew's own. Looks like Raj is okay with that. And we're going to, all right, here we go.
Oh.
Discard Atraxa. And I imagine with, what is this? Help me out, Corey. What is that?
Oh, Jim, you're clearly late for dinner. That is late for dinner. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a food.
Awesome.
Yes.
I have not seen that one before in Modern.
Hey, let them cook.
I know. that was pretty good. I'll give you that one. So there's the food, and there's the Atraxa. Of course, Raj has got to know as soon as that Atraxa gets discarded that with Emperor Bones in play, something bad's happening right now. So we have a permanent Atraxa, not a temporary one. This is not Goros. It's in play on the battlefield. We got a bunch of cards coming here. We got Force of Negation, Prismatic Ending, Solitude, Land, Ephemerate. Is that another late for dinner?
Andrew's right on time for dinner at this point.
I know, right? Otherworldly Gaze, another land, another ending, and another Frog. Good spread of cards here. And we have no land drop yet from Andrew, so we can see Ephemerate to protect what's going on here.
Yep.
Or to get that Solitude going.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, looking at Raja's list, there's not really anything that can just, like, kill Atraxa, then Emperor eats it, you know, gets that kind of crazy things going. Any way to deal with Atraxa from Raja's side is exiling it, Solitude, for instance, or, you know, blinking it out with Flicker Wisps, or blinking it out with Philia. So this Atraxa is not going to be used, you know, in the negative way where Raja's going to be able to be attacking with it next turn, for instance.
Love his package here for Andrew. So the cards off Atraxa are Solitude, a white card, an Ephemerate, and then a white source to cast Ephemerate. That's
poetry.
That's a package.
Yeah. And that's the thing. When you get one Atraxa in play, your deck is so good at either blinking the Atraxa or doing it again. You know, it ends up just being incredible.
All right, so Marsh Flats comes in. Now the Ephemerate is available. Got a food there also. You know, that's pretty relevant here with Andrew at 9 life.
Absolutely.
All right, and we see a Fetch Crack immediately.
Because if we piece it together here, I mean, if there's an Ephemerate, that is a big deal. You want to have that in play because Raja does have the ability to get the Solitude from the yard, eat that, you know, adapt, bring it into play, exile something. Philia can blink out something. You know, he could blink out the Atraxa, Solitude, the Frog, and all of a sudden, I mean, that's 7, that is 12, 13, and then 13 plus however many cards are in Raja's hand. To be able to win this game. So that Ephemerate is more than likely going to save this next turn from just being completely over.
Yeah, looking for, there we go. Okay, so Andrew's not waiting. Andrew's just going for it. So here's Solitude right now.
Okay.
And we're going to see a little stacking action here, letting it clear. Imagine the sacrifice under the actual Solitude itself.
I'd recommend that.
Yep, usually how I want to do it. And exile the Emperor Bones. A goodbye. 2 life for Raja. And trigger on the stack, Ephemerate. Is that okay with Raja?
It's probably not okay with him, but it looks like it's going to happen. I think Raja only has 1 card. We, of course, you know, jumped into this a little late. And here, yeah, of course, Raja is going to go up to a solid 31, 40, you know, could be 50. Doesn't matter. If Andrew wins these games, he just wins by a mile. Yep. You know, the games don't look close by the end. So, you know, as much as it's a tall mountain to climb as far as the life total, Andrew will be able to do so, especially with Ephemerate, rebounding, targeting Atraxa, and getting yourself another 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah, this is tough because not only is there what's on the board. So, see, the last card from Raja is a Fatal Push on the Frog. Normally a pretty good thing to be doing, but Ephemerate's looming. Atraxa's already in play. Solitude's available also. There's a lot going on for Andrew right now.
I think Raja needs a Solitude right now, deal with Atraxa, and then, you know, you're looking okay. You're able to then jump the Frog, get in some damage. Anything outside of that, I think you just you get buried in card advantage here.
Yeah, with the Atraxa gone, you can kind of go back to playing a regular game of Magic.
Yeah.
Right.
And wow, did this game unravel quickly from when we jumped in. You know, it looked like Raja was in full control leading up to when we came in. Maybe Caster Curse?
Maybe. Yeah, very well navigated by Andrew, being
Yeah.
able to find the time, get this Traxa thing set up, and that's going to do it for game number 1. Andrew takes it down. Traxa, timely when needed.
I love that from Raja. Raja's like, you know what? I've been playing long enough games. I'm not, inching out these small percentages. He's got places to be.
Yeah, definitely.
Flights to catch, dinner to eat.
Yeah. I was going to go for it. You beat me to it.
Well, hey, looks like you're late for dinner.
Oh, I know. All right. So what's sideboard here? Let's take a look. So Raja, again, was looking good that game, and things unraveled pretty fast.
Yeah.
Raja sideboard has got 2 Clarion Conqueror, 4 Consigned Memory, 2 High Noon, 1 Strategic Betrayal, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Vindicate, 2 White Orchid Phantom, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. How's Raja going to deal with the explosive power of what Andrew's doing?
I would say Thoughtseize, just taking away options in hand, look like the number one thing to me. You can attack on the front of trying to consign Atraxa triggers and stuff, and normally that's not the battle you want to fight because, well, there's still an Atraxa hanging around. But when you are Goryo's Venging it back, that looks way worse. But when you're late for dinner, and you're just bringing it back and Atraxa gets to hang around, Consign looks a lot worse. So I think we're going to bring in Consigns based on the amount of other cards that Raja wants to take out. If he doesn't want that many Fatal Pushes, stuff like that.
All right, and then on Andrew's side, we got 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 4 Consigned Memory, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Pest Control, 2 Subtlety, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 1 Thoughtseize, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. Does Andrew want to get into the mud and play a mid-range game with Raja, or does he want to stick with the unfair stuff?
I think, as far as at least like Teferi, that looks good to me. I want to be able to bounce Ketramos, stop the interaction, at instant speed. I want that. Outside of that, Thoughtseize as well. I think they both want to have a nice Thoughtseize fight. And that's all that jumps off the page to me from this sideboard. So these players, I think, are both going to be bringing in cards based on how many they need to take out.
All right, sounds great. Well, while we look over the sideboards here and get suited up for game number 2, we're going to remind you all, if you want to stay updated with everything that's going on Magic, whether it is big sales from StarCityGames.com, upcoming events, and news items too, just like what's happening in the Magic world. Get your email into the Star City Games newsletter. You can go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter and get signed up. Never miss a beat.
Yeah, you don't want to be late to these events, and you don't want to be late to dinner. That's one thing I'm learning in this round.
Corey, don't push it.
Okay.
All right, we had some good ones there.
Sorry, Jim.
But don't go too far.
Sorry.
All right.
All right. I take it back.
Yeah, so sign up for the newsletter. Again, I've been signing up for the newsletter now for over a decade, and I don't sign up for many newsletters. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
This is one I've always been on.
No, very good, especially, being able to know exactly when the tournaments are, the sets that are coming out, all that stuff. We're both big Magic fans. We want to be in the know.
So back down to our match. Of course, Raja's been here before.
Yeah.
Many, many, many times. Being down a game, can feel a little daunting in the feature match area, and everything in the feature match area holds more weight.
Yes.
If you mulligan, you feel a little more. If you're down a game, you feel it a little more than usual. What's Raja's method going to be here to kind of avoid that, get those thoughts out of his head, and get, hey, I want to get in the finals. I want to win this tournament. I want to design a secret layer. I want a trophy.
Business as usual. Like Raja, like you said, has been here before. He's probably been at this exact same spot in this exact same room in this convention center. That's how long we've seen him around the game. So business as usual, really not changing his mindset, even though that game seemed to unravel right in front of his eyes at the very last turn. Just keeping it. Same thing he's been doing. This is the first game he lost in the top 8, so he's still feeling really good.
A lot to navigate for Andrew, too. We saw in that game navigating, holding the Atraxa at just the right moment around the Emperor Bones.
Yeah.
2 main deck Relics and 2 main deck Emperor Bones. It's a lot of main deck graveyard hate.
I was thinking the same thing, but most lists, it's a lot worse. Before the inclusion of Psychic Frogs and adding Esper, it was 4 of each. So I think the new inclusion of the very powerful frog is actually good for Andrew because that's a much more manageable threat, and you just don't see 8 main deck ways to interact with the graveyard, and there's no extra copies coming in from the board. So even that slight change of only having 4 ways to interact with the graveyard instead of 8, obviously being up a game, it's a little bit more important as well, but I would say advantage to Andrew here as the Reanimator deck just goes way over the top as we just saw.
Love the format butterfly effect, where an advancement in one area puts you behind in another area, how things ripple out across an entire format.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. Love Magic.
Absolutely. It's beautiful.
All right, so going into game number 2, Roger's got to get on the board here. Look to force a game 3. Going to be on the play. And both players going to ponder their hands. And of course, Andrew being super helpful. A nice fan out right here for the audience to see everything. Raja super secretive.
Yep, yep, absolutely. Close to the chest. I think I see a couple prismatic endings. If those were the white cards, there's an ephemerate on the side, as well as Goryo's Vengeance, and 3 lands, some fetch lands, so you can kind of get lucky, surveil one of these to the yard. But a very reactive hand, it looks like, from Andrew.
All right, so it's just a surveil land from Raja, keeps the card on top. Fetch land for Andrew. Going back Roger's way on turn 2. Delta's going to get cracked. Going to go get a land. Maybe looking to get Froggy here.
Maybe get Froggy. Hey, that's the reason to leave in these prismatic endings. Like, they are pretty good at dealing with Ketramos, but you just need to deal with frogs, as they're just so powerful. If that card goes unchecked, that's just the game most of the time.
All right, nope, going to have an Overlord. So going to spawn an Impended Overlord here. We're going to see the top 4 cards. One's going to go to hand. And that'll be, if this game gets grindy, Overlord really good at these grindy games where it eventually will become a creature, Combo matchup, not so much.
The cards just looked incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, every single time I'm like, okay, Overlord impending. Sure, 2 mana, get something. There's a frog to hand. But, man, whenever you can Flicker Wisp it, it's just like, oh, it goes from this was cute to gross. This game is over.
Yep. So Frog was a pickup there. Only choice for Raja. Bidding some lands out of Thoughtseize. And we're back Andrew's way. Andrew's going to end step, crack a fetch, and get a Surveil on here. And again, the Surveil lands are pretty ridiculous in this Esper Reanimator deck, where you have a 1 in whatever chance of just bidding at Atraxa and having the turn to Guero's the free Entomb, if you will.
Or even better, Gristlebrand. Like, just absolutely sculpt your hand. So, I mean, this is a way to change the game immediately if you put something big into the yard. It'd already be in the graveyard, though, I'll tell you that.
All right, it's a swamp. Yeah, if it was top, it's the weird spot where you almost want your opponent's top.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Please find something you like.
Yep. All right, so here's Andrew. A lot of reactive stuff going on here. Ooh.
All right, we're setting the mood.
Yeah, all right.
We're setting the mood.
Welcome, folks, to the semifinals here of
Secret Lair After Dark, if you will.
Secret Lair After Dark, Indianapolis. Happy you could join us. Good thing we have lighting in the feature match area.
This just reminds me of the last Secret Lair, which we were watching from our couch. Every time the lights went down, Maria's like, "There's been another murder." Cracked me up every time.
Maria's great.
Oh, she is just the best.
All right, so Flicker was here for Raja, threatening a blink on the Overlord, and Andrew's gonna have to just say, you know what, that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably not okay, but that's where we're at.
All right, see another Frog and a Solitude. Solitude going to hand here.
Solitude does check Gristlebrand quite well. Like, of course, you can still draw some cards, but you can't go absolutely wild and connect and then draw that extra 7. It's still bad, though. Don't get me wrong.
Still pretty good. But now, most importantly, Roger's got 8 power in play. So has the engine going and drawing cards, but also threatening some actual damage as well.
Yep.
So once again, Andrew going to go into the Surveil land tank and going to see if we can't pull out an Atraxa.
Yeah, really pressure, then disruption. That's kind of how you beat, just a lot of decks in general, but especially a deck like Esper Reanimator. Now that Raja has the pressure, now everything else is directed at, all right, I want to find relics, I want to find counter spells, and be able to interact with what could possibly come from Andrew.
There's Surveil. Didn't get immediately thrown into the graveyard, so probably not a big, huge 8-mana creature.
Yep.
And Andrew's going to think about it. Andrew's got a lot to get through here. Prismatic getting not a very good answer to Overlord. That's probably why the card's so good, right? It dodges Fatal Push, dodges Prismatic Ending, dodges a lot of his removal spells.
Yeah, dodges Lightning Bolt. Just so many things that it just can't be dealt with at all. It's really incredible.
All right, big turn for Andrew. Andrew's really going to start putting things together here. Otherwise, Roger's going to start snowballing and running away with this game. Got to take his time. Which is reasonable, We're at a pretty critical juncture in the tournament.
Yeah.
One from the finals. All right, I'm just going to play a tap line and say go. All right. Going Raj's way.
Yeah, nothing for Andrew here is really brutal. You got to, get a frog going, get something going. But that's the thing with these Esper Reanimator decks. When it looks good, it looks amazing, right? You do the thing, you flip over a giant creature, but you need to find multiple aspects. You need to find that big creature into the yard. It's got to be able to stay there. And find Gorios, which, most of the time, these decks play exactly 4 copies of ways to reanimate. Late to Dinner is definitely a newer addition that looks pretty good.
All right,
It's a little expensive, but...
We see the Overlord attack here, so 8 damage gets in. Aphelios picked up as well. And Raja ain't done yet. We got more stuff coming in here.
It's time to make your way towards the exits. Thank you.
We got, there's the Relic.
Oh, man.
All right, so these hate cards coming in, kind of really stymieing the unfair part of Andrew's deck.
Yeah, Relic and Philia as a follow-up here. Now, Philia, not the absolute best card you can have. You got to still leave it in to be able to blink out your powerful stuff. But the one thing it does is it adds 8+2, and that's 10.
Yep, Ashcoat Bear, not so bad.
Yeah. I don't even know what that card does. That's too old of a reference for me.
We could bring it up. Ashcoat Bear, right?
Yeah.
All right, so look into the graveyard. Crack a fetch. Mana developed here. Ashcoat Bear. Ashcoat Bear.
Oh, yeah, it's coming. I know. They're finding it. We're going to learn together.
Godless Shrine. So shock it in, take it some damage. There we go. Now that's a magic card.
Ooh.
Time Spiral Gandalf. I was there.
Oh, man.
All right, so not going to leave it to Philia, it looks like. He's going to play a Psychic Frog.
That will also present lethal. So this will be a big turn from Andrew. You still have that 1 mana available with the Relic and maybe some free cards to be able to interact as well, maybe Solitude, something like that. So, well, this is the time for Andrew, and nothing from Andrew at Raja's end step. Brutal stuff.
The one thing about any Solitude Ephemerate deck is there's always a chance for a huge swing back, right?
Yeah. And if it's anything like last game, Andrew's like, you know what? I perform better with my back up against the wall.
Yeah. Now, Relic, of course, does complicate that a bit. The ability to kind of sandbag your Atraxa, set up for one big turn. Relic kind of messes that up. Now, there are the endings in Andrew's hand, but so much pressure in play from these creatures that it's a lot to fight through.
Yeah, like you have to ending the frog to not die. I think I did see 2 endings, so maybe we see something like ending on the Relic, ending on the frog, and go from there, and then next turn try to do the thing, but...
All right. Card draw spell is desperation play. Tainted Indulgence, draw 2, discard 1.
Yeah, especially because you're discarding your giant thing before the possible ending, so... Now, the one thing that you can do is you can go... discard an Atraxa here, which I believe we saw Andrew draw. Play a land, a black source. It has to be a black source. You go to ending the Relic in response to the sacrifice. Then you can Gorios. But all that does is connect for 7, and then you don't have mana to ephemerate it. That trick is strong. If Andrew had 1 more mana, then he could really piece together something.
Yeah, that would require a Solitude, some free interaction of some kind to not die.
Yeah.
All right, so Andrew working it through. Indulgence is happening. Of course, obviously there aren't, 6 or whatever types necessary to not discard the card.
Yeah.
The weird, supposed to be an upside, actually a drawback in this deck.
It really is.
And Andrew working through it. Raja looking to force a Game 3. Raja wants to go to the finals, wants this trophy, wants that $10,000. Discard the Atraxa. All right. Might be looking at the play you were describing, Corey.
Okay. Now we'll see how patient Raja gets with... exiling this Atraxa. If it's in the graveyard, no matter what, you feel a little scared.
All right, so ending going to go on the Frog, tapping Andrew out. So that does get rid of the Frog.
Okay.
But there's still the Relic, still 8 power in play, Overlord picking up cards. We'll see a card of Andrew's choice to exile, and then not popping the Relic.
Love it. Love that play. I feel like you always just... A lot of people get kind of trigger happy when it comes to that. You're just like, I see the one creature, exile it, get it out of there. That's exactly what Andrew wants. Leaving a Relic in play and having to constantly play around it is much harder than having to refuel, get another creature into the yard, and bring it back. So nice patience from Raja. I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, really covering his bases here. So
yeah.
Goes into the turn. We're going to see a fetch for the 5th mana for Raja. 8 power in play. Andrew is at 10. Andrew has not really shown, Solitude anything of that nature. Could have drawn out the Indulgence, perhaps, and we could be waiting for the combat step for that one. But looks like Raja might be clear for takeoff here.
Looks like it. Looking very strong for him for sure.
All right, tapping 3. And the follow-up is Ketramos. Obviously the powerful god creature. And then there goes the relic saying, get rid of 1, I'm drawing a card.
Yeah.
1 life, 1 card for Raja.
And now just trying to find one more piece of interaction. The relic alone is solid. You know, you're already ready to go. I will say, you know, as great of the line of holding the relic for later is, you know, Andrew does open up the line of, like, let's say, he never draws another large creature, right? And, you know, if you pop the relic now, well, you never drew another large creature, you're not bringing one back. But now, with how it's set up, you can do that prismatic ending on the relic. If it gets popped then in response, Goryo's Vengeance. So now it's not absolutely free to let this Atraxa hang out, but you're kind of playing around, you know, a couple different avenues that Andrew could have.
All right, so Overlord goes off. Raja looking for a card. 8 damage across. Did Raja pick a card up?
I think he did. I don't know. It was so dark I couldn't see.
Yeah, but lights are back on. Let
Yeah.
there be light. And with Andrew down to 2, the relic is in play. Raja looking quite good here to force a game 3.
And I think Raja was very much considering exactly that. Like, do I need to get rid of this Atraxa? But then if Andrew would just go Tainted Indulgence, discard, bring back Atraxa, attack, land 5, ephemerate it, it would be a train wreck for him. So this forces Raja to have 2 things.
Here we go. Here's the dance. So we see ending on the relic, forcing Raja to action. Now, pretty hard to not pop the relic here. So
Yep.
we do see a couple solitudes there in hand for
Yeah.
Raja. So Raja does have a pretty full hand here, having drawn a lot of cards. Overlords were triggered 3 or 4 times already. So a lot going on.
And it is a fine dance here. Even with this, you know, we're going to see the Goryo's Vengeance, and then does Raja interact, you know, immediately to try to ephemerate before Atraxa could find ephemerate?
All right, so there's the Vengeance. So here's your play, Corey.
Yep.
This gets set up, and of course the relic does exile itself as part of the cost. He can't just exile it again or activate it again. So
Yep.
here's Atraxa looking to go to the finals. Let's see if he's top 10 cards. Still has a mana up for ephemerate.
And now he has to also consider, do I Solitude it now? But if Andrew already has an ephemerate, it's a train wreck. So yeah, if there was no other gigantic creature from Andrew, Raja, and I won't say made a misplay because it's a situational spot. You know, like you're playing around one thing versus another thing. So, you know, you can look back on it and be like, oh, I should have done that, but Andrew could have, you know, done Y when he zigged from X kind of thing.
It's important to note that the ending is still on the stack.
It is.
So there's a little bit of a timing thing here as far as playing a land or a sorcery speed thing. So we see Teferi Time Raveler, get an Indulgence, a couple Solitudes, Frog, Subtlety, and lands. So it looks like we've got piles here. Piles of lands, piles of creatures, 1 Planeswalker, 1 Indulgence. So we're going to see, it looks like a Godless Shrine and a Solitude. Okay, so no Ephemerate.
No Ephemerate, so it could either already be in hand or it's just not there. And now Raja has another decision to make. Do you take 7, go to wait for the Ephemerate, and then if it is there, then exile, which is the play I think I like more? Who cares about the life? You know, you just got to accept that this game's going to go longer. You know, that's what I would be doing. Or you go the high-risk play, exile it now. Andrew still gets 7 life. So Raja still, you know, can't produce lethal. Yeah, because it'll go up to 9. And that's the big choice and could be the tournament-ending decision here from Raja.
All right, so we see the stack's going to clear. We still have that relic on the stack, still have the ending on the stack. And now we are seeing if we can go into combat here.
Yep, and I think this is the play you have to do. You just have to, you know, take 7, and then the card just goes away. So Andrew basically goes to 9 no matter what. But you get to react to Andrew's Ephemerate instead of the other way around.
All right, so great patience from Raja here. And I don't think we're in combat just yet. So Andrew figuring out how to navigate. We're back in the main phase. Stack is empty. Atraxa is in play. It will go away. It is not a permanent Atraxa. And really figuring out how best to navigate this. Both players posturing, both players, you know, really trying to find the exact right timing windows. Don't want to let anything slip through.
Yeah, and with the Ketramos in play, and now that that's online, with just 7 damage, this is lethal. Oh, man, this could go so wrong if Andrew has the Ephemerate.
Well, Raja had 2 Solitudes in hand, right?
I don't know. I didn't see it for sure.
I'm pretty sure I saw 2 Solitudes. I don't know if there's 2 white cards to go with it, though. 'Cause
Okay.
if there is multiple Solitudes, then it's pretty
Easy. Then,
pretty good to go, right?
well, Raja would have for sure done that with the Atraxa trigger on the stack if that was the case, because there can only be 1 Ephemerate.
Okay.
And you limit the chances of there being Plains Ephemerate, where Andrew could play that land before Raja could interact.
Okay. All right, so we see Solitude, Pitch Phelia. Does Andrew have the Ephemerate? That's a big question.
If not, we're probably going to game 3. That looks like the face of a man who does not have it. Oh! Oh, also, is that a hedge maze?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
How about Consigned to Memory? So we're going to be trying to stifle this Solitude Swords of Plowshares trigger.
Much worse than Ephemerate for what it's worth.
Absolutely. So the Atraxa will not stay around, but it will get him for an attack. That being said, Raja still got lethal, right?
Raja still has lethal, yep.
Ketramos is a creature now.
Yeah, 12 damage, so now Andrew will have to have a Solitude. I was kind of figuring out the rest of the game. I didn't see exactly what 4 cards were brought back. Was Solitude one of them?
I think so. It was so long ago at this point.
Yeah.
There were a pile of creatures. I remember that much.
Yeah, and consigns on the trigger, so Raja could have had an Ephemerate. Man, it's crazy how much of an impact Ephemerate has.
Yeah, it swings the game hugely. So
Yep.
here's Atraxa, in for 7, gain 7. However, that Atraxa is not long for this world. Here's the Godless Shrine, untapped.
Okay. And you got to think if there was an Ephemerate, that land would have been put into play untapped before we attacked.
Wow.
I am kind of blown away here.
Holy moly. All right. Andrew throwing everyone for a loop. Here's the Ephemerate. Does Raja have the second Solitude? That is the big question.
But here's the thing. If the second Solitude or Ephemerate was there from Raja, not playing that land would have just been absolutely detrimental. So that was a strange play to me there from Andrew. But still looking great for him. Now he has a chance to survive next turn.
All right. A lot of pressure on his Ephemerate. It seems hard to think that if Raja had a Solitude here that we would not just Solitude.
Yeah, because, I mean, the game wouldn't be over, but there wouldn't be an Atraxa, you know,
Right.
so.
All right, so there it is.
Wow.
So,
And an Ephemerate?
so
wow.
that's the cost. So not wanting to lose the Ephemerate. So Ephemerate is now gone. Solitude is coming in, trying to take out Atraxa here for the multitude of times this turn. There goes Atraxa. All right, so finally gone. A bunch of life for Andrew. Both hands just got cleared out. An absolutely crazy turn.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was a very tough turn to navigate from both players. And now Raja's going to be able to crack back, put Andrew back down to 2, gain 4 life as well to be able to go up to 9 and get out of range of a next possible Atraxa coming down.
We're not done yet, Corey. This turn has it all. All right. Solitude again. Goodbye, Overlord. 5 life for Raja.
Storm count 15.
And late to dinner going to the exile zone. Dinner's canceled.
Dinner is canceled.
All right. Back Raja's way. Now, that was a crazy turn.
That was wild.
However, Raja still has a Ketramos, still has a Flicker Wisp, still has a bunch of cards in hand. And now we're going to see what Andrew's working with here with the Thoughtseize on Raja's side. It's a Fairy Psychic Frog and 2 Indulgence.
That's a good hand.
That's a pretty good hand.
And now Raja still does conveniently have a 2-turn clock. So things have to be dealt with. So if Raja's trying to close this game out quickly, if he has an answer to either Frog or to Fairy, Negate style effect or Fatal Push style of effect, you're taking the other one. And you're going to allow Andrew to draw some cards, try to find something, because especially with 2 of them already, you can't completely take away that effect anyways.
All right, there goes to Fairy. So Frog and 2 Indulgence. Those 2 Indulgence are pretty exciting. You just draw Guros and a big creature, discard the big creature, and we're off to the races. But
Yep.
All right, so Teferi's gone. Raja has more to do here, it looks like. Before combat, tap in 2. And we've got another Psychic Frog.
Okay.
All right. Gonna go for the draw here on Ketramos, exiling 3 cards in the graveyard. Gonna draw a card, lose life. Maybe yes, maybe no. Little pump fake.
And we're getting close to those 5 different mana values in the graveyard where Tainted Indulgence is just the draw 2. I believe that's 4, 1, 5, and 3. So if we get a land, it would just be 2 mana draw 2.
I think we have a 1, a 1, a 1, a 5, and a 3, right? We have. It's an ending.
Oh, I think it's just a. Oh, is it an ending, not a late for dinner? Okay, gotcha.
All right, so Raja thought about this combo here. Now, the combo, if you're unfamiliar with Psychic Frog combo and the Catch combo, how does that work?
Yeah, if you just beef up the frog and then start exiling cards from the graveyard, you get to draw a card and then just, lose a life. And you can kind of do that as many times as you want during your turn. There is a cost because, well, you conveniently went down to 7, where now Atraxa, Gristlebrand could come in, but, you don't have the Gristlebrand, you don't have the Atraxa, you don't have the Goryo's Vengeance, so a lot has to have. Touche. All
right, so big attack coming in, attack for 7. Andrew down to 7, and Andrew's got a lot of looks here. 2 Tainted Indulgence, and of course this deck has the really powerful A+B potential of just you put it together.
Yeah. And, I mean, both players have just used so many resources in that last turn alone that, if Raja doesn't have an answer here, I would not be shocked.
Gristlebrand,
that was another black card. No. Oh, but wait, is the Tainted Indulgence is the 2, but you still discard the 1 card, and now you don't discard anymore for the second one.
All right.
Oh?
I don't know what that is.
That's Goryo's Vengeance.
Oh, my God.
That was Goryo's Vengeance and Gristlebrand from Tainted Indulgence.
You can't thought seize the top of the deck.
And there's no cards to make Frog fly unless you can discard more. Okay,
wow.
All right.
Unbelievable Tainted Indulgence.
Okay, Raja was not at 7 at the end. They haven't updated the life, so this is not just lethal. Still, I mean, incredible sequence there. The best Tainted Indulgence I've ever seen.
Not even close. Gristlebrand's in play, and now Andrew needs to decide, how deep do I want to go? How many cards should Andrew draw?
God, that's the problem. It's like you activate it once, you're dead next turn, without finding something to interact with. So,
all right, here we go. 7 life paid, 7 cards in the way.
There's a Solitude and an Ephemerate.
Oh man. When this deck goes, it goes.
Oh, Gristlebrand. Just wreaking havoc in a feature match. For decades.
You can see Raja, too. I mean, whenever you thought he's your opponent and things look pretty clear, you got to be feeling good. And,
Raja set it up so well.
Yeah.
And, you just you can't take one of those Tainted Indulgences, because there's already another one, So I love taking the Teferi. The percentage that I think Andrew was going to be able to put a big creature into play had to have just been so low.
Not low enough.
Never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the odds, C3PO. All right, so Ephemerate is here on Gristlebrand. Gristlebrand is here to stay. We're to see a Surveil land. We're to see a card go to the bin. And passing back. Wow.
Unbelievable. All that being said, now this Gristlebrand needs to be dealt with. If it does, Raja has lethal. That being said, I believe I saw that Solitude, so you can interact as well. And we'll see if there's any proactive Solitude to prevent any Psychic Frog, discard, exile, card advantage kind of thing. And it looks like no.
All right, back Raja's way. Have to deal with the demon. This demon is standing between Raja in Game 3, between Raja and the finals. We're reaching over here and grabbing some stuff, making things are okay. Everything looks good. Okay. Big spot. And the ways that kill Gristlebrand in this deck it's just Solitude, right?
Yeah, I think it is just Solitude. You can blink it out, with a Flicker Wisp. That's about it. That would probably be the best thing as you present lethal. But with the Solitude from Andrew, we almost assuredly have another white card since we just discarded 2 cards to hand size. And this looks like, to me, desperation, discard 2 cards to Frog, exile a card from your graveyard, and hope there's an answer on top.
All right, here it comes. We got a card coming for Raja, a life gone. Raja getting real low here. Okay. Raja, what are you going to do? How are you going to get out of this?
Feels like desperation to me. The next challenger waiting in the wings of the Raja's camera there.
I like that. Nothing like sizing up your potential finals opponent. All right, Grizzlebrand is here. Grizzlebrand, kind of falling out of favor a little bit for Atraxa. Good to see him back in action.
What a match. Just been 2 games so far, but this has been incredible.
All right, so looks like just Ketchum's getting frisky. Does have Menace. Maybe not. You can tell when a player's in trouble.
No, it does have Menace.
Yeah, but
You said it has Menace, maybe not. Never mind.
No.
Okay, all right.
maybe not. Maybe that was for the attack.
I'll see myself out. Okay.
You can tell when a player is really looking for an answer. Attack, untap, my attack,
Yeah.
my not attacking. What can I do to get out of it? So the Gatteros gets in. It does deal damage, so gain a little life. Andrew down to 3. Raja to 7. But Andrew's getting to untap here. Grizzlebrand and Ephemerate.
One thing that I think Raja could have a nice play to is if we attack with this Grizzlebrand, normally you're like, this is going to guarantee me some life. If Raja were to do something like, block with Flicker Wisp, Solitude his own Flicker Wisp, Ephemerate his own Flicker Wisp, prevent the life gain from Andrew, that's something I'd be very aware of from Andrew and, leave this back if maybe you can't beat that style of plan.
There's a lot of stuff in play for Raja.
Yeah.
3 life with 4 creatures in play. Grizzlebrand's lifelink is a lot, but there's a lot of power going on. So, back Andrew's way. Andrew still has that Frog in hand as well as an Indulgence, so still has a number of things to do.
And I think a Solitude, and so the Solitude on Flicker Wisp, while it looks pretty good, clears out the way, it is, it still does get Raja up to, not dead to this Grizzlebrand.
All right, here comes Big Daddy Grizzlebrand coming in the red zone. Raja got a block.
Oh, and just sends it to the yard. No way to flicker it out.
All right, so there's life for Andrew. Now up to 10. Life, obviously, a very important resource in your Grizzlebrand in play. All right, now Andrew has to decide how deep he wants to go. Is there any chance he pays 7 life here?
I think Raja is hoping that Andrew pays 7 life because that means that Andrew does not have this board contained already. If Andrew doesn't, I'm feeling like I can't win this game. Because it's already there. You have plenty of answers. You have plenty of things to do already.
All right. Get a Plains. 7 mana available. Mana, card draw. Like you said, this back door, if I want it, I got 7 cards waiting in the wings.
I still can't believe that Tainted Indulgence was Grizzlebrand and Goryo's Vengeance.
Absolutely crazy. All right. Just going to play a Psychic Frog. Very modest.
Frog and have the ability to jump it, make it very large to block Raja's threats, and this looks like a Solitude to clean up one of the other threats as well.
All right, so pretty straightforward turn here. Nothing too tricky. Just here's my stuff. I'm going to get rid of your stuff. And now we see Andrew at 9, Raja at 11.
If Raja had just a larger amount of cards in graveyard, it could be possible to clear out the Frog, jump both of them, boost them up and maybe piece together something, but Raja is just so short on resources that play does not seem possible.
It's not a common sight, honestly. You've seen this Blink deck just often have a handful of cards.
I haven't seen Raja with less than 5 cards in his hand all weekend.
Yep. All right, so Raja piecing it together. We've had an unbelievably swingy game here. Back and forth. There's an advantage bar. It will probably be broken.
And I think Raja can look back on that one turn where I was talking about that, relic play. Do you do it proactively? Do you wait? Like, the way the game played out, it might have been better to do it immediately, but I still think it was the better play. But when you lose a spot like that and there's something you could have done, you always look back and think maybe I screwed up, although I don't think it really was a misplay.
All right, so we see Impended Overlord, Flicker Wisp or Flicker Wisp, your choice.
Okay.
That is castable.
Flicker Wisp can blink out the Psychic Frog, and you already have enough cards to jump one of them. If we have 2 more cards, we can jump both of them. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, so we would need 4 cards in hand, which I'm just guessing Raja doesn't have right now, but we'll see.
All right, so going to jump the larger frog into the air. Nope, never mind, just kidding.
It was a jump. It landed back.
Yeah. It was a hop.
Yeah.
A very small hop. Like when my 2-year-old wanted to start jumping, he would kind of, and his feet wouldn't leave the ground. He thought he jumped though, kind of like that.
Yeah. Still got to boost him up.
Yeah. All right, so slide that Overlord over. It is not currently a creature, not part of his combat math equation. And really deciding how to use this Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, and it's like if you Flicker Wisp your own Overlord, that play has looked amazing throughout the weekend. It looks a lot worse when you have the great Grand Gristlefather on the other side.
Grizzle Papa. Man. And there's like the potential of like, if a frog gets in, what can it draw? There's so many possible elements. So here's Flicker Wisp.
And we're starting to get into territory where if you're chump block,
Oh, boy.
I mean, that could just be it.
Subtlety on the Flicker Wisp. That's going to remove this blocker. That is a major, major play. And there it is. There's the handshake. Andrew Bailey, unbelievable comebacks. That Tainted Indulgence was out of this world. Thoughtseas, not good enough. Those top few cards are what Andrew needed. Unbelievable. Both games,
Yeah.
Andrew looked like, even on the pregame, we see all these Graveyard Hate cards. We're like, oh, wow. And then in both games, Andrew was kind of behind. All of a sudden, pow, we're off to the races.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I think even with that, like, relic play from Raja, going in that one direction, even if he did, the play, sacrifice it proactively, that Tainted Indulgence still could have done that thing.
Right.
And, still would have yielded the win. Really incredible game. Well played by both players.
Yeah, very, very well
So
played.
good.
Of course, Raja, a phenomenal player. We'll see Raja again, no problem there. And we will definitely see Andrew again in the finals here. We've got our final matchup all set up. It's going to be an awesome one. So don't go nowhere. I'll be right back with the finals. Get your popcorn and get ready to rock and roll. Welcome back to Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. If you've been here for a bit, you know what's up. We're going to the finals. If you're just tuning in, you picked a good time. It's
No, you were late if you just tuned in. You need to go back a match for sure if you're late.
That is very, very fair. Honestly, watch the whole thing on YouTube. It always goes up. Make sure you watch the VOD. Check out the whole tournament. But we got a great finals lined up.
Yeah. I mean, if it tops that, I will be mind blown because that was incredible.
Well, I think we can top it.
I think we can do it.
I think we can top
absolutely.
it. So we got a finals coming up real fast while we're getting ready. Let's look at the bracket and see how we got here. So last time we just saw Andrew Bailey take down Raja Suleiman in an unbelievable match. Match of a tournament so far, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was so incredible to watch. As I was walking to the bathroom as well, I ran into Andrew, and I was like, yeah, maybe frame that tainted indulgence, huh? And he just busted out laughing. It was hilarious.
And on the other side, we saw Hunter Oven take out Justin Shable. Gruul Brute Scale, maybe not the most popular deck in this tournament, but one of the really cool kind of breakout decks.
Yeah, and as far as it goes with like the Eldrazi ramp decks versus the Gruul Brood Scale stuff, I mean, just a dominant performance percentage-wise from Brood Scale compared to Eldrazi ramp too. So, hey, there might be a new Emrakul in town.
Good old Emrakul. All right, so let's see what they're playing for here. Right? They're going to the Pro Tour. All right, all top 8 players get a Pro Tour invite, but those are the big bucks.
I mean, they're playing for $5,000 and something you cannot place a dollar amount on. Being able to have the opportunity to consult on a secret layer, whether it be large or small, that's something you can look back on when you're old and gray and think like, hey, I helped design that. My likeness is on this. Something like that makes that prize truly priceless.
A piece of Magic history.
Yeah.
All right, so let's pop into the deck list and see one last time what these players are working with and rock and roll. We're going to start with Hunter's deck here. Gruul Brood Scale, I love this deck, Corey.
I love it too. We just saw Hunter win in about 12 minutes flat here in this last round over Is It Prowess. Trying to just really go big with the combo of Brood Scale and Blade of the Blood Chiefs to be able to make a infinitely large creature, or do the Eldrazi thing. Try to go really big there and put an Emrakul, the Promise End, into play.
And then on Andrew's side, we just saw Andrew, Esper Reanimator, Grizzlebrand, and Atraxa not shy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the best 2 cards to draw in the history of the game, it seems. Tainted Indulgence into those Goria's Vengeance and Grizzlebrand. That's what the name of the game is all about, trying to bring back one of these gigantic creatures and ephemerate it, so then you get to keep it around and get that value going forever. And then you got Psychic Frog, one of the best creatures of all time played, and this is probably the best Psychic Frog deck out of all of them, as you get to utilize being able to discard, get cards into the yard, as well as drawing some stuff to be able to find the rest of your combo.
And not without innovation either. Of course, Late to Dinner, a card that I didn't even know existed.
Neither did I.
Until about an hour and a half ago.
Yep.
Innovation all around, which is really, really great to see. So,
yeah, Zombify really got a boost there, huh?
I know, right? Get that food. So let's hop down to our feature match area one last time. Let's crown a champion. Let's do it. All right, so you're coming down into both players on 6 cards. Hunter Ovington on the top, Gruul Brood Scale on the play, Andrew Bailey on the bottom, Esper Reanimator on the bottom. And what do you think your matchup was?
Andrew loves it.
Okay.
Andrew feels really good about this. He thinks it's a lot better than just the traditional ramp. The traditional Eldrazi ramp, just because he's good at dealing with those creatures. So has pest control to deal with all the small ball stuff, the constructs, that kind of thing, and then still has this over-the-top Reanimator package that, well, Hunter doesn't react to with, doesn't have the answers to that easily. There are the K commands that you can exile cards from the yard, but overall, good matchup for Andrew.
All right, so he's a turn to Eldrazi Temple, the key land in Hunter's deck, casting a Fleshraker. Going to try and get that damage going. Card does kill very, very fast. Andrew's Surveillance did not reveal a Grizzlebrand. Bummer.
Man, Andrew has just been not lucky at all.
So unlucky. Pluto Delta, pass the turn back to Hunter. And let's see what Hunter can cook up here. These middle turns are Hunter's kind of proving grounds, right? A lot of possible big splashy plays.
Absolutely. And we saw both of these players kind of have that, fantastic draw. If you guys can still remember the Vexing Bauble, that was about an hour and a half ago that, was revealed off the Rumble, ended up being completely game-breaking. So, you know what? When it comes to a tournament like this, you got to play well. You got to get lucky at some spots. Things have to line up to win an event of this scale, All
right, we see a Rumble. We see K-Command, Land, and Brood Scale go to the bin. Land for Hunter. Foothill's going to go right to the bin as well, fetch up a Stomping Ground. So Hunter looking for the mana here. We get a Scion, a little bit of damage. And we're going to put things back together here. And we're just adding up a little bit of damage. Get things all shuffled up.
Yep. Players playing a little quick there. You know, it's been a long time. You feel the pressure of the finals. You literally see the pressure around you as it's kind of like a barren wasteland towards the end of a tournament where just cranes are afoot. You know, everything's getting packed up. So you feel the pressure in a lot of ways when it comes to the end of a tournament like this.
The only players with the right to still be here.
Yes, you're literally kicked out if you're not a part of the event this late in the tournament.
All right, so Stomping Ground untapped. Going to go for the Blade of the Blood Chief.
Okay.
This is a key part of the combo with the Brute Scale. Now, notably, Hunter put a Brute Scale in the graveyard.
Yes.
So chose a land over the Brute Scale.
Needed the mana, maybe already has it. It was a pretty quick thought. So you got to think, if I'm Andrew, I'm thinking, well, a couple of things could be going on. One, you're just kind of playing quickly. Number two, if you're not even going to look and attempt to grab that card, I would put Hunter on already having one in hand.
All right, so we see, is this a passive a turn from Hunter here? Was there no attack on this Glaring Fleshraker? Why would there be no attack?
I don't.
Yeah, there's no flash creatures to block with here.
No. Yep. There should have been an attack. Yep. I mean, the only thing it could have been is Solitude Ephemerate it, and Solitude the Eldrazi's, and then you get to block. But, you know, even that play just doesn't make sense. So.
Okay. So maybe a little more combo focused on Hunter's side?
Yeah. Or just, I mean, more than likely, just a small misstep that, you know, you hope doesn't bite you type thing.
A little smile from Hunter there. That might be the case.
Yeah.
All right, so we see a Surveil again. Surveil lands phenomenal in Andrew's deck. Always the fear of hitting that large creature. Not going to keep it on top, though.
It's just when a sports team wins a playoff series so early and you have so much time to wait until your next playoff things, you get a little rusty. And Hunter won so long ago, maybe that's the case.
All right, so Pest Control.
Whoa.
Mop it up. Wow. That is awesome. So kills the Blade, kills the Scions, and takes a lot of the pressure off the board.
That's a one-of as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, sometimes it's just your day. All right.
But the best permanent is still in play for Hunter, for what it's worth. Glaring Fleshraker is still by far the strongest card out of all four of those permanents.
All right, so we see a Fleshraker number 2. They do stack pretty darn well.
They absolutely do.
Scion's in, 2 points of damage, another Scion, and they each trigger off of each other.
Yep.
And it can go pretty crazy pretty quick. Sack a Scion. Sack a Scion. Writhing Chrysalis.
My goodness.
Okay.
So that's 10 damage, right? Because you have the Chrysalis, you get 2 from the Chrysalis, you get 2 from casting this card. They each trigger twice. That is 10 damage just straight up upstairs. And, man, so that's Andrew down to 5. Andrew should be at 3 with the attack.
All right, well, now we see the attack. Life Total dropping, down to 3.
So if there's just one colorless thing, you know, that would be game right here if that attack was missed. But looked like there wasn't one in the first place. So this is Andrew's turn. You got to do something big.
Yeah, and as we were saying about a minute and a half ago, a surprising amount of damage from these Fleshrakers.
Yes.
And this is a really good draft deck the Hunter's got here.
No kidding. Absolutely. Looks like Gruul Eldrazi was open.
All right, wow. A very impressive game there from Hunter, despite getting Pest Control. You know, that Pest Control looked phenomenal, but Hunter says, no problem. I'm going to rake some flesh.
Hunter is speed running this top 8. He was the first one done in the top 8. I didn't see exactly how it went as we weren't calling that one, but that was our main feature in the top 8. It was the first one done. In the top 4, I mean, we saw what happened there. That was 20 minutes, and yeah, that game was 4 minutes long.
Hunter has a flight to catch.
I guess so.
All right, so on Andrew's side here, let's look at our sideboard here to try and stop that from happening again. 1 Ashtok Gerrymender, 4 Consigned Memory, seems a little bit important. 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 more Pest Control, 2 Subtlety, 1 Teferi, 1 Thoughts. These are Wrath of the Skies. I got to mention Consigned Memory is the card here.
Consign, I bet we see Wrath of the Skies to be able to deal with the Urza Saga. Remember, that does still blow up that, as well as the Constructs, the Scions, all that kind of things. Pest Control still looks great there, even though, you know, we kind of lost immediately after we cast it. So Pest Control, Wrath of the Skies, Consign looks good to me from Andrew.
With so many cards coming in, is Andrew going to dilute the combo a little bit here? Trying to play a little more control, or?
You know, it is tough because you can't take out too many cards. You probably just take out some of your not amazing enablers like Otherworldly Gaze, Late to Dinner. Prismatic Ending doesn't look amazing to me, although it still looks perfectly fine. But yeah, that's the cost. You got to not take out too much. Still got to have your deck function.
All right, and then on Hunter's side, we see a sideboard of 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 1 Gemstone Caverns, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pithy Needle, 3 Pyroclasm, 3 Thief of Existence, and 1 Vexing Bauble.
The nice thing about these Urza Saga's deck is if you bring in 1 Grafdigger's Cage, which looks phenomenal against the Reanimator deck, you actually get 5 of them with the Urza Saga's interaction there, so I'm slam dunking that one into play. Outside of that, I'm probably down to bring in Dismember to maybe deal with Frogs, although that is not super strong. Not an absolute ton that I'm seeing from the Broodscale side.
All right, so let's take a quick second here while they're sideboarding, going over this list. Obviously, this is a very important match. Players are not going to be in any rush at all. And remind you all, you can sell your cards at StarCityGames.com.
Yeah.
Hop on over to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com on the internet. If you're ever at an event, welcome to the booth. They'd love to help you out, sell those cards. And you can get some cash. You got to pay your rent, whatever else it might be. But what else can you do, Corey?
I mean, you can just get some store credit, you know? I mean, if you just played against an Esper deck and the Tainted Indulgences looked so very good, you want to get rid of your Esper deck, you want to get a different Esper deck, let's rock it. Sell your cards. Go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com.
Get a little bonus there too, right? The 30% kickback
Well, 30%,
on that. Yep.
absolutely. That's the literal only way I've ever sold my cards to SCG, so I didn't even know there was another option, to be honest.
Very, very fair. So, what is the texture of these post-sideboard games going to look like? So we have kind of 2 combo decks that aren't all combo decks, right?
Yeah.
So they both can't be the combo deck. Is there one that's going to be a little more combo-y, one being a little more interactive? Who's thinking what role here?
I would think it is just going to be play draw. I think that's when you have to just look at, all right, I'm on the draw. I need to make sure I don't die, and then I can do my thing if you're in Hunter's spot. So trying to do anything possible to prevent Esper Reanimator from doing its thing. And then Andrew, I think, really wants to put the pressure on and try to, you know, really go for that draw that we haven't seen. The turn 3, Goryo's Vengeance, Ephemerate the giant creature, and then just have interaction up. I think that's what we're really going to be going for. But also, Hunter's draws. I think Hunter's ceiling is higher just because he can just get these hyper-aggressive starts like we saw against the Is It Prowess deck last round. So I think the onus is on Hunter. If he has the best possible draw he can have, I think it's his game to lose.
Sounds great. Yeah, we've seen Andrew on camera a lot. We have not seen the more typical, just like, oh yeah, turn 3 Goros, do my thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's been much more in a long game, grindy, setup, kill some stuff. So that is an element his deck has that we have not seen yet that is still definitely in the equation.
Yeah, and Hunter has not went for these long games at all. It has been the complete opposite from him the entire time.
All right, so these players take one last look at his open deck list, of course. So all the information is public and really, really important, in these high pressure situations to make sure you know all the cards in the deck, kind of make that mental note, make your checklist. How do you remember all these cards?
I don't. I just don't. I don't have a very good memory, so I'm always looking, when I look at an open deck list tournament, just what are the main cards I have to care about? Like if I'm the Reanimator deck, it's easier for Andrew, I think. You just look, how many ways can you interact with that? How many force negations, how many relics, how many ley lines, that kind of thing. And kind of the same for Hunter, except Hunter always has the same knowledge where you're playing against a blue deck, it's 4 consign. It's just every blue deck has 4 consign, so he knows what he's playing against basically every single game.
All right, so Andrew's going to look at the hand here. It's going face down. We got both players on the mulligan. And so with less resources, who's happier about this?
I would say Andrew. Because Hunter does need to piece together a lot of different things to make it work. Andrew can just have turn 2 Tainted Indulgence, 2 lands, discard 1 big thing. Goryo's Vengeance, you don't even need the 3rd land most of the time. And then you can find it off the thing. So Andrew's deck can function off a smaller hand count for sure. One thing I want to bring up, Jim, I'm just looking at our day 1 metagame, and you have to go down to the 13th most played deck to find one of the decks that are in the finals of our tournament right now. The other one is in the other category, which just leads to such a cool story, such a cool format that, yeah, Boros Energy didn't dominate, didn't even top 8. So I just think Modern is at a very, very healthy spot right now after Breach. As much as it pains me to say it, I think that was a very solid card to get out of the metagame.
Yes, Corey, you were the problem.
I knew it. I knew it.
All right, so players look at their 6-card hands here. Obviously, a big game for both players. Hunter, this could be the last game of the entire tournament for him. And Andrew trying to stop that. Wants to bring Game 3, wants to have a chance, take down that trophy, take down that $10,000, and leave here our Spotlight Series champion. All right. Looks like both players are bottoming. Andrew's all set. Hunter's picking out that card. Some hands are, the bottom card is obvious. Some hands, they are not.
Yes, absolutely.
Plenty of hands where you look at your hand and you say, man, this would be a great 7. But you take one piece out and it kind of crumbles.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see a Traxa there. I believe I saw Tainted Indulgence and a Consign in hand for Andrew.
It's a pretty good set of cards.
Pretty good. And, if you've been watching the last match, that Tainted Indulgence is going to find
whatever Andrew wants.
whatever he needs. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Hunter's really, really mauled this one over. And there it goes. Let's get started here. Game number 2 of the finals. Magic Spotlight Secret Lair.
First, I was like,
right, okay.
Hunter's going. I was like, did we say go? I mean, this Esper Reanimator deck, it's not out of the realm to not play a land and just say go because, well, if you're on the draw and you kept 7, you can just discard Gristlebrand or Atraxa. When you're on the play, that is not usually happening.
On the play, on a mulligan, that would be exceedingly bold.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
so it's just an MDFC tap dual land for Andrew. We see Hunter got a Stirrings here. Look like an Eldrazi Temple. End step, Otherworldly... upkeep Otherworldly Gaze. That is a tap land there. So
yeah.
Look at the top 3. Try and get things set up.
Now, this could be I don't have land 2 for Andrew. I think that's a hand I would still keep if I mulliganed already because Otherworldly Gaze, you get 4 looks at it. That's still pretty good.
All right, so some can go on top, some can go in the bin. And Andrew really planning this out. Got to plan out the next few turns.
Yep.
Really got to think about both A, what Andrew wants to do, and then B, what Hunter is capable of doing.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so looking at those 3. Tap line makes things a little awkward. Not on the smoothest draw here. Probably no turn 3 Atraxa.
You never know.
That is true. I mean, if it was an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand in these 3 cards, part of the allure of this deck is that you can play your kind of card filtering cards, and if you just dump the card, the big card in the graveyard while you're doing that, it's like a bonus.
Absolutely. It's getting your cake and get to eat it too, even if you are late for dinner.
Cake does sound great. All right. Ephemerate. So Ephemerate in the bin, 2 cards on top. Okay, that is a strong sign that Andrew likes going on here. We see it's App Land past turn.
Yeah, surveil land, but already knows we want to keep it on top. That's basically Chapter 2 of Fable and not discarding any cards.
And then Hunter going to play the Fleshbreaker once again on turn 2. We saw how much damage that card is capable of dealing. We do see no 3rd land for Andrew.
We sculpted it to just not have a second land, but hey, that's why we thought about it so much. So that does lead me to believe that we have Tainted Indulgence and Consign. So you get to just go, which one do I want? If there's nothing that needs to be consigned, then you can Tainted Indulge. Or I guess you can always just flash back the Otherworldly Gaze.
All right, so we see a naturally drawn needle here. We'll get word on what that needle is naming.
I think it's a drum.
Is that a drum? Oh,
yeah.
Secret Lair's got me.
They get you. They get you.
There we are.
Jim, if you love Secret Lair, I got a flash sale for you, okay?
Okay. All right, so there's a drum. Drum's looking great with these Scions and a Rumble. So kind of flying along here. And we see Kozilek's.
I believe that is
land.
the needle, though.
Oh, we're going so fast here.
I think that is a needle, the command, which you can't take, Writhing Chrysalis, and a land.
All right, Hunter's going to think this one through.
Needle does not seem amazing, though.
Yeah.
At all. Like, you can hit Frog or you can hit Gristlebrand. And that's it.
All right, Hunter's going to think it through. Fleshbreaker, every colorless card is some more damage. And we saw the Wrecking Ball that was Writhing Chrysalis in the last game.
Yeah.
With this Fleshbreaker. So, appealing. Appealing.
Yeah.
If Hunter has the rep, there's a drum in play. So, all right. Thinking it through. Again, you know, these are very important decisions at the literal pinnacle of the tournament. You know, so no need to rush here.
Yeah.
And we see the Scion come in from the Rumble, and it looks like the choice is going to be the Pithy Needle, all right?
Okay.
So take a point.
And that, you know, I mean, that deals with a percentage of the Goryo's Vengeance targets, or it deals with a full Frog. Frog's not here, so I assume you just hit Gristlebrand, but, you know, overall, not anything too exciting here.
Yeah, honestly, the Scion and some damage feels almost nicer than that. So
Yeah.
here's Needle.
1 mana shock.
Also ramping, too.
Yeah,
You know, these Scions they add up.
for sure. And, you know, Hunter could easily have been just doing the math, like, oh, if I do this, you know, and if you have Emrakul, you're always quietly counting your graveyard. You don't want to make it obvious, like, counting your graveyard like this to see how many types you're up to. But I would not be shocked if Hunter has Emrakul the Promised End ready to go for next turn with how much mana we already have.
All right, so here's the Indulgence. There's been no attack yet. The Tracker goes to the bin. The Needle is So Needle is we'll get word about what the Needle is naming. It is a Marsh Flats. Ooh. Now we're playing Magic.
Yes.
All right.
Hunter, I'm a fan.
But again, the Fleshraker stayed home.
Yeah, okay, we know what that card is from the last round.
Oh, boy.
It's Atraxa time.
All right. So Atraxa's coming in. 10 cards. No land drop yet. Pretty amusing that Marsh Flats is now not a possible white source.
Yeah.
All right. But there's
Flooded Strand.
no problem. Goyros, some frogs.
Pithing Needle's only enemy here. Flooded Strand.
All right, so there is no Ephemerate. We got Atraxa, a couple another Goyros, another Indulgence, and then a bunch of lands. So can set up for next turn, right? If you take the Indulgence and the Atraxa, and or the Goyros, whatever you might need.
Yeah, and could it also just have the Ephemerate? Let's see. I want to say I saw Solitude. There is an Ephemerate. Andrew does have one.
All right.
So that's an option. But, you know, Andrew also has a consign. So, you know, if you do Ephemerate the Atraxa, sure, you get to keep around a giant creature, but you could be really vulnerable to Emrakul. You know, Atraxa's not the worst to have against Emrakul because if you normally you force a 7/7 to attack into your 13/13, great. Death Touch, less great.
It doesn't come up very often that card is Death Touch, but that is a relevant spot.
Yeah, no kidding.
And now we're seeing if this Atraxa sticks, we're sort of cutting off part of Hunter's deck, right? This sort of like aggro Fleshraker part stops being appealing, but there's still a combo half and the ramp half available.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Goyros, Atraxa, and Flooded Strand are the choices from the Atraxa off Goyros. Here's the Flooded Strand. I imagine we'll see an attack. There you go. 7 damage, 7 life. Big life swing. Fleshraker not looking as good this game as it did last game. And now the question is, will Atraxa stay in play or manage to stay up?
And that's the thing. If you just found another Goryo's Vengeance and an Atraxa, you could maybe even just discard the hand size here. Put 2 Atraxas into the yard. I mean, I guess one of them is going to exile, but here's Andrew's awareness of Emrakul. What's the count? And this is always smart. You always want to see, is it possible if my opponent can Emrakul me next turn? And basically you have to do your math. If your opponent's at 11 on the battlefield, it's possible because there's so many lands that produce 2 mana.
All right, big spot for Andrew. And you said, is Ephemerate in hand or no?
Ephemerate was, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So, crack the Flooded Strand. Looks like the Ephemerate route. And now there are, of course, obviously the pitch spells in the deck as well. So even if Andrew's tapped out, there are ways to interact and do things.
Yeah, this deck used to really pop off when you could also get grief. You know, like when you go up to 13 cards, you get to grief them twice and Solitude something and then still just be like, all right, I have 7 cards. You know, it just felt so incredibly powerful.
We don't talk about those days.
Yeah.
Grief is, did not like getting griefed.
I mean, there was still a pesky bird that was around that was a little better, too.
That is true. All right. As the Hallowed Fountain, untapped. And we are peeking at the sideboard here.
How many of X did I leave in is what that is.
Yep. You know, when you are seeing 10 cards at a time, knowing if you have 2 or 3 of it out for something is very important. So here's the Ephemerate. Hunter can do nothing but stand by and watch as Atraxa goes off again, this time permanently on the battlefield. 10 cards coming. And we got a couple lands in the window.
There's a Solitude.
Consign.
So no matter what, the Fleshraker's gone. More than likely you're going to want to just deal with that. I guess there is some consideration because if Emrakul is possible, I'll do that math in a second, then maybe you want to save Solitude where you can actually Solitude Emrakul before you untap, and then you can also exile a white card that could be problematic for your opponent to cast. When you're controlling your turn, you could get rid of like 2 Solitudes. So Andrew, being controlled by Hunter, couldn't Solitude his own Atraxa. That's confusing when you're talking about your opponent controlling your turn.
I've actually always liked the flavor of Emrakul, though.
I love it.
The way you need to play when you know Emrakul is coming is so chaotic
Yes.
and bizarre, where you're just like killing your own things and like just doing it so they can't really wreck you.
Yeah.
That's just a cool feeling. I don't know. It's a cool game design moment.
It really is fun.
All right, so we're going to see Solitude right now. We're going to see ending hit the exile zone. Goodbye, Fleshraker. 2 life for Hunter. And not much of a consolation prize.
A couple life. All right, so now we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 mana on the battlefield, and then whatever we have in the graveyard plus a land drop. So I can't see exactly what we have there, but it's definitely possible.
Land sorcery. I agree that it sounds like Emrakul is castable.
Okay.
There's Cavern of Souls.
So that's 9. I believe there was a K command as well, so that's 10, 11. Land is 12. Yeah, so we are there. We are fully there for Emrakul. Oh, yeah.
Here's
Oh,
the count.
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The end is promised.
It's Emrakul time.
So I want to say Andrew had a Solitude, which is cool, but not amazing. But solituding that, or subtlety, excuse me, not a Solitude. Had a Subtlety if that was hanging around. You could at least put it on top. It makes it a little tricky to cast again, if I saw that correctly. Looks like I did not.
All right, Emrakul, the promised end. Cast trigger. I take your next turn, and then you get an extra turn after that. Here's Solitude.
Huge.
You got some heavy hitters in the finals here, right? The Atraxa versus Emrakul battle.
Yeah. Now it'll be interesting. Does Andrew ephemerate the Atraxa? I mean, almost assuredly, because you can just find more ways to kill Atraxa, and you don't have to take all the cards. I believe that's how it works.
Yep. All right. Oh, man.
My favorite line from a testing team I've been on. I won't say exactly who the players were, but we're just thinking, okay, so what should I do here, during this I've taken your turn moment? And someone screamed over, hey, just play like you normally play, and that would do it as how bad you could possibly play a turn for Emrakul.
Making that joke with Mindslaver back in the day.
Yeah.
All right, so we see now we have Hunter taking control of Andrew's turn. So this turn is Hunter playing both sides. And Hunter gets to ephemerate the Atraxa. And the goal here is not to get more cards for Andrew. The goal here is to find cards that can really muck up the works. Make Andrew screw things up as much as possible.
Yeah.
So looking at an ephemerate. We got a Goyros. Is that an Indulgence, I believe, or is it a Frog? Can't tell.
I think that's a land in the middle, and then Pest Control, and then Gorios in the hand.
All right, so there's a Marsh Flats.
A textless Marsh Flats as it is shut down by the needle.
Remember, you don't have to take cards here. You do not have to hit all the requirements. You can take as many cards as you want. So Hunter are going to only choose the cards that benefit Hunter's plan of ruining Andrew's day.
And I think the biggest thing here is no Solitude. No Solitude to deal with Atraxa. So I'm not seeing a way to actually remove this Atraxa from the battlefield. Like, sure, you can waste some cards here. You can Wrath for 0. That would kill Cyan, I guess. You can not play land drops. You can do that kind of stuff. But I don't see the ability to do anything too crazy impactful against Andrew here. So this might not be the worst Emrakul here for Andrew.
Yeah, with Emrakul not actually in play, changes the math a lot. A lot of the power of Emrakul is it's this huge thing in play. They attack their best thing into it, and now they got to deal with this 13-13.
Yeah.
With it out of play and Atraxa already in play, that's a big game. So how about we just get some more cards?
Yeah, try to find Solitude. I think that's what Hunter really wants here, just to be able to deal with this Atraxa. Oh, a Frog is so good. You can discard your entire hand.
Oh, and Solitude. Okay.
Okay.
So here's a Solitude. And the Frog would leave the Frog in play large.
It would be very large.
So
yeah.
that is a possible concern.
You could also exile every card in the graveyard too, though, so you could just like chump block with Scions.
All right, so Delta, Solitude, Goyros. There's no way that Hunter could deck Andrew here, is there?
Oh.
She just keep going and ephemerating and drawing more cards. There's no way, right?
Oh, the one thing that could totally happen is we're at exactly 21. If you could get Gristlebrand into the yard,
A multiple
you
of
could,
7,
you
yep.
could pay exactly.
Wow, okay. Might be on our way to a ridiculous finish here for Hunter.
I don't see a way to do it though. We just don't have enough mana.
Yeah. Still ridiculous either way here. These Emrakul turns are always so ponderous, and a helpless feeling for Andrew. Just sitting back, you are literally not part of the game anymore.
Yeah.
For this turn, you might as well go to the bathroom. You can come back later. 'Cause that's it.
Oh man, that would have been the craziest ending to win a tournament. You pay 21 life from your opponent to exactly lose the game. Because if you're at 20, you cannot pay that last 7. That's correct, right?
Yep. You can only pay life that you have. So Solitude pitching Wrath of the Skies.
Okay.
That is going to target the Atraxa. Get out of here. Gain some life.
Up to 28.
Now, Hunter did choose a number of cards here. These lands didn't need to be chosen per se, but all right, we got.
How many mana values though? Is this just draw
Indulgence.
2? It's probably just draw 2, right?
Gotta take a look.
And if that's the case, then Hunter just helped out Andrew, right? No
Yeah.
reason to just draw 2 cards
1,
there.
2, 5, 0. That's it. 1, 2, 5, 0. So, all right, gotta discard the consign, and we're gonna play a Pluto Delta.
God, no more lands to fetch.
God, so unfortunate.
Dang it.
Yeah,
Really unlucky.
failed to find.
Or if that's 8 cards, you keep it and you discard another card to hand size.
Why were the extra cards taken then? There was a Goyros taken, a few lands taken.
And that's the thing is these are some of the hardest turns to play when you're trying to play as bad as possible. It really is. It's a gift to be able to play a turn horrifically.
All right, discard the Archaeologist and say go. But Hunter gave Andrew a number of cards there.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's coming back with a grip. He's not dead to Gristlebrand, so, I mean, hey, this could have been a lot worse for Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, and the big thing about Emrakul you kind of forget is that it's a time walk. So that turn went by, Andrew drew a card, but now Andrew gets a whole another turn here, another fresh draw, and then a full turn. It's not like a complete Mindslaver where they just lose their entire turn, you're right back to you.
Yeah.
So here's line number 4, and again, Andrew's hand's pretty gassed up.
Yeah. We had a lot of good stuff going on. And now there's Frog. There's, you can discard a Gristlebrand. Now, one play you can do with this Reanimator deck that we don't always see is at the end of Hunter's turn, you can discard Gristlebrand to Frog, Goryo's Vengeance it back, and you get to keep it.
Yep.
And you get to attack with it next turn and, completely pop off.
Yeah, it goes away at the beginning of the next end step. So.
Yeah.
All right, so Beseiju for Hunter, only 2 cards behind, and I got to say, as far as Emrakuls go, I have seen better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right. Oh, are we doing it again? Second chance at it.
All right, you know what? Second verse, same as the first. The promised end is once again here. So maybe that was the play. Maybe Hunter was setting up for the next Emrakul.
Yeah.
And wanted these resources for that.
And now one thing that you can do from Andrew's side is discard Gristlebrand before end step, bring it back so it gets discarded so that you can't just lose the game to the Gristlebrand activation.
All right, discard Marsh Flats.
There's nothing better than games with multiple Emrakul's The Promised End. It's just such a unique gameplay experience that we just never see, you know?
Was actually banned in Standard. It was very, very potent
During
there.
the Grapple of the Pass shenanigans, right?
Yep.
Like, oh, yeah, that was...
There's some Ironwork stuff going on there, too. But, all right, so I'm going to verify that the cost is proper. 13-13, Mama's home.
So I think the one thing for Andrew now is he has to, just protect himself as much as possible from, the problematic things. Oh. Okay, I mean, one thing he can still do is just discard Gristlebrand and give Frog Flying. Discard any card that is problematic to Andrew's game plan right now, and then exile him from the yard.
Yeah, Frog does give a definite measure of control over what Emrakul can do here.
And Andrew gets to control the draw step that Hunter gets to have from Andrew's draw step. Wow, if anybody is just listening to this game, they are very confused.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's doing a really good job navigating these Emrakuls. Now, the problem here is that there is no Solitude this time around.
Yeah.
So the last turn worked out so well because the Emrakul wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was just the effect. Now we're seeing the effect alongside the powerful 13-13 flyer, and that does change the math quite a bit.
It definitely does. So yeah, now Frog can get boosted up, discard the whole hand size, but attack into Emrakul.
Yeah, not that many cards in hand. Frog's very, very powerful, but 13's quite a bit.
Yeah.
So a couple discards. Oh.
Wait a minute.
No, we are just giving the cards. All right, so we got land, Gueros.
Wait, isn't Gristlebrand in the yard then?
I don't think there was a Grizzlebrand.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. He's going pretty fast, thinking that there might be something.
All right, so Rocket Fetch. And here's a Frog. That was off the Surveil off the Fetch.
Okay. So, I mean, the literal worst-case scenario here for Hunter is that Andrew ends the turn with 0 permanents in play, 0 cards in hand, and 0 cards in graveyard, as long as it's a denomination of 3. That's the best possible case for Andrew.
All right, discard the hand.
Yep.
And here you go, like you said. So
Must not be a Gristlebrand.
3 cards, 3 cards, 3 cards, 3 cards. Flying. A lot of hopping around here. And 3. And obviously leaving behind a land or 2, not the end of the world.
Yeah.
So, all right. That's all the cards eaten.
This Frog has 7 times flying.
Attack and a block. I love seeing one player play Magic by themselves. It's
Yes,
phenomenal.
yes.
I attack and I block. All right, so you are right. Andrew's down to stone nothing, but a Psychic Frog off the top. So we got Frog versus the world here. One lonely Frog, no cards in hand, no graveyard. Emrakul, here's a Brood Scale. Gonna evolve it and make that Scion. Here comes Emrakul, 13 damage.
Okay, 2-turn clock, but now Andrew does have the ability to draw 2 cards here with the Frog. I mean, I guess we can't even jump it more than likely, so this could be Hunter taking this down in the most amazing fashion ever. He 2-0'd the top 8, he 2-0'd the top 4 as well. Hunter maybe just 6-0's the top 8 here if he locks this up.
Hunter has a fight to catch. Got to get out of here.
Yeah,
Let's get things going here. All right, Andrew, trying to figure out what can Andrew get out. We've seen Andrew, behind the barrel of a gun here for a number of times. And
Not
really
this far behind.
Squeeze it out, but looking for a bit of a miracle here. I mean, Tainted Indulgence off the top,
Then that's game. Andrew wins. I mean, if it's Tainted Indulgence there, but I think it was a Plains.
Plains, not the most powerful.
And if there's a card under that Frog, you can at least discard, jump it, and I mean, I guess you could try to block it.
And that's it. Hunter Ovington takes it down in dramatic fashion. First Emrakul, not enough to get it done. But how about the second one? How about second Emrakul? So Hunter just blasting through this tournament, undefeated in the top 8. An unbelievable run with this really, really awesome deck. This deck is so cool.
That was so awesome. Emrakul is also one of my favorite cards of all time. I wish I had one on me. I would need to get that signed from Hunter. Bravo, buddy. I mean, that was incredible. Absolutely dominant performance from a deck that, we got our day 1 metagame here. It's not on there.
It's down there, yeah.
It's not on there. It is in the other category, and that means there are less than 12 copies of that deck played in the entire tournament. And, wow, he made it look incredibly, incredibly awesome.
This is a really cool deck, too.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't often see a ramp combo aggro deck.
Yeah.
The fact that the deck was able to do all 3 things, we didn't see much brute scaling going on.
No.
We saw some Emrakuls, saw some Flashbreaker kills, and I'm sure there were plenty of brute scale kills also. But having the versatility in a deck like that and be able to do all these different things and then tailor yourself to the matchup that you're playing. Want to play a longer game? Sure, I'll Emrakul you. I got to turn 3 you? I can do that too.
Yeah, I didn't see a single brood scale combo where the blade actually won besides when it strapped to that Haywire Might to just get a couple more points in. But yeah, just the beatdown plan. I mean, that deck really showcased 3 different ways to attack the metagame. The aggression, with Glaring Fleshraker, that's a heck of a card.
Yeah.
The actual combo with the Basking brood scale, as well as the ramp to Emrakul, which was by far my favorite plan, as that was just incredible. I'm basically speechless. That was so cool.
Awesome stuff. So let's go over our final bracket one last time. Of course, putting our champion, Hunter, at the top. We see, there you go. Hunter taking it down over Andrew. We can see Hunter, a perfect record right through. Oh, I'm sorry, 2-1. We had 2-1 in top 8. It wasn't actually a perfect run. So I guess 1 point off. Still gets the trophy, still gets the money. And congrats to all of our top 8 players.
And of course, there we go. Yeah, we're like, no, Andrew really did win that one. All right, he lost 1 game. Never mind. Forget everything I said.
So congrats to all of these players who all have punched their ticket to the Pro Tour. For some of them, it might be their first Pro Tour. For some, maybe it's their 10th or 20th, ever it might be. But there's nothing like the Pro Tour. And the coolest thing about these events is the fact that you can walk in the door, you can go home going to the Pro Tour. So excellent stuff from our top 8. Congrats to all of them. Let's take one more look at Hunter's deck here. I just want to admire this thing one more time.
Yeah.
Just the triple threat, ramp, combo, aggression, so many cool things, and utilizing so many great Modern Horizons cards as well as classic gold cards too.
Yeah, also, I really hope Hunter is doing a secret lair of like, I want to control my opponent's turn. An Emrakul secret lair. Come on. Secret lair jellyfish? Let's go. But yeah, look at this deck one more time. This is a deck that maybe seems like it is a little all over the place compared to what we've seen with decks that are Brood Scale, with decks that are Eldrazi. This is the combination of these cards. And also, one thing that I'm kind of just noticing now, Ugin's Labyrinth, one of the best cards that's been printed in a long time, not here. You don't have a lot of those 7-drops, so you don't have that, deck building constraint where you have to play Devourer of Destiny, Karn, all these kind of large things. You don't have to play those. You can just, forget about that land, play the maybe better land of just Eldrazi Temple here. And let me tell you, Hunter played a lot of Eldrazi Temples, and every time it just looked fantastic.
Yeah, I got to say, looking over Modern, the Eldrazi ramp decks, the Brood Scale decks in their prior forms, they always felt like they were missing a little something.
Yeah.
It always felt like they just, were a little bit here, a little bit there. They would do the things sometimes, but not always. Seeing this evolution of this deck coming together in these really interesting ways, utilizing Urza Saga and all this other stuff is just so awesome to see. So again,
you're saying from the Brood Scale side, like it was missing a little something?
Both from the Brood Scale side, from the ramp side, just any of these Eldrazi decks look like they were good, but never great, never all of the way there.
Yeah, totally agree, because the Brood Scale deck, I think, was firmly in that tier 1.5, tier 2 strategy, because the one thing, when you have a combo deck where your opponent's spot removal is good against it, like there's lightning bolts everywhere, there's fatal pushes everywhere, there's solitudes everywhere, so that's not a very consistent thing. We saw Breach dominate because it was a combo that didn't, lose to a lot of spot removal. I think that's the main reason why Brood Scale wasn't like absolutely tier 1 dominant. And same with Eldrazi. You can attack that in a very specific way. We saw 4 consigns in every sideboard if you were blue. So it was just a little easier to attack both of those decks. But when you combine them, it gets difficult.
Good stuff. Really, really awesome. So let's take one last look at our prizes here and see what our champion is taking home. $10,000. And like you said, the opportunity to consult on a secret lair of this prize has never been offered before. Just a really, really cool chance to put your mark on Magic's history.
I love secret lairs already. I just love the concept of them, and I have never been more excited for a secret lair than I am now. I need to see what Hunter does with this, and all I picture is just Hunter at Wizards, like at the end of a long table, be like, all right, I want an Emrakul secret lair. I want to see some things controlling other players and just pitching fun ideas. I mean, there's nothing cooler than that prize.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, and of course, Andrew, $5,000, not too shabby either, as well as all of our members of Top 8. Prizes going everywhere. We got promos going everywhere. All around an awesome event. Really, really great stuff.
So great.
I think we're ready to hop on over and see how Hunter's doing. So a little winners interview. Check it out with Nick Miller on the Sideboard.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard one last time here at Magic Spotlight Secret Lair, part of SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Nick Miller alongside your Spotlight champion, Hunter Ovington. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It has been a long time since we've seen Emrakul take over turns in the finals of a tournament. You got to do it twice, and you have done that multiple times this weekend.
Yes, double Emrakuls back to back to back. I did it against Boris Energy. He wasn't the happiest, but he was very nice afterwards at least.
In the finals there, what was your plan of attack against a pretty fast combo deck? Obviously, you just did the Fleshraker thing game one. It was pretty nuts. But is that what you usually do? Do you do an Emrakul thing?
No, actually, my deck's really just like the Brute Scale's plan B. Plan A is Fleshraker, Chrysalis, Emrakul. Against Goryo's, I wanted to like tempo them in a little bit where I could stress their mana because they can only efficiently discard on 2. So I was trying to play quick enough to where they couldn't get their game plan going and mine just steamrolled them over.
When you're going through all these decisions, sculpting their hand, you know, what's going through your mind? Because you have to imagine with the second Emrakul rolled up there, this game's going to go your way.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to not blow it, basically?
At the first Emrakul, I was thinking about, well, I have to kill the Atraxa. That's first. And then I had to consider getting rid of that Consign and the Wrath of the Skies because both of those, I could not cast a second Emrakul off of that. So I was just trying to set up a turn where he played his own frog and just let me second Emrakul win the game instantly.
Yeah. This Brute Scale deck, basically one of the talk of the tournaments because we saw it emerge, you know, at the previous RC season. But now we've seen the deck take this different direction with the green-red, not so much, you know, Mox Opal, all this kind of stuff. How long have you been playing this deck and how much have you been tuning it?
2 weeks. Just like maybe a little more than that, like 3. I didn't do great at Indianapolis on the plane, sitting in the airport, waiting on my plane. I'm looking at my 2 friends, good friends, Charles Eiler and Brandon McArthur, great players. And I'm like, I'm locking in Brute Scale. I'm locking it in. It won a challenge that weekend. No other results recently. I was like, I'm locking in. I love creature combo decks. The deck on its own looks really good, and I know I can improve on it. So I locked it in and just focused on making the deck better.
And how does it feel in the field right now? It looked like you had pretty good matchups across the board.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, it's one of the hardest decks in the format to play, honestly. Your decisions matter so much. Every one of them. Scries, stirrings, all of it. But it feels awesome. I mean, the red green, the red splash is insane. It gives you the secondary game plan, honestly, the primary game plan you need, where you're not all in like mono green is, where you're always on Brute Scale, where you can just go big, clog up the board, and then sooner or later, when they're answering your threats, you go Brute Scale and kill them.
Closing out the tournament here, any shout outs, any call outs to friends, family?
Yes, my wife, Gracie Ovington, I love you. My 2 good friends, Charles Eiler, Brandon McArthur, and Zach. I can't say your last name. I'm sorry, Zach. And my guys who came with me, Spencer Pittman, Ryder Hardison, and Tyler Thomas, my coach. That's an inside joke. I love you guys. Thank you.
I would ask you about the secret lair ideas, but secret.
I'll keep
So we're going to let Jim and Corey speculate all they would like over there. They've been talking about Emrakul secret lairs, take your turn secret lairs. We'll let them pontificate while you solve it and keep it a secret for the rest of us.
All right.
Hunter, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Send it back over to Jim and Corey to close it out here at SCG Con Indianapolis.
Welcome back. Huge congrats. Hunter Ovington, unbelievable performance. Just sweeping through the top 8. Emrakul's left and right.
What a nice guy, too.
Consider me entertained. You know,
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Great interview. Thanks to Nick of that as well. And that's going to do it for us, folks. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who made SCGCon Indianapolis a success. The vendors, staff. There's tons of people who work behind the scenes who are all working right now diligently to clean things up, you know. And all the players who showed up, thank you all for watching. Corey, any parting thoughts?
I mean, this was just one of my favorite tournaments I've ever cast, and I'm being totally truthful there. This was great. Modern looks amazing. A lot of different things you can be doing. We saw a top 8 that was very diverse. Format's great. Spotlight Series is great. This unique prize is something like we've never seen before. Hunter's great. You're great. I'm just over the moon. I've had so much fun this weekend.
I am very excited to see the secret lair.
Yes.
It's gonna be a while, obviously. I'm sure it has to be designed and developed and so on and so forth. But
I hope he tells us. You know, I hope he tells us in advance. He might not be able to be honest.
That's probably true. I was like, send me a D. I probably can't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, we're gonna, 6 months from now, a year from now, Oh, that's that secret lair.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. So
Exactly.
looking forward to that. So next chance to see us, of course, it'll be in Orlando, Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation. Hopefully we'll see you there. And if not, look for us in the booth as well. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a good one.